this. Democrat Robert Garcia, who introduced the resolution, says he wants to get Republicans on the record after Santos was charged earlier this month with 13 federal counts, including fraud, money laundering, and lying to Congress. He pleaded not guilty to those charges. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says he plans to refer the resolution to the Ethics Committee, which would keep Republicans from having to weigh in differently or directly on expelling their colleague. McCarthy has said that he would ask Santos to resign if he is convicted, but that he deserves his day in court.
Ukraine is claiming a victory in the skies after their Air Force says they stopped an attack on Kyiv, shooting down all 18 Russian missiles fired at the capital, including 6 of the hypersonic and supposedly indestructible Kinzhal missiles. The U.S. and NATO have been supplying Ukraine with air defense technology, including Patriot missile systems. Let's go to London now, where Chapman Bell is following this and other developments out of Ukraine. Chapman, good morning. So what are the Russians saying about what Ukraine is boasting about?
Well, of course, Philip, it's a conflict of statements. The Russian Ministry of Defense says that this concentrated strike of air and sea-launched high-precision, long-range weapons was a success, and all targets were hit. And in addition, a Patriot anti-aircraft missile system was hit by a Kinzhal hypersonic missile. Now, of course, the Ukrainians saying that this claim is incorrect, and they say, I quote, "The press service of the Russian Ministry of Defense is more powerful than the armies of most countries in the world. Russia does not even need an army to conquer the whole world." Now, the Reuters news agency is citing 2 U.S. officials saying that this Patriot system was likely suffered some damage, but does not appear to be destroyed. So again, it's a war of words. Now, one thing we can confirm is yesterday we heard that the head of the Wagner fighting group, the private military group, Yevgeny Prigozhin, saying that a U.S. fighter had been killed. Now, we have learned now that Nick Mamer, his aunt, confirming his death. The former Green Beret says in a local newspaper saying that he was there training Ukrainians to repel the Russian aggression, but we can confirm now that he has been killed in that intense fighting around Bakhmut that is seen as a very important victory for both sides, a morale-boosting victory, but also a strategic victory in that area in eastern Ukraine. Well, now, Ukraine has said in this, what begins perhaps is the beginning of this counteroffensive, that they've retaken 7 square miles in this area around Bakhmut in this intense fighting. Philip?
The latest on the war in Ukraine from Chapman Bell. Chapman, thank you.
The situation at the southern border has led to an influx of asylum seekers trying to gain entry to the United States. Gabby Acevedo of our New York City affiliate details the many hurdles these migrants face once they arrive at the border.
As the migrant humanitarian crisis in El Paso and across the southern border continues, many Americans are wondering what happens to asylum seekers trying to gain entry into the U.S.
What migrants arriving at the border are encountering, it is rejection, detention, deportation.
Fernando Garcia is the head of the Border Network for Human Rights, a legal aid organization working on the ground in El Paso for more than 25 years, assisting asylum seekers.
It's very critical. I think we've never seen something like this before.
The future of thousands of asylum seekers who cross into the U.S. now in the hands of a judge. We have met people with court dates in New York City, but without a clear way to make it there.
If you cross the border right now in the Title 8, you're going to be detained. And more likely you're going to be deported because you don't have the justification to. 98% of people don't have ways to stay in the United States.
Before the end of Title 42 last week, there was growing concern that hundreds, if not thousands of migrants would make their way here to the southern border. But despite the drop in numbers, according to Border Patrol agents, the city and county of El Paso are doing everything they can to make sure they support asylum seekers as they make their way to their next destination. Meanwhile, a group of El Paso residents and volunteers is getting ready to help.
We called this meeting because we knew that we were going to need all hands on deck to help respond to this situation. So I want to thank you for coming out.
Working to provide basic services to asylum seekers who cross the border. Hundreds of them spread across El Paso, a job mostly delegated to nonprofits on the ground and people like Father John Tellez.
We try to see them as part of our family. They're brothers and sisters. we have one God, our Father of all of us, and we see them as people coming for a better life. They come from a lot of suffering. They come through a lot of suffering.
Our thanks to Gabby Acevedo for that report.
Now to a major victory for same-sex couples in Taiwan. A new amendment allows same-sex couples to adopt children they're not related to. Before, the law only allowed the adoption if the child was related to one of the partners. In 2019, Taiwan became the first and only place in Asia to allow same-sex marriage.
The wild weather across the country is sticking around. NBC meteorologist is tracking some storms brewing in parts of the country, as well as a dip in some temperatures. Hi, Bill. Nice to see you.
Hey, good to see you guys, too. And we had a lot of severe weather yesterday, spread from areas of the southern Ohio Valley all the way through the mid-Atlantic, isolated through the southeast. In all, about 121 severe weather reports from mostly hail and a lot of wind damage. So there will be some cleanup that will need to be done today, power restoration in a few isolated areas. Today shouldn't be as stormy. Probably the worst weather in the country right now has been in central Mississippi, right along Interstate 55. It's hit and miss showers and thunderstorms, lots of lightning, probably waking a few people up in the middle of the night. And as far as today goes, we're going to see isolated strong storms in the southeast. And later in the day, we're also going to see heavier rain and thunderstorms developing here in areas where we could see some isolated flash flooding. That does include southern Colorado, all the way through the panhandle of Oklahoma, almost towards Oklahoma City. Some of the heavier rainfall totals as we go throughout the next 2 days will be from Amarillo northwards here, heading up into areas of southern Kansas. That's a look at your national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. So there's the hit and miss showers and thunderstorms, mostly this afternoon into early this evening in the southeast and Florida, more of your typical summer-like variety. And how about this chilly air mass for northern New England? Highs only in the low 50s today. Yeah, we've had the cool weather coming into the northeast, guys, and then the heat, it continues in the northwest. Those details coming up.
All right, see you in a bit, Bill. Thank you. Police in New York City are asking for help finding 2 missing boys. Investigators believe 11-year-old Alpha Berry and 13-year-old Garrett Warren may still be together. They were last seen on Friday night at a fish market in Harlem. Dive teams were searching the Harlem River until sundown last night, but police and volunteers are canvassing many areas, and they are pleading for any information from the public. We will be right back.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worked coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worked coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Elon Musk gave an exclusive interview to CNBC's David Farber on Tuesday. In the hour-long conversation, the outgoing Twitter CEO addressed whether he'll change what he's tweeting after posts that promote conspiracy theories.
You know, I'm reminded of There's a scene in The Princess Bride. Great movie. And he says, offer me money. Offer me power. I don't care. I'll say what I want to say, and if the consequence of that is losing money, so be it.
Musk also talked about the future of AI and how Tesla might benefit from it.
I think Tesla will have sort of a ChatGPT moment. Maybe if not this year, I'd say no later than next year.
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry. You're going to have a
sort of ChatGPT moment.
Oh, you will. In terms of suddenly it will.
Yeah, suddenly 3 million cars will be able to drive themselves with no one.
Right. It goes back to that. Right.
Musk later said increased interest rates will make the next year difficult for Tesla.
After a last-minute agreement with the Writers Guild, the show will go on at next month's Tony Awards. The Guild is altering the show amid the ongoing strike, now agreeing not to picket the telecast. NBC's Maya Eaglin has the details.
The curtain nearly closing on the Tony Awards before the show even began because of a weeks-long Writers Guild of America strike, primarily over a dispute with studios about streaming royalties. The strike almost canceled next month's Tony Awards broadcast because the Guild represents the TV writers who work on it, and show organizers were denied a waiver to continue the ceremony as planned. A move that could have been catastrophic for the theater industry, which largely relies on the award shows for a bump in box office sales.
So the Tony Awards are Broadway's biggest commercial. People tune in from all over the country to see what's playing on the boards in New York City and book trips based on what they see at the Tonys.
However, the show will go on after the Guild announced they won't picket the ceremony, saying the Tony Award organizers are, quote, altering this year's show to conform with specific requests from the WGA. Tony Award organizers did not respond to NBC News about what those specific changes will be.
And no end in sight.
But it's not the first time a Writers Guild strike has impacted the Tonys.
Welcome to the 1988 Tony Awards.
In 1988, during a WGA walkout, Tony Awards host Angela Lansbury did the show unscripted, and it relied heavily on performances from Broadway ensembles. This year's Tonys are the second major award show to be impacted by the strike.
MTV Movie and TV Awards.
Last week's MTV Movie and TV Awards went on without a host and relied on pre-recorded speeches.
And our thanks to Maya for that report.
So to comment early today, a controversial movie star gets a standing ovation at the Cannes Film Festival.
Plus, how you can build your very own bat cave.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Batman has officially returned as a Lego. The toy company has announced a new Batcave Shadow Box building set based on Tim Burton's 1992 film Batman Returns. The set is both a toy and a display for your shelf with over 3,000 pieces, including a Batmobile and minifigures of Batman, Catwoman, the Penguin, Bruce Wayne, and many more. It's priced at $399, and the Shadow Box will be available to purchase on June 8th. As cool as this thing looks, I could never, you know, frustrated I get just during the pandemic when we're all doing puzzles.
Yeah.
You do 300 pieces and 1 or 2 is missing.
Yeah, I know, but it's so impressive. So collector's item for sure. All right, now to the French Riviera as the start of the 76th Cannes Film Festival has people asking if Johnny Depp is making his comeback. The actor greeted fans at the Gina Dubarry premiere, which earned a standing ovation. That is his first film and red carpet appearance since his highly publicized legal battles with ex-wife Amber Heard. A civil jury awarded him $10 million and Heard $2 million in damages in last year's defamation suit, where both sides there were making domestic abuse allegations. So 7 minutes standing ovations. Their supporters, though, not liking it, and they're making themselves known about it.
All right, we'll be right back. Stay with us.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. The temperatures are really tumbling in northern New England today. Highs only in the 50s in some cases, but you really will feel it later on tonight. That's when we're going to see with clear skies down to the 20s and 30s, especially in some isolated valley areas. So a little bit of a chance for a frost and a freeze in a few spots. At the same time, the Pacific Northwest, you're not giving up on your heat wave from last weekend. It's cooled off a little bit, but Portland at 90 today, 93 in Medford, and some of this heat will continue even into the upcoming weekend. We'll be right back with more on Early Today.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in. Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
From unsolved mystery to miraculous discovery, an Illinois girl who's been missing for almost 6 years has been found safe in North Carolina after she was abducted in 2017. NBC's Maggie Vespa is telling us more about the case's breakthrough developments.
Hi, this is Kayla here.
The mysterious case of a missing girl finally solved 6 years later, and America's true crime obsession may have played a pivotal role. It began in 2017 when police in South Elgin, Illinois say 9-year-old Kayla Unbehan was abducted by her mother, Heather. A judge had just granted Kayla's father custody, but when he went to pick up Kayla from Heather's house, they were gone. Our Chicago affiliate sitting down with the girl's father, Ryan Iskerka, in 2017.
My concern is that she just thinks she's never going to come back with my daughter.
The desperate search for Kayla leading to dead ends.
We've done all extensive research, and we can't find anything at this point that she's been in contact with anyone.
But Ryan refused to give up. The devastated dad and his family launching the Bring Kayla Home Facebook page, posting updates and pleas, including when the girl's story hit the national stage. In early 2020, profiled in the series Vanished, the Missing Persons Project, now streaming on Peacock. And again in November of last year on Netflix's smash hit Unsolved Mysteries.
We work to get these images everywhere possible that we can think of, because we know, as we saw today, that it just takes one set of eyes to be a hero.
Finally, cut to this weekend, the long-awaited break in what for years seemed like a cold case. More than 600 miles away in Asheville, North Carolina, police say someone at a clothing store recognized a mom from a case profiled in their words, published media. That person quickly calling the police, who minutes later arrested Heather Unbehan and found Kayla, now 15, safe and sound.
The outcome that we're seeing here with Kayla is absolutely amazing. It's moments like these that really just give us the drive to keep going.
Heather is charged with kidnapping and is expected to be extradited back to Illinois.
How many did you get?
South Elgin police say Kayla is already back with her family. Her dad, Ryan, writing in a statement, "I am overjoyed that Kayla is home safe. We ask for privacy as we get to know each other again and navigate this new beginning." A new beginning stemming from a chance encounter and one dad's determination to keep his kid's case in the spotlight.
Well, thanks to Maggie for that. What a miracle reunion, and I hope that reunion is smooth from here on out.
Yeah, thinking of Kayla, this is a very confusing time for her, from 9 to 15 with one parent who knows what was said in the meantime.
Very, very different people at this point. Thanks so much for being with us. This is Early Today. The battle for reproductive rights heats up in North Carolina as Republican lawmakers defy the governor's veto on abortion.
A big win for LGBTQ rights in Missouri. Officials lift an emergency ban limiting health care for trans minors.
Why money matters even to millionaires. Actors Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade spark an online debate about splitting everything 50-50.
And the results are in. Did your state make the list of best places to live? It's Wednesday, May 17th. Early Today starts right now.
Glad you're with us. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We are now just 15 days away from the country defaulting on its debt. White House and congressional leaders projected a rare optimistic tone during their second meeting to avoid an economic crisis. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. Was there any progress made yesterday?
Good morning, Philip. There was some. So the U.S. is narrowing the window for the U.S. to narrow, or the window is narrowing, sorry, Philip, for the U.S. to raise the debt ceiling and avoid a default and economic catastrophe. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen reiterated the June 1st deadline on Monday. With that in mind, President Joe Biden sat down with congressional leaders for their second meeting in the last 2 weeks. While House Speaker Kevin McCarthy didn't voice much hope for progress in the lead up to this meeting, the parties did emerge from the White House, all stressing the importance of making a deal and averting a default.
It is possible to get a deal by the end of the week. It's not that difficult to get to an agreement.
There were honest and real discussions about differences that we have on a whole variety of issues, but it was all respectful.
We know we're not going to default. They know it. We know it. We're running out of time.
And McCarthy also praised the White House's appointment of senior members of the administration to directly negotiate with his team on this issue. The White House confirmed that advisor to the president, Steve Ricchetti, along with OMB Director Shalonda Young, will take the lead in this process. Despite the slightly more positive tone, McCarthy maintained that the two sides remain far apart. Democrats are specifically pushing back against a Republican demand to impose tougher work requirements for federal aid programs, which was included in the debt ceiling plan passed by the Republican House at the end of last month. Stephen.
Yeah, Bree, it's okay. I have another question for you. The concerns over this June 1st deadline, they've been amplified in recent days because of President Biden's planning on going overseas. How do you think that's going to affect his involvement in these talks?
Yeah, well, Philip, President Biden is set to leave today for Japan to attend the G7 summit. But the president announced yesterday that he's cutting that trip short, or cutting part of his trip short, postponing his planned travel to Australia and Papua New Guinea, and instead will return to the U.S. on Sunday in order to continue negotiations over the debt ceiling. Philip.
All right, Bree Jackson for us. Thank you, Bree.
We have learned much more about that deadly shooting that shocked Farmington, New Mexico. Police have identified the shooter as 18-year-old high school senior Bo Wilson. Officials say the day before he graduated, Wilson fired at least 150 bullets into homes and cars, seemingly at random. A survivor tells the NBC News a bullet pierced the wall of her one-year-old daughter's bedroom as she and her baby ran for cover.
It went from pop, pop, pop to pop, 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 pop. And I freaked out because I knew then that it was gunshots, and I just grabbed my daughter. We just barricaded in between the washer and the dryer.
3 people were killed in the rampage, including 97-year-old Gwendolyn Schofield and her 73-year-old daughter Melody, who was a preschool teacher. Also killed 79-year-old Shirley Viotta, who was a mother of 5 and a retired school nurse. She'd been married for 57 years. Police said the gunman was shot and killed within 5 minutes of officers arriving on scene. 2 officers were injured but are in stable condition. Investigators are now working to find a possible motive.
The Republican supermajority in North Carolina has defied the governor, overriding Democrat Roy Cooper's veto of a 12-week abortion ban. This new law includes exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. But listen to this doctor who protested the vote, telling a mother that her pregnancy was life-threatening.
Either they can drive to Virginia or they can sit in our hospital until they are so sick they're about to die, and then we can take care of them. And that is a horrible experience for that woman, her family, the physicians, and the nurses taking care of her.
North Carolina's House Speaker Tim Moore said this bill puts North Carolina's abortion law in line with most of the rest of the free world.
In a rare moment of relief for the trans community, the Attorney General of Missouri has abruptly withdrawn an emergency rule that banned transgender health care for minors and some adults. Republican Andrew Bailey has not said why he revoked the order, the Missouri Independent reports, but the ACLU of Missouri did sue to block Bailey's emergency rule. It would have restricted gender-affirming surgery for adults, not just those under 18. Advocates speaking to the Independent said they've begun preparing to move out of state because of the measure.
Former President Trump's use of a classic disco hit has resulted in a cease and desist letter. Karen Willis, the manager for the Village People, sent the letter to Trump's attorney, Joe Tacopina, following the performance of the song by a cover band at Mar-a-Lago. Willis argued that the use of the song caused confusion because people mistook the cover band for the actual artists. The music of the Village People has been a staple at Trump events over the years. The band has previously said they had no problem with the former president using their songs.
Ukraine is claiming a victory in the skies after their Air Force says they have stopped an attack on Kyiv, shooting down all 18 Russian missiles fired at the capital, including 6 of the hypersonic and supposedly indestructible Kinzhal missiles. Let's go to Chapman Bell, who's following this and other developments out of Ukraine. Good morning, Chapman. What are the Russians saying about Ukraine's boasts?
Good morning, Francis. Well, Russia, of course, saying that this is incorrect, saying that they never launched 6 Kinzhal hypersonic missiles at any given time, so that they could not have shot 6 of these down. And the Russian MOD saying the concentrated strikes of air and sea launched missiles was a success and all targets were hit, even saying that a Patriot anti-aircraft missile system was hit by a Kinzhal hypersonic missile in Kyiv. Now, the Ukrainian MOD saying the press service of the Russian Ministry of Defense is more powerful than the armies of most countries in the world. Russia does not even need an army to conquer the whole world. So they're saying that, this is a war of words. However, the Reuters news agency citing 2 U.S. officials that the Patriot missile system in question likely suffered some damage, but it does not appear to be destroyed. And this is in line with the Ukrainians saying that there has been some damage from missiles shot out of the air landing on the ground. Now, one thing we can confirm is yesterday, the head of the Wagner private military group, Yevgeny Prigozhin, saying that an American had been killed in the intense fighting around that town of Bakhmut in the eastern part of the country. Now, we now can confirm that Nick Mamer, a former Green Beret, was killed in that area, this coming from his aunt confirming his death. A local newspaper had quoted him recently saying that he was there training Ukrainians to repel this Russian attack, and using his skill, he could not sit back and watch human beings being attacked in this way. And also more about that intense fighting around Bakhmut. The Ukrainians now say that they have been able to push back the Russians from this area and have reclaimed 7 square miles in this region. Of course, Bakhmut has been such a focal point for both sides as not so much as a strategic victory, but also a boost to morale for either side, because it's been such a scene of both sides, intense fighting as well as PR machine. Francis?
I'm closely watching if that momentum will continue or there'll be a step back with retaliation. Chapman, thank you.
Just days after making landfall, tropical cyclone Mocha has left a trail of destruction in Myanmar. Reuters is reporting that hundreds are feared dead after the storm struck the country, including a number of Rohingya Muslims, a persecuted minority group. Reuters was not able to independently verify that death toll. Mocha was the most severe storm to hit Myanmar since 2008, when Cyclone Nargis killed nearly 140,000 people.
The southeast bracing for some storms today. Let's check in with NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns, who's here with that forecast. Hi, Bill.
Hey, good morning, guys. And we did see severe weather yesterday, but no tornadoes. That was fantastic news. We did have a lot of wind damage reports, so there'll be some cleanup go today. All the little blue dots you see here from North Georgia, numerous ones in areas of Kentucky, Tennessee, Virginia, North Carolina. That's over with. No more severe weather out there. We do have a little line of storms that was exiting the Outer Banks, but those are even gone now. So now we get a little bit of a break. Later on this afternoon, we will pop up some additional storms. We're not going to see widespread severe weather today. We have one little area that'll develop from Amarillo northwards, heading up to Nebraska and South Dakota. And right where that stationary front is going to sit, that's where we'll pop up additional pop-up storms, isolated severe weather, wind damage, maybe some small hail. Not really seeing the possibility of too many tornadoes today. And so that's going to be about the worst of it. And then as we head into like the afternoon and evening hours, we'll also be watching areas in the middle of the country, especially northern portions of Texas, Arkansas, and also Oklahoma. That's will be the areas that could have some heavy rainfall. That's a look at your national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. So for today, we will see those pop-up storms in the south, especially late afternoon, early evening. And how about this chilly air coming into northern New England? Highs today only in the 50s. That's like an early April-like forecast. That heat wave in the northwest won't give up either, and it's going to get even hotter this weekend. Those details to come.
Okay, we need to hear it. Thank you, Bill. Up next, how do Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade divvy up their money? There's a new debate based on the actor's comments.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
New comments from actor Gabrielle Union are sparking an online debate over how couples split their money in relationships. NBC's Hallie Jackson has more.
New money talk from actor Gabrielle Union, revealing she and her husband, former NBA player Dwayne Wade, split their money right down the middle.
It's weird to say I'm head of household because in this household, we split everything 50-50. But in the other households that each of us have to support, it puts this, there's always this like gorilla on your back that it is like, you better work. You better work.
Union opening up in an interview on a Bloomberg original series called Idea Generation.
I get nervous, like, oh God, that movie didn't open. You know, well, what does that mean? Am I gonna have enough to hold everybody up? And everyone's like, it's coming. Like, calm down.
All of it clearly hitting a nerve online. Union's comments going viral as a lot of people talk about how they handle their money and how couples handle cash.
Now, how are you living paycheck to paycheck when your husband got money?
50-50.
The back and forth over how to split the bills, nothing new for most couples.
For some reason, people just don't want to talk about their money, couples especially. And having that money talk with your partner is one of the most important things that you can do in your financial life and for financial security for both of you.
These days, about 29% of marriages are something described as egalitarian, according to a new study, which basically means that both partners contribute about half of what they make. To put that number in perspective, back in 1972, it was just 11%. The generation most likely to have separate accounts? Millennials. 69% of them report having at least some cash in separate places.
There may be couples that decide to split 50-50, but there are also couples that may say, hey, we're going to look at our household income, how much we each contributed to that number as it's combined, and then we're going to split our finances based on that.
Money can be one of the biggest flashpoints in a relationship, with 64% of couples saying they're financially incompatible with their partners. That's not the case for Alexandra Hayes Robinson and her husband.
I think we're very lucky that money has never been a touchy subject for us.
So how do they do it? She says they decided long ago to split the bills based on how much money each of them made. The one who makes more pays more. And today, they're happier for it.
We haven't officially merged our finances in the way that, like, we have one bank account and everything we both make go into one account. But we've merged our finances in, like, the, spiritual sense, I guess. We think about everything we have as one pot. There would be a lot of opportunity for us to have lots of kind of financial tension in our relationship, and there just isn't.
Good for them. Thanks to Hallie for bringing us that debate. I mean, whatever works, right, for any individual couple.
And it's so relative. You got couples who have been established, who are making their own money, and especially for those who are making a lot of it, they have their separate accounts. Maybe when they're married, it's like, all right, you take care of the mortgage, we take care of, all the other bills and the credit card part of it too. As long as it's not the nickel and diming, like, husband and wife splitting the bill, like you had one or two more glasses of wine than I did, you got to pay more.
Yeah,
that may cause some problems.
Yeah, I don't think that sort of marriage will last. But it's an open discussion, as long as they're open and honest about it.
Get both sides.
As long as she's happy, that's what matters the most.
Happy wife, happy life.
That's right.
Still to come, we'll give you a taste of what 100 straight hours of cooking looks like.
And why Taco Bell is trying to let a popular trademark live más.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
What is going to happen now? Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
the true crime original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
A Nigerian chef with the goal of surpassing a Guinness World Record spent nearly 4 days straight cooking, and she succeeded. Hilda Bassi captivated her country by cooking Nigerian delicacies from Thursday all the way until Monday night, marking 100 hours. That beat the previous record of 87 hours. She says she wanted to show how hardworking and determined Nigerian youths are, and she also wanted a campaign for young African women who are sidelined in society. What a great feat, but I gotta say, I didn't know this was a record, and if so, I think I would have petitioned my grandma right before every Thanksgiving. I feel like that's all week leading up
Everybody
to this.
does that, gets a taste of that a little bit too. It looks amazing, that rice that she's cooking, but takes on a whole new meaning when it comes to food coma after she hits the bed and hopefully sleeps and catches up on that rest before digging in.
Look at that
along
crowd.
with everybody else. Yeah, they're there to celebrate with her. All right, when it comes to eating, it looks like the beef continues over the popular phrase Taco Tuesday. Taco Bell announced that it has filed legal petitions to cancel the trademark, which is currently owned by rival restaurant Taco John's. The fast food chain is not seeking any damages or exclusive rights from the smaller chain, but would like to liberate the phrase for all. Taco John's released a statement emphasizing their ownership of the phrase since 1989. They even released a 2-week-long taco special. I had no idea that that was even trademark. I've never even heard of this chain.
Me either.
Just being from this side, I know Taco Bell is a behemoth when it comes to that. But remember, LeBron James also tried to trademark Taco Tuesday back in 2019. Not really weird. It's something that everybody says.
Yeah, they do. But hey, kudos to Taco John's for getting it. It just sounds like sour grapes from the bigger company wanting to wrestle it away from them. But, you know, they still have the bigger profit margin, I'd imagine. But, you know, Taco John's, they made you said a little promotion out of it.
Yeah,
as well.
you know, I did a little research, but when it comes to getting a term like that, where it comes to be a little bit more generic and not associated with the actual brand, like, for instance, you know, Xeroxing something. It's kind of like it's, you know, Kleenex, Q-tips, escalator, all those things too. So we'll see what goes.
Now you know, Bill is tracking some temperature trends from coast to coast. That's after the break.
And later, a toddler reunites with a police officer she calls an angel.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wellington.
I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back to Early Today. With this forecast, it's going to be hard for May not to go down as one of the warmest, hottest Mays ever recorded in some spots in the Pacific Northwest. Coming off our record highs this past week, yesterday was still warm, and now we're looking very warm all the way into next week. So today, 90 in Portland, Medford at 93, Redding 94 degrees. And as I mentioned, as we head towards the upcoming weekend, we stay in the 80s, near 90s in many areas. We're right back with more news.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it weren't coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it weren't coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
After responding to a mother's plea for help, a Pennsylvania police officer is now being hailed a hero for saving a toddler's life. And now Officer Dan and 3-year-old Remy are catching up under much better circumstances. Deanna Durante from our Philadelphia affiliate has their heartwarming reunion.
Mommy, who is Officer Dan? He is our angel. Yes, he is. That's true.
3-year-old Remy says he's an angel. But Officer Dan Meese says he's just here to help.
We're there to help. Doesn't matter what the issue is, what the problem is, what the emergency is. If you call us to come and help, that's what we're going to do.
And what he did, what Remy's mother couldn't. A nurse, she's saved people from choking before.
I ran in, noticed she was choking, wasn't sure on what, could not clear it myself.
Frustrated and scared, Jean Ann knew seconds counted, so she called 911. Meese was around the corner.
He took her. She was lifeless and starting to turn blue at that point.
Maybe it's he was more forceful. Maybe he knew he was the last line of hope. Meese doesn't know why he was able to get the object out, just that he did it.
What do you think about the fact that she calls you an angel?
I don't really know how to put it into words. Kind of speechless. It's a very heavy thing to kind of wrap your mind around.
Those who do good often say they don't need the credit, but Jean Ann says Meese does, as well as the entire department.
They leave their lives every day to come protect us and the residents of this township. It's just, you know, and I don't think people realize that when people like in law enforcement, fire, EMS, people don't get it. There is not enough thank yous in the world to show how grateful I am to this man.
Our thanks to Deanna Durante for sharing that story. There's nothing more frightening than that, seeing your little kid not being able to breathe. And on top of that, being a nurse and normally qualified, that's who you would turn to help save a life, but just couldn't otherwise do it. Thank goodness he was so quickly there.
That helpless feeling to see there and why she was really right there at the right time. If you were looking for a change of scenery, U.S. News and World Reports has the 150 best places to live in the entire country. This year, Green Bay, Wisconsin was named the best city to live. The home of the Packers scored high in both quality of life and affordability. Huntsville, Alabama came in at number 2. Top 10 had North Carolina's 2 biggest metro areas, plus 2 cities each from Colorado and Florida's West Coast. You see the list right there. So if you are living in any of those towns, I'm sure you're like, yeah, you can, run down all the reasons why, cheering on your town too. But I can imagine, being up here in the Northeast, the affordability and the square footage that you guys get versus something like this. I mean, it's pretty. You visit, but maybe you don't want to live in New York City.
I mean, maybe Aaron Rodgers. You might be the only one who chooses this city.
There you go.
Over that one. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, cautious optimism. This morning in Washington, as debt ceiling negotiations between congressional leaders and the Biden administration continue, with a White House meeting yesterday that left the door open for a possible deal by the end of the week.
There's still work to do, but I made it clear to the Speaker and others that we'll speak regularly over the next several days.
We've got the latest from Washington as President Biden switches up his overseas plans to avert a looming economic disaster. Mounting tension this morning on the southern border as new court documents show agents released more than 6,400 migrants without court dates and without a way to keep track of them. Meanwhile, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is now saying he will send back up to the border even as migrant crossings fall. We've got the latest in a moment. Also this morning, one-on-one with billionaire Elon Musk in an exclusive interview with CNBC's David Faber. The tech mogul talks Tesla, Twitter, and why he tweets what he wants to tweet, even if it costs him cash. And later in the hour, we are flipping the script with the first Native American female playwright to open a show on the Great White Way. And if it's flipping the script, that means Joe has that interview coming up in just a little bit. Can't wait to see.
It is a play called The Thanksgiving Play. It is hilarious. Funny, satirical. You'll enjoy it.
I love it. I have my own personal Broadway reviewer. I love hearing this. We'll begin this morning with the latest on the standoff over the debt ceiling in Washington. But there is optimism in the air today following a vital meeting at the White House.
President Biden and Vice President Harris met with congressional leaders yesterday. They are hoping to break the logjam and avoid a potentially catastrophic first ever default, which could happen as soon as June 1st. Now, President Biden is heading to Japan today for the G7 summit, but he is cutting his overseas trip short, skipping Australia so he can return to Washington and continue negotiations. Well, no deal was reached during yesterday's meeting. The president says he is hopeful one could be reached soon.
We just finished another good, productive meeting with our congressional leadership about a path forward to make sure that America does not default on its debt for the first time.
For the latest, we are joined by NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin and NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. Good morning to both of you. Monica, let's start with you. There is mounting pressure on both sides to get a deal done to avoid defaulting on the country's $31 trillion debt. So what was the tone and some of the key takeaways of this meeting?
Well, it did seem, Joe, like it was at least a little bit more productive than the one that was held a week prior, where there were a few more personal fireworks and where both sides really were completely dug into their positions and said that there wasn't much progress made. Yesterday, at least the principals, so we're talking about the president, the vice president, the top congressional leaders, agreed that default should not be an option, that everything must be done really to avoid it. And now there's at least a little bit of a path forward on how to get there and some broad areas areas of potential compromise. Now, it's not entirely clear how this is all going to work out, but at least it seems they're headed in a direction that is a little bit more constructive. But at the same time, the president had to cut short his trip overseas. He will be heading to Japan in just a couple of hours, but then those stops in Australia and Papua New Guinea have now been postponed or canceled entirely because he says he wants to get back to Washington to continue these talks. Here's a little more of how the president framed the meeting in the context of all of this. Urgent.
There's still work to do, but I made it clear to the Speaker and others that we'll speak regularly over the next several days. The nature of the presidency is addressing many of the critical matters all at once, so I'm confident we're going to continue to make progress toward avoiding default and fulfilling America's responsibility as a leader on the world stage.
So the president will be in daily contact. He will have some phone calls with negotiators. His team will continually brief him so he can kind of be a part of the conversations from there. But the other important thing here, when we talk about some areas of cooperation, things like permitting reform, some unspent COVID funds, there is some agreement there, but there's still a lot of disagreement on a couple other sticky items like work requirements for some federal benefits. So still a lot to hash out here, but at least everybody agrees this has to get done in the next 2 weeks. Joe and Savannah.
And Julie, let's bring you in here to talk about the other side of this. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, he did say that they remain far apart despite this meeting. He spoke with reporters afterwards. What is he saying at this point about the talks?
Yeah, well, you heard Monica lay it out so well from the White House perspective. Speaker Kevin McCarthy coming away from this second meeting, telling reporters they are still far apart. He's maintaining that Republicans are going to continue to flex their muscle, flex that Republican passed bill a couple of weeks ago, and try to demand negotiations to try and meet what the House Republicans were able to coalesce around already and try to pass. Here's some of what he told reporters afterwards.
We've got to find a way that we can curve our spending, raise our debt limit, and also grow our economy. And the president agreed to appoint a couple people from his administration to sit down and negotiate directly with my team, so I found that to be productive personally. It is possible to get a deal by the end of the week. It's not that difficult to get to an agreement.
So you heard McCarthy there, who everybody is looking for in the Republican Party, looking towards to kind of lead these negotiations with the president. You heard him say they appointed new people, new staff to the center of the negotiating table. McCarthy sees this as a positive development, and a lot of Republicans behind the scenes see this as a positive development too. I should note last night these negotiations began in earnest, this new phase of negotiations with staff for the president and for congressional leaders, including Speaker McCarthy's closest Republican ally, Garrett Graves, beginning to sit down and trying to hammer out if they can get to a framework in the next couple of days while the president is overseas at the G7. Because remember, this is the last week the House and Senate are actually planning to be in session together at the same time before that June 1st deadline.
All right, Monica and Julia, thank you both for kicking us off this hour. Overnight, North Carolina lawmakers voted to ban most abortions after 12 weeks of pregnancy. The Democratic governor had vetoed that ban, but the GOP-led legislature overrode that veto.
Yeah, this is the moment that chaos erupted on the legislative floor following that controversial vote. Take a look.
Having passed by the requisite 3/5 vote, the House has overridden the governor's veto and the bill becomes law, notwithstanding the governor's objections. So be notified. Actually, just a moment. The sergeant at arms will clear those who can't follow the rules.
NBC News investigative reporter Chloe Atkins joins us now on This with More. Hi, Chloe. Always great to have you. So catch us up on how we got here with this bill and then also just what is in it. How restrictive is it?
So late last night, we saw the North Carolina State Senate and House really move rather quickly to override the governor's veto on the state's 12-week ban, which sailed it to victory. So what this ban does is it really reels back the time and the amount of time that people are able to get get access to the care from 20 weeks to 12 weeks. And this was a major victory for Republicans, and it was a huge critical test for them because they now have a new slim majority in the General Assembly. So what this ban does is it bans abortion at 12 weeks, only allows exceptions for rape, incest, and if the mother's life is in danger. And it also requires more in-person visits as well. Now, we did hear from the governor of North Carolina, who spoke out after his veto was overridden last night. And he said, look, you know, Republicans, they are unified in assaulting women's reproductive freedom, and he's going to do everything that he can to secure access. Now, it does remain unclear what he will be doing, but it's something we'll be watching rather closely.
We just heard those protesters who erupted after this was all passed. I want to play some sound from one of those protesters last night.
As an OBGYN, as a woman, as a mother, I feel really strongly that women should have the right to make those decisions. And I know this is a 12-week whip ban, but with all the restrictions, it's going to really, really limit access to abortion at all for many of the women in North Carolina.
So what are some of the biggest concerns from those who oppose this 12-week ban?
I mean, there are a lot of concerns. I mean, just hearing from that OBGYN, it really hits home for a lot of folks in the state and even the Southeast, because I want to remind folks, because after the overturning of Roe v. Wade, the Southeast turned into this huge abortion desert, and North Carolina was an outlier. It was dubbed an abortion safe haven state, where people from all over the Southeast, Texas, Mississippi, Georgia, were able to get abortion care in the state. And now with the time that they're allowed to get abortion in the state being dialed back to 12 weeks, that means that a whole lot of other people won't be able to get care, Joe.
All right. Chloe Atkins, thank you for your reporting. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Chloe. Well, we're getting new numbers this morning about migrant releases at the border. According to court documents filed Monday, Border Patrol released more than 6,000 migrants into the U.S. without court dates or the ability to track them since Thursday. Some 2,500 people of that 6,000 were released after a judge ordered Border Patrol to stop those releases, known as parole with conditions. Well, this news comes as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis announced he is stepping in to help Texas secure its border with Mexico. He says he is sending more than 1,000 state law enforcement agents and troops to the border. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now with more on all of this. Julia, good morning. Always great to have you with us. So let's talk through just some of those numbers. I know I listed off a lot here. Border Patrol says 2,500 migrants released after that order to stop those parole with conditions. Why did those releases continue after the court order was issued? And doesn't this policy ultimately defeat the purpose of trying to help migrants gain that legal path to citizenship? Is it just adding strain?
That's so true. Actually, can I start with your second question? Because I think that's really important here. Florida is suing because they think that these migrants shouldn't be released without an ability to track them. And it's true. In the past, we've had ways for migrants to check in. They could have a GPS ankle monitor or even an app on their phone where they can check in, show where they are. There's someone who's following up where they are and making sure they're showing up for appointments, whether that be a court date or with ICE to later get that court date. But when they get released and they don't have court dates, what often happens is that they can miss the one-year deadline to apply for asylum. They're not sure how this immigration process works. They're not connected with a lawyer, and they don't go before a judge, in which case they would be in a position to claim what's called defensive asylum. That's claiming asylum to avoid deportation. And if they don't get into that process soon enough, many of them don't understand that they only have a one-year window to apply. So first of all, this isn't just a matter of trying to play cat and mouse with migrants. It's also a matter of migrants' rights here and things that they may be missing out on. Secondly, what happened, what DHS says happened in a sworn affidavit is the reason why 2,500 were released even after the judge issued that they not use this practice is because they had already been processed. Basically, they had already turned on the spigot, started processing people, 6,400 under this new parole with conditions memo. And then there were 2,500 who had been already processed but not released when the clock struck midnight on May 12th and the order went into effect. And so since they had already processed them under parole with conditions, they had to release them that way too. So that's what we're looking at here. But it is something to watch. The judge did say last night that he is not holding the Biden administration in contempt of court for releasing them.
And Julia, let's talk about some of this other new information here, this deployment of help of law enforcement agents from Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis announcing this. What is that going to look like? Where will those agents go?
Well, it's interesting. It's sort of similar to what we saw in Texas. State agents are not able to fully carry out immigration law. They can't be arresting them. They can't be processing them. That all falls to federal agents because immigration is a federal, those immigration laws are federal statutes. And so in this case, they could be supporting them. In Texas, though, sometimes the line may be crossed. We've seen Texas agents ordering migrants where to stay. And of course, migrants wouldn't know who to listen to and who not to. So if they're told not to cross over a certain line, they're going to do it. So a lot to watch here to see how these state agents in Florida are instructed and how they might interact.
Absolutely. Julia Ainsley, as always, thank you so much.
Now, officials in sanctuary cities like here in New York are also struggling to handle the influx of migrants.
Yeah, the city has been forced to repurpose hotels and now public schools to be used as shelters. It's a decision that is causing outrage among parents. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has this story.
The migrant crisis in New York City is escalating. After new protests by parents and children to the city's potential plan to house asylum seekers in school gyms.
I sad. I was crying. It hurts to see that, you know?
No, I do not feel safe having my kids in this school.
I am terrified because as a nation, like, we're so worried with everything that's going on in schools with mass shootings and everything. Now we have something else to worry about.
And it's not only this school. Safety is first. Parents up before sunrise protesting at another public school in Brooklyn.
Here we are because we don't want this to happen.
Mayor Eric Adams says he's looking at migrants using 20 freestanding gyms as short-term shelters until they find better housing. And they would not have access to the schools.
It is not a permanent site. It is an overflow site, more so than it is anything else.
But some parents are furious. When you heard of this potential plan, what'd you think?
I think it was absurd. I think it was, I have no words. It's not, I think that this shouldn't be on school grounds. Anywhere but not school grounds.
Adams, who has blasted the Biden administration before for not helping enough with the migrant influx, is now stressing that it's expected to cost city taxpayers more than $4 billion by next year.
None of us are comfortable with having to take these drastic steps, but I could not have been more clear for the last few years, for the last few months of what we are facing.
It's all happening as the city faces pressure to expand its overwhelmed shelter system, with people arriving on buses and planes from border states like Texas.
The crisis is not when the buses come in. The crisis is when you have people sitting in shelters and in hotel rooms with no place to go, no work, no way to get around the city.
The mayor is also announcing that the historic Roosevelt Hotel in Midtown Manhattan will soon house migrants too. It's been vacant for more than 2 years and has as many as 1,000 rooms. That's in addition to several other hotels across the city, including this one just steps from Times Square. I came for the purpose of giving my son a better life, this man from Venezuela told us.
How long do you expect to be here? ¿Cuánto tiempo espera estar aquí?
This woman said, I'm just trying to save up a little more money to be able to find another place to go to. She's already lived here for 4 months.
Our thanks to Gabe Gutierrez for that report. And New York Mayor Eric Adams has also announced plans to begin busing migrants to other counties in the state to help alleviate overcrowding. But that's getting pushback with other leaders throughout New York State.
This morning, the Secret Service is investigating a stunning intrusion. They're trying to figure out how an intruder got inside the home of White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, even though agents were on duty guarding the property. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us from Washington with more on this. Ryan, good morning. So this actually happened a few weeks ago, but we're learning about it now. So how was the intruder able to get into Sullivan's home, and what happened when he was found?
Joe, that's a big question that Secret Service doesn't necessarily have an answer to yet, but they've already changed their security posture while they investigate this situation. According to the Post, the man was found inside Jake Sullivan's home in the middle of the night, 3 o'clock in the morning, and it was actually Sullivan himself who confronted him and asked him to leave. The man ended up leaving the house still undetected. There were 2 Secret Service agents guarding the home at the time. Sullivan has round-the-clock Secret Service protection. It was Sullivan himself who actually went outside to inform the agents that the intruder was inside the house, but at that point, the intruder was already gone. There was no sign of any type of forced entry and no physical physical confrontation with Sullivan himself, and thankfully Sullivan was not hurt. At this point, though, Joe, the White House is not commenting on exactly what went wrong here.
Ryan, what is the Secret Service saying about the breach? I mean, you mentioned the Secret Service says it's changed its security posture. Are there any changes that we hear about that are being made to make sure something like this doesn't happen again?
Well, they don't comment on their specific security posture, Joe, but they do admit that this was a serious failure and that they are making changes immediately. What's interesting about this case is that they were unable to actually question the intruder because he took off before Secret Service agents even knew that he was there. Now, according to the Post, it did seem that the intruder was intoxicated at the time, that he actually didn't know where he was, and that they also believe he was never a serious threat to Sullivan or his family. But of course, Joe, this comes at a time with threats against public officials at an all-time high. We, of course, saw the attack on the office of Congressman Jerry Connolly earlier this week. So this is something that is in the back of the minds of many people in Washington.
Yeah,
Joe.
you were just covering that attack at the congressman's office yesterday. An intern was hurt. In the wake of all that, do we know anything more about this intruder at Sullivan's home?
No, and that is something that the Secret Service is still investigating. It's very possible that unless he is arrested, we may never learn the specific details of who he is and why and how he ended up in Jake Sullivan's home, especially in what appeared to be such an easy fashion.
All right, Ryan Nobles in Washington. Ryan, thank you so much. Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather on this Wednesday morning.
And Bill Cairns is with us today. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Hey, great Wednesday morning to you guys. So all yesterday and in the afternoon and the evening, we were tracking severe weather. Happy to report no tornadoes yesterday, so that was good. But we did have a lot of storms producing small hail and also wind damage. So there is some cleanup to be done. All of the blue dots that were in Kentucky there and then went into areas of North Carolina, Virginia, that was probably the worst of it. And then hit and miss storms. In all, 121 severe weather reports. Today, I don't think it's going to be quite as bad. Those storms exited overnight through the Outer Banks. We have a few showers and storms that are dying off here in areas of Mississippi as they're trying to push into Alabama, but these will fire back up this afternoon. We only have a marginal risk today of severe weather, so I'm not expecting anything widespread, but if you are in central Mississippi, Alabama, or Georgia, over towards Savannah, you do have a chance of seeing at least isolated severe storms later on this afternoon. And then after sunset, we should expect some storms to pop up in areas from western Kansas right along the border of Colorado into Nebraska. Again, isolated at worst. And then Thursday, we take those storms and push them into the middle of the country. It's not a huge outbreak, but we'll have isolated strong storms, Oklahoma down towards Midland and Wichita Falls. And as far as flash flooding goes, we do have the potential to isolate it. It's been kind of wet in this region lately. So as we go throughout Thursday from areas from Colorado all the way down to northern New Mexico and then Oklahoma City, Tulsa, and the Little Rock, that area has been soaked as of late. So as far as the forecast goes, the heaviest rainfall totals will be in northern portions of Texas and Oklahoma, 2 to 3 inches, not widespread flash flooding or flooding for that matter, but we will see isolated. And as far as the forecast goes for today, a lot of warm temperatures, but you'll notice one exception. Northern New England and pushing down through New England. Temperatures highs today only in the 50s from Boston northwards. And tonight is going to be exceptionally chilly. Some areas will have frost and freeze tomorrow morning in New England. Yes. So when I was growing up as a kid, we always, Memorial Day weekend is when we always planted our garden. My grandparents had a big garden. And my grandmother had a rule. It was never before Memorial Day because of reasons like this.
And is this why you're a weather person now? Because your grandmother was so...
I was just an insane little second grader, and I was like, I want to do the weather. Right. Yes, that's a different story.
That's a different. We're not going to go that deep into that.
All right. Wow, dreams realized. Bill, thank you so much. See you in a little bit.
Coming up on Morning News Now, an American veteran now confirmed to have been killed in Ukraine. What we know about him and how officials around the globe are reacting.
Plus, we know that debt ceiling showdown on Capitol Hill is now forcing President Biden to cut his trip to Asia short, but he will still make an appearance at this year's G7 summit in Japan. How world leaders are reacting to America's looming debt crisis. Up next.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As the war in Ukraine rages on, the family of an American confirms he was killed in the fighting. He's been identified as U.S. military veteran Nick Mamer. You see him speaking in a video here. His aunt says that he was killed while in Ukraine. For more on this, we are joined by NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter, who is in Kyiv. So, Molly, first of all, what are we learning about Nick Mamer, and what are we hearing about from officials about this?
Yeah, Joe, good to be with you. A big picture, we have not received official confirmation from either U.S. officials here or the State Department. Joe, this has been really a problem, I should say, in the last 15 months. It is incredibly hard for U.S. officials to confirm any American deaths on the battlefield. We believe that Nicholas Mamer, he was 45 years old, from Boise, Idaho, was the 10th American to be killed in the last 15 months of this war. But what we're learning is from his family. So we spoke, a colleague of mine spoke with his aunt overnight who confirmed his passing. His uncle actually gave an interview to their hometown newspaper, Joe, and he talked about how this was a man who didn't let obstacles get in his way. He was very respected. He first joined the U.S. Army in 1996, and he has been in Ukraine since 2022. You just showed that Facebook video where he explained why he was here, and he wanted to use his military expertise for humanitarian needs, to train up civilians, to train up soldiers, and really to save lives, is what he said to his family and to his friends, Joe.
Molly, let's talk about what's happening on the battlefield. Ukraine says it has reclaimed a region of nearly 8 square miles in the eastern city of Bakhmut. What can you tell us about that push?
Yeah, Joe, and this doesn't sound like much, but you've got to remember the focus, the fiercest fighting has been over the bitterly contested eastern city of Bakhmut. And when you look at drone footage, actually our partners at Sky News obtained drone footage over the city. It is a shell of a city. So what they are fighting for is really the remains of a city that stood where Bakhmut was. But this is where the fighting has been. There's been very few gains that the Ukrainian military has reported. So 8 square miles, I think it's actually specifically kind of 7.7 square miles, is what they say their biggest military battlefield advancement in months, and they have done that just in the last few days. So they feel like they have the momentum right now. They are training troops, we know, around the clock, Joe, ahead of a possible counteroffensive. The other thing I do just want to note, Joe, of course, we spoke yesterday about the massive aerial blitz we saw overnight in the early hours of Tuesday. When you talk to Ukrainian officials, they say that is really what has changed in the last couple of weeks in the war, is the very intense missile attacks from the Russian military.
Let's also talk about diplomacy. This morning, a top Chinese envoy is in Kyiv for a second day of talks with Ukrainian officials. This is part of China's push for a political solution to the war. Do we know how those talks are going?
Joe, we don't. We have asked the Ukrainians, we have asked the Chinese. We have not received official confirmation or any kind of meeting readouts or any pictures that actually show that Special Representative Li Hui, he's the Special Representative for Eurasia. He was actually the former ambassador to Moscow just a couple of years ago, leaving that post. This is a man who knows Russia really well. He's a fluent Russian speaker, we have learned. And so he has apparently come to Kyiv for 2 days of meetings, you know, just as much as we do, basically, for meetings with officials, we can assume, in a bid for a peace plan in terms of mediating. This is a man who knows one side very well, so when you talk to Western analysts, there is some skepticism that he would really be a neutral player. Of course, China, a staunch ally of Russia. But interestingly, Joe, Secretary of State Tony Blinken was asked about a potential role for China in any kind of mediation process just a couple of weeks ago by the Washington Post. And he said, look, leaving the door open, a possible role for China as mediator could be very beneficial, were his words, Joe.
All right, Molly Hunter in Kyiv. Molly, thank you.
Now let's get back to President Biden's foreign trip, which is going to be cut short by the debt ceiling crisis. Today, Biden is heading to Japan, where he'll meet with world leaders at the G7 summit. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander is at the site of that meeting in Hiroshima, and he joins us now with the latest. Hi, Peter. Good morning. So tell us the focus of the G7 meeting and just how much of a shadow this debt ceiling crisis is casting.
Well, we'll detail more of the debt ceiling in a moment. Obviously, it does cast a shadow on this, impacting the back end of the president's trip to this region, no longer going to Papua New Guinea or to Australia as well. But certainly the focus of the next several days will be here in Hiroshima. This is the hometown of the Japanese prime minister. It is, of course, where the first atomic bomb struck, and the damage, the devastation here obviously maintains a lasting impact, not just on this community, but on the world. It's now a place where they support the message of peace. And so I think there really is going to be a lot of focus on the crisis taking place right now with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This is the second G7 summit since that war began there, and real concerns about Russia's threat of using nuclear weapons there in the future. And obviously Japan is in a position where it will try to alert its allies around the world, the seven of the world's biggest economies, that what's happening in Europe right now could also happen in the Indo-Pacific, with real concerns about China's military buildup in this region, certainly as it relates to the situation in Taiwan. Right now, North Korea, only a short distance away, has just continued to build up its arsenal of ballistic missiles capable of carrying nuclear weapons. So those are two of the key focuses that we will see. The issue of Ukraine and Russia, the issue of nuclear weapons, certainly high among the priorities as it relates to the conversation that they'll be focusing on here. Savannah?
And Peter, when it comes to this debt ceiling crisis, the possibility of the U.S. defaulting on these debts, are other nations, are other leaders at the G7 summit, are they concerned?
Well, it's obviously something that would have ripple effects, not just badly impacting the economy in the United States, but certainly impacting the global economy as well. The power of the dollar is king, and it would have wide-ranging impacts. We know that some of the negotiators from both the White House and Kevin McCarthy's side met late last night. They did, both President Biden and McCarthy, appear to express some optimism that they were making some progress on this, but there is a lot of ground still to cover here. One of the topics that's being debated right now is the issue of work requirements. We have heard from the Republican, the House Speaker McCarthy, saying in effect that it's a red line, that there must be be new work requirements for those who receive public assistance benefits right now. Democrats oppose that, so where they go from here will be key. But the president for months had said that he was not going to negotiate about hiking the debt ceiling, effectively about America's ability to pay the bills that have already been incurred in the past. But now he's, in a sense, doing just that. Even if the debt ceiling is raised, there will certainly have to be some spending cuts in the eyes of the Republicans for this to get resolved. Now just 14 days away from what they call that X date, when the U.S. would default on its debts. And consider the consequence of all of this. There is a real impact even as they near this date. With the president not going to Papua New Guinea, he will no longer be what would be the first ever U.S. president to go there. And it forces the cancellation separately of a trip to Australia for the Quad Summit. Here is the Prime Minister of Australia on the impact of all of it.
The blocking and disruption that's occurring in domestic politics in the United States with the debt ceiling issue means that because that has to be solved prior to the 1st of June, otherwise there are quite drastic consequences for the US economy, which will flow on to the global economy.
A major Australian newspaper today saying the Prime Minister's disappointment is President Xi's victory. Of course, it is the Chinese president who would only be happy to see a breakup of that scheduled summit that was supposed to take place in Australia. Back to you guys.
Peter, Alexander, thank you so much.
Let's take a look at what else is making headlines around the world, starting with severe floods in northern Italy.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, let's start here in Italy, where at least 3 people have died and 3 others at least are confirmed missing after several towns in the north of the country suffered severe flooding. At least 5,000 other people had to be evacuated and rescued as rivers broke their banks after days of heavy rain. The alert remains high in the region as more heavy rain and bad weather is expected. Now let's go to Melbourne, Australia, where at least 18 school children were rushed to the hospital after a horrific bus crash. The bus was carrying 45 students when it was hit from behind by a truck and rolled over. Their injuries included crushed limbs, forcing amputations, as well as head injuries, spinal injuries, and serious cuts. The truck driver has been charged with dangerous driving. And finally, let's head to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, where the shipwreck of the Titanic received a full-sized digital scan. The impressive 3D view of the entire ship was created using deep-sea mapping. Remotely controlled submarines spent more than 200 hours surveying the wreck and took more than 700,000 images from every angle to create an exact 3D reconstruction. The hope is that the highly precise image will help shed new light on what exactly happened on that tragic night back in 1912, guys.
We're still so fascinated by what happened more than 100 years ago.
I know.
Claudia,
Cool.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coming up, more technology, a closer look at artificial intelligence in medicine.
After the break, how AI is changing the way doctors detect colon cancer. Plus, the future of chatbots in healthcare. We will be right back.
begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back with this week's medical checkup, and we're looking at how effective artificial intelligence is for detecting certain cancers.
Plus, putting the new technology to the test and seeing how it does on the exam to become a doctor. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal is on set to break down these headlines. So let's start with AI here. We're going to talk about my alma mater, Northwestern. Doctors there using AI to better detect polyps during colonoscopies. This is, of course, so important because colon cancer is one of the toughest ones to identify. It's often too late. What can you tell us about it?
It's so cool. And so basically the background here, guys, is that colonoscopies are really good at detecting polyps, which can become cancer. The problem is they're not 100% perfect. Miss rates of polyps can be as high as 25%. So doctors have been searching for a way to increase that. How can we make sure that we don't miss polyps, which can turn into cancer? So they're turning to AI. This is FDA approved. This is something, by the way, that's available today. And at Northwestern is now the standard of care. So every patient starting June 1st who goes there can get this. And it's using AI during the colonoscopy, which could eventually decrease the colon cancer diagnosis by up to 40%. And so really the doctor's orders here, guys, are one, know the screening guidelines. It's for most people, it's going to be about the age of 45, depending on your personal or family history. It can be a little bit lower. And two, ask if AI is an option. It's not just Northwestern. Places around the country are starting to use this. It's FDA approved, and it can really, really help, detect future cancers.
That's interesting that you can just start asking if AI can be involved in your doctor's appointments.
We talk all the time about AI and future. This is something available today, FDA approved at many centers across the country.
Wow. Okay, so the other thing, though, is, AI is getting so smart. And I know that in order to be a doctor, you know better than we do, but the tests and the studying that goes into it, but apparently ChatGPT passed the radiology board exam with flying colors. What does this mean for the future of medicine?
It's the radiology board exam. It's the medical licensing exam. This is something we study years and years and years for. So imagine our reaction when we see ChatGPT is just passing this thing. But for the radiology exam, it scored as high as an 81% in certain categories. But the problem is, one on the radiology board exam, for those who don't know, radiology is the field where you just look, you look at CT scans and X-rays and you read them. The board exam, it's not really measuring how well you can read the scans. It's more of just a written exam. And so that's kind of the issue here. There's too many little incorrect responses that make this too dangerous to use in practice. And so the doctor's orders, guys, we see this a lot now coming up. People are coming into us saying, I put my symptoms in a ChatGPT.
Oh, gosh.
Here's what it told me. So really the doctor's orders. Don't replace your doctor with ChatGPT yet. And I'm not just saying this because I want to keep the lights on. I'm saying this because there is, it's not validated as a doctor, of course. If you have a rash for 3 weeks, don't just rely on ChatGPT. Make sure you bring it to your doctor's attention.
Interactive WebMD, that's where.
Plus, you have better bedside manner. Let's quickly here talk about CPR, which can double, even triple your chance of surviving cardiac arrest. How hard is it to learn CPR, and how young should you do it?
So now the American Heart Association has new guidelines out that children as young as 4 years old, down from about 9 to 10, what they were saying earlier, can start to learn the importance of CPR. And this is as simple as learning when to call 911, learning how to practice hand rhythm in chest compressions, which they can start to learn about 9 to 10 years old, actually doing the compressions. So the doctor's orders here, guys, is a really cool movement now called hands-only CPR, because they find that some people don't want to do CPR because they're afraid of mouth-to-mouth. So hands-only CPR, it's 2 steps to save a life. Ready? First one, call 911. Second, hands just like this, one over the other, place it on the center of the chest, and you want to push as hard as and fast as you can, about 100 to 120 beats per minute. It's the same beat as Staying Alive, Hips Don't Lie by Shakira, and Crazy in Love by Beyonce. All of those songs work.
All the genres.
Yeah, we've got you covered. You got to know one of those. Dr. Syal, really good information as always. Thank you so much.
Anytime.
Coming up, an exclusive one-on-one with billionaire Elon Musk.
CNBC's David Faber got the tech titans' take on Tesla, Twitter, and those controversial tweets that have some advertisers pulling the plug on the site. This is Morning News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
storm
like.
zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are. Extreme weather tonight on both the West Coast and the East Coast.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
Peak flu season is almost here. How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Some more breaking news. We're live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Welcome back. Tesla CEO Elon Musk never shies away from causing controversy or just talking about it. And that was the case when he sat down with CNBC anchor David Faber for a wide-ranging interview.
We want to start off with Musk's reaction when he was asked about conspiracy theories. Take a listen.
You do some tweets that seem to be, or at least give support to some who would call others conspiracy theories.
Well, yes, but I mean, honestly, you know, some of these conspiracy theories have turned out to be true. You know, I'm reminded of there's a scene in The Princess Bride. Great movie. And he says, offer me money, offer me power. I don't care. I'll say what I want to say, and if the consequence of that is losing money, so be it.
You might remember Musk made waves shortly after buying Twitter by demanding workers either return to the office or resign. Here's more of him talking about that.
I'm a big believer that people are more productive when they're in person, and really, man, and the whole sort of work from home thing, it's like, I think it's, look, there are some exceptions, but I kind of think that the whole notion of work from home is a bit like the fake Marie Antoinette quote, "Let them eat cake." Mm-hmm. It's like really, you're going to work from home and you're going to make everyone else who made your car come work in the factory. You're going to make the people who make your food that gets delivered that they can't work from home. The people that come fix your house, they can't work from home, but you can? Does that seem morally right? That's messed up.
You see it as a moral issue?
Yes.
I mean, I see it more as just
it's a productivity issue, but it's also a moral issue.
Our thanks to David Faber for that interview, and for more of David's nearly 1 hour conversation with Musk, including his political views, his involvement in the early days of OpenAI, and why he thinks the next year will be a rough one for Tesla, you can head over to CNBC.com.
Well, let's stay in the tech world. The man responsible for bringing ChatGPT to the forefront appeared before Congress yesterday to warn senators about the possible dangers artificial intelligence could bring in the future. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman called on the panel to impose more regulations on the rapidly growing technology. This comes as Microsoft continues to integrate artificial intelligence into its software. Its CEO Satya Nadella sat down with Andrew Ross Sorkin as part of our ongoing series, AI Revolution.
There's been a lot of people talking about AI and the potential for AI for a very long time.
When do you think you realized the moment at which you said, okay, this is not just a pipe dream anymore, this is real?
Yeah, a couple of moments. So the first time it started showing, I'll call it emergent qualities, right? When it learned to code, when it was not trained specifically, that's when I felt like, wow, this is different.
Different in that generative AI essentially learns and increases its own capability, which has some worried it could surpass human intelligence. That leaves CEOs like Microsoft's Satya Nadella grappling with the balance of business and responsibility. There is a big question about whether all of this is moving too fast. What do you think?
The way I think about this is the following. A lot of technology, a lot of AI is already there at scale, right? Every news feed, every sort of social media feed, search as we know of it before chat plus search, they're all on AI. I describe them as the autopilot era. So in an interesting way, we're moving from the autopilot era of AI to co-pilot era of AI. So if anything, I feel, yes, it's moving fast, but moving fast in the right direction.
Microsoft has invested billions in OpenAI, whose ChatGPT rocketed through the tech world since its release last fall. AI's ability to write content, help people code, and generate disinformation has raised alarms in Washington.
And now, for some introductory remarks.
Too often, we have seen what happens when technology outpaces regulation.
In a hearing on Capitol Hill today, Senator Richard Blumenthal used a voice cloning AI program to deliver remarks that he says were written by ChatGPT to share his concerns.
My worst fears are that we, the field, the technology, the industry, cause significant harm to the world.
OpenAI's CEO Sam Altman was there, calling on Congress to create new safety standards, even a new government agency to oversee AI companies.
We think that regulatory intervention by governments will be critical.
Nadella also says regulation is needed, but that companies do not need to wait for the government to step in. What scares you about this?
A couple of different things. In fact, what scares me the most is what I'll call it societal choices do we make. We definitely want the benefits of this technology, and we want to mitigate the unintended consequences.
But Nadella also sees the potential.
Steve Jobs had this beautiful, beautiful line, right, which is computers are like the bicycles for the mind. We now have an upgrade. We have a steam engine for the mind.
Our thanks to Andrew Ross Sorkin for that report, that interview. The hearing exposed a divide in opinions on tech giants, on the government's involvement in overseeing AI. In an interview with NBC's Meet the Press on Sunday, former Google CEO Eric Schmidt stated there's no way a non-industry person can understand what is possible.
Financial headlines now. We've got new numbers on the costly impact of the emergency rescue of Credit Suisse back in March.
NBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with that and more other money news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Joe, good morning to you. So, yeah, UBS expects a financial hit of about $17 billion from its takeover of rival Credit Suisse, which collapsed in March. Now, that includes $4 billion in potential legal and regulatory costs. But UBS estimates that it will book a one-time gain for buying the bank for a fraction of its value, and that cushion could help absorb potential losses. UBS says it was rushed into the deal in a shotgun merger engineered by the Swiss government. Google will start deleting accounts that have been inactive for 2 years in December, and this is in a bid to prevent security threats. Now, the company might delete the account and content across all apps, including Gmail, Docs, Drive, and Calendar, as well as YouTube and Google Photos. Now, the policy change, though, is only applicable to personal accounts and not those for organizations like schools or businesses. Indiana Jones is coming to Disney+. Now, the first 4 movies in the long-running franchise haven't been available on the streaming service in the past, and that's due to a deal between Disney and Paramount that split distribution rights. Now, ahead of the release of Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny on June 30th, the other films will be available to stream starting May 31st. And you can still watch the movies on Paramount Plus, guys.
So you don't have to do
I've got
those.
Disney Plus, so I'm excited.
Exactly, and you don't have to do those theater marathons anymore to sort of prepare yourself.
Right.
You can just do it at home.
Those are fun. Oh, gosh, I haven't seen that in a long time. Should rewatch.
There you go.
There we go.
Do it soon. All right. Thanks, Savannah. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Coming up, we're once again flipping the script. This time we're heading back over to Broadway.
That's where diversity is taking the spotlight with Broadway's first play written by a Native American female writer. I'm going to introduce you to her next.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Welcome back. Well, a massive world tour just wasn't enough for Beyonce this year. She just teased that she's launching a big new business venture. It looks like it's a hair care line. Now, Beyonce is, of course, known for her gorgeous hair, and now it looks like she could be letting fans in on her secrets to success. She shared a teaser on her Instagram where she talked about her first job. Get this. It was actually sweeping hair at her mom Tina's salon, and the band, of course, that she was a part of, Destiny's Child, actually performed for clients while they got their hair done. She wrote about her mom in her caption saying, quote, "Having learned so much on my hair journey, I've always dreamed of carrying on her legacy." What a cool full circle little anecdote there for this business.
Yeah, it's great to bring that all full circle, and I'm eager to see. Everyone can soon have Beyonce hair, right?
Exactly.
All right.
Let's hope.
Thanks, Savannah. Thanks, Savannah. Now to our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on screen, on stage, and behind the scenes, shining a spotlight on diversity. Enter Larissa Fasthorse. Last month, the playwright made history, becoming only the second Native American writer and the first Native American woman playwright to bring a show to Broadway. It is a critically acclaimed comedy called The Thanksgiving Play. Fasthorse is currently in South Dakota working on her next project, but she took a little time to chat with us from a car.
So we're four white people doing a culturally sensitive first Thanksgiving play for Native American Heritage Month.
As best and simply as you can, how do you describe the plot of the Thanksgiving play?
Four people trying so hard to do everything right that they get it all wrong.
This is four white people trying to put on a Thanksgiving play.
Yes, for Native American Heritage Month, and they're trying to hit all of those things. However, they're trying to do it without any Native American people in the room. To be clear, they wanted Native American people in the room, and they really mean well, but well-meaning isn't ever enough.
Those four people are played by four well-known actors, TV stars Darcy Carden, Scott Foley, and Chris Sullivan, and two-time Tony winner Katie Finneran.
Help her recover from the false value placed on her sexuality, because I've taken that journey.
It's an understatement to say this is a satire, right?
Yeah, but you know what? I'm really clear that it's definitely a comedy within a satire. There's absolutely satire in it, but there's a lot of comedy that I put in intentionally because I call that the sugar that helps the medicine go down, right?
So I had to take a bus. Have you ever taken a bus?
I want people to feel invited into the conversation. I want people to feel, unsettled and questioning why they weren't taught a lot of the truths and in history that we learn about during the play about Thanksgiving. And I want people to ask why. Why didn't I know these things? Why haven't I thought about these things before? Why wasn't I taught these things? And then I want them to go find some answers and to start making some change. And I want them to be invited into that conversation.
This idea from some that they don't want kids to learn about hard histories because it might make them feel like there's racism out there. What do you make of that?
We have to know things about each other. I mean, how can you possibly understand another person if you don't understand who they are, where they came from, how we are both related? I mean, ignorance and hiding truth and hiding facts just isn't a way to get there.
We need to get our creative juices flowing.
I know this play has been seen in other cities around the country. How does it feel to bring it to Broadway?
It's a goal I've had since I started playwriting, is I wanted to be the first Native American woman on Broadway, and I'm very fortunate to have been here after the great Lynn Riggs, who was the first Native playwright on Broadway, but that was the beginning of the last century. So that's a little concerning that it's taken I hope it's not another century before we have another Native playwright on Broadway. I put a lot of pressure on myself just to make sure it goes well and that the door is wide open and that folks are not just able to get through the door into Broadway, Native folks, but that they're also feeling like it's a place for them.
What do you think needs to be done to make sure it's not another century, that we are telling more Native American stories on Broadway and really just in entertainment in general?
The reason I wrote this play was because of casting, because I was told that there weren't Native American actors that could be on the big stages. We need to get past that. Reservation Dogs, Rutherford Falls, a lot of great shows have showed us that there are incredible Native actors out there. And so theater needs to catch up with that and be able to hire Native folks and have them on their stages. And I think that's going to be a big thing that has to change so that more Native folks don't have to write an all-white play to be able to get on Broadway.
Fast Horse is busy these days with 7 plays hitting stages around the country this year. She hopes the next show she brings to Broadway does feature Native American actors. As for the Thanksgiving play, you can check it out now at the Helen Hayes Theater here in New York. I saw it just before it opened. It is so funny. It is just hilarious.
The amount of shows that you are able to fit in with as much as you work and the time that we get up just amazes me. But I love that I get the early reviews.
If you need a recommendation. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, the pressure is on. In just over 2 weeks, the nation could start running out of money to pay its bills. President Biden and congressional leaders have yet to reach a deal on the debt ceiling. The negotiations now forcing President Biden to cancel part of his upcoming foreign trip. But the latest on the talks and what this could mean for your wallet. Beyond the border, the migrant crisis along the southern border has become a growing problem across the nation. Migrants are heading north to big cities that are now running out of room and resources. The struggles those major meccas are now facing as they try to house migrants who entered the U.S. thousands of miles away. Case solved. The girl who was reported missing nearly 6 years ago has been found thanks to someone who recognized her in a Netflix documentary. What we're learning about the case and how that eagle-eyed viewer was able to make the connection. Plus, history by the bottle. There is a new vineyard in Oregon's wine region, and it is breaking barriers. We're going to introduce you to the first Korean-American winemakers in the state. How they're celebrating their heritage with every bottle they make. And now I want a glass of wine for breakfast.
Don't you love when our show does that?
Exactly.
Wine, burgers, Taco Bell. I want it all after
We'll do
the
it
show.
all, exactly. We'll bring you that in a little bit. We are, of course, going to begin this hour with the gridlock in Washington over the debt ceiling. There is an optimistic tone this morning that a deal can be reached to avert a potentially crippling default next month.
President Biden, Vice President Harris, and top congressional leaders met yesterday at the White House with just over 2 weeks to go until the Treasury says the U.S. will run out of money to pay its bills. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake has the latest.
With time running out, the president is canceling part of his planned trip to Asia to deal with the crisis here at home. But there are some new signs of progress this morning, including the newly appointed negotiators from the White House and the Speaker's office meeting late last night to try to get to a deal.
We're just getting started.
With the clock ticking towards potential catastrophe, no deal yet between President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy over the nation's debt limit.
There's still work to do.
But Tuesday's White House meeting between the president and congressional leaders may have broken new ground.
There's an overwhelming consensus, I think, in today's meeting, the congressional leaders, that defaulting on the debt is simply not an option.
It is possible to get a deal by the end of the week. It's not that difficult to get to an agreement.
For the first time, Democratic leaders are conceding a bipartisan compromise will be needed to break the impasse, likely combining an increase in the nation's borrowing limit with spending cuts.
We all agreed that the only path forward is to reach a bipartisan agreement anchored in common ground.
That means a so-called clean debt limit increase with no spending cuts attached, favored by the president and Democrats, is now off the table. The White House says President Biden has appointed 2 top aides to lead negotiations with the House Speaker's team. While the president will depart for the G7 summit in Japan today as scheduled, he'll cut his overseas trip short, skipping a planned summit in Australia, returning to Washington Sunday to deal with the crisis. Because the global financial system relies on the dollar, economists say damage from even a short-term default could be disastrous. With the government unable to pay its bills, Social Security checks, tax refunds, and veterans benefits could all be delayed. Interest rates would spike, and if the market takes a big hit, as expected, the value of your retirement account could plummet. In the 2011 standoff over the debt ceiling, stocks plunged 20%, and the U.S. credit rating was downgraded for the first time in history. And that's when Congress passed a debt ceiling increase on the very last available day. Now, Treasury Secretary Yellen said yesterday that they are already seeing the impacts of brinksmanship, her words, on the markets this time. She's watching for hits to things like business confidence and borrowing costs as these negotiations drag out, the costs of inaction already apparent.
All right, Garrett, thank you.
Well, overnight, North Carolina joined the growing list of states with strict abortion bans. Republican leaders there voted for a 12-week abortion ban, overriding a veto from the state's governor just days earlier. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the details.
Hey there. In the wake of the overturning of Roe v. Wade, North Carolina has been considered a safe haven by some women seeking an abortion in the South. But now the landscape is shifting for them yet again, with new obstacles making it more difficult to get the procedure.
Overnight, U.S. abortion access facing another major shift as one of the remaining southern states to allow abortions tightens restrictions. Late protests in the North Carolina Capitol after the state banned the procedure after 12 weeks. The Democratic Governor Roy Cooper vetoed the new ban and went on the road trying to persuade others to join his side. But a united Republican Party voted to override him.
The people of the state are just family values, conservative people.
Supporters say the bill's a compromise, since according to the CDC, over 90% of abortions take place before 20 weeks. And it allows for cases of rape, incest, and health of the mother. But it includes more restrictions for those seeking abortions, like mandated doctor's visits and more regulations for clinics.
With all the restrictions, it's going to really limit access to abortion at all.
Governor Cooper saying overnight, quote, several Republican lawmakers broke their promises to protect women's reproductive freedom. It's all part of the changing landscape for abortion access across the country since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade last year, as many southern and some Midwestern states have banned abortions entirely, or under 6 weeks. North Carolina was one of the only southern states with lighter restrictions. After the Roe decision, the state had an increase in the number of abortions provided, suggesting that women from surrounding states may have traveled there, according to a nonprofit that supports abortion access.
This is about making sure that politicians stay out of my family decisions, out of my doctor's offices.
And it comes as 2 other states are considering changing access this week. South Carolina is locked in a fierce fight over banning abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy. And overnight, Republicans in Nebraska moved a 12-week abortion ban forward.
Now, of course, abortion will remain in the spotlight at the center of political debate as we head into the 2024 election. And the Republican frontrunner, former President Trump, has been under pressure to say whether he would sign a national abortion ban, so far refusing to answer the question directly. Back to you.
All right, Stephanie Goss, thank you so much.
Now to Ukraine, where amid intense new Russian airstrikes, we're now learning that an American military veteran has died in the fighting. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us from Kyiv with that story. Molly, good morning.
Joe, good morning. That's right. Very sad news confirmed by his family. 45-year-old Nicholas Mamer is one of at least 10 confirmed Americans who have been killed since the war started here in Ukraine. This, as Ukraine says they have the momentum around that eastern city of Bakhmut.
This morning, the grim confirmation that another American has died fighting in Ukraine. Overnight, Nicholas Mamer's aunt, Sherry Mamer, confirmed to NBC News the 45-year-old veteran from Boise, Idaho, passed away. Yesterday, a video posted by a pro-Russian blogger on Telegram shows Wagner mercenary chief Yevgeny Prigozhin standing over what he says is a dead American soldier in Bakhmut. The group posting an Idaho driver's license and what appear to be genuine U.S. documents for Nicholas Mamer. The U.S. State Department said they were aware of the report but offered no official confirmation. Mamer's family says he was a decorated veteran. His service record obtained by NBC News shows he joined the U.S. Army in 1996. Mamer traveled to Ukraine in 2022, posting this update.
And I'm putting together a training program for the territorial defense, and that is going to allow me to hopefully save some lives.
The fiercest fighting today over the ruins of what was once the eastern city of Bakhmut. The Ukrainians say they have recaptured nearly 8 square miles in the last few days. Overnight, President Zelensky trying to capitalize on the momentum with European allies.
That we, in unity, will give 100% in any field when we have a goal to protect our people and our Europe.
Meanwhile, as the fighting shows no signs of letting up, the CIA sensing an opportunity inside Russia, where privately some may disagree with the 15-month-old war. Yesterday, the agency posting a dramatic video aimed at recruiting Russians. People around you may not want to hear the truth, the video says, but we do. Coming back to Kyiv, possible big news here. So Chinese Special Representative Li Hui is expected to be in town for meetings. With who, we don't exactly know. We've asked the Ukrainians and asked the Chinese for official conversations, confirmation of those official conversations. We have not seen any pictures. Of course, Joe, China is a staunch ally of Russia, but Secretary of State Blinken was actually asked about a possible role for China in mediation or mediating between Russia and Ukraine just a couple of weeks ago. And his words said it could be very beneficial. So leaving the door open, and we will certainly keep an eye out for any news on that today. Joe?
All right, Molly Hunter in Kyiv. Molly, thank you.
And turning now to new developments in that mass shooting in New Mexico. Police have identified a teenager as the gunman who killed 3 senior citizens Monday in an attack that authorities say appears to be completely random. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin has the latest.
Hey there. Once the first shots were fired inside the close-knit community of Farmington, New Mexico, police say hundreds called 911. Neighbors pointed first responders in the direction of the attack. Multiple agencies answered the call, including 3 officers who responded during their lunch hour without body armor. Absent that collective effort, police say this could have been so much worse.
In New Mexico, new details about America's latest teenage mass shooter.
I have eyes on the suspect. He's walking south. He's wearing all black.
Late Tuesday, police identified the suspect as Bo Wilson, an 18-year-old high school student. Seen here moments before being shot dead by police, following a murderous and apparently random shooting rampage that killed 3 elderly women and wounded at least 6, including 2 police officers.
The amount of violence and brutality that these innocent people faced is something that is unconscionable to me.
Police say Wilson opened fire on a Farmington, New Mexico neighborhood, blowing out car windows and shooting up random homes.
He was just shooting indiscriminately, houses, cars, people.
Police say first shots were fired at 10:56 in the morning. About 10 minutes later, police shot the gunman dead, having been armed with at least 3 different weapons, including an assault-style rifle. Police say he'd purchased one of the weapons legally last year. The rest belonged to a family member.
He got them from a family member. And by got them, that's a loose interpretation of the word.
All of the victims shot in their cars. Among those lost, 79-year-old Shirley Vojta, a mother of 5 and retired school nurse who'd been married for 57 years.
Just pillars of the community.
97-year-old Gwendolyn Schofield died alongside her 73-year-old daughter, Melody. Family member and state representative Mark Duncan tells NBC News they were women of faith.
It's a horrible thing when tragedy hits, and I can tell you that Aunt Melody would probably be the first one that put her arms around that young man as he lost his life.
We're also learning more about the suspect's past. Police say he did have minor infractions as a juvenile, but nothing that would rise to the level of a serious crime. Court documents show his parents filed for divorce last year, and police say people who knew him had concerns for his mental health. Back to you.
Heartbreaking details, Erin. Thank you so much.
Now to the emergency at the border. Every day, busloads of migrants are arriving in sanctuary cities, and officials are struggling to find space and resources for them. It's causing a strain on cities big and small. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the story.
We're roughly 2,000 miles from the southern border, but this city and others like it are feeling the impact of the immigration debate. This county is now suing to keep migrants out, but not before some were already bused to this hotel. This morning, the ongoing migrant influx is being felt far beyond the southern border. Just hours ago, 2 buses carrying nearly 100 migrants arrived in New York City from Laredo, Texas, while from Chicago and Philadelphia to Denver and Pittsburgh, shelters are being stretched thin in cities from coast to coast. Illegal border crossings have actually dropped each day since the COVID border restriction known as Title 42 expired last week. But with border processing centers slammed, newly released court documents reveal more than 6,400 migrants were released into the U.S. last Thursday and Friday. In Chicago, there are now pop-up showers for migrants living in police stations.
They have not showered for probably from 5 days to almost 2 weeks.
While in New York City, parents and even students are protesting a new plan to temporarily house asylum seekers in school gyms. What worries you most?
I don't know these people. Why can't they send them someplace else?
New York City Mayor Eric Adams says there's just no room anywhere else. We spoke with this woman who's been living at an emergency shelter near Times Square for 4 months. How long do you expect to be here? I'm just trying to save up a little more money to be able to find another place to go, she tells us. The mayor is blasting the Biden administration for not doing more.
We're not getting the support that we deserve here in New York City.
The immigration debate now spilling into the suburbs, too. Orange County, New York, granted a temporary restraining order, stopping more migrants from being bused to local hotels for now. The county executive says homeless veterans were pushed out of hotel housing early to make way.
The 20 veterans that were displaced, that is really sends a bad message.
You can't just drop a bombshell on them and kick them back out to the streets. Leave the veterans alone.
Neighboring Rockland County is also sued to keep migrants out, so we expect court battles over the coming weeks. Meanwhile, New York City budget officials estimate that housing and caring for migrants will cost taxpayers more than $4 billion by next year. Back to you.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much. If you're in New England, time to cover those plants or bring them inside. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is here with the Morning News Now weather.
That's right. We heard it's frosty. Hey, Bill.
Yeah, it will be. So you guys like it when I ask you questions, right?
Yeah.
Always, because we do so well.
Yeah.
Okay, so when was the last time we had significant rainfall in not just New York City, but in the Northeast? You know how long? Can you think back?
Well, didn't
New
we have
York,
some a couple
weeks ago?
Yeah.
A couple weeks ago. Very good. It was 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
Yes, it was about 2 weeks and about 2 days that we actually had significant rain, but it hasn't really rained since then.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's not good. You kind of like the frequency to increase a little bit more than that, and for that reason, we actually have red flag warnings up for areas of New England, portions of New Jersey too, because things have gotten very dry very quickly, and the humidity is so low today. I mean, you'll feel it when you go outside. And here's the forecast over the next 7 days. You'll notice that we have 0 rainfall in the New York City area, Jersey, Washington, D.C., and Richmond. So it's only going to get worse. There's a chance for some rain Saturday afternoon and evening with some coastal moisture coming up. It may clip Long Island and Rhode Island and the Boston area, but that's not even guaranteed. So if that doesn't happen, some areas could go 3.5 weeks without rainfall at least in New England. And that's pretty rare. It doesn't happen very often. Usually the frequency of rain's a lot more often than that. So with this dry air that's moving in, it's also chilly too for this time of year. You may love it. Roll the windows down in the car, probably feels good. Temperatures in the 50s and the 60s during the day today. So that's, we call it free air. You can just open up the windows in the house. It's fantastic. 60 in Detroit, Pittsburgh at 63. But tonight, before you go to bed, make sure you slam the windows shut because it is going to get cold with the clear skies and pretty much a calm wind. Temperatures are going to get down to 28 degrees in Binghamton, which should be a record low. We're going to be in the 30s in the Hudson Valley, 42 as far south as Philadelphia. So a lot of people will be waking up in the night and probably turning their heat on in their houses too. And then as far as frost and freeze goes, a lot of people hopefully haven't planted their tomatoes and things like that outdoors yet. But if you have, make sure you cover them up. Freeze watches are up for much of Pennsylvania, New York, and areas of the West. And the opposite of all of this is the Pacific Northwest, who just got done with an epic May heat wave. Seattle 4 days in a row over the weekend, going into the weekend and coming out of it, record highs. Portland, for the first time ever in May, had 4 90-degree days in a row. And it hasn't really cooled off much. Portland back up to 90 today. That's 22 degrees warmer than it should be. So that's like way, way above where we should. That's like midsummer heat wave. Medford 93. And it's not like it's going to really give up either. It's going to stay very warm, not just the coastal areas, but even interior. Boise up to 90 on Saturday. Portland's going to stay in the 80s too. So the Pacific Northwest, I don't know. This, you never know. This could be warmer than the summer in the Pacific Northwest.
They don't like that weather in the summer. I've lived in Seattle, so to have it this time of year is unreal.
Yeah.
All right.
Also, gentlemen, I like both of your pink. Thanks for participating.
You know something? I picked out a different tie, and then I looked at my calendar. I said it's Wednesday. I go, oh no, ran back upstairs and got it for you.
Is that true?
Yes.
Love you, Bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill.
Coming up, researchers are now warning artificial intelligence is starting to show signs of human reasoning.
What could go wrong? Now the creator behind AI is calling for the government to start regulating the technology. His message to lawmakers next. You're watching Morning News Now.
everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
We are back with an urgent push by the man who helped create ChatGPT. Of course, that's the artificial intelligence program that is sweeping the world. Well, he wants to see lawmakers regulate AI as fast as possible. This comes as the New York Times reports that researchers at Microsoft believe AI is showing signs of human reasoning. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now from Washington, D.C. with the latest on this. Tom, it feels like every day we have a concerning headline in terms of AI. Tell us the latest here.
You're right. And Sam Altman says AI could be as revolutionary as the printing press was, but given that it's evolving by the minute, it could prove to be destructive and devastating for humanity. He and other AI execs want Congress to write new AI laws, license and regulate it, just as nuclear energy and clean water are regulated. Underscoring the promise and peril posed by artificial intelligence.
We have seen what happens when technology outpaces regulation.
Tuesday's Senate hearing started with a voice that sounded like Senator Richard Blumenthal, but wasn't.
That voice was not mine. The audio was an AI voice cloning software trained on my floor speeches.
The words written by AI program ChatGPT. The man behind ChatGPT, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, is now pleading with Congress to regulate AI before it's too late.
My worst fears are that we, the field, the technology, the industry, cause significant harm to the world. If this technology goes wrong, it can go quite wrong.
AI's peril is far more than stealing a singer's voice and composing a new song or drafting love letters and college essays. Researchers warn it could create counterfeit humans, steal identities, spread fake news and medical advice, undermine elections, democracies, even start wars. And there is wide agreement that humans could soon start losing their jobs to AI.
How do we find meaning in life if the AI could do your job better than you can?
Billionaire Elon Musk, who helped fund OpenAI, is among hundreds of tech leaders calling for the industry to hit pause. Last night, he talked exclusively to CNBC's David Faber.
There's a strong probability that it will make life much better, and there's some chance that it goes wrong and destroys humanity. Hopefully that chance is small, but it's not zero.
For years, Hollywood has envisioned a dark future controlled by computers.
What am I?
While iRobot may be extreme, the man known as the godfather of AI, Dr. Jeffrey Hinton, recently left his job at Google to issue a stark warning.
I think it's possible that people are just passing phase in the evolution of intelligence.
People are a passing phase. In other words, computers will take over.
Yes, that's possible.
An existential threat to all of us. Think about what this means. We now have the top leaders of AI saying, regulate us, please, before this gets crazy. And there is growing bipartisan agreement in Congress that AI needs to be regulated. But, you guys, the U.S. is far behind Europe, where new AI guardrail laws are moving towards passage. For example, riskier apps would face tougher oversight. The EU laws would move to protect children from manipulation, ban scoring people based on the behavior, and ban remote facial recognition, for example, in a grocery store.
Oh, wow. Tom, it's something when you see a CEO like that, not necessarily just on the defensive in a setting like that, actually asking for help, asking for more from lawmakers. It really says something. Tom Costello, thank you so much.
You bet.
Republican voters in Kentucky have picked the state's Attorney General, Daniel Cameron, as their nominee for governor.
Cameron, who was endorsed by former President Trump, beat rivals, including former UN Ambassador Kelly Craft and Agriculture Commissioner Ryan Quarles. In many ways, the race was seen as a test of Trump's influence ahead of 2024.
Cameron's victory now sets him up to face off against incumbent Democratic Governor Andy Beshear in November. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from Lexington, Kentucky, with the latest. latest. So, Dasha, Cameron blew away the competition. It was a large field, but he's been the front runner since announcing his bid last year. He secured that early endorsement from Trump. Walk us through what this win means and what it says about Trump's influence over Republican voters right now.
Well, look, Joe, one of the reasons we've been watching this race nationally is because it has been sort of an early bellwether, a test for the Republican Party about what wins out with voters. And look, Cameron is well known in the state as the state's attorney general, but that Trump endorsement is something that he put front and center in this race. All of his ads talked about it. He was constantly touting it on the campaign trail. And he took a lot of incoming from his opponents, particularly Kelly Craft, who spent a lot of her own money. She's a wealthy candidate. She spent a lot of ad dollars attacking Cameron, and still he came out well on top, which does indicate that Donald Trump, the former president, still has a lot of power with primary voters, right? That is a big key factor here. We're talking about primary voters. What does that endorsement mean in the general? Will it help or hurt? That's the big question, guys.
So this was hurdle number one, but of course the big one here is going to be unseating a popular incumbent governor. That is a hard thing to do. What are some of Cameron's advantages here? Are there any, and how are voters feeling about him going up against the current governor, Andy Beshear?
Well, you said it there, Savannah. Beshear is incredibly popular. He's led the state through several tough moments, the pandemic, tornadoes, that shooting recently where he lost a close friend of his as well. So he has a lot of popularity. It's going to be a tough, tight race. I imagine a lot more money will be spent here. I want you to hear from one of the voters we talked to yesterday who kind of laid the groundwork about what this is going to look like. Take a listen.
He's young. I like his morals. He's got that swag to him, and I really like him. And the Beshears are similar to like a Kentucky version of the Kennedys. Oh, I got the last name, so I'm going to run.
Similar to a Kentucky version of the Kennedys. Look, they have a lot of sway here and a lot of name recognition. And as I said, quite a popular governor here. So it's going to be an important one to watch. And again, that Trump endorsement that was so critical to winning the primary. We saw this in the midterms, right? A lot of Trump's endorsed candidates got through the primary, then got to the general election and lost. So we'll see if history repeats itself here, guys.
Dasha, while we have you, we want to ask you about another race there in Kentucky. The Secretary of State, Michael Adams, did win the primary and a chance to secure a second term. He beat out two candidates who did campaign on voter fraud claims. So what can you tell us about this one?
Well, look, this says something pretty important. I think it says that campaigning on looking back, campaigning on election denialism might not be as fruitful as some Republican candidates may think. And look, the Secretary of State here said, I am not going to give in to this. I might lose my job over it, but I'm not going to give in to this kind of conspiracy theory, and ultimately came out on top. So that might be a bit of a flag, a bit of a signal to others that might be thinking about campaigning on these sorts of issues, guys.
All right. Dasha Burns in Lexington. Dasha, thank you so much.
Thank you. Now for what is making international headlines this morning. Police are now launching a full investigation into the deadly hostile fire in New Zealand.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga joined us from Rome with that and other world headlines. Claudia, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, a day after a fire ripped through a hostel in the city of Wellington, the police has started a homicide inquiry as it believes it may have been arson. And now the police is not saying why they believe the fire was deliberately lit, and nobody has been arrested yet. But the investigation is ongoing. In the meantime, several people remain missing, raising fears that the death toll may climb. Let's go to North Korea, where the leader Kim Jong-un paid a visit to an aerospace facility to take a look at a military spy satellite expected to be launched in the near future. According to the Korean Central News Agency, Kim Jong-un described space-based reconnaissance as crucial for countering the U.S. and South Korea. North Korea has not disclosed the target date for the launch, but it's expected to take place in the next few weeks. And let's end this short tour of the world on top of the world, Mount Everest. According to a government official in Nepal, on Wednesday, a Sherpa scaled the 29,000-foot mountain for a record 27th time. Sherpas are local climbers who make a living guiding foreign clients up Everest and other mountains, but Everest remains a dangerous and deadly mountain. At least 320 people are known to have lost their lives while trying to climb it, guys.
All right, congrats to that Sherpa, though.
27 climbs. Wow, just incredible. Claudio, thank you.
Coming up, growing concerns about the higher mortality rate among Black Americans. New research shows there have been nearly 2 million early deaths among Black Americans over the last 20 years. So what's behind the high death rate and what doctors say can be done about it? Next.
Plus, unsolved mystery no more. Get this, a missing girl found after someone recognized her from a Netflix series. What we know about the case and how she was tracked down in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle, Guatemala City,
from Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas, from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
We are back with an alarming new study that is shedding new light on the racial disparity between Black and white Americans.
According to a report published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, higher mortality rate among Black Americans led to nearly 2 million excessive deaths, that's what they're called, over the last 2 decades. Those early deaths ultimately led to the loss of more than 80 million years of life.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Uche Blackstock joins us now to help break down this story. She's also an emergency medicine physician and the CEO of Advancing Health Equity. Doctor, good to have you with us. So first of all, why are we seeing such a large number of excessive deaths? Did COVID play any role in this?
Hi, Joe and Savannah. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you so much for reviewing this important article. So yes, COVID definitely had something to do with it, especially the first year of COVID. But even before that, the differences in mortality rate between white and Black Americans was decreasing significantly after some improvement in the late 90s. And so what we're seeing is there are multiple factors. They're all related to what we call the social determinants of health, related to access to affordable housing, quality education, gainful employment, access to green space and healthy food. All of those are impacted by systemic racism, and we're seeing how that manifests in the health of Black Americans. And I think these numbers are incredibly sobering and call for both policy at a local, federal, and state level intervention.
Doctor, in addition to COVID being a specific major issue, another one is maternal mortality, contributing to this high number of deaths. Let's talk about this before. We've had this conversation on this show before, but put in context for us just how much of a racial disparity there is between Black and white expecting mothers. Why do Black women suffer more from pregnancy complications?
So in the U.S., Black pregnant people are 3 to 4 times more likely to suffer from pregnancy-related complications than their white peers. And here in New York City, that rate is 8 to 12 times higher. So we are really dealing with a significant issue. These rates are higher than that of even some low and middle income countries. I would say overall, the U.S. is not doing great in terms of their overall maternal mortality rate. But for Black pregnant people, it's more striking. And it has, there are multiple reasons. A lot of it has to do with the fact that, pregnant people will say that when they ask for care or complain of a symptom, that they're not being listened to by their healthcare professionals. Another issue is just how maternal care is provided in this country. There really is not close follow-up after someone delivers a baby. We typically have a 6-week postpartum visit. That's not enough. Most other countries, you have a doula, you have a midwife that visits you at home and keeps track of the symptoms that you're having. So we may have to think about changing the model with which we take care of birthing people to that of other higher income countries where there's closer follow-up and with people are able to advocate for themselves and be listened to as well.
Dr. Blackstock, we only have a little time left here, but we do want to talk about the price that Black Americans pay. Given these higher mortality rates, Black families are more likely to be grieving the loss of a family member at any given point. So what is the impact on physical and mental health?
Yeah. And when we hear those numbers and we think about this, like those are missed graduations, missed celebrations, not having grandma or auntie or uncle at an important event, right? So, that's why we are seeing higher rates of depression, higher rates of anxiety. Even when we look at suicide rates over the last several years, those have actually increased over with young Black men and women. So we've seen these increases, and we have a situation where we don't have enough mental health counselors of color. So again, we need to think about multiple ways to address this issue too.
Dr. Ujay Blackstock, an important conversation. Thank you for joining us this morning to talk about this.
Thank you.
An Illinois girl who disappeared 6 years ago has been found, and it's largely because of a Netflix series that put a spotlight on her case. It's a positive example of America's obsession with true crime stories in this country. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us from Illinois with the details. Maggie, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Yeah, just an absolutely incredible story. As you point out, Kayla Unbehan was 9 years old in 2017 when police say her mother kidnapped her. Her mother didn't have legal custody at the time. Well, fast forward to this week, 6 years later, police here in South Elgin say she is now back home with her dad after someone in North Carolina, states away, recognized her from the Netflix hit Unsolved Mysteries. And experts add this is not an isolated case, noting that sometimes America's true crime obsession indeed pays off.
Everyone.
From in-depth docuseries
a killer on the loose in New York
to hours-long podcasts.
Gabby Petito.
This morning, investigators say America's true crime addiction has helped bring a young girl home.
Hi, this is Kayla here.
Back in 2017, police in South Elgin, Illinois say then 9-year-old Kayla Unbehan was abducted by her mother, Heather, after a judge granted Kayla's father full custody of the child. The dad, Ryan Iskirka, speaking to our affiliate at the time.
When she canceled all that social media, that's another sign that she wasn't ever intending to come back.
Despite years of dead ends, Iskirka refused to let the case grow cold, pushing his story onto the national stage, including in early 2020 appearing on Vanished, the Missing Persons Project, a series streaming on Peacock, which is owned by our parent company, NBC Universal.
Here I am at home, wringing my hands, wondering where my daughter's at.
And again last fall on Netflix's Unsolved Mysteries. Finally, this weekend, a crucial break in the case when investigators say someone in North Carolina who saw that Netflix show recognized Kayla at a clothing store and alerted police. Because of the tip, police say Kayla, now 15, is back home with her dad, while her mother was arrested and charged with kidnapping. She was released from custody after posting a $25,000 bond. Ryan Iskirka writing in a statement, "I'm overjoyed that Kayla is home safe," adding, "We ask for privacy as we get to know each other again and navigate this new beginning."
6 years
is way too long. Let's face it, 6 minutes, 6 seconds is way too long to be away from your own child.
And this is not the only case where true crime shows have made a difference. From HBO's The Jinx, which led to the murder conviction of the late real estate heir Robert Durst,
kill them all, of course,
to the iconic Serial podcast, which helped free Adnan Syed from prison more than 20 years after he was convicted of murdering his girlfriend. Experts say the genre can be an invaluable tool to cracking cases. Kayla's just the latest proof of that.
Do you work to get these kids' cases into these kind of true crime series to get that spotlight on them?
We do, as we saw today, that it just takes one set of eyes to be a hero.
And directors with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, who you just heard from in that piece, note that they only put these cases on these shows and on these platforms when authorities basically give them the green light and tell them they're comfortable, because of course they've seen cases like we all have where where online sleuths and kind of true crime fans can sort of produce complications, running away with theories online. But they say in these cases, this is definitely proof that true crime can produce crucial tips and crack a case, as we've seen, wide open.
All right. Fascinating one, Maggie. Thank you so much.
Really fascinating. Coming up on Morning News Now, the entrepreneurship boom. Small business owners have been bringing in billions of dollars for the economy in recent years. But how are their businesses impacting the market today? We'll explain.
Plus, off the court, the Philadelphia 76ers are without a head coach this morning after another year of failing to get far in the postseason. It is becoming a growing trend in the NBA, coaches losing their jobs despite making it to the playoffs. We'll explain what's happening in the league next.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. Time for our CNBC Money Minute with all the biggest financial headlines this morning, starting with details from Elon Musk's exclusive interview with CNBC.
And CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us. And look at her in her pink, too. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. On Wednesdays, we were pink.
Exactly.
Let me give you some Elon Musk headlines. He says that Tesla will launch ads for its electric vehicles. Speaking to shareholders at the company's annual meeting, he says, quote, we'll try a little advertising and see how it goes. In an interview with CNBC, Musk says that Tesla would be interested in running ads that are informative, aesthetically pleasing, and beautiful, but didn't offer any more details. The move would be a shift for Tesla, which has largely avoided conventional marketing and instead relying mostly on word of mouth and tax credit incentives. Musk also continues to be critical of working from home. In the interview with CNBC, Musk calls remote work, quote, morally wrong and unfair to those people who can't. Musk banned remote work at Twitter after buying the company in October, and he also imposed a strict return to the office policy for Tesla back in 2022, warning employees they would lose their jobs if they refused to do so. Musk says he's a big believer that people tend to be more productive when they're working in person. And Taco Bell wants to liberate Taco Tuesday. It's asking the U.S. Trademark Office to cancel 2 smaller rivals' trademarks on the phrase. Taco John's owns Taco Tuesday in 49 states, while Gregory's Restaurant and Bar owns it in New Jersey. And Taco Bell says they wrongly monopolized the use of the phrase. Taco John's, though, has a history of defending its trademark, sending cease and desist letters to anyone who infringes on it or uses the hashtag on social media, guys. It's a fight for Taco Tuesday.
There's a lot of places I could stick them on here in New York City then. I see that everywhere.
Exactly.
Who knew? I had no idea someone owned that.
No idea.
Can we even say it on television?
I say it all the time.
No kidding. Be careful. All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, in some other business news this morning, entrepreneurship has skyrocketed in recent years, bringing in billions of dollars for the economy.
Now, thanks to data collected by Shopify, there is a new global index that is measuring just how much these small business owners are impacting the markets. And Shopify's president, Harley Finkelstein, joins us now with more on these new numbers. Harley, good to have you with us. So walk us through this index here. What countries are on top, and how did you go about creating this index?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Joe and Savannah. Appreciate the time. So at Shopify, we live and breathe entrepreneurship. And as you sort of pointed out, Joe, entrepreneurs are certainly the backbone of the economy and the local communities. They create jobs, they anchor communities. And we decided that it was time for us to put together a bunch of data and insights across 40 countries and every U.S. state to look at the impact that entrepreneurs have. We're going to be updating this every quarter, so there's going to be lots more trends coming soon. But because nobody else has this data set, we felt it'd be a very powerful resource for those empowered to help make it easier for entrepreneurs to start and scale their businesses. And so, interesting enough, despite a very challenging economic environment, entrepreneurship is absolutely having a renaissance right now. There was a record 10.5 million business applications in the U.S. over the last 2 years. And about 99% of all American businesses are considered to be small businesses. So there's a lot we can do here. Now, in terms of the index, some of the big numbers. So the U.S. was the #1 country in terms of entrepreneurial index. The second was Lithuania, and the third is Romania. And so a lot of really cool stuff is being provided now. But again, the idea here is to give policymakers, government, the media, the public more information to make better decisions to help increase the amount of surface area for entrepreneurs.
So then what kind of impact, let's talk a little bit more about this, do these small businesses and entrepreneurs have on the economy? You mentioned things like the jobs, the way they anchor communities. Let's dig in more on that.
Yeah, so one of the things that we noticed, if you just look at the U.S., for example, where, again, U.S. ranked #1 in terms of leading the world in entrepreneurship, we saw that total jobs supported, GDP impact, and business activity by entrepreneurs on Shopify each increased by 11% over 2021. And a couple things really jump out. So one of the things that we noticed about in the US in particular is that entrepreneurs in Shopify's ecosystem, they're exporting more goods to foreign customers. So cross-border commerce is really, really strong. And on the consumer side, we are seeing that American consumers are actually spending more at small businesses across the country. And in fact, clothing and accessories are the biggest 2 categories there. But really, American consumers are voting with their wallets to support entrepreneurs and small business, which is amazing. Another thing that's super cool is that rural entrepreneurship in the U.S. is very strong. Nearly 1/3 of entrepreneurs are building their businesses outside of major cities, which is incredible.
Harley Finkelstein, thank you so much. Really, really interesting information there, and good to hear what a positive impact small businesses can have. We appreciate your time.
Thanks so much.
Now to that major shakeup on the basketball court. The Philadelphia 76ers have fired head coach Doc Rivers after a disappointing postseason.
Yeah, but he's not alone. The Milwaukee Bucks fired head coach Mike Budenholzer, who had the best regular season record this year. And then the Phoenix Suns fired head coach Monty Williams, who had the best regular season record last year. So what is going on here? For more, we are joined by sports business reporter at Sportico, Eben Novy-Williams. Eben, thank you so much for being here with us this morning. Super interesting. I don't have a ton of sports knowledge, let's put it this way. So I just am so curious about this. I mean, of the last 9 coaches to take teams to the NBA Finals, only 2 of them are still with the team. What's the deal?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. The NBA job security team by team right now is not very strong. And you mentioned 3 of the big ones right there. I think there's 2 things happening here. One, fan expectation is incredibly high. And if you have the NBA MVP, which the Sixers do, and you don't make it to the conference finals, a lot of people view that as a failure. And then secondly, and this is the bigger point, I think, NBA players specifically are so powerful. They have a lot of say in things beyond just what they're doing on the court, obviously. And if you have stars that want to make a change, the owner's hands are often tied. And I think we're seeing that across the league right now.
And that was kind of the question here, right? James Harden, who's got impending free agency, and Doc Rivers, there was some question about them. I mean, talk a little about that. And then just in general, I mean, has coaching and the culture around coaching changed permanently here in the NBA?
There's so much of the job that I think a lot of fans don't realize, which is not drawing up X's and O's and making sure that everyone's standing in the right place on the court, right? So much of this, and NBA Commissioner Adam Silver said this week, so much of it is about culture and fit. And if you want to shake something up, look, the Doc Rivers is paid a lot. He might be the highest paid coach in the NBA. He's not paid nearly as much as the players that he's coaching are. So if you need to make a dramatic change, which the 76ers owners feel like they need to do, it's cheaper and easier to change the coach, right? You're not going to fire Joel Embiid. You're not going to fire James Harden. If he wants to go, he's going to go. But in a lot of ways, from an economic standpoint also, it just becomes easier to make a dramatic change by letting go of a Hall of Fame coach in Doc Rivers than it is to make a dramatic roster change that, to be quite honest, fans would be a lot more upset by if you went that route.
That's a great point. Quickly, just tell us then, what's the market like for these recently fired coaches? What happens next?
Yeah, I think it's a great question because it's funny that we're saying there's not a lot of job security in the NBA. All of these coaches will get another job if they want it, right? And probably get multiple ones. Mike Budenholzer will get another job, and if that doesn't work out, he'll coach again. And probably the same for Doc Rivers if he wants to. So while there's not team-by-team security, there is a lot of league security in the NBA, and that is a real thing. So I would expect all of these guys to be interviewing for potentially other jobs, new ones. And again, as we're talking about, the leash may be short there, but it doesn't mean they're out of the NBA by any means.
Still a fairly small pool of coaches, or at least high-quality coaches around the NBA right now. All right, Eben Novy-Williams, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Coming up, breaking barriers in the wine region.
We're going to introduce you to a Korean-American couple who left their day jobs to change the face of the wine industry in Oregon. Their story next.
begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. If you're already on your second coffee, thinking about a third, you're not alone. According to a survey of office workers, more than 3/4 say they need 2 or more cups of coffee to actually start feeling productive for the day. They also found that people make an average of about 3 trips a week out of the office for coffee runs and spend about an hour a week in coffee shops. And get this, according to the one poll survey of around 2,000 U.S.-based office workers, respondents spend an average of about $3,000 a year on coffee. I've been trying to do better about bringing my coffee from home to save money, but that's hit or miss today. A miss.
I do not want to calculate mine. That's just, I'll leave it there. That's scary, actually, to hear that number added up like that, isn't it? You know we're consuming coffee at this hour.
Exactly, yeah.
All right, Joe, thanks. Well, from coffee to wine now, and we end the hour with a Korean-American couple who are making history one grape at a time. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park has this story.
Oregon's Willamette Valley is home to more than 700 wineries. Domaine Drouin, Yamhill, Bjornson, and now Cho.
Initially, when we had named our winery, we weren't going to name it after ourselves. Will anyone buy a wine with the Asian American or Asian name on it? And at some point, like, we just said to ourselves, like, let's just do it. Let's just embrace it and be ourselves.
By fall, Dave and Lois Cho did make a name for themselves, becoming the first Korean-American winemakers in the state, according to the Regional Wine Association. To make their dream a reality, Dave went back to school for winemaking, and Lois left her job as a nurse practitioner to become CEO of Cho Wines. Their journey has been a family affair, with 3 kids and grandma along for the ride. Sourcing grapes from nearby vineyards until they had their own, the Chos launched their label during the pandemic, reaching customers through social media.
You know, lots happening in the cellar right now.
Nationwide, there are only a few dozen API vintners, but Asian immigrants are deeply rooted in building some of the earliest wineries along the West Coast. In the mid-1800s, Chinese laborers who had worked on the railroads also helped plant vines and excavate wine caves in California's Sonoma Valley. Nearly 2 centuries later, the Chos are breaking barriers too.
Talk to me about the challenges of getting something like this started.
So you're looking at the whole team for wine. So this is 2-person operated winery.
But their budding business is growing toward a future estate.
Eventually, the goal is to have everything here from start to finish.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So we'll do our production here, we'll do our tasting room here, grow the vines here.
And they're beginning to see the fruits of their labor.
I get jazzed about this. So this is awesome.
Kathy Park, NBC News, Willamette Valley, Oregon.
All right, now we're gonna have some wine, right?
I know, and another coffee.
Just combine the two. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now, so stay with us.
Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, cautious optimism. This morning in Washington, as debt ceiling negotiations between congressional leaders and the Biden administration continue, with a White House meeting yesterday that left the door open for a possible deal by the end of the week.
There's still work to do, but I made it clear to the Speaker and others that we'll speak regularly over the next several days.
We've got the latest from Washington as President Biden switches up his overseas plans to avert a looming economic disaster. Mounting tension this morning on the southern border as new court documents show agents released more than 6,400 migrants without court dates and without a way to keep track of them. Meanwhile, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is now saying he will send backup to the border even as migrant crossings fall. We've got the latest in a moment. Also this morning, one-on-one with billionaire Elon Musk in an exclusive interview with CNBC's David Faber. The tech mogul talks Tesla, Twitter, and why he tweets what he wants to tweet, even if it costs him cash. And later in the hour, we are flipping the script with the first Native American female playwright to open a show on the Great White Way. And if it's flipping the script, that means Joe has that interview coming up in just a little bit. Can't wait to see.
It is a play called The Thanksgiving Play. It is hilarious. Funny, satirical. You'll enjoy
I love it. I have my own personal Broadway reviewer. I love hearing this. We'll begin this morning with the latest on the standoff over the debt ceiling in Washington. But there is optimism in the air today following a vital meeting at the White House.
President Biden and Vice President Harris met with congressional leaders yesterday. They are hoping to break the logjam and avoid a potentially catastrophic first ever default, which could happen as soon as June 1st. Now, President Biden is heading to Japan today for the G7 summit, but he is cutting his overseas trip short, skipping Australia so he can return to Washington and continue negotiations. Well, no deal was reached during yesterday's meeting. The president says he is hopeful one could be reached soon.
We just finished another good, productive meeting with our congressional leadership about a path forward to make sure that America does not default on its debt for the first time.
For the latest, we are joined by NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin and NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. Good morning to both of you. Monica, let's start with you. There is mounting pressure on both sides to get a deal done to avoid defaulting on the country's $31 trillion debt. So what was the tone and some of the key takeaways of this meeting?
Well, it did seem, Joe, like it was at least a little bit more productive than the one that was held a week prior, where there were a few more personal fireworks and where both sides really were completely dug into their positions and said that there wasn't much progress made. Yesterday, at least the principals, so we're talking about the president, the vice president, the top congressional leaders, agreed that default should not be an option, that everything must be done really to avoid it. And now there's at least a little bit of a path forward on how to get there and some broad areas of potential compromise. Now, it's not entirely clear how this is all going to work out, but at least it seems they're headed in a direction that is a little bit more constructive. But at the same time, the president had to cut short his trip overseas. He will be heading to Japan in just a couple of hours, but then those stops in Australia and Papua New Guinea have now been postponed or canceled entirely because he says he wants to get back to Washington to continue these talks. Here's a little more of how the president framed the meeting in the context of all of this.
There's still work to do, but I made it clear to the Speaker and others that we'll speak regularly over the next several days. The nature of the presidency is addressing many of the critical matters all at once, so I'm confident we're going to continue to make progress toward avoiding default and fulfilling America's responsibility as a leader on the world stage.
So the president will be in daily contact. He will have some phone calls with negotiators. His team will continually brief him so he can kind of be a part of the conversations from there. But the other important thing here, when we talk about some areas of cooperation, things like permitting reform, some unspent COVID funds, there is some agreement there, but there's still a lot of disagreement on a couple other sticky items like work requirements for some federal benefits. So still a lot to hash out here, but at least everybody agrees this has to get done in the next 2 weeks. Joe and Savannah.
And Julie, let's bring you in here to talk about the other side of this. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, he did say that they remain far apart despite this meeting. He spoke with reporters afterwards. What is he saying at this point about the talks?
Yeah, well, you heard Monica lay it out so well from the White House perspective. Speaker Kevin McCarthy coming away from this second meeting, telling reporters they are still far apart. He's maintaining that Republicans are going to continue to flex their muscle, flex that Republican passed bill a couple of weeks ago, and try to demand negotiations to try and meet what the House Republicans were able to coalesce around already and try to pass. Here's some of what he told reporters afterwards.
We've got to find a way that we can curve our spending, raise our debt limit, and also grow our economy. And the president agreed to appoint a couple people from his administration to sit down and negotiate directly with my team, so I found that to be productive personally. It is possible to get a deal by the end of the week. It's not that difficult to get to an agreement.
So you heard McCarthy there, who everybody is looking for in the Republican Party, looking towards to kind of lead these negotiations with the president. You heard him say they appointed new people, new staff to the center of the negotiating table. McCarthy sees as a positive development, and a lot of Republicans behind the scenes see this as a positive development too. I should note, last night these negotiations began in earnest, this new phase of negotiations with staff for the president and for congressional leaders, including Speaker McCarthy's closest Republican ally, Garrett Graves, beginning to sit down and trying to hammer out if they can get to a framework in the next couple of days while the president is overseas at the G7. Because remember, this is the last week the House and Senate are actually planning to be in session together at the same time before that June 1st deadline.
All right, Monica and Julia, thank you both for kicking us off this hour. Overnight, North Carolina lawmakers voted to ban most abortions after 12 weeks of pregnancy. The Democratic governor had vetoed that ban, but the GOP-led legislature overrode that veto.
Yeah, this is the moment that chaos erupted on the legislative floor following that controversial vote. Take a look.
Having passed by the requisite 3/5 vote, the House has overridden the governor's veto and the bill becomes law, notwithstanding the governor's objections. So be notified. Actually, just a moment. The sergeant at arms will clear those who can't follow the rules.
NBC News investigative reporter Chloe Atkins joins us now on This with More. Hi, Chloe. Always great to have you. So catch us up on how we got here with this bill, and then also just what is in it. How restrictive is it?
So late last night, we saw the North Carolina State Senate and House really move rather quickly to override the governor's veto on the state's 12-week ban, which sailed it to victory. So what this ban does is it really reels back the time and the amount of time that people are able to get access to the care from 20 weeks to 12 weeks. And this was a major victory for Republicans, and it was a huge critical test for them because they now have a new slim majority in the General Assembly. So what this ban does is it bans abortion at 12 weeks, only allows exceptions for rape, incest, and if the mother's life is in danger. And it also requires more in-person visits as well. Now, we did hear from the governor of North Carolina, who spoke out after his veto was overridden last night. And he said, look, you know, Republicans, they are unified in assaulting women's reproductive freedom, and he's going to do everything that he can to secure access. Now, it does remain unclear what he will be doing, but it's something we'll be watching rather closely.
We just heard those protesters who erupted after this was all passed. I want to play some sound from one of those protesters last night.
As an OBGYN, as a woman, as a mother, I feel really strongly that women should have the right to make those decisions. And I know this is a 12-week whip ban, but with all the restrictions, it's going to really, really limit access to abortion at all for many of the women in North Carolina.
So what are some of the biggest concerns from those who oppose this 12-week ban?
I mean, there are a lot of concerns. I mean, just hearing from that OBGYN, it really hits home for a lot of folks in the state and even the Southeast, because I want to remind folks, because after the overturning of Roe v. Wade, the Southeast turned into this huge abortion desert, and North Carolina was an outlier. It was dubbed an abortion safe haven state where people from all over the Southeast, Texas, Mississippi, Georgia, were able to get abortion care in the state. And now with the time that they're allowed to get abortion in the state being dialed back to 12 weeks, that means that a whole lot of other people won't be able to get care, Joe.
All right. Chloe Atkins, thank you for your reporting. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Chloe. Well, we're getting new numbers this morning about migrant releases at the border. According to court documents filed Monday, Border Patrol released more than 6,000 migrants into the U.S. without court dates or the ability to track them since Thursday. Some 2,500 people of that 6,000 were released after a judge ordered Border Patrol to stop those releases, known as parole with conditions. Well, this news comes as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis announced he is stepping in to help Texas secure its border with Mexico. He says he is sending more than 1,000 state law enforcement agents and troops to the border. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now with more on all of this. Julia, good morning. Always great to have you with us. So let's talk through just some of those those numbers. I know I listed off a lot here. Border Patrol says 2,500 migrants released after that order to stop those parole with conditions. Why did those releases continue after the court order was issued? And doesn't this policy ultimately defeat the purpose of trying to help migrants gain that legal path to citizenship? Is it just adding strain?
That's so true. Actually, can I start with your second question? Because I think that's really important here. Florida is suing because they think that these migrants shouldn't be released without an ability to track them. And it's true. In the past, we've had ways for migrants to check in. They could have a GPS ankle monitor or even an app on their phone where they can check in, show where they are. There's someone who's following up where they are and making sure they're showing up for appointments, whether that be a court date or with ICE to later get that court date. But when they get released and they don't have court dates, what often happens is that they can miss the one-year deadline to apply for asylum. They're not sure how this immigration process works. They're not connected with a lawyer, and they don't go before a judge, in which case they would be in a position to claim what's called defensive asylum. That's claiming asylum to avoid deportation. And if they don't get into that process soon enough, many of them don't understand that they only have a one-year window to apply. So first of all, this isn't just a matter of trying to play cat and mouse with migrants. It's also a matter of migrants' rights here and things that they may be missing out on. Secondly, what happened, what DHS says happened in a sworn affidavit is the reason why 2,500 were released even after the judge issued that they not use this practice is because they had already been processed. Basically, they had already turned on the spigot, started processing people, 6,400 under this new parole with conditions memo. And then there were 2,500 who had been already processed but not released when the clock struck midnight on May 12th and the order went into effect. And so since they had already processed them under parole with conditions, they had to release them that way too. So that's what we're looking at here. But it is something to watch. The judge did say last night that he is not holding the Biden administration in contempt of court for releasing them.
And Julia, let's talk about some of this other new information here, this deployment of help of law enforcement agents from Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis announcing this. What is that going to look like? Where will those agents go?
Well, it's interesting. It's sort of similar to what we saw in Texas. State agents are not able to fully carry out immigration law. They can't be arresting them. They can't be processing them. That all falls to federal agents because immigration is a federal, those immigration laws are federal statutes. And so in this case, they could be supporting them. In Texas, though, sometimes the line may be crossed. We've seen Texas agents ordering migrants where to stay. And of course, migrants wouldn't know who to listen to and who not to. So if they're told not to cross over a certain line, they're going to do it. So a lot to watch here to see how these state agents in Florida are instructed and how they might interact.
Absolutely. Julia Ainsley, as always, thank you so much.
Now, officials in sanctuary cities like here in New York are also struggling to handle the influx of migrants.
Yeah, the city has been forced to repurpose hotels and now public schools to be used as shelters. It's a decision that is causing outrage among parents. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has this story.
The migrant crisis in New York City is escalating. After new protests by parents and children to the city's potential plan to house asylum seekers in school gyms.
I sad. I was crying. It hurts to see that, you know?
No, I do not feel safe having my kids in this school.
I am terrified because as a nation, we're so worried with everything that's going on in schools with mass shootings and everything. Now we have something else to worry about.
And it's not only this school. Parents up before sunrise protesting at another public school in Brooklyn.
Here we are because we don't want this to happen.
Mayor Eric Adams says he's looking at migrants using 20 freestanding gyms as short-term shelters until they find better housing, and they would not have access to the schools.
It is not a permanent site. It is an overflow site, more so than it is anything else.
But some parents are furious. When you heard of this potential plan, what'd you think?
I think it was absurd. I think it was, I have no words. It's not, I think that this shouldn't be on school grounds. Anywhere but not school grounds.
Adams, who has blasted the Biden administration before for not helping enough with the migrant influx, is now stressing that it's expected to cost city taxpayers more than $4 billion by next year.
None of us are comfortable with having to take these drastic steps, but I could not have been more clear for the last few years, for the last few months of what we are facing.
It's all happening as the city faces pressure to expand its overwhelmed shelter system, with people arriving on buses and planes from border states like Texas.
The crisis is not when the buses come in. The crisis is when you have people sitting in shelters and in hotel rooms with no place to go, no work, no way to get around the city.
The mayor is also announcing that the historic Roosevelt Hotel in Midtown Manhattan will soon house migrants too. It's been vacant for more than 2 years and has as many as 1,000 rooms. That's in addition to several other hotels across the city, including this one just steps from Times Square. I came for the purpose of giving my son a better life, this man from Venezuela told us.
How long do you expect to be here? ¿Cuánto tiempo espera estar aquí?
This woman said, I'm just trying to save up a little more money to be able to find another place to go to. She's already lived here for 4 months.
Our thanks to Gabe Gutierrez for that report. And New York Mayor Eric Adams has also announced plans to begin busing migrants to other counties in the state to help alleviate overcrowding, but that's getting pushed back with other leaders throughout New York State.
This morning, the Secret Service is investigating a stunning intrusion. They're trying to figure out how an intruder got inside the home of White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, even though agents were on duty guarding the property. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us from Washington with more on this. Ryan, good morning. So this actually happened a few weeks ago, but we're learning about it now. So how was the intruder able to get into Sullivan's home, and what happened when he was found?
Joe, that's a big question that Secret Service doesn't necessarily have an answer to yet, but they've already changed their security posture while they investigate this situation. According to the Post, the man was found inside Jake Sullivan's home in the middle of the night, 3 o'clock in the morning, and it was actually Sullivan himself who confronted him and asked him to leave. The man ended up leaving the house still undetected. There were 2 Secret Service agents guarding the home at the time. Sullivan has round-the-clock Secret Service protection. It was Sullivan himself who actually went outside to inform the agents that the intruder was inside the house, but at that point, the intruder was already gone. There was no sign of any type of forced entry and no physical confrontation with Sullivan himself, and thankfully Sullivan was not hurt. At this point, though, Joe, the White House is not commenting on exactly what went wrong here.
Ryan, what is the Secret Service saying about the breach? I mean, you mentioned the Secret Service says it's changed its security posture. Are there any changes that we hear about that are being made to make sure something like this doesn't happen again?
Well, they don't comment on their specific security posture, Joe, but they do admit that this was a serious failure and that they are making changes immediately. What's interesting about this case is that they were unable to actually question the intruder because he took off before Secret Service agents even knew that he was there. Now, according to the Post, it did seem that the intruder was intoxicated at the time, that he actually didn't know where he was, and that they also believe he was never a serious threat to Sullivan or his family. But of course, Joe, this comes at a time with threats against public officials at an all-time high. We, of course, saw the attack on the office of Congressman Jerry Connolly earlier this week. So this is something that is in the back of the minds of many people in Washington.
Yeah,
Joe.
You were just covering that attack at the congressman's office yesterday. An intern was hurt. In the wake of all that, do we know anything more about this intruder at Sullivan's home?
No, and that is something that the Secret Service is still investigating. It's very possible that unless he is arrested, we may never learn the specific details of who he is and why and how he ended up in Jake Sullivan's home, especially in what appeared to be such an easy fashion.
All right, Ryan Nobles in Washington. Ryan, thank you so much. Let's get a check on your morning News Now weather on this Wednesday morning.
And Bill Cairns is with us today. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Hey, great Wednesday morning to you guys. So all yesterday and in the afternoon and the evening, we were tracking severe weather. Happy to report no tornadoes yesterday, so that was good. But we did have a lot of storms producing small hail and also wind damage. So there is some cleanup to be done. All of the blue dots that were in Kentucky there and then went into areas of North Carolina and Virginia, that was probably the worst of it. And then hit and miss storms in all 121 on severe weather reports. Today, I don't think it's going to be quite as bad. Those storms exited overnight through the Outer Banks. We have a few showers and storms that are dying off here in areas of Mississippi as they're trying to push into Alabama, but these will fire back up this afternoon. We only have a marginal risk today of severe weather, so I'm not expecting anything widespread, but if you are in central Mississippi, Alabama, or Georgia, over towards Savannah, you do have a chance of seeing at least isolated severe storms later on this afternoon. And then after sunset, we should expect some storms to pop up in areas from western Kansas right along the border of Colorado into Nebraska. Again, isolated at worst. And then Thursday, we take those storms and push them into the middle of the country. It's not a huge outbreak, but we'll have isolated strong storms, Oklahoma down towards Midland and Wichita Falls. And as far as flash flooding goes, we do have the potential to isolate it. It's been kind of wet in this region lately. So as we go throughout Thursday from areas from Colorado all the way down to northern New Mexico and then Oklahoma City, Tulsa, and the Little Rock, that area has been soaked as of late. So as far as the forecast goes, the heaviest rainfall totals will be in northern portions of Texas and Oklahoma, 2 to 3 inches, not widespread flash flooding or flooding for that matter, but we will see isolated. And as far as the forecast goes for today, a lot of warm temperatures, but you'll notice one exception. Northern New England and pushing down through New England. Temperatures highs today only in the 50s from Boston northwards, and tonight is going to be exceptionally chilly. Some areas will have frost and freeze tomorrow morning in New England. Yes, so when I was growing up as a kid, we always, Memorial Day weekend, when we always planted our garden. My grandparents had a big garden, and my grandmother had a rule. It was never before Memorial Day because of reasons like this.
And is this why you're a weather person now? Because your grandmother was so...
I was just an insane little, second grader, and I was like, I want to do the weather. Right. Yes, that's a different story.
That's a different way. We're not going to go that deep into that.
All right. Wow, dreams realized. Bill, thank you so much. See you in a little bit.
Coming up on Morning News Now, an American veteran now confirmed to have been killed in Ukraine. What we know about him and how officials around the globe are reacting.
Plus, we know that debt ceiling showdown on Capitol Hill is now forcing President Biden to cut his trip to Asia short, but he will still make an appearance at this year's G7 summit in Japan. How world leaders are reacting to America's looming debt crisis. Up next.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Welcome back. As the war in Ukraine rages on, the family of an American confirms he was killed in the fighting. He's been identified as U.S. military veteran Nick Mamer. You see him speaking in a video here. His aunt says that he was killed while in Ukraine. For more on this, we are joined by NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter, who is in Kyiv. So, Molly, first of all, what are we learning about Nick Mamer, and what are we hearing about from officials about this?
Yeah, Joe, good to be with you. A big picture, we have not received official confirmation from either U.S. officials here or the State Department. Joe, this has been really a problem, I should say, in the last 15 months. It is incredibly hard for U.S. officials to confirm any American deaths on the battlefield. We believe that Nicholas Mamer, he was 45 years old, from Boise, Idaho, was the 10th American to be killed in the last 15 months of this war. But what we're learning is from his family. So we spoke, a colleague of mine spoke with his aunt overnight who confirmed his passing. His uncle actually gave an interview to their hometown newspaper, Joe, and he talked about how this was a man who didn't let obstacles get in his way. He was very respected. He first joined the U.S. Army in 1996, and he has been in Ukraine since 2022. You just showed that Facebook video where he explained why he was here, and he wanted to use his military expertise for humanitarian needs, to train up civilians, to train up soldiers, and really to save lives, is what he said to his family and to his friends, Joe.
Molly, let's talk about what's happening on the battlefield. Ukraine says it has reclaimed a region of nearly 8 square miles in the eastern city of Bakhmut. What can you tell us about that push?
Yeah, Joe, and this doesn't sound like much, but you've got to remember the focus, the fiercest fighting has been over the bitterly contested eastern city of Bakhmut. And when you look at drone footage, actually our partners at Sky News obtained drone footage over the city. It is a shell of a city. So what they are fighting for is really the remains of a city that stood where Bakhmut was. But this is where the fighting has been. There's been very few gains that the Ukrainian military has reported. So 8 square miles, I think it's actually specifically kind of 7.7 square miles, is what they say their biggest military battlefield advancement in months, and they have done that just in the last few days. So they feel like they have the momentum right now. They are training troops, we know, around the clock, Joe, ahead of a possible counteroffensive. The other thing I do just want to note, Joe, of course, we spoke yesterday about the massive aerial blitz we saw overnight in the early hours of Tuesday. When you talk to Ukrainian officials, they say that is really what has changed in the last couple of weeks in the war, is the very intense missile attacks from the Russian military.
Let's also talk about diplomacy. This morning, a top Chinese envoy is in Kyiv for a second day of talks with Ukrainian officials. This is part of China's push for a political solution to the war. Do we know how those talks are going?
Joe, we don't. We have asked the Ukrainians, we have asked the Chinese. We have not received official confirmation or any kind of meeting readouts or any pictures that actually show that Special Representative Li Hui, he's the Special Representative for Eurasia. He was actually the former ambassador to Moscow just a couple of years ago, leaving that post. This is a man who knows Russia really well. He's a fluent Russian speaker, we have learned. And so he has apparently come to Kyiv for 2 days of meetings, you know, just as much as we do, basically, for meetings with officials, we can assume, in a bid for a peace plan in terms of mediating. This is a man who knows one side very well. So when you talk to Western analysts, there is some skepticism that he would really be a neutral player. Of course, China, a staunch ally of Russia. But interestingly, Joe, Secretary of State Tony Blinken was asked about a potential role for China in any kind of mediation process just a couple of weeks ago by the Washington Post. And he said, look, leaving the door open, a possible role for China as mediator could be very beneficial, were his words, Joe.
All right, Molly Hunter in Kyiv. Molly, thank you.
Now let's get back to President Biden's foreign trip, which is going to be cut short by the debt ceiling crisis. Today, Biden is heading to Japan, where he'll meet with world leaders at the G7 summit. NBC News chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander is at the site of that meeting in Hiroshima, and he joins us now with the latest. Hi, Peter. Good morning. So tell us the focus of the G7 meeting and just how much of a shadow this debt ceiling crisis is casting.
Well, we'll detail more of the debt ceiling in a moment. Obviously, it does cast a shadow on this, impacting the back end of the president's trip to this region, no longer going to Papua New Guinea or to Australia as well. But certainly the focus of the next several days will be here in Hiroshima. This is the hometown of the Japanese prime minister. It is, of course, where the first atomic bomb struck, and the damage, the devastation here obviously maintains a lasting impact, not just on this community, but on the world. It's now a place where they support the message of peace. And so I think there really is going to be a lot of focus on the crisis taking place right now with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This is the second G7 summit since that war began there, and real concerns about Russia's threat of using nuclear weapons there in the future. And obviously Japan is in a position where it will try to alert its allies around the world, the seven of the world's biggest economies, that what's happening in Europe right now could also happen in the Indo-Pacific, with real concerns about China's military buildup in this region, certainly as it relates to the situation in Taiwan right now. North Korea, only a short distance away, has just continued to build up its arsenal of ballistic missiles capable of carrying nuclear weapons. So those are two of the key focuses that we will see. The issue of Ukraine and Russia, the issue of nuclear weapons, certainly high among the priorities as it relates to the conversation that they'll be focusing on here. Savannah?
And Peter, when it comes to this debt ceiling crisis, the possibility of the U.S. defaulting on these debts, are other nations, are other leaders at the G7 summit, are they concerned?
Well, it's obviously something that would have ripple effects, not just badly impacting the economy in the United States, but certainly impacting the global economy as well. The power of the dollar is king, and it would have wide-ranging impacts. We know that some of the negotiators from both the White House and Kevin McCarthy's side met late last night. They did, both President Biden and McCarthy, appear to express some optimism that they were making some progress on this, but there is a lot of ground still to cover here. One of the topics that's being debated right now is the issue of work requirements. We have heard from the Republican, the House Speaker McCarthy, saying in effect that it's a red line, that there must be new work requirements for those who receive public assistance benefits right now. Democrats oppose that, so where they go from here will be key. But the president for months had said that he was not going to negotiate about hiking the debt ceiling, effectively about America's ability to pay the bills that have already been incurred in the past. But now he's, in a sense, doing just that. Even if the debt ceiling is raised, there will certainly have to be some spending cuts in the eyes of the Republicans for this to get resolved. Now just 14 days away from what they call that X date, when the U.S. would default on its debts. And consider the consequence of all of this. There is a real impact even as they near this date. With the president not going to Papua New Guinea, he will no longer be what would be the first ever U.S. president to go there. And it forces the cancellation separately of a trip to Australia for the Quad Summit. Here is the Prime Minister of Australia on the impact of all of it.
The blocking and disruption that's occurring in domestic politics in the United States with the debt ceiling issue means that because that has to be solved prior to the 1st of June, otherwise there are quite drastic consequences for the US economy, which will flow on to the global economy.
A major Australian newspaper today saying the Prime Minister's disappointment is President Xi's victory. Of course, it is the Chinese president who would only be happy to see a breakup of that scheduled summit that was supposed to take place in Australia. Back to you guys.
Peter, Alexander, thank you so much.
Let's take a look at what else is making headlines around the world, starting with severe floods in northern Italy.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, let's start here in Italy, where at least 3 people have died and 3 others at least are confirmed missing after several towns in the north of the country suffered severe flooding. At least 5,000 other people had to be evacuated and rescued as rivers broke their banks after days of heavy rain. The alert remains high in the region as more heavy rain and bad weather is expected. Now let's go to Melbourne, Australia, where at least 18 school children were rushed to the hospital after a horrific bus crash. The bus was carrying 45 students when it was hit from behind by a truck and rolled over. Their injuries included crushed limbs, forcing amputations, as well as head injuries, spinal injuries, and serious cuts. The truck driver has been charged with dangerous driving. And finally, let's head to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, where the shipwreck of the Titanic received a full-sized digital scan. The impressive 3D view of the entire ship was created using deep-sea mapping. Remotely controlled submarines spent more than 200 hours surveying the wreck and took more than 700,000 images from every angle to create an exact 3D reconstruction. The hope is that the highly precise image will help shed new light on what exactly happened on that tragic night back in 1912, guys.
We're still so fascinated by what happened though, more than 100 years ago.
I know.
Claudia,
Cool.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coming up, more technology, a closer look at artificial intelligence in medicine.
After the break, how AI is changing the way doctors detect colon cancer, plus the future of chatbots in healthcare. We will be right back.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
How I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worked coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
We are back with this week's medical checkup, and we're looking at how effective artificial intelligence is for detecting certain cancers.
Plus, putting the new technology to the test and seeing how it does on the exam to become a doctor. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal is on set to break down these headlines. So let's start with AI here. We're going to talk about my alma mater, Northwestern. Doctors there using AI to better detect polyps during colonoscopies. This is, of course, so important because colon cancer is one of the toughest ones to identify. It's often too late. What can you tell us about
it? It's so cool. And so basically the background here, guys, is that colonoscopies are really good at detecting polyps, which can become cancer. The problem is they're not 100% perfect. Miss rates of polyps can be as high as 25%. So doctors have been searching for a way to increase that. How can we make sure that we don't miss polyps, which can turn into cancer? So they're turning to AI. This is FDA approved. This is something, by the way, that's available today, and at Northwestern is now the standard of care. So every patient starting June 1st who goes there can get this. And it's using AI during the colonoscopy, which could eventually decrease the colon cancer diagnosis by up to 40%. And so really the doctor's orders here, guys, are one, know the screening guidelines. It's for most people, it's going to be about the age of 45, depending on your personal or family history. It can be a little bit lower. And two, ask if AI is an option. It's not just Northwestern. Places around the country are starting to use this. It's FDA approved, and it can really, really help, detect future cancers.
That's interesting that you can just start asking if AI can be involved in your doctor's appointments.
We talk all the time about AI and future. This is something available today, FDA approved at many centers across the country.
Wow. Okay, so the other thing, though, is, AI is getting so smart. And I know that in order to be a doctor, you know better than we do, but the tests and the studying that goes into it, but apparently ChatGPT passed the radiology board exam with flying colors. What does this mean for the future of medicine?
It's the radiology board exam. It's the medical licensing exam. This is something we study years and years and years for. So imagine our reaction when we see ChatGPT is just passing this thing. But for the radiology exam, it scored as high as an 81% in certain categories. But the problem is, one on the radiology board exam, for those who don't know, radiology is the field where you just look, you look at CT scans and X-rays and you read them. The board exam, it's not really measuring how well you can read the scans. It's more of just a written exam. And so that's kind of the issue here. There's too many little incorrect responses that make this too dangerous to use in practice. And so the doctor's orders, guys, we see this a lot now coming up. People are coming into us saying, I put my symptoms in a ChatGPT.
Oh, gosh.
Here's what it told me. So really the doctor's orders.
No.
Don't replace your doctor with ChatGPT yet. And I'm not just saying this because I want to keep the lights on. I'm saying this because there is, it's not validated as a doctor, of course. If you have a rash for 3 weeks, don't just rely on ChatGPT. Make sure you bring it to your doctor's attention.
Interactive WebMD, that's where
Plus, you have better bedside manner. Let's quickly here talk about CPR, which can double, even triple your chance of surviving cardiac arrest. How hard is it to learn CPR, and how young should you do it?
So now the American Heart Association has new guidelines out that children as young as 4 years old, down from about 9 to 10, what they were saying earlier, can start to learn the importance of CPR. And this is as simple as learning when to call 911, learning how to practice hand rhythm in chest compressions, which they can start to learn about 9 to 10 years old, actually doing the compressions. So the doctor's orders here, guys, is a really cool movement now called hands-only CPR, because they find that some people don't want to do CPR because they're afraid of mouth-to-mouth. So hands-only CPR, it's 2 steps to save a life. Ready? First one, call 911. Second, hands just like this, one over the other, place it on the center of the chest, and you want to push as hard as and fast as you can, about 100 to 120 beats per minute. It's the same beat as Staying Alive, Hips Don't Lie by Shakira, and Crazy in Love by Beyonce. All of those songs work.
All the genres.
Yeah, we've got you covered. You got to know one of those. Dr. Sile, really good information as always. Thank you so much.
Anytime.
Coming up, an exclusive one-on-one with billionaire Elon Musk.
CNBC's David Faber got the tech titans' take on Tesla, Twitter, and those controversial tweets that have some advertisers pulling the plug on the site. This is Morning News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, nice to see you tonight.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, nice to see you tonight.
I woke up smiling on my face. The That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. Tesla CEO Elon Musk never shies away from causing controversy or just talking about it. And that was the case when he sat down with CNBC anchor David Faber for a wide-ranging interview.
We want to start off with Musk's reaction when he was asked about conspiracy theories. Take a listen.
You do some tweets that seem to be, or at least give support to some who would call others conspiracy theories.
Well, yes, but I mean, honestly, you know, some of these conspiracy theories have turned out to be true. You know, I'm reminded of the scene in The Princess Bride. Great movie. And he says, offer me money, offer me power. I don't care. I'll say what I want to say, and if the consequence of that is losing money, so be it.
You might remember Musk made waves shortly after buying Twitter by demanding workers either return to the office or resign. Here's more of him talking about that.
I'm a big believer that people are more productive when they're in person, and really, man, and the whole sort of work from home thing, it's like, I think it's, look, there are some exceptions, but I kind of think that the whole notion of work from home is a bit like the fake Marie Antoinette quote, "Let them eat cake." Mm-hmm. It's like really, you're going to work from home and you're going to make everyone else who made your car come work in the factory. You're going to make the people who make your food that gets delivered, that they can't work from home. The people that come fix your house, they can't work from home, but you can? Does that seem morally right? That's messed up.
You see it as a moral issue?
Yes.
I mean, I see it more as just
it's a productivity issue, but it's also a moral issue.
Our thanks to David Faber for that interview, and for more of David's nearly 1 hour conversation with Musk, including his political views, his involvement in the early days of OpenAI, and why he thinks the next year will be a rough one for Tesla, you can head over to CNBC.com.
Well, let's stay in the tech world. The man responsible for bringing ChatGPT to the forefront appeared before Congress yesterday to warn senators about the possible dangers artificial intelligence could bring in the future. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman called on the panel to impose more regulations on the rapidly growing technology. This comes as Microsoft continues to integrate artificial intelligence into its software. Its CEO Satya Nadella sat down with Andrew Ross Sorkin as part of our ongoing series, AI Revolution.
There's been a lot of people talking about AI and the potential for AI for a very long time. When do you think you realized the moment at which you said, okay, this is not just a pipe dream anymore, this is real?
Yeah, a couple of moments. So the first time it started showing, I'll call it emergent qualities, right? When it learned to code, when it was not trained specifically, that's when I felt like, wow, this is different.
Different in that generative AI essentially learns and increases its own capability, which has some worried it could surpass human intelligence. That leaves CEOs like Microsoft's Satya Nadella grappling with the balance of business and responsibility. There is a big question about whether all of this is moving too fast. What do you think?
It's the way I think about this is the following. A lot of technology, a lot of AI is already there at scale, right? Every news feed, every sort of social media feed, search as we know of it before chat plus search, they're all on AI. I describe them as the autopilot era. So in an interesting way, we're moving from the autopilot era of AI to co-pilot era of AI. So if anything, I feel, yes, it's moving fast, but moving fast in the right direction.
Microsoft has invested billions in OpenAI, whose ChatGPT rocketed through the tech world since its release last fall. AI's ability to write content, help people code, and generate disinformation has raised alarms in Washington.
And now, for some introductory remarks.
Too often, we have seen what happens when technology outpaces regulation.
In a hearing on Capitol Hill today, Senator Richard Blumenthal used a voice cloning AI program to deliver remarks that he says were written by ChatGPT to share his concerns.
My worst fears are that we, the field, the technology, the industry, cause significant harm to the world.
OpenAI's CEO Sam Altman was there, calling on Congress to create new safety standards, even a new government agency to oversee AI companies.
We think that regulatory intervention by governments will be critical.
Nadella also says regulation is needed, but that companies do not need to wait for the government to step in.
What scares you about this? A couple of different things. In fact, what scares me the most is what I'll call it societal choices do we make. We definitely want the benefits of this technology, and we want to mitigate the unintended consequences.
But Nadella also sees the potential.
Steve Jobs had this beautiful, beautiful line, right, which is, computers are like the bicycles for the mind. We now have an upgrade. We have a steam engine for the mind.
Our thanks to Andrew Ross Sorkin for that report, that interview. The hearing exposed a divide in opinions on tech giants, on the government's involvement in overseeing AI. In an interview with NBC's Meet the Press on Sunday, former Google CEO Eric Schmidt stated there's no way a non-industry person can understand what is possible.
Financial headlines now. We've got new numbers on the costly impact of the emergency rescue of Credit Suisse back in March.
NBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with that and more other money news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Joe, good morning to you. So, yeah, UBS expects a financial hit of about $17 billion from its takeover of rival Credit Suisse, which collapsed in March. Now, that includes $4 billion in potential legal and regulatory costs. But UBS estimates that it will book a one-time gain for buying the bank for a fraction of its value, and that cushion could help absorb potential losses. UBS says it was rushed into the deal in a shotgun merger engineered by the Swiss government. Google will start deleting accounts that have been inactive for 2 years in December, and this is in a bid to prevent security threats. Now, the company might delete the account and content across all apps, including Gmail, Docs, Drive, and Calendar, as well as YouTube and Google Photos. Now, the policy change, though, is only applicable to personal accounts and not those for organizations like schools or businesses. Indiana Jones is coming to Disney Plus. Now, the first 4 movies in the long-running franchise haven't been available on the streaming service in the past, and that's due to a deal between Disney and Paramount that split distribution rights. Now, ahead of the release of Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny on June 30th, the other films will be available to stream starting May 31st, and you can still watch the movies on Paramount Plus, guys.
So you don't have to do
I've got
those.
Disney Plus, so I'm excited.
Exactly, and you don't have to do those theater marathons anymore to sort of prepare yourself.
Right.
You can just do it at home.
Those are fun. Oh, gosh, I haven't seen that in a long time. Should rewatch.
There you go.
There we go.
Do it soon. All right.
Okay.
Thanks, Savannah. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Coming up, we're once again flipping the script. This time we're heading back over to Broadway.
That's where diversity is taking the spotlight with Broadway's first play written by a Native American female writer. I'm going to introduce you to her next.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from France. Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone. Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Well, a massive world tour just wasn't enough for Beyonce this year. She just teased that she's launching a big new business venture. It looks like it's a hair care line. Now, Beyonce is, of course, known for her gorgeous hair, and now it looks like she could be letting fans in on her secrets to success. She shared a teaser on her Instagram where she talked about her first job. Get this. It was actually sweeping hair at her mom, Tina's salon, and the band, of course, that she was a part of, Destiny's Child, actually performed for clients while they got their hair done. She wrote about her mom in her caption saying, quote, having learned so much on my hair journey, I've always dreamed of carrying on her legacy. What a cool full circle little anecdote there for this business.
Yeah, it's great to bring that all full circle, and I'm eager to see. Everyone can soon have Beyonce hair, right?
Exactly.
All right.
Let's hope.
Thanks, Savannah. Thanks, Savannah. Now to our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on screen, on stage, and behind the scenes, shining a spotlight on diversity. Enter Larissa Fasthorse. Last month, the playwright made history, becoming only the second Native American writer and the first Native American woman playwright to bring a show to Broadway. It is a critically acclaimed comedy called The Thanksgiving Play. Fasthorse is currently in South Dakota working on her next project, but she took a little time to chat with us from a car.
So we're four white people doing a culturally sensitive first Thanksgiving play for Native American Heritage Month.
As best and simply as you can, how do you describe the plot of The Thanksgiving Play?
Four people trying so hard to do everything right that they get it all wrong.
This is four white people trying to put on a Thanksgiving play.
Yes, for Native American Heritage Month, and they're trying to hit all of those things. However, they're trying to do it without any Native American people in the room. To be clear, they wanted Native American people in the room, and they really mean well, but well-meaning isn't ever enough.
Those four people are played by four well-known actors, TV stars Darcy Carden, Scott Foley, and Chris Sullivan, and two-time Tony winner Katie Finneran.
Help her recover from the false value placed on her sexuality, because I've taken that journey.
It's an understatement to say this is a satire, right?
Yeah, but you know what? I'm really clear that it's definitely a comedy within a satire. There's absolutely satire in it, but there's a lot of comedy that I put in intentionally because I call that the sugar that helps medicine go down, right?
So I have to take a bus. Have you ever taken a bus?
I want people to feel invited into the conversation. I want people to feel, unsettled and questioning why they weren't taught a lot of the truths and in history that we learn about during the play about Thanksgiving. And I want people to ask why. Why didn't I know these things? Why haven't I thought about these things before? Why wasn't I taught these things? And then I want them to go find some answers and to start making some change. And I want them to be invited into that conversation.
This idea from some that they don't want kids to learn about hard histories because it might make them feel like there's racism out there. What do you make of that?
We have to know things about each other. I mean, how can you possibly understand another person if you don't understand who they are, where they came from, how we are both related? I mean, ignorance and hiding truth and hiding facts just isn't a way to get there.
We need to get our creative juices flowing.
I know this play has been seen in other cities around the country. How does it feel to bring it to Broadway?
It's a goal I've had since I started playwriting, is I wanted to be the first Native American woman on Broadway, and I'm very fortunate to have been here after the great Lynn Riggs, who was the first Native playwright on Broadway, but that was the beginning of the last century. So that's a little concerning that it's taken another, I hope it's not another century before we have another Native playwright on Broadway. I put a lot of pressure on myself just to make sure it goes well and that the door is wide open and that folks are not just able to get through the door into Broadway, Native folks, but that they're also feeling like it's a place for them.
What do you think needs to be done to make sure it's not another century, that we are telling more Native American stories on Broadway and really just in entertainment in general?
The reason I wrote this play was because of casting, because I was told that there weren't Native American actors that could be on the big stages. We need to get past that. You know, Reservation Dogs, Rutherford Falls, a lot of great shows have showed us that there are incredible Native actors out there. And so theater needs to catch up with that and be able to hire Native folks and have them on their stages. And I think that's going to be a big thing that has to change so that more Native folks don't have to write an all-white play to be able to get on Broadway.
Fast Horse is busy these days with 7 plays hitting stages around the country this year. She hopes the next show she brings to Broadway does feature Native American actors. As for the Thanksgiving play, you can check it out now at the Helen Hayes Theater here in New York. I saw it just before it opened. It is so funny. It is just hilarious.
The amount of shows that you are able to fit in with as much as you work and the time that we get up just amazes me. But I love that I get the early reviews.
If you need a recommendation. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, the pressure is on. In just over 2 weeks, the nation could start running out of money to pay its bills. President Biden and congressional leaders have yet to reach a deal on the debt ceiling. The negotiations now forcing President Biden to cancel part of his upcoming foreign trip. But the latest on the talks and what this could mean for your wallet. Beyond the border, the migrant crisis along the southern border has become a growing problem across the nation. Migrants are heading north to big cities that are now running out of room and resources. The struggles those major meccas are now facing as they try to house migrants who entered the U.S. thousands of miles away. Case solved. A girl who was reported missing nearly 6 years ago has been found thanks to someone who recognized her in a Netflix documentary. What we're learning about the case and how that eagle-eyed viewer was able to make the connection. Plus, history by the bottle. There is a new vineyard in Oregon's wine region, and it is breaking barriers. We're going to introduce you to the first Korean-American winemakers in the state, how they're celebrating their heritage with every bottle they make. And now I want a glass of wine for breakfast.
Don't you love when our show does that?
Exactly.
Wine, burgers, Taco Bell. I want it all after
We'll do
the
it
show.
all, exactly. We'll bring you that in a little bit. We are, of course, going to begin this hour with the gridlock in Washington over the debt ceiling. There is an optimistic tone this morning that a deal can be reached to avert a potentially crippling default next month.
President Biden, Vice President Harris, and top congressional leaders met yesterday at the White House with just over 2 weeks to go until the Treasury says the U.S. will run out of money to pay its bills. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake has the latest.
With time running out, the president is canceling part of his planned trip to Asia to deal with the crisis here at home. But there are some new signs of progress this morning, including the newly appointed negotiators from the White House and the Speaker's office meeting late last night to try to get to a deal.
We're just getting started.
With the clock ticking towards potential catastrophe, no deal yet between President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy over the nation's debt limit.
There's still work to do.
But Tuesday's White House meeting between the president and congressional leaders may have broken new ground.
There's an overwhelming consensus, I think, in today's meeting, the congressional leaders, that defaulting on the debt is simply not an option.
It is possible to get a deal by the end of the week. It's not that difficult to get to an agreement.
For the first time, Democratic leaders are conceding a bipartisan compromise will be needed to break the impasse, likely combining an increase in the nation's borrowing limit with spending cuts.
We all agreed that the only path forward is to reach a bipartisan agreement anchored in common ground.
That means a so-called clean debt limit increase with no spending cuts attached, favored by the president and Democrats, is now off the table. The White House says President Biden has appointed 2 top aides to lead negotiations with the House Speaker's team. While the president will depart for the G7 summit in Japan today as scheduled, he'll cut his overseas trip short, skipping a planned summit in Australia, returning to Washington Sunday to deal with the crisis. Because the global financial system relies on the dollar, economists say damage from even a short-term default could be disastrous. With the government unable to pay its bills, Social Security checks, tax refunds, and veterans benefits could all be delayed. Interest rates would spike, and if the market takes a big hit, as expected, the value of your retirement account could plummet. In the 2011 standoff over the debt ceiling, stocks plunged 20%, and the U.S. credit rating was downgraded for the first time in history. And that's when Congress passed a debt ceiling increase on the very last available day. Now, Treasury Secretary Yellen said yesterday that they are already seeing the impacts of brinksmanship, her words, on the markets this time. She's watching for hits to things like business confidence and borrowing costs as these negotiations drag out, the costs of inaction already apparent.
All right, Garrett, thank you.
Well, overnight, North Carolina joined the growing list of states with strict abortion bans. Republican leaders there voted for a 12-week abortion ban, overriding a veto from the state's governor just days earlier. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the details.
Hey there. In the wake of the overturning of Roe v. Wade, North Carolina has been considered a safe haven by some women seeking an abortion in the South. But now the landscape is shifting for them yet again, with new obstacles making it more difficult to get the procedure.
Overnight, U.S. abortion access facing another major shift as one of the remaining southern states to allow abortions tightens restrictions. Late protests in the North Carolina Capitol after the state banned the procedure after 12 weeks. The Democratic Governor Roy Cooper vetoed the new ban and went on the road trying to persuade others to join his side. But a united Republican Party voted to override him.
The people of the state are just family values, conservative people.
Supporters say the bill's a compromise, since according to the CDC, over 90% of abortions take place before 20 weeks. And it allows for cases of rape, incest, and health of the mother. But it includes more restrictions for those seeking abortions, like mandated doctor's visits and more regulations for clinics.
With all the restrictions, it's going to really limit access to abortion at all.
Governor Cooper saying overnight, quote, several Republican lawmakers broke their promises to protect women's reproductive freedom. It's all part of the changing landscape for abortion access across the country since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade last year, as many southern and some Midwestern states have banned abortions entirely, or under 6 weeks. North Carolina was one of the only southern states with lighter restrictions. After the Roe decision, the state had an increase in the number of abortions provided, suggesting that women from surrounding states may have traveled there, according to a nonprofit that supports abortion access.
This is about making sure that politicians stay out of my family decisions, out of my doctor's offices.
And it comes as 2 other states are considering changing access this week. South Carolina is locked in a fierce fight over banning abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy. And overnight, Republicans in Nebraska moved a 12-week abortion ban forward.
Now, of course, abortion will remain in the spotlight at the center of political debate as we head into the 2024 election. And the Republican frontrunner, former President Trump, has been under pressure to say whether he would sign a national abortion ban, so far refusing to answer the question directly. Back to you.
All right, Stephanie Goss, thank you so much.
Now to Ukraine, where amid intense new Russian airstrikes, we're now learning that an American military veteran has died in the fighting. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us from Kyiv with that story. Molly, good morning.
Joe, good morning. That's right. Very sad news confirmed by his family. 45-year-old Nicholas Mamer is one of at least 10 confirmed Americans who have been killed since the war started here in Ukraine. This, as Ukraine says, they have the momentum around that eastern city of Bakhmut.
This morning, the grim confirmation that another American has died fighting in Ukraine. Overnight, Nicholas Mamer's aunt, Sherry Mamer, confirmed to NBC News the 45-year-old veteran from Boise, Idaho, passed away. Yesterday, a video posted by a pro-Russian blogger on Telegram shows Wagner mercenary chief Yevgeny Prigozhin standing over what he says is a dead American soldier in Bakhmut. The group posting an Idaho driver's license and what appear to be genuine U.S. documents for Nicholas Maimer. The U.S. State Department said they were aware of the report but offered no official confirmation. Maimer's family says he was a decorated veteran. His service record obtained by NBC News shows he joined the U.S. Army in 1996. Maimer traveled to Ukraine in 2022, posting this update.
And I'm putting together a training program for the territorial defense, and that is going to allow me to hopefully save some lives.
The fiercest fighting today over the ruins of what was once the eastern city of Bakhmut. The Ukrainians say they have recaptured nearly 8 square miles in the last few days. Overnight, President Zelensky trying to capitalize on the momentum with European allies.
That we, in unity, will give 100% in any field when we have a goal to protect our people and our Europe.
Meanwhile, as the fighting shows no signs of letting up, the CIA sensing an opportunity inside Russia, where privately some may disagree with the 15-month-old war. Yesterday, the agency posting a dramatic video aimed at recruiting Russians. People around you may not want to hear the truth, the video says, but we do.
Coming back to Kyiv, possible big news here. So Chinese Special Representative Li Hui is expected to be in town for meetings with who we don't exactly know. We've asked the Ukrainians and asked the Chinese for official conversations, confirmation of those official conversations. We have not seen any pictures. Of course, Joe, China is a staunch ally of Russia, but Secretary of State Blinken was actually asked about a possible role for China in mediation or mediating between Russia and Ukraine just a couple of weeks ago. And his words said it could be very beneficial. So leaving the door open, and we will certainly keep an eye out for any news on that today. Joe?
All right, Molly Hunter in Kyiv. Molly, thank you.
And turning now to new developments in that mass shooting in New Mexico. Police have identified a teenager as the gunman who killed 3 senior citizens Monday in an attack that authorities say appears to be completely random. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin has the latest.
Hey there. Once the first shots were fired inside the close-knit community of Farmington, New Mexico, police say hundreds called 911. Neighbors pointed first responders in the direction of the attack. Multiple agencies answered the call, including 3 officers who responded during their lunch hour without body armor. Absent that collective effort, police say this could have been so much worse.
In New Mexico, new details about America's latest teenage mass shooter.
I have eyes on the suspect. He's walking south. He's wearing all black.
Late Tuesday, police identified the suspect as Bo Wilson, an 18-year-old high school student. Seen here moments before being shot dead by police, following a murderous and apparently random shooting rampage that killed 3 elderly women and wounded at least 6, including 2 police officers.
The amount of violence and brutality that these innocent people faced is something that is unconscionable to me.
Police say Wilson opened fire on a Farmington, New Mexico neighborhood, blowing out car windows and shooting up random homes.
He was just shooting indiscriminately, houses, cars, people.
Police say first shots were fired at 10:56 in the morning. About 10 minutes later, police shot the gunman dead, having been armed with at least 3 different weapons, including an assault-style rifle. Police say he'd purchased one of the weapons legally last year. The rest belonged to a family member.
He got them from a family member. And by got them, that's a loose interpretation of the word.
All of the victims shot in their cars. Among those lost, 79-year-old Shirley Voita, a mother of 5 and retired school nurse who'd been married for 57 years.
Just pillars of the community.
97-year-old Gwendolyn Schofield died alongside her 73-year-old daughter, Melody. Family member and state representative Mark Duncan tells NBC News they were women of faith.
It's a horrible thing when tragedy hits. And I can tell you that Aunt Melody would probably be the first one that put her arms around that young man as he lost his life.
We're also learning more about the suspect's past. Police say he did have minor infractions as a juvenile, but nothing that would rise to the level of a serious crime. Court documents show his parents filed for divorce last year, and police say people who knew him had concerns for his mental health. Back to you.
Heartbreaking details, Aaron. Thank you so much.
Now to the emergency at the border. Every day, busloads of migrants are arriving in sanctuary cities, and officials are struggling to find space and resources for them. It's causing a strain on cities big and small. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the story.
We're roughly 2,000 miles from the southern border, but this city and others like it are feeling the impact of the immigration debate. This county is now suing to keep migrants out, but not before some were already bused to this hotel. This morning, the ongoing migrant influx is being felt far beyond the southern border. Just hours ago, 2 buses carrying nearly 100 migrants arrived in New York City from Laredo, Texas. While from Chicago and Philadelphia to Denver and Pittsburgh, shelters are being stretched thin in cities from coast to coast. Illegal border crossings have actually dropped each day since the COVID border restriction known as Title 42 expired last week. But with border processing centers slammed, newly released court documents reveal more than 6,400 migrants were released into the U.S. last Thursday and Friday. In Chicago, there are now pop-up showers for migrants living in police stations.
They have not showered for probably from 5 days to almost 2 weeks.
While in New York City, parents and even students are protesting a new plan to temporarily house asylum seekers in school gyms. What worries you most?
I don't know these people. Why can't they send them someplace else?
New York City Mayor Eric Adams says there's just no room anywhere else. We spoke with this woman who's been living at an emergency shelter near Times Square for 4 months. How long do you expect to be here? I'm just trying to save up a little more money to be able to find another place to go, she tells us. The mayor is blasting the Biden administration for not doing more.
We're not getting the support that we deserve here in New York City.
The immigration debate now spilling into the suburbs, too. Orange County, New York, granted a temporary restraining order, stopping more migrants from being bused to local hotels for now. The county executive says homeless veterans were pushed out of hotel housing early to make way.
The 20 veterans that were displaced, that is really sends a bad message.
You can't just drop a bombshell on them and kick them back out to the streets. Leave the veterans alone.
Neighboring Rockland County is also sued to keep migrants out, so we expect court battles over the coming weeks. Meanwhile, New York City budget officials estimate that housing and caring for migrants will cost taxpayers more than $4 billion by next year. Back to you.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much. If you're in New England, time to cover those plants or bring them inside. Meteorologist Bill Carrington is here with the Morning News Now weather.
That's right. We heard it's frosty. Hey, Bill.
Yeah, it will be. So you guys like it when I ask you questions, right?
Yeah.
Always, because we do so well.
Yeah.
Okay, so when was the last time we had significant rainfall in not just New York City, but in the Northeast? You know how long? Can you think back?
Well, didn't
New
we have
York,
some a couple
we
weeks
had a couple
ago?
weeks ago.
Yeah.
A couple weeks ago. Very good. It was 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
Yes, it was about 2 weeks and about 2 days that we actually had significant rain, but it hasn't really rained since then.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's not good. You like the frequency to increase a little bit more than that, and for that reason, we actually have red flag warnings up for areas of New England, portions of New Jersey too, because things have gotten very dry very quickly, and the humidity is so low today. I mean, you'll feel it when you go outside. And here's the forecast over the next 7 days. You'll notice that we have 0 rainfall in the New York City area, Jersey, Washington, D.C., and Richmond. So it's only going to get worse. There's a chance for some rain Saturday afternoon and evening with some coastal moisture coming up. It may clip Long Island and Rhode Island and the Boston area, but that's not even guaranteed. So if that doesn't happen, some areas could go 3.5 weeks without rainfall at least in New England. And that's pretty rare. It doesn't happen very often. Usually the frequency of rain's a lot more often than that. So with this dry air that's moving in, it's also chilly too for this time of year. You may love it. You know, roll the windows down in the car, probably feels good. Temperatures in the 50s and the 60s during the day today. So that's, you know, we call it free air. You can just open up the windows in the house. It's fantastic. 60 in Detroit, Pittsburgh at 63. But tonight, before you go to bed, make sure you slam the windows shut because it is going to get cold with the clear skies and pretty much a calm wind. Temperatures are going to get down to 28 degrees in Binghamton, which should be a record low. We're going to be in the 30s in the Hudson Valley, 42 as far south as Philadelphia. So a lot of people will be waking up in the night and probably turning their heat on in their houses too. And then as far as frost and freeze goes, a lot of people hopefully haven't planted their tomatoes and things like that outdoors yet. But if you have, make sure you cover them up. Freeze watches are up for much of Pennsylvania, New York, and areas of the West. And the opposite of all of this is the Pacific Northwest, who just got done with an epic May heat wave. Seattle 4 days in a row over the weekend, going into the weekend and coming out of it, record highs. Portland, for the first time ever in May, had 4 90-degree days in a row. And it hasn't really cooled off much. Portland back up to 90 today. That's 22 degrees warmer than it should be. So that's like way, way above where we should. That's like midsummer heat wave. Medford 93. And it's not like it's going to really give up either. It's going to stay very warm, not just the coastal areas, but even interior. Boise up to 90 on Saturday. Portland's going to stay in the 80s too. So the Pacific Northwest, I don't know. This, you never know. This could be warmer than the summer in the Pacific Northwest.
They don't like that weather in the summer. I've lived in Seattle, so to have it this time of year is unreal.
Yeah.
All right. Also, gentlemen, I like both of your pink. Thanks for participating.
You know something? I picked out a different tie, and then I looked at my calendar. I said it's Wednesday. I go, oh no, ran back upstairs and got it for you.
Is that true?
Yes.
Love you, Bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill.
Coming up, researchers are now warning artificial intelligence is starting to show signs of human reasoning.
What could go wrong? Now the creator behind AI is calling for the government to start regulating the technology. His message to lawmakers next. You're watching Morning News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We are back with an urgent push by the man who helped create ChatGPT. Of course, that's the artificial intelligence program that is sweeping the world. Well, he wants to see lawmakers regulate AI as fast as possible. This comes as the New York Times reports that researchers at Microsoft believe AI is showing signs of human reasoning. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now from Washington, D.C. with the latest on this. Tom, it feels like every day we have a concerning headline in terms of AI. Tell us the latest here.
You're right. And Sam Altman says AI could be as revolutionary as the printing press was, but given that it's evolving by the minute, it could prove to be destructive and devastating for humanity. He and other AI execs want Congress to write new AI laws, license and regulate it, just as nuclear energy and clean water are regulated. Underscoring the promise and peril posed by artificial intelligence.
We have seen what happens when technology outpaces regulation.
Tuesday's Senate hearing started with a voice that sounded like Senator Richard Blumenthal, but wasn't.
That voice was not mine. The audio was an AI voice cloning software trained on my floor speeches.
The words written by AI program ChatGPT. The man behind ChatGPT, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, is now pleading with Congress to regulate AI before it's too late.
My worst fears are that we, the field, the technology, the industry, cause significant harm to the world. If this technology goes wrong, it can go quite wrong.
AI's peril is far more than stealing a singer's voice and composing a new song or drafting love letters and college essays. Researchers warn it could create counterfeit humans, steal identities, spread fake news and medical advice, undermine elections, democracies, even start wars. And there is wide agreement that humans could soon start losing their jobs to AI.
How do we find meaning in life if the AI could do your job better than you can?
Billionaire Elon Musk, who helped fund OpenAI, is among hundreds of tech leaders calling for the industry to hit pause. Last night, he talked exclusively to CNBC's David Faber.
There's a strong probability that it will make life much better, and there's some chance that it goes wrong and destroys humanity. Hopefully that chance is small, but it's not zero.
For years, Hollywood has envisioned a dark future controlled by computers.
What am I?
While iRobot may be extreme, the man known as the godfather of AI, Dr. Jeffrey Hinton, recently left his job at Google to issue a stark warning.
I think it's possible that people are just passing phase in the evolution of intelligence.
People are a passing phase. In other words, computers will take over.
Yes, that's possible.
An existential threat to all of us. Think about what this means. We now have the top leaders of AI saying, regulate us, please, before this gets crazy. And there is growing bipartisan agreement in Congress that AI needs to be regulated. But, you guys, the U.S. is far behind Europe, where new AI guardrail laws are moving towards passage. For example, riskier apps would face tougher oversight. The EU laws would move to protect children from manipulation, ban scoring people based on the behavior, and ban remote facial recognition, for example, in a grocery store.
Oh, wow. Tom, it's something when you see a CEO like that, not necessarily just on the defensive in a setting like that, actually asking for help, asking for more from lawmakers. It really says something. Tom Costello, thank you so much.
You bet. Republican voters in Kentucky have picked the state's Attorney General, Daniel Cameron, as their nominee for governor.
Cameron, who was endorsed by former President Trump, beat rivals, including former UN Ambassador Kelly Craft and Agriculture Commissioner Ryan Quarles. In many ways, the race was seen as a test of Trump's influence ahead of 2024.
Cameron's victory now sets him up to face off against incumbent Democratic Governor Andy Beshear in November. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from Lexington, Kentucky, with the latest. So, Dasha, Cameron blew away the competition. It was a large field, but he's been the front runner since announcing his bid last year. He secured that early endorsement from Trump. Walk us through what this win means and what it says about Trump's influence over Republican voters right now.
Well, look, Joe, one of the reasons we've been watching this race nationally is because it has been sort of an early bellwether, a test for the Republican Party about what wins out with voters. And look, Cameron is well known in the state as the state's attorney general, but that Trump endorsement is something that he put front and center in this race. All of his ads talked about it. He was constantly touting it on the campaign trail. And he took a lot of incoming from his opponents, particularly Kelly Craft, who spent a lot of her own money. She's a wealthy candidate. She spent a lot of ad dollars attacking Cameron, and still he came out well on top, which does indicate that Donald Trump, the former president, still has a lot of power with primary voters, right? That is a big key factor here. We're talking about primary voters. What does that endorsement mean in the general? Will it help or hurt? That's the big question, guys.
So this was hurdle number one, but of course the big one here is going to be unseating a popular incumbent governor. That is a hard thing to do. What are some of Cameron's advantages here? Are there any, and how are voters feeling about him going up against the current governor, Andy Beshear?
Well, you said it there, Savannah. Bashir is incredibly popular. He's led the state through several tough moments, the pandemic, tornadoes, that shooting recently where he lost a close friend of his as well. So he has a lot of popularity. It's going to be a tough, tight race. I imagine a lot more money will be spent here. I want you to hear from one of the voters we talked to yesterday who kind of laid the groundwork about what this is going to look like. Take a listen.
He's young. I like his morals. He's got that swag to him, and I really like him. And the Bashirs are similar to like a Kentucky version of the Kennedys. Oh, I got the last name, so I'm going to run.
Similar to a Kentucky version of the Kennedys. Look, they have a lot of sway here and a lot of name recognition. And as I said, quite a popular governor here. So it's going to be an important one to watch. And again, that Trump endorsement that was so critical to winning the primary. We saw this in the midterms, right? A lot of Trump's endorsed candidates got through the primary, then got to the general election and lost. So we'll see if history repeats itself here, guys.
Dasha, while we have you, we want to ask you about another race there in Kentucky. The Secretary of State, Michael Adams, did win the primary and a chance to secure a second term. He beat out two candidates who did campaign on voter fraud claims. So what can you tell us about this one?
Well, look, this says something pretty important. I think it says that campaigning on looking back, campaigning on election denialism might not be as fruitful as some of Republican candidates may think. And look, the Secretary of State here said, I am not going to give in to this. I might lose my job over it, but I'm not going to give in to this kind of conspiracy theory, and ultimately came out on top. So that might be a bit of a flag, a bit of a signal to others that might be thinking about campaigning on these sorts of issues, guys.
Yeah. All right. Dasha Burns in Lexington. Dasha, thank you so much.
Thank you. Now for what is making international headlines this morning. Police are now launching a full investigation into the deadly hostile fire in New Zealand.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other world headlines. Claudia, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, a day after a fire ripped through a hostel in the city of Wellington, the police has started a homicide inquiry as it believes it may have been arson. And now the police is not saying why they believe the fire was deliberately lit, and nobody has been arrested yet. But the investigation is ongoing. In the meantime, several people remain missing, raising fears that the death toll may climb. Let's go to North Korea, where the leader Kim Jong-un paid a visit to an aerospace facility to take a look at a military spy satellite expected to be launched in the near future. According to the Central News Agency, Kim Jong-un described space-based reconnaissance as crucial for countering the U.S. and South Korea. North Korea has not disclosed the target date for the launch, but it's expected to take place in the next few weeks. And let's end this short tour of the world on top of the world, Mount Everest. According to a government official in Nepal, on Wednesday, a Sherpa scaled the 29,000-foot mountain for a record 27th time. Sherpas are local climbers who make a living guiding foreign clients up Everest and other mountains, but Everest remains a dangerous and deadly mountain. At least 320 people are known to have lost their lives while trying to climb it, guys.
All right, congrats to that Sherpa, though.
27 climbs. Wow, just incredible. Claudio, thank you.
Coming up, growing concerns about the higher mortality rate among Black Americans. New research shows there have been nearly 2 million early deaths among Black Americans over the last 20 years. So what's behind the high death rate and what doctors say can be done about it? Next.
Plus, unsolved mystery no more. Get this, a missing girl found after someone recognized her from a Netflix series. What we know about the case and how she was tracked down in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
We are back with an alarming new study that is shedding new light on the racial disparity between black and white Americans.
According to a report published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, higher mortality rate among black Americans led to nearly 2 million excessive deaths, that's what they're called, over the last 2 decades. Those early deaths ultimately led to the loss of more than 80 million years of life.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Uche Blackstock joins us now to help break down this story. She's also an emergency medicine physician and the CEO of Advancing Health Equity. Doctor, good to have you with us. So first of all, why are we seeing such a large number of excessive deaths? Did COVID play any role in this?
Hi, Joe and Savannah. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you so much for reviewing this important article. So yes, COVID definitely had something to do with it, especially the first year of COVID. But even before that, the differences in mortality rate between white and black Americans was decreasing significantly after some improvement in the late 90s. And so what we're seeing is there are multiple factors. They're all related to what we call the social determinants of health, related to access to affordable housing, quality education, gainful employment, access to green space and healthy food. All of those are impacted by systemic racism, and we're seeing how that manifests in the health of black Americans. And I think these numbers are incredibly sobering and call for both policy at a local, federal, and state level intervention.
Doctor, in addition to COVID being a specific major issue, another one is maternal mortality contributing to this high number of deaths. Let's talk about this before. We've had this conversation on this show before, but put in context for us just how much of a racial disparity there is between black and white expecting mothers. Why do black women suffer more from pregnancy complications?
So in the U.S., black pregnant people are 3 to 4 times more likely to suffer from pregnancy-related complications than their white peers. And here in New York City, that rate is 8 to 12 times higher. So we are really dealing with a significant issue. These rates are higher than that of even some low and middle income countries. I would say overall, the U.S. is not doing great in terms of their overall maternal mortality rate, but for black pregnant people, it's more striking. And it has, there are multiple reasons. A lot of it has to do with the fact that, pregnant people will say that when they ask for care or complain of a symptom, that they're not being listened to by their healthcare professionals. Another issue is just how maternal care is provided in this country. There really is not close follow-up after someone delivers a baby. We typically have a 6-week postpartum visit. That's not enough. Most other countries, you have a doula, you have a midwife that visits you at home and keeps track of the symptoms that you're having. So we may have to think about changing the model with which we take care of birthing people to that of other higher income countries where there's closer follow-up and with people are able to advocate for themselves and be listened to as well.
Dr. Blackstock, we only have a little time left here, but we do want to talk about the price that Black Americans pay. Given these higher mortality rates, Black families are more likely to be grieving the loss of a family member at any given point. So what is the impact on physical and mental health?
Yeah. And when we hear those numbers and we think about this, like those are missed graduations, missed celebrations, not having grandma or auntie or uncle at an important event, right? So, that's why we are seeing higher rates of depression, higher rates of anxiety. Even when we look at suicide rates over the last several years, those have actually increased over with young Black men and women. So we've seen these increases, and we have a situation where we don't have enough mental health counselors of color. So again, we need to think about multiple ways to address this issue.
Dr. Uche Blackstock, an important conversation. Thank you for joining us this morning to talk about this.
Thank you.
An Illinois girl who disappeared 6 years ago has been found, and it's largely because of a Netflix series that put a spotlight on her case. It's a positive example of America's obsession with true crime stories in this country. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us from Illinois with the details. Maggie, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Yeah, just an absolutely incredible story. As you point out, Kayla Unbehan was 9 years old in 2017 when police say her mother kidnapped her. Her mother didn't have legal custody at the time. Well, fast forward to this week, 6 years later, police here in South Elgin say she is now back home with her dad after someone in North Carolina, states away, recognized her from the Netflix hit Unsolved Mysteries. And experts add this is not an isolated case, noting that sometimes America's true crime obsession indeed pays off.
Everyone.
From in-depth docuseries
A killer on the loose in New York
to hours-long podcasts. This morning, investigators say America's true crime addiction has helped bring a young girl home.
Hi, this is Kayla here.
Back in 2017, police in South Elgin, Illinois say then 9-year-old Kayla Unbehan was abducted by her mother, Heather, after a judge granted Kayla's father full custody of the child. The dad, Ryan Iskirka, speaking to our affiliate at the time.
When she canceled all that social media, that's another sign that she wasn't ever intending to come back.
Despite years of dead ends, Iskirka refused to let the case grow cold, pushing his story onto the national stage, including in early 2020 appearing on Vanished, the Missing Persons Project, a series streaming on Peacock, which is owned by our parent company, NBC Universal.
Here I am at home, wringing my hands, wondering where my daughter's at.
And again last fall on Netflix's Unsolved Mysteries. Finally, this weekend, a crucial break in the case when investigators say someone in North Carolina who saw that Netflix show recognized Kayla at a clothing store and alerted police. Because of the tip, police say Kayla, now 15, is back home with her dad, while her mother was arrested and charged with kidnapping. She was released from custody after posting a $25,000 bond. Ryan Iskirka writing in a statement, "I'm overjoyed that Kayla is home safe," adding, "We ask for privacy as we get to know each other again and navigate this new beginning."
6 years is way too long. Let's face it, 6 minutes, 6 seconds is way too long to be away from your own child.
And this is not the only case where true crime shows have made a difference. From HBO's The Jinx, which led to the murder conviction of the late real estate heir Robert Durst,
Kill them all. Course.
to the iconic Serial podcast, which helped free Adnan Syed from prison more than 20 years after he was convicted of murdering his girlfriend. Experts say the genre can be an invaluable tool to cracking cases. Kayla's just the latest proof of that.
Do you work to get these kids' cases into these kind of true crime series to get that spotlight on them?
We do, as we saw today, that it just takes one set of eyes to be a hero.
And directors with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, who you just heard from in that piece, note that they only put these cases on these shows and on these platforms when authorities basically give them the green light and tell them they're comfortable, because of course they've seen cases like we all have where where online sleuths and kind of true crime fans can sort of produce complications, running away with theories online. But they say in these cases, this is definitely proof that true crime can produce crucial tips and crack a case, as we've seen, wide open.
All right. Fascinating one, Maggie. Thank you so much.
Really fascinating. Coming up on Morning News Now, the entrepreneurship boom. Small business owners have been bringing in billions of dollars for the economy in recent years. But how are their businesses impacting the market today? We'll explain.
Plus, off the court, the Philadelphia 76ers are without a head coach this morning after another year of failing to get far in the postseason. It is becoming a growing trend in the NBA, coaches losing their jobs despite making it to the playoffs. We'll explain what's happening in the league next.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, worth coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Leslie?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now. I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Time for our CNBC Money Minute with all the biggest financial headlines this morning, starting with details from Elon Musk's exclusive interview with CNBC.
And CNBC's Silvana Hanau joins us. And look at her in her pink, too. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. On Wednesdays, we were pink.
Exactly.
Let me give you some Elon Musk headlines. He says that Tesla will launch ads for its electric vehicles. Speaking to shareholders at the company's annual meeting, he says, quote, we'll try a little advertising and see how it goes. In an interview with CNBC, Musk says that Tesla would be interested in running ads that are informative, aesthetically pleasing, and beautiful, but didn't offer any more details. The move would be a shift for Tesla, which has largely avoided conventional marketing and instead relying mostly on word of mouth and tax credit incentives. Musk also continues to be critical of working from home. In the interview with CNBC, Musk calls remote work, quote, morally wrong and unfair to those people who can't. Musk banned remote work at Twitter after buying the company in October, and he also imposed a strict return to the office policy for Tesla back in 2022, warning employees they would lose their jobs if they refused to do so. Musk says he's a big believer that people tend to be more productive when they're working in person. And Taco Bell wants to liberate Taco Tuesday. It's asking the U.S. Trademark Office to cancel 2 smaller rivals' trademarks on the phrase. Taco John's owns Taco Tuesday in 49 states, while Gregory's Restaurant and Bar owns it in New Jersey. And Taco Bell says they wrongly monopolized the use of the phrase. Taco John's, though, has a history of defending its trademark, sending cease and desist letters to anyone who infringes on it or uses the hashtag on social media, guys. It's a fight for Taco Tuesday.
There's a lot of places I could stick them on here in New York City then. Right? I see that everywhere.
Exactly.
Who knew? I had no idea someone owned that.
No idea.
Can we even say it on television?
I know.
Right?
I mean, I say it all the time.
No kidding. Be careful. All right, Savannah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, in some other business news this morning, entrepreneurship has skyrocketed in recent years, bringing in billions of dollars for the economy.
Now, thanks to data collected by Shopify, there is a new global index that is measuring just how much these small business owners are impacting the markets. And Shopify's president, Harley Finkelstein, joins us now with more on these new numbers. Harley, good to have you with us. So walk us through this index here. What countries are on top, and how did you go about creating this index?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Joe and Savannah. Appreciate the time. So at Shopify, we live and breathe entrepreneurship. And as you sort of pointed out, Joe, entrepreneurs are certainly the backbone of the economy and the local communities. They create jobs, they anchor communities. And we decided that it was time for us to put together a bunch of data and insights across 40 countries and every U.S. state to look at the impact that entrepreneurs have. We're going to be updating this every quarter, so there's going to be lots more trends coming soon. But because nobody else has this data set, we felt it'd be a very powerful resource for those in power to help make it easier for entrepreneurs to start and scale their businesses. And so, interesting enough, despite a very challenging economic environment, entrepreneurship is absolutely having a renaissance right now. There was a record 10.5 million business applications in the U.S. over the last 2 years. And about 99% of all American businesses are considered to be small businesses. So there's a lot we can do here. Now, in terms of the index, some of the big numbers. So the U.S. was the #1 country in terms of entrepreneurial index. The second was Lithuania, and the third is Romania. And so a lot of really cool stuff is being provided now. But again, the idea here is to give policymakers, government, the media, the public more information to make better decisions to help increase the amount of surface area for entrepreneurs.
So then what kind of impact, let's talk a little bit more about this, do these small businesses and entrepreneurs have on the economy? You mentioned things like the jobs, the way they anchor communities. Let's dig in more on that.
Yeah, so one of the things that we noticed, if you just look at the U.S., for example, where, again, U.S. ranked #1 in terms of leading the world in entrepreneurship, we saw that total jobs supported, GDP impact, and business activity by entrepreneurs on Shopify each increased by 11% over 2021. And a couple things really jump out. So one of the things that we noticed about in the US in particular is that entrepreneurs in Shopify's ecosystem, they're exporting more goods to foreign customers. So cross-border commerce is really, really strong. And on the consumer side, we are seeing that American consumers are actually spending more at small businesses across the country. And in fact, clothing and accessories are the biggest 2 categories there. But really, American consumers are voting with their wallets to support entrepreneurs and small business, which is amazing. Another thing that's super cool is that rural entrepreneurship in the U.S. is very strong. Nearly 1/3 of entrepreneurs are building their businesses outside of major cities, which is incredible.
Harley Finkelstein, thank you so much. Really, really interesting information there, and good to hear what a positive impact small businesses can have. We appreciate your time.
Thanks so much.
Now to that major shakeup on the basketball court, the Philadelphia 76ers have fired head coach Doc Rivers after a disappointing postseason.
Yeah, but he's not alone. The Milwaukee Bucks fired head coach Mike Budenholzer, who had the best regular season record this year. And then the Phoenix Suns fired head coach Monty Williams, who had the best regular season record last year. So what is going on here? For more, we are joined by sports business reporter at Sportico, Eben Novy-Williams. Eben, thank you so much for being here with us this morning. Super interesting. I don't have a ton of sports knowledge, let's put it this way. So I just am so curious about this. I mean, of the last 9 coaches to take teams to the NBA Finals, only 2 of them are still with the team. What's the deal?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. The NBA job security team by team right now is not very strong. And you mentioned 3 of the big ones right there. I think there's 2 things happening here. One, fan expectation is incredibly high. And if you have the NBA MVP, which the Sixers do, and you don't make it to the conference finals, a lot of people view that as a failure. And then secondly, and this is the bigger point, I think, NBA players specifically are so powerful. They have a lot of say in things beyond just what they're doing on the court, obviously. And if you have stars that want to make a change, the owner's hands are often tied. And I think we're seeing that across the league right now.
And that was kind of the question here, right? James Harden, who's got impending free agency, and Doc Rivers, there was some question about them. I mean, talk a little about that. And then just in general, I mean, has coaching and the culture around coaching changed permanently here in the NBA?
There's so much of the job that I think a lot of fans don't realize, which is not drawing up X's and O's and making sure that everyone's standing in the right place on the court, right? So much of this, and NBA Commissioner Adam Silver said this week, so much of it is about culture and fit. And if you want to shake something up, look, the Doc Rivers is paid a lot. He might be the highest paid coach in the NBA. He's not paid nearly as much as the players that he's coaching are. So if you need to make a dramatic change, which the 76ers owners feel like they need to do, it's cheaper and easier to change the coach, right? You're not going to fire Joel Embiid. You're not going to fire James Harden. If he wants to go, he's going to go. But in a lot of ways, from an economic standpoint also, it just becomes easier to make a dramatic change by letting go of a Hall of Fame coach in Doc Rivers than it is to make a dramatic roster change that, to be quite honest, fans would be a lot more upset by if you went that route.
That's a great point. Quickly, just tell us then, what's the market like for these recently fired coaches? What happens next?
Yeah, I think it's a great question because it's funny that we're saying there's not a lot of job security in the NBA. All of these coaches will get another job if they want it, right? And probably get multiple ones. Mike Budenholzer will get another job, and if that doesn't work out, he'll coach again. And probably the same for Doc Rivers if he wants to. So while there's not team-by-team security, there is a lot of league security in the NBA, and that is a real thing. So I would expect all of these guys to be interviewing for potentially other jobs, new ones. And again, as we're talking about, the leash may be short there, but it doesn't mean they're out of the NBA by any means.
Still a fairly small pool of coaches, or at least high-quality coaches around the NBA right now. All right, Eben Novy-Williams, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Coming up, breaking barriers in the wine region.
We're going to introduce you to a Korean-American couple who left their day jobs to change the face of the wine industry in Oregon. Their story next.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. If you're already on your second coffee, thinking about a third, you're not alone. According to a survey of office workers, more than 3/4 say they need 2 or more cups of coffee to actually start feeling productive for the day. They also found that people make an average of about 3 trips a week out of the office for coffee runs and spend about an hour a week in coffee shops. And get this, according to the one poll survey of around 2,000 U.S.-based office workers, respondents spend an average of about $3,000 a year on coffee. I've been trying to do better about bringing my coffee from home to save money, but that's hit or miss today. A miss.
I do not want to calculate mine. That's just, I'll leave it there. That's scary, actually, to hear that number added up like that, isn't it? You know we're consuming coffee at this hour.
Exactly, yeah.
All right, Joe, thanks. Well, from coffee to wine now, and we end the hour with a Korean-American couple who are making history one grape at a time. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park has this story.
Oregon's Willamette Valley is home to more than 700 wineries. Domaine Drouin, Yamhill, Bjornson, and now Cho.
Initially, when we had named our winery, we weren't going to name it after ourselves. Will anyone buy a wine with the Asian American or Asian name on it? And at some point, we just said to ourselves, let's just do it. Let's just embrace it and be ourselves.
Dave and Lois Cho did make a name for themselves, becoming the first Korean-American winemakers in the state, according to the Regional Wine Association. To make their dream a reality, Dave went back to school for winemaking, and Lois left her job as a nurse practitioner to become CEO of Cho Wines. Their journey has been a family affair, with 3 kids and grandma along for the ride. Sourcing grapes from nearby vineyards until they had their own, the Chos launched their label during the pandemic, reaching customers through social media.
Lots happening in the cellar right now.
Nationwide, there are only a few dozen API vintners, but Asian immigrants are deeply rooted in building some of the earliest wineries along the West Coast. In the mid-1800s, Chinese laborers who had worked on the railroads also helped plant vines and excavate wine caves in California's Sonoma Valley. Nearly 2 centuries later, the Chos are breaking barriers too.
Talk to me about the challenges of getting something like this started.
So you're looking at the whole team for wine. So this is 2-person operated winery.
But their budding business is growing toward a future estate.
Eventually, the goal is to have everything here from start to finish.
Yeah. So we'll do our production here. We'll do our tasting room here, grow the vines here.
And they're beginning to see the fruits of their labor.
I get jazzed about this. So this is awesome.
Kathy Park, NBC News, Willamette Valley, Oregon.
All right, now we're gonna have some wine, right?
I know, and another coffee.
Just combine the two. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now, so stay with us. Good morning, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, the pressure is on. In just over 2 weeks, the nation could start running out of money to pay its bills. President Biden and congressional leaders have yet to reach a deal on the debt ceiling. The negotiations now forcing President Biden to cancel part of his upcoming foreign trip. But the latest on the talks and what this could mean for your wallet. Beyond the border, the migrant crisis along the southern border has become a growing problem across the nation. Migrants are heading north to big cities that are now running out of room and resources. The struggles those major meccas are now facing as they try to house migrants who entered the U.S. thousands of miles away. Case solved. A girl who was reported missing nearly 6 years ago has been found thanks to someone who recognized her in a Netflix documentary. What we're learning about the case and how that eagle-eyed viewer was able to make the connection. Plus, history by the bottle. There is a new vineyard in Oregon's wine region, and it is breaking barriers. We're going to introduce you to the first Korean-American winemakers in the state. How they're celebrating their heritage with every bottle they make. And now I want a glass of wine for breakfast.
Don't you love when our show does that?
Exactly.
Wine, burgers, Taco Bell. I want it all after
We'll do
the
it
show.
all, exactly. We'll bring you that in a little bit. We are, of course, going to begin this hour with the gridlock in Washington over the debt ceiling. There is an optimistic tone this morning that a deal can be reached to avert a potentially crippling default next month.
President Biden, Vice President Harris, and top congressional leaders met yesterday at the White House. With just over 2 weeks to go until the Treasury says the U.S. will run out of money to pay its bills. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake has the latest.
With time running out, the president is canceling part of his planned trip to Asia to deal with the crisis here at home. But there are some new signs of progress this morning, including the newly appointed negotiators from the White House and the Speaker's office meeting late last night to try to get to a deal.
We're just getting started.
With the clock ticking towards potential catastrophe, no deal yet between President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy over the nation's debt limit.
There's still work to do.
But Tuesday's White House meeting between the president and congressional leaders may have broken new ground.
There's an overwhelming consensus, I think, in today's meeting, the congressional leaders, that defaulting on the debt is simply not an option.
It is possible to get a deal by the end of the week. It's not that difficult to get to an agreement.
For the first time, Democratic leaders are conceding a bipartisan compromise will be needed to break the impasse, likely combining an increase in the nation's borrowing limit with spending cuts.
We all agreed that the only path forward is to reach a bipartisan agreement anchored in common ground.
That means a so-called clean debt limit increase with no spending cuts attached, favored by the president and Democrats, is now off the table. The White House says President Biden has appointed 2 top aides to lead negotiations with the House Speaker's team. While the president will depart for the G7 summit in Japan today as scheduled, he'll cut his overseas trip short, skipping a planned summit in Australia, returning to Washington Sunday to deal with the crisis. Because the global financial system relies on the dollar, economists say damage from even a short-term default could be disastrous. With the government unable to pay its bills, Social Security checks, tax refunds, and veterans benefits could all be delayed. Interest rates would spike, and if the market takes a big hit, as expected, the value of your retirement account could plummet. In the 2011 standoff over the debt ceiling, stocks plunged 20%, and the U.S. credit rating was downgraded for the first time in history. And that's when Congress passed a debt ceiling increase on the very last available day. Now, Treasury Secretary Yellen said yesterday that they are already seeing the impacts of brinksmanship, her words, on the markets this time. She's watching for hits to things like business confidence and borrowing costs as these negotiations drag out, the costs of inaction already apparent.
All right, Garrett, thank you.
Well, overnight, North Carolina joined the growing list of states with strict abortion bans. Republican leaders there voted for a 12-week abortion ban, overriding a veto from the state's governor just days earlier. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the details.
Hey there. In the wake of the overturning of Roe v. Wade, North Carolina has been considered a safe haven by some women seeking an abortion in the South. But now the landscape is shifting for them yet again, with new obstacles making it more difficult to get the procedure.
Overnight, U.S. abortion access facing another major shift as one of the remaining southern states to allow abortions tightens restrictions. Late protests in the North Carolina Capitol after the state banned the procedure after 12 weeks. The Democratic Governor Roy Cooper vetoed the new ban and went on the road trying to persuade others to join his side. But a united Republican Party voted to override him.
The people of the state are just family values, conservative people.
Supporters say the bill's a compromise, since according to the CDC, over 90% of abortions take place before 20 weeks. And it allows for cases of rape, incest, and health of the mother. But it includes more restrictions for those seeking abortions, like mandated doctor's visits and more regulations for clinics.
With all the restrictions, it's going to really limit access to abortion at all.
Governor Cooper saying overnight, quote, several Republican lawmakers broke their promises to protect women's reproductive freedom. It's all part of the changing landscape for abortion access across the country since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade last year, as many southern and some Midwestern states have banned abortions entirely, or under 6 weeks. North Carolina was one of the only southern states with lighter restrictions. After the Roe decision, the state had an increase in the number of abortions provided, suggesting that women from surrounding states may have traveled there, according to a nonprofit that supports abortion access.
This is about making sure that politicians stay out of my family decisions, out of my doctor's offices.
And it comes as 2 other states are considering changing access this week. South Carolina is locked in a fierce fight over banning abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy. And overnight, Republicans in Nebraska moved a 12-week abortion ban forward.
Now, of course, abortion will remain in the spotlight at the center of political debate as we head into the 2024 election. And the Republican frontrunner, former President Trump, has been under pressure to say whether he would sign a national abortion ban, so far refusing to answer the question directly. Back to you.
All right, Stephanie Goss, thank you so much.
Now to Ukraine, where amid intense new Russian airstrikes, we're now learning that an American military veteran has died in the fighting. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us from Kyiv with that story. Molly, good morning.
Joe, good morning. That's right. Very sad news confirmed by his family. 45-year-old Nicholas Mamer is one of at least 10 confirmed Americans who have been killed since the war started here in Ukraine. This, as Ukraine says, they have the momentum around that eastern city of Bakhmut.
This morning, the grim confirmation that another American has died fighting in Ukraine. Overnight, Nicholas Mamer's aunt, Sherry Mamer, confirmed to NBC News the 45-year-old veteran from Boise, Idaho, passed away. Yesterday, a video posted by a pro-Russian blogger on Telegram shows Wagner mercenary chief Yevgeny Prigozhin standing over what he says is a dead American soldier in Bakhmut. The group posting an Idaho driver's license and what appear to be genuine U.S. documents for Nicholas Mamer. The U.S. State Department said they were aware of the report but offered no official confirmation. Mamer's family says he was a decorated veteran. His service record obtained by NBC News shows he joined the U.S. Army in 1996. Mamer traveled to Ukraine in 2022, posting this update.
And I'm putting together a training program for the territorial defense, and that is going to allow me to hopefully save some lives.
The fiercest fighting today over the ruins of what was once the eastern city of Bakhmut. The Ukrainians say they have recaptured nearly 8 square miles in the last few days. Overnight, President Zelensky trying to capitalize on the momentum with European allies.
That we, in unity, will give 100% in any field when we have a goal to protect our people and our Europe.
Meanwhile, as the fighting shows no signs of letting up, the CIA sensing an opportunity inside Russia, where privately some may disagree with the 15-month-old war. Yesterday, the agency posting a dramatic video aimed at recruiting Russians. People around you may not want to hear the truth, the video says, but we do.
Coming back to Kyiv, possible big news here. So Chinese Special Representative Li Hui is expected to be in town for meetings. With who, we don't exactly know. We've asked the Ukrainians and asked the Chinese for official confirmation of those official conversations. We have not seen any pictures. Of course, Joe, China is a staunch ally of Russia, but Secretary of State Blinken was actually asked about a possible role for China in mediation or mediating between Russia and Ukraine just a couple of weeks ago. And his words that it could be very beneficial. So leaving the door open, and we will certainly keep an eye out for any news on that today. Joe?
All right, Molly Hunter in Kyiv. Molly, thank you.
And turning now to new developments in that mass shooting in New Mexico. Police have identified a teenager as the gunman who killed 3 senior citizens Monday in an attack that authorities say appears to be completely random. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin has the latest.
Hey there. Once the first shots were fired inside the close-knit community of Farmington, New Mexico, police say hundreds called 911. Neighbors pointed first responders in the direction of the attack. Multiple agencies answered the call, including 3 officers who responded during their lunch hour without body armor. Absent that collective effort, police say this could have been so much worse.
In New Mexico, new details about America's latest teenage mass shooter.
I have eyes on the suspect. He's walking south. He's wearing all black.
Late Tuesday, police identified the suspect as Bo Wilson, an 18-year-old high school student. Seen here moments before being shot dead by police, following a murderous and apparently random shooting rampage that killed 3 elderly women and wounded at least 6, including 2 police officers.
The amount of violence and brutality that these innocent people faced is something that is unconscionable to me.
Police say Wilson opened fire on a Farmington, New Mexico neighborhood, blowing out car windows and shooting up random homes.
He was just shooting indiscriminately, houses, cars, people.
Police say first shots were fired at 10:56 in the morning. About 10 minutes later, police shot the gunman dead, having been armed with at least 3 different weapons, including an assault-style rifle. Police say he'd purchased one of the weapons legally last year. The rest belonged to a family member.
He got them from a family member. And by got them, that's a loose interpretation of the word.
All of the victims shot in their cars. Among those lost, 79-year-old Shirley Voita, a mother of 5 and retired school nurse who'd been married for 57 years.
Just pillars of the community.
97-year-old Gwendolyn Schofield died alongside her 73-year-old daughter, Melody. Family member and state representative Mark Duncan tells NBC News they were women of faith.
It's a horrible thing when tragedy hits, and I can tell you that Aunt Melody would probably be the first one that put her arms around that young man as he lost his life.
We're also learning more about the suspect's past. Police say he did have minor infractions as a...
Good day, I'm Tom Costello. We are interrupting with some breaking news from the White House. Here now, President Biden on the debt ceiling talks.
Not in the helicopter, but Andrews. Anyway, and to meet with leaders of G7. America's role in the world is vital, especially right now, as we work together with other countries to support Ukraine and take on the challenges that demand international cooperation, and from tackling the climate crisis to strengthening the global economy. And before I leave, I wanted to say a word about the status of negotiations with the congressional leaders. We had a productive meeting yesterday, and with all 4 leaders in the Congress. It was civil and respectful, and everyone came to the meeting, I think, in good faith. I'm confident that we'll get the agreement on the budget, that America will not default. And every leader in the room understands the consequences if we fail to pay our bills. And it would be catastrophic for the American economy and the American people if we didn't pay our bills. And I'm confident everyone in the room agreed with the speaker, from the speaker to the majority leader, to the majority leader in the House and the Senate, the majority leader in the Senate, the minority leader in the Senate, as well as the leader, the Democratic leader in the House, that we're going to come together because there's no alternative to do the right thing for the country. We have to move on. And to be clear, this negotiation is about the outlines of what the budget will look like, not about whether or not we're going to, in fact, pay our debts. The leaders have all agreed we will not default. Every leader has said that. And I'm proud of the progress my administration has made. We've reduced the deficit in the first 2 years by $1.7 trillion in the first 2 years. And I propose the budget to reduce another $3 trillion over the next decade. That includes more revenue by asking the wealthy and large corporations to begin to pay their fair share, and cutting subsidies that exist in the law now to big oil and big pharma. Yesterday, we all agreed that both the Speaker McCarthy and I would designate senior members that we would negotiate to give our authority to make agreements in detail on what we wanted. So we narrowed the group. To meet and hammer out our differences. And we've done that. In fact, they met last night, and they're going to be meeting again today. And I'll be in constant contact with my team while I'm at the G7, and be in close touch with Speaker McCarthy and other leaders as well. Now, what I have done, in anticipation that we won't get it all done till I get back, is I've cut my trip short in order to be for the final negotiations and sign the deal with the majority leader. I made clear that, and I'll say it again, America is not a deadbeat nation. We pay our bills. The nation has never defaulted on its debt, and it never will. And we're going to continue these discussions with congressional leaders in the coming days until we reach an agreement. And I'll have more to say about that on Sunday when I have a press conference on this issue. As it stands now, the intention is to go to the G7, be back here on Sunday, hold a press conference, and in the meantime, I've spoken to the Australian leader Albanese, and I'm going to be seeing him at the G7. He'll be there as well, along with the Indian Prime Minister and along with the Japanese as well. So the Quad members will be there. We'll get a chance to talk separately at the meeting, but it's unlikely I'm going to be going on to Australia. So thank you very much.
Mr. President, what about work requirements specifically are you still considering? It sounds like it's still on the table and you haven't ruled it out. Which would you be willing to accept?
Well, I'm not going to accept any work requirements that's going to impact on medical health needs of people. I'm not going to accept any work requirements that go much beyond what is already, what I voted years ago for the work requirements that exist. But it's possible there could be a few others, but not anything of any consequence. Thank you.
What message does this send to PNG and to Australia? I know that it was important to you to focus on Asia in this trip, but this is having to be put aside. Is this almost a win for China?
No. No, because we're still meeting. We still have 4 good allies.
President Biden speaking live at the White House as these discussions that have been underway with congressional leaders, according to the president, are in fact proving to be productive in trying to avoid a debt default, with the debt ceiling quickly approaching on June 1st. That, according to Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. NBC's Mike Memoli is traveling ahead of the president. He is right now in Hiroshima, Japan. And Mike, you heard the president say he's going to at least put off a portion of his trip. It sounds like, if you believe the president and Speaker McCarthy, who spoke yesterday and said that he also saw an agreement possible by the end of the week, it sounds as if they are making progress. And in fact, they may indeed have a deal within a week or two.
Well, that's certainly the hope, Tom. I think what you saw there from President Biden was an effort ahead of this foreign travel, 4 days overseas, to lay down something of a marker, both to make his argument, which he has been making for months, that he will refuse to negotiate about the full faith and credit of the U.S. financial system. But at the same time, he's happy to have these negotiations with Republicans over federal spending and potentially increasing revenue, something that Republicans have said is a red line. Practically, of course, Tom, you know, this is exactly what they're negotiating. This conversation about the debt limit tied very closely to those budget discussions. But the president wanted to lay down that marker before traveling overseas and sound that optimistic note, because the financial system, well in advance of that X date of the potential default on June the 1st, will itself rattle markets even ahead of it. And so by traveling overseas, the president is trying to continue an important part of his foreign policy agenda. You heard him answer a question there about China. This trip itself was meant to send a very clear message to China that the democratic allies in the region remain fortified, remain strong, and that democracies can, in fact, govern effectively in the 21st century. But this domestic political trouble that the president's having at home certainly undermines that argument. So the president also making the argument there that China, this is not a win for him to have to cut short that trip.
You know, it is important to note that the global economy is a dollar-based economy at the moment. Following the president's comments, the Dow is up 146 points. The S&P is up 16. NASDAQ is up as well. We should make the point that essentially a clean agreement, in other words, a clean, just simply raising the debt ceiling without any agreements to cut the budget, that's off the table, to the consternation of some Democrats. But it does appear at this point that the future budget will involve some cuts.
Yeah, that's right. The negotiating positions here really did change dramatically in late April, when House Republicans did manage to pass legislation, yes, raising the debt ceiling, but with significant spending reductions attached. There had been some thought in the White House, Tom, that Republicans with that very narrow majority, we remember how Speaker McCarthy took 15 votes just to attain that gavel, would be unable to pass anything which would strengthen the White House's hand and lead to potentially this so-called clean debt limit increase. That is no longer the case. Republicans feel emboldened
stand in their position. They believe they have put the president and the White House on the defensive here in agreeing to have a conversation, not just about some spending reductions, but you heard the president once again acknowledge he's willing to entertain work requirements to some federal programs as well.
Mike Memley in Japan, where it's Thursday and he's up late. Mike, thank you very much. We will have continuing coverage from Washington on that looming debt limit deadline and the negotiations. For now, though, we send you back to Morning News Now.
We are back with an urgent push by the man who helped create ChatGPT. Of course, that's the artificial intelligence program that is sweeping the world. Well, he wants to see lawmakers regulate AI as fast as possible. This comes as the New York Times reports that researchers at Microsoft believe AI is showing signs of human reasoning. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now from Washington, D.C. with the latest on this. Tom, it feels like every day we have a concerning headline in terms of AI. Tell us the latest here.
You're right. And Sam Altman says AI could be as revolutionary as the printing press was, but given that it's evolving by the minute, it could prove to be destructive and devastating for humanity. He and other AI execs want Congress to write new AI laws, license and regulate it, just as nuclear energy and clean water are regulated. Underscoring the promise and peril posed by artificial intelligence.
We have seen what happens when technology outpaces regulation.
Tuesday's Senate hearing started with a voice that sounded like Senator Richard Blumenthal, but wasn't.
That voice was not mine. The audio was an AI voice cloning software trained on my floor speeches.
The words written by AI program ChatGPT. The man behind ChatGPT, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, is now pleading with Congress to regulate AI before it's too late.
My worst fears are that we, the field, the technology, the industry, cause significant harm to the world. If this technology goes wrong, it can go quite wrong.
AI's peril is far more than stealing a singer's voice and composing a new song or drafting love letters and college essays. Researchers warn it could create counterfeit humans, steal identities, spread fake news and medical advice, undermine elections, democracies, even start wars. And there is wide agreement that humans could soon start losing their jobs to AI.
How do we find meaning in life if the AI could do your job better than you can?
Billionaire Elon Musk, who helped fund OpenAI, is among hundreds of tech leaders calling for the industry to hit pause. Last night, he talked exclusively to CNBC's David Faber.
There's a strong probability that it will make life much better, and there's some chance that it goes wrong and destroys humanity. Hopefully that chance is small, but it's not zero.
For years, Hollywood has envisioned a dark future controlled by computers.
What am I?
While iRobot may be extreme, the man known as the godfather of AI, Dr. Jeffrey Hinton, recently left his job at Google to issue a stark warning.
I think it's possible that people are just passing phase in the evolution of intelligence.
People are a passing phase. In other words, computers will take over.
Yes, that's possible.
An existential threat to all of us. Think about what this means. We now have the top leaders of AI saying, regulate us, please, before this gets crazy. And there is growing bipartisan agreement in Congress that AI needs to be regulated. But, you guys, the U.S. is far behind Europe, where new AI guardrail laws are moving towards passage. For example, riskier apps would face tougher oversight. The EU laws would move to protect children from manipulation, ban scoring people based on the behavior, and ban remote facial recognition, for example, in a grocery store.
Oh, wow. Tom, it's something when you see a CEO like that, not necessarily just on the defensive in a setting like that, actually asking for help, asking for more from lawmakers. It really says something. Tom Costello, thank you so much.
You bet.
Republican voters in Kentucky have picked the state's Attorney General, Daniel Cameron, as their nominee for governor.
Cameron, who was endorsed by former President Trump, beat rivals, including former UN Ambassador Kelly Craft and Agriculture Commissioner Ryan Quarles. In many ways, the race was seen as a test of Trump's influence ahead of 2024.
Cameron's victory now sets him up to face off against incumbent Democratic Governor Andy Beshear in November. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from Lexington, Kentucky, with the latest. So, Dasha, Cameron blew away the competition. It was a large field, but he's been the front runner since announcing his bid last year. He secured that early endorsement from Trump. Walk us through what this win means and what it says about Trump's influence over Republican voters right now.
Well, look, Joe, one of the reasons we've been watching this race nationally is because it has been sort of an early bellwether, a test for the Republican Party about what wins out with voters. And look, Cameron is well known in the state as the state's attorney general, but that Trump endorsement is something that he put front and center in this race. All of his ads talked about it. He was constantly touting it on the campaign trail. And he took a lot of incoming from his opponents, particularly Kelly Craft, who spent a lot of her own money. She's a wealthy candidate. She spent a lot of ad dollars attacking Cameron, and still he came out well on top, which does indicate that Donald Trump, the former president, still has a lot of power with primary voters, right? That is a big key factor here. We're talking about primary voters. What does that endorsement mean in the general? Will it help or hurt? That's the big question, guys.
So this was hurdle number one, but of course the big one here is going to be unseating a popular incumbent governor. That is a hard thing to do. What are some of Cameron's advantages here? Are there any, and how are voters feeling about him going up against the current governor, Andy Beshear?
Well, you said it there, Savannah. Beshear is incredibly popular. He's led the state through several tough moments, the pandemic, tornadoes, that shooting recently where he lost a close friend of his as well. So he has a lot of popularity. It's going to be a tough, tight race. I imagine a lot more money will be spent here. I want you to hear from one of the voters we talked to yesterday who kind of laid the groundwork about what this is going to look like. Take a listen.
He's young. I like his morals. He's got that swag to him, and I really like him. And the Beshears are similar to like a Kentucky version of the Kennedys. Oh, I got the last name, so I'm going to run.
Similar to a Kentucky version of the Kennedys. Look, they have a lot of sway here and a lot of name recognition. And as I said, quite a popular governor here. So it's going to be an important one to watch. And again, that Trump endorsement that was so critical to winning the primary. We saw this in the midterms, right? A lot of Trump's endorsed candidates got through the primary, then got to the general election and lost. So we'll see if history repeats itself here, guys.
Dasha, while we have you, we want to ask you about another race there in Kentucky. The Secretary of State, Michael Adams, did win the primary and a chance to secure a second term. He beat out two candidates who did campaign on voter fraud claims. So what can you tell us about this one?
Well, look, this says something pretty important. I think it says that campaigning on looking back, campaigning on election denialism might not be as fruitful as some Republican candidates may think. And look, the Secretary of State here said, I am not going to give in to this. I might lose my job over it, but I'm not going to give in to this kind of conspiracy theory, and ultimately came out on top. So that might be a bit of a flag, a bit of a signal to others that might be thinking about campaigning on these sorts of issues, guys.
All right. Dasha Burns in Lexington. Dasha, thank you so much.
Thank you. Now for what is making international headlines this morning. Police are now launching a full investigation into the deadly hostile fire in New Zealand.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga joined us from Rome with that and other world headlines. Claudia, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, a day after a fire ripped through a hostel in the city of Wellington, the police has started a homicide inquiry as it believes it may have been arson. And now the police is not saying why they believe the fire was deliberately lit, and nobody has been arrested yet. But the investigation is ongoing. In the meantime, several people remain missing, raising fears that the death toll may climb. Let's go to North Korea, where the leader Kim Jong-un paid a visit to an aerospace facility to take a look at a military spy satellite expected to be launched in the near future. According to the Korean Central News Agency, Kim Jong-un described space-based reconnaissance as crucial for countering the U.S. and South Korea. North Korea has not disclosed the target date for the launch, but it's expected to take place in the next few weeks. And let's end this short tour of the world on top of the world, Mount Everest. According to a government official in Nepal, on Wednesday, a Sherpa scaled the 29,000-foot mountain for a record 27th time. Sherpas are local climbers who make a living guiding foreign clients up Everest and other mountains, but Everest remains a dangerous and deadly mountain. At least 320 people are known to have lost their lives while trying to climb it, guys.
All right, congrats to that Sherpa, though.
27 climbs. Wow, just incredible. Claudio, thank you.
Coming up, growing concerns about the higher mortality rate among Black Americans. New research shows there have been nearly 2 million early deaths among Black Americans over the last 20 years. So what's behind the high death rate and what doctors say can be done about it? Next.
Plus, unsolved mystery no more. Get this, a missing girl found after someone recognized her from a Netflix series. What we know about the case and how she was tracked down in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We are back with an alarming new study that is shedding new light on the racial disparity between Black and white Americans.
According to a report published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, higher mortality rate among Black Americans led to nearly 2 million excessive deaths, that's what they're called, over the last 2 decades. Those early deaths ultimately led to the loss of more than 80 million years of life.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Uche Blackstock joins us now to help break down this story. She's also an emergency medicine physician and the CEO of Advancing Health Equity. Doctor, good to have you with us. So first of all, why are we seeing such a large number of excessive deaths? Did COVID play any role in this?
Hi, Joe and Savannah. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you so much for reviewing this important article. So yes, COVID definitely had something to do with it, especially the first year of COVID. But even before that, the differences in mortality rate between white and Black Americans was decreasing significantly after some improvement in the late 90s. And so what we're seeing is there are multiple factors. They're all related to what we call the social determinants of health, related to access to affordable housing, quality education, gainful employment, access to green space and healthy food. All of those are impacted by systemic racism, and we're seeing how that manifests in the health of Black Americans. And I think these numbers are incredibly sobering and call for both policy at a local, federal, and state level intervention.
Doctor, in addition to COVID being a specific major issue, another one is maternal mortality contributing to this high number of deaths. Let's talk about this before. We've had this conversation on this show before, but put in context for us just how much of a racial disparity there is between Black and white expecting mothers. Why do Black women suffer more from pregnancy complications?
So in the U.S., Black pregnant people are 3 to 4 times more likely to suffer from pregnancy-related complications than their white peers. And here in New York City, that rate is 8 to 12 times higher. So we are really dealing with a significant issue. These rates are higher than that of even some low and middle income countries. I would say overall, the U.S. is not doing great in terms of their overall maternal mortality rate, but for Black pregnant people, it's more striking. And it has, there are multiple reasons. A lot of it has to do with the fact that, pregnant people will say that when they ask for care or complain of a symptom, that they're not being listened to by their healthcare professionals. Another issue is just how maternal care is provided in this country. There really is not close follow-up after someone delivers a baby. We typically have a 6-week postpartum visit. That's not enough. Most other countries, you have a doula, you have a midwife that visits you at home and keeps track of the symptoms that you're having. So we may have to think about changing the model with which we take care of birthing people to that of other higher income countries where there's closer follow-up and with people are able to advocate for themselves and be listened to as well.
Dr. Blackstock, we only have a little time left here, but we do want to talk about the price that Black Americans pay. Given these higher mortality rates, Black families are more likely to be grieving the loss of a family member at any given point. So what is the impact on physical and mental health?
Yeah. And when we hear those numbers and we think about this, like those are missed graduations, missed celebrations, not having grandma or auntie or uncle at an important event, right? So, that's why we are seeing higher rates of depression, higher rates of anxiety. Even when we look at suicide rates over the last several years, those have actually increased over with young Black men and women. So we've seen these increases, and we have a situation where we don't have enough mental health counselors of color. So again, we need to think about multiple ways to address this issue.
Dr. Ujay Blackstock, an important conversation. Thank you for joining us this morning to talk about this.
Thank you.
An Illinois girl who disappeared 6 years ago has been found, and it's largely because of a Netflix series that put a spotlight on her case. It's a positive example of America's obsession with true crime stories in this country. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us from Illinois with the details. Maggie, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Yeah, just an absolutely incredible story. As you point out, Kayla Unbehan was 9 years old in 2017 when police say her mother kidnapped her. Her mother didn't have legal custody at the time. Well, fast forward to this week. 6 years later, police here in South Elgin say she is now back home with her dad after someone in North Carolina, states away, recognized her from the Netflix hit Unsolved Mysteries. And experts add this is not an isolated case, noting that sometimes America's true crime obsession indeed pays off.
Everyone.
From in-depth docuseries
A killer on the loose in New York
to hours-long podcasts. This morning, investigators say America's true crime addiction has helped bring a young girl home.
Hi, this is Kayla here.
Back in 2017, police in South Elgin, Illinois say then 9-year-old Kayla Unbehan was abducted by her mother, Heather, after a judge granted Kayla's father full custody of the child. The dad, Ryan Iskirka, speaking to our affiliate at the time.
When she canceled all that social media, that's another sign that she wasn't ever intending to come back.
Despite years of dead ends, Iskirka refused to let the case grow cold, pushing his story onto the national stage, including in early 2020 appearing on Vanished, the Missing Persons Project, a series streaming on Peacock, which is owned by our parent company, NBC Universal.
Here I am at home, wringing my hands, wondering where my daughter's at.
And again last fall on Netflix's Unsolved Mysteries. Finally, this weekend, a crucial break in the case when investigators say someone in North Carolina who saw that Netflix show recognized Kayla at a clothing store and alerted police. Because of the tip, police say Kayla, now 15, is back home with her dad, while her mother was arrested and charged with kidnapping. She was released from custody after posting a $25,000 bond. Ryan Iskirka writing in a statement, "I'm overjoyed that Kayla is home safe," adding, "We ask for privacy as we get to know each other again and navigate this new beginning."
6 years is way too long. Let's face it, 6 minutes, 6 seconds is way too long to be away from your own child.
And this is not the only case where true crime shows have made a difference. From HBO's The Jinx, which led to the murder conviction of the late real estate heir Robert Durst,
kill them all.
to the iconic Serial podcast, which helped free Adnan Syed from prison more than 20 years after he was convicted of murdering his girlfriend. Experts say the genre can be an invaluable tool to cracking cases. Kayla's just the latest proof of that.
Do you work to get these kids' cases into these kind of true crime series to get that spotlight on them?
We do, as we saw today, that it just takes one set of eyes to be a hero.
And directors with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, who you just heard from in that piece, note that they only put these cases on these shows and on these platforms when authorities basically give them the green light and tell them they're comfortable. Because, of course, they've seen cases like we all have where where online sleuths and kind of true crime fans can sort of produce complications, running away with theories online. But they say in these cases, this is definitely proof that true crime can produce crucial tips and crack a case, as we've seen, wide open.
All right. Fascinating one, Maggie. Thank you so much.
Really fascinating. Coming up on Morning News Now, the entrepreneurship boom. Small business owners have been bringing in billions of dollars for the economy in recent years. But how are their businesses impacting the market today? We'll explain.
Plus, off the court, the Philadelphia 76ers are without a head coach this morning after another year of failing to get far in the postseason. It is becoming a growing trend in the NBA, coaches losing their jobs despite making it to the playoffs. We'll explain what's happening in the league next.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Time for our CNBC Money Minute with all the biggest financial headlines this morning, starting with details from Elon Musk's exclusive interview with CNBC.
And CNBC's Silvana Hanau joins us. And look at her in her pink, too. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. On Wednesdays, we were pink.
Exactly.
Let me give you some Elon Musk headlines. He says that Tesla will launch ads for its electric vehicles. Speaking to shareholders at the company's annual meeting, he says, quote, "We'll try a little advertising and see how it goes." In an interview with CNBC, Musk says that Tesla would be interested in running ads that are informative, aesthetically pleasing, and beautiful, but didn't offer any more details. The move would be a shift for Tesla, which has largely avoided conventional marketing and instead relying mostly on word of mouth and tax credit incentives. Musk also continues to be critical of working from home. In the interview with CNBC, Musk calls remote work, quote, morally wrong and unfair to those people who can't. Musk banned remote work at Twitter after buying the company in October, and he also imposed a strict return to the office policy for Tesla back in 2022, warning employees they would lose their jobs if they refused to do so. Musk says he's a big believer that people tend to be more productive when they're working in person. And Taco Bell wants to liberate Taco Tuesday. It's asking the U.S. Trademark Office to cancel 2 smaller rivals' trademarks on the phrase. Taco John's owns Taco Tuesday in 49 states, while Gregory's Restaurant and Bar owns it in New Jersey. And Taco Bell says they wrongly monopolized the use of the phrase. Taco John's, though, has a history of defending its trademark, sending cease and desist letters to anyone who infringes on it or uses the hashtag on social media, guys. It's a fight for Taco Tuesday.
There's a lot of places I could stick them on here in New York City then. I see that everywhere.
Exactly.
Yeah. Who knew? I had no idea.
I had no idea. No idea.
Can we even say it on television?
I know. Right? I mean, I say it all the time.
No kidding. Careful. All right. Savannah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, in some other business news this morning, entrepreneurship has skyrocketed in recent years, bringing in billions of dollars for the economy.
Now, thanks to data collected by Shopify, there is a new global index that is measuring just how much these small business owners are impacting the markets. And Shopify's president, Harley Finkelstein, joins us now with more on these new numbers. Harley, good to have you with us. So walk us through this index here. What countries are on top, and how did you go about creating this index?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Joe and Savannah. Appreciate the time. So at Shopify, we live and breathe entrepreneurship. And as you sort of pointed out, Joe, entrepreneurs are certainly the backbone of the economy and the local communities. They create jobs, they anchor communities. And we decided that it was time for us to put together a bunch of data and insights across 40 countries and every U.S. state to look at the impact that entrepreneurs have. We're going to be updating this every quarter, so there's going to be lots more trends coming soon. But because nobody else has this data set, we felt it'd be a very powerful resource for those in power to help make it easier for entrepreneurs to start and scale their businesses. And so, interesting enough, despite a very challenging economic environment, entrepreneurship is absolutely having a renaissance right now. There was a record 10.5 million business applications in the U.S. over the last 2 years. And about 99% of all American businesses are considered to be small businesses. So there's a lot we can do here. Now, in terms of the index, some of the big numbers. So the U.S. was the #1 country in terms of entrepreneurial index. The second was Lithuania, and the third is Romania. And so a lot of really cool stuff is being provided now. But again, the idea here is to give policymakers, government, the media, the public more information to make better decisions to help increase the amount of surface area for entrepreneurs.
So what kind of impact, let's talk a little bit more about this, do these small businesses and entrepreneurs have on the economy? You mentioned things like the jobs, the way they anchor communities. Let's dig in more on that.
Yeah, so one of the things that we noticed, if you just look at the U.S., for example, where, again, U.S. ranked #1 in terms of leading the world in entrepreneurship, we saw that total jobs supported, GDP impact, and business activity by entrepreneurs on Shopify each increased by 11% over 2021. And a couple things really jump out. So one of the things that we noticed about in the US in particular is that entrepreneurs in Shopify's ecosystem, they're exporting more goods to foreign customers. So cross-border commerce is really, really strong. And on the consumer side, we are seeing that American consumers are actually spending more at small businesses across the country. And in fact, clothing and accessories are the biggest 2 categories there. But really, American consumers are voting with their wallets to support entrepreneurs and small business, which is amazing. Another thing that's super cool is that rural entrepreneurship in the U.S. is very strong. Nearly 1/3 of entrepreneurs are building their businesses outside of major cities, which is incredible.
Harley Finkelstein, thank you so much. Really, really interesting information there, and good to hear what a positive impact small businesses can have. We appreciate your time.
Thanks so much.
Now to that major shakeup on the basketball court, the Philadelphia 76ers have fired head coach Doc Rivers after a disappointing postseason.
Yeah, but he's not alone. The Milwaukee Bucks fired head coach Mike Budenholzer, who had the best regular season record this year. And then the Phoenix Suns fired head coach Monty Williams, who had the best regular season record last year. So what is going on here? For more, we are joined by sports business reporter at Sportico, Eben Novi-Williams. Eben, thank you so much for being here with us this morning. morning. Super interesting. I don't have a ton of sports knowledge, let's put it this way. So I just am so curious about this. I mean, of the last 9 coaches to take teams to the NBA Finals, only 2 of them are still with the team. What's the deal?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. The NBA job security team by team right now is not very strong. And you mentioned 3 of the big ones right there. I think there's 2 things happening here. One, fan expectation is incredibly high. And if you have the NBA MVP, which the Sixers do, and you don't make it to the conference finals, a lot of people view that as a failure. And then secondly, and this is the bigger point, I think, NBA players specifically are so powerful. They have a lot of say in things beyond just what they're doing on the court, obviously. And if you have stars that want to make a change, the owner's hands are often tied. And I think we're seeing that across the league right now.
And that was kind of the question here, right? James Harden, who's got impending free agency, and Doc Rivers, there was some question about them. I mean, talk a little about that. And then just in general, I mean, has coaching and the culture around coaching changed permanently here in the NBA?
There's so much of the job that I think a lot of fans don't realize, which is not drawing up X's and O's and making sure that everyone's standing in the right place on the court, right? So much of this, and NBA Commissioner Adam Silver said this week, so much of it is about culture and fit. And if you want to shake something up, look, the Doc Rivers is paid a lot. He might be the highest paid coach in the NBA. He's not paid nearly as much as the players that he's coaching are. So if you need to make a dramatic change, which the 76ers owners feel like they need to do, it's cheaper and easier to change the coach, right? You're not going to fire Joel Embiid. You're not going to fire James Harden. If he wants to go, he's going to go. But in a lot of ways, from an economic standpoint also, it just becomes easier to make a dramatic change by letting go of a Hall of Fame coach in Doc Rivers than it is to make a dramatic roster change that, to be quite honest, fans would be a lot more upset by if you went that route.
That's a great point. Quickly, just tell us then, what's the market like for these recently fired coaches? What happens next?
Yeah, I think it's a great question because it's funny that we're saying there's not a lot of job security in the NBA. All of these coaches will get another job if they want it, right? And probably get multiple ones. Mike Budenholzer will get another job, and if that doesn't work out, he'll coach again. And probably the same for Doc Rivers if he wants to. So while there's not team-by-team security, there is a lot of league security in the NBA, and that is a real thing. So I would expect all of these guys to be interviewing for potentially other jobs, new ones. And again, as we're talking about, the leash may be short there, but it doesn't mean they're out of the NBA by any means.
Still a fairly small pool of coaches, or at least high-quality coaches around the NBA right now. All right, Eben Novy-Williams, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Coming up, breaking barriers in the wine region.
We're going to introduce you to a Korean-American couple who left their day jobs to change the face of the wine industry in Oregon. Their story next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town tonight. there.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Leslie?
Welcome back. If you're already on your second coffee, thinking about a third, you're not alone. According to a survey of office workers, more than 3/4 say they need 2 or more cups of coffee to actually start feeling productive for the day. They also found that people make an average of about 3 trips a week out of the office for coffee runs and spend about an hour a week in coffee shops. And get this, according to the one poll survey of around 2,000 U.S.-based office workers, respondents spend an average of about $3,000 a year on coffee. I've been trying to do better about bringing my coffee from home to save money, but that's hit or miss today. A miss.
I do not want to calculate mine. That's just, I'll leave it there. That's scary, actually, to hear that number added up like that, isn't it? You know we're consuming coffee at this hour.
Exactly, yeah.
All right, Joe, thanks. Well, from coffee to wine now, and we end the hour with a Korean-American couple who are making history one grape at a time. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park has this story.
Oregon's Willamette Valley is home to more than 700 wineries. Domaine Drouin, Yamhill, Bjornson, and now Cho.
Initially, when we had named our winery, we weren't going to name it after ourselves. Will anyone buy a wine with the Asian American or Asian name on it? And at some point, like, we just said to ourselves, like, let's just do it. Let's just embrace it and be ourselves.
Dave and Lois Cho did make a name for themselves, becoming the first Korean-American winemakers in the state, according to the Regional Wine Association. To make their dream a reality, Dave went back to school for winemaking, and Lois left her job as a nurse practitioner to become CEO of Cho Wines. Their journey has been a family affair, with 3 kids and grandma along for the ride. Sourcing grapes from nearby vineyards until they had their own, the Chos launched their label during the pandemic, reaching customers through social media.
Lots happening in the cellar right now.
Nationwide, there are only a few dozen API vintners, but Asian immigrants are deeply rooted in building some of the earliest wineries along the West Coast. In the mid-1800s, Chinese laborers who had worked on the railroads also helped plant vines and excavate wine caves in California's Sonoma Valley. Nearly 2 centuries later, the Chos are breaking barriers too. Talk to me about the challenges of getting something like this started.
So you're looking at the whole team for wine. So this is 2-person operated winery.
But their budding business is growing toward a future estate. Eventually, the goal is to have everything here from start to finish.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So we'll do our production here. We'll do our tasting room here, grow the vines here.
And they're beginning to see the fruits of their labor.
I get jazzed about this. So this is awesome.
Kathy Park, NBC News, Willamette Valley, Oregon.
All right, now we're gonna have some wine, right?
I know, and another coffee.
Just combine the two. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now, so stay with us.
Hey everyone, good Wednesday. So happy you could be with us. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, May 17th. Veto override. One of the last southern states to allow abortions tightened its grip, restricting the procedure after 12 weeks. We will go live to the North Carolina state capitol where protests broke out overnight.
Looming deadline, President Biden is cutting his Asia trip short to deal with the pending debt limit crisis right here at home. Why he's confident that congressional leaders will reach a deal before time runs out.
On the record, Elon Musk sat down with CNBC for a tell-all interview where he reflected on his Twitter takeover, why he says he tweets what he wants to, even if it costs him money.
Relentless pursuit. A spokesperson for Prince Harry and Meghan Markle said the couple was involved in a catastrophic car chase with the paparazzi. What we know about the hours-long chase that resulted in multiple near collisions. We'll have that later in the hour.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start in North Carolina with major developments in the state's abortion battle. The Republican supermajority in the General Assembly voted to override the Democratic governor's veto of a 12-week abortion ban. That means the bill will go ahead and become law.
Here's what it means for people who live in North Carolina. Abortion access is now restricted to 12 weeks. In cases of rape and incest, women have until 20 weeks of pregnancy to get an abortion. In cases of life-limiting fetal anomalies, women have until 24 weeks. And there's no limit if the mother's life is in danger.
NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster joins us now from Raleigh, the capital of North Carolina. Shaq, how were Republican lawmakers able to pass this law, and do we expect them to potentially go even further?
Potentially. And, you know, there was a lot of reaction to this law being passed last night, again, over the veto that came from the Democratic governor. You heard reaction from the White House, from the governor. There were even protesters around the chamber yelling shame, shame, as the supermajority, the Republican supermajority here went forward with these restrictions. Now, you listed through some of those restrictions there, but I was talking to Planned Parenthood group, and they said that their fear is that it's the restrictions on the legal abortions, even within this law, that could end up closing some abortion clinics in this state. But I had a conversation with the Republican Speaker of the House inside the House chamber, and he called this bill a compromise, and I asked him about the future here. Listen to what he told me. You call this a compromise. Do you think that there's any future legislation to come here? Do you think that it can be restricted even more than 12 weeks?
So what I will say is that for this legislative session, meaning this calendar year and next calendar year, this will be all the legislation that we adopt on this topic.
That may be some reassurance for some, but the concern here is how this bill came to be, at least a concern from Democrats in this state. This supermajority was only formed recently because a previously Democratic lawmaker switched parties. She became a Republican, giving the Republicans in the legislature the ability to override the veto from the governor. The Speaker of the House there acknowledged that there are some other issues in which they could potentially move forward and override future vetoes from the governor, but they said at least on this issue, at least on abortion, this will be the policy for the time being.
Shaq, I mean, it strikes me that in some ways North Carolina had become a sort of safe haven for people from nearby states with strong abortion restrictions. So now that period appears to be over. When will we see this law actually go into effect?
Well, this law goes into effect, the vast majority of it goes into effect on July 1st. That's when you see the restrictions in terms of no abortions after 12 weeks, the exceptions for rape and incest, bringing that up to 20 weeks, and fetal anomalies, bringing that up to 24 weeks. But one point that I had in my conversations with Planned Parenthood is that the vast majority of abortions will be restricted in some way with this law, and that will go into effect in the next couple of months here.
All right, NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster, thank you so much.
Zinkley, President Biden says he is confident congressional leaders will reach a deal to raise the debt ceiling and avoid an economic catastrophe. He spoke just moments ago before heading to Japan to meet with G7 leaders. The president says he's cutting his trip abroad short so that he can return to Washington on Sunday to help negotiate an agreement. NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa tracking all of this for us. So, Ali, Biden continues to strike a really optimistic tone. In the last hour, he's calling the talks civil and respectful. What else did the president say about the status of negotiations at this point?
Yeah, Vicki, he also called these talks productive. He said that during this meeting between the president and these top 4 congressional leaders yesterday, that all of them agreed on this so-called June 1st default deadline, and they all agreed that something had to be done. Someone had to cave, and an agreement had to be made before that deadline, because there really is no other option here. The U.S. has never defaulted on its debts in its history. Take a listen to a bit more of what he had to say during these remarks.
I'm confident that we'll get the agreement on the budget, that America will not default. And every leader in the room understands the consequences if we fail to pay our bills. We're going to come together because there's no alternative. We have to do the right thing for the country.
And because of that progress the president said was made yesterday, we know that these negotiators are meeting today. They are going to be meeting the whole time President Biden is overseas to work out these areas of common ground. We know that the president is going to be updated daily on progress. He's going to have a call over the next few days with these negotiators to check in. And when he comes back to D.C., he's expected to have a press conference as well as another meeting with those top 4 congressional leaders, Vicki.
And Ali, President Biden and Speaker McCarthy, they have now brought in new negotiators. What are some of the key sticking points right now on either side?
Yeah, really the top line of that meeting yesterday was this trimming down of this negotiating team after Speaker McCarthy had said that there were just too many cooks in the kitchen to get anything substantive on the table. And so this trimmed down negotiating team has already met yesterday with McCarthy's team. They're meeting again today, and they're working out some areas of common ground. One thing that still remains a sticking point, though, Vicki, are those work requirements for certain federal assistance programs for low-income Americans. So that's something we're going to be keeping a very close eye on over the next 2 weeks as these talks develop.
All right, NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa. Ali, thank you.
Well, Vicki, today we're learning more about the victims and the gunman in Monday's mass shooting in northern New Mexico, which police say appears to have been a completely random attack. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin has more from Los Angeles.
Hey there. Once the first shots were fired inside the close-knit community of Farmington, New Mexico, police say hundreds called 911. Neighbors pointed first responders in the direction of the attack. Multiple agencies answered the call, including 3 officers who responded during their lunch hour without body armor. Absent that collective effort, police say this could have been so much worse.
In New Mexico, new details about America's latest teenage mass shooter.
I have eyes on the suspect. He's walking south. He's wearing all black.
Late Tuesday, police identified the suspect as Bo Wilson, an 18-year-old high school student. Seen here moments before being shot dead by police, following a murderous and apparently random shooting rampage that killed 3 elderly women and wounded at least 6, including 2 police officers.
The amount of violence and brutality that these innocent people faced is something that is unconscionable to me.
Police say Wilson opened fire on a Farmington, New Mexico neighborhood, blowing out car windows and shooting up random homes.
He was just shooting indiscriminately, houses, cars, people.
Police say first shots were fired at 10:56 in the morning. About 10 minutes later, police shot the gunman dead, having been armed with at least 3 different weapons, including an assault-style rifle. Police say he'd purchased one of the weapons legally last year. The rest belonged to a family member.
He got them from a family member, and by got them, that's a loose interpretation of the word.
All of the victims shot in their cars. Among those lost, 79-year-old Shirley Voita, a mother of 5 and retired school nurse who'd been married for 57 years.
Just pillars of the community.
97-year-old Gwendolyn Schofield died alongside her 73-year-old daughter, Melody. Family member and state representative Mark Duncan tells NBC News they were women of faith.
It's a horrible thing when tragedy hits, and I can tell you that Aunt Melody would probably be the first one that put her arms around that young man as he lost his life.
We're also learning more about the suspect's past. Police say he did have minor infractions as a juvenile, but nothing that would rise to the level of a serious crime. Court documents show his parents filed for divorce last year, and police say people who knew him had concerns for his mental health. Back to you.
Erin McLaughlin, thank you. We want to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. Target says its sales growth stalled in the last quarter and profits fell. Both online and in-store sales came in flat compared with this same time last year as shoppers continue to cut back on spending.
CNBC's Tech Check anchor Deirdre Boza joins us now. So Deirdre, Target also says a rise in thefts is cutting into their profits. Of course, the country and companies have been grappling with inflation. So exactly how are merchandise losses playing into this?
So Target CEO Brian Cornell, he said that shrink, which is the loss of merchandise due to theft or other issues, that will reduce the retailer's profitability by more than $500 million this year. That's $500 million. He added that violent incidents have increased in stores and across the retail industry, and the trend hurts the shopping experience by leaving shelves half full for customers and employees. Meantime, Amazon is debuting new Alexa-powered Echo speakers along with a revamped version of its Echo Bud headphones. The Echo Pop will feature a semi-sphere front-facing speaker with a cost of about $40, making it cheaper than many of Amazon's existing Echo devices. Its new Echo Buds will cost around $50 and feature a short stem similar to Apple's AirPods. Amazon has steadily added to its lineup of Echo devices since it launched its first smart speakers in 2014. And finally, guys, Kraft Heinz is launching a customizable sauce dispenser with more than 200 condiment combinations. It's called the Heinz Remix, and it will be officially unveiled this weekend at the National Restaurant Association show, with the plans to pilot the dispenser in restaurants as soon as the end of the year. Guys, I want one for my house. Think of how much shelf space you could save in the fridge.
I was going to say, that's the kind of remix I can get behind.
That is a good point. They already have the soda remixes. My kids love doing that because it's like a whole fun playland. Interesting, though. The mayo, the ketchup, maybe they have some sriracha. I would be down with that.
Barbecue sauce for me.
There you go.
NBC's Tech Check anchor, Deirdre Boza, thank you so much.
Thanks, Deirdre. Coming up, how a popular Netflix series might have helped police track down a girl who was kidnapped nearly 6 years ago. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. Well, after nearly 6 years, police say they found a girl from Illinois who went missing when she was just 9 years old. Investigators tracked her down in North Carolina, and they say the popular Netflix series Unsolved Mysteries might have helped crack the case. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa explains.
From in-depth docuseries
a killer on the loose in New York
to hours-long podcasts, investigators say America's true crime addiction has helped bring a young girl home.
Hi, this is Kayla here.
Back in 2017, police in South Elgin, Illinois say then 9-year-old Kayla Unbehaun was abducted by her mother, Heather, after a judge granted Kayla's father full custody of the child. The dad, Ryan Iskirka, speaking to our affiliate at the time.
When she canceled all that social media, that's another sign that she wasn't ever intending to come back.
Despite years of dead ends, Iskirka refused to let the case grow cold, pushing his story onto the national stage, including in early 2020 appearing on Vanished, the Missing Persons Project, a series streaming on Peacock, which is owned by our parent company, NBC Universal.
Here I am at home, wringing my hands, wondering where my daughter's at.
And again last fall on Netflix's Unsolved Mysteries. Finally, this weekend, a crucial break in the case when investigators say someone in North Carolina who saw that Netflix show recognized Kayla at a clothing store and alerted police. Because of the tip, police say Kayla, now 15, is back home with her dad, while her mother was arrested and charged with kidnapping. She was released from custody after posting a $25,000 bond. Ryan Iskirka writing in a statement, "I'm overjoyed that Kayla is home safe," adding, "We ask for privacy as we get to know each other again and navigate this new beginning."
6 years is way too long. Let's face it, 6 minutes, 6 seconds is way too long to be away from your own child.
And this is not the only case where true crime shows have made a difference. From HBO's The Jinx, which led to the murder conviction of the late real estate heir Robert Durst,
Kill them all.
to the iconic Serial podcast, which helped free Adnan Syed from prison more than 20 years after he was convicted of murdering his girlfriend. Experts say the genre can be an invaluable tool to cracking cases. Kayla's just the latest proof of that.
Do you work to get these kids' cases into these kind of true crime series to get that spotlight on them?
We do, as we saw today, that it just takes one set of eyes to be a hero.
Maggie Vespa, NBC News.
Well, a New York City hospital worker is on leave after she was caught on camera arguing with a group of young black teenagers over a city bike. The video has been going viral on social media. Jackie Beckford with NBC New York has more on the investigation that worker is now facing.
Well, the video initially posted on Twitter on Saturday has nearly 37 million views, with commenters blasting that hospital worker for potentially putting the safety of those young men at risk. The roughly 2-minute video starts with a white woman wearing hospital scrubs straddling a city bike, screaming for help, even though she doesn't appear to be in danger.
Please help me!
This is not your bike, repeats the young black man standing next to her, who says he just rented that city bike. His friends standing around him.
This is my bike, it's on my account. Please get off!
While the video doesn't show the young man touching her, it does show her remove her hospital badge, then grab the young man's phone.
Why you took his phone?
The woman then tells him he's hurting her fetus.
I'm not touching you.
When a man, also in scrubs, inquires what's wrong, the woman all of a sudden appears to begin sobbing. When the man tells the woman to choose another bike, she calmly removes herself. Another young man recording the video can be heard saying,
"How you stop crying? Not a tear came down, miss."
We do not know what happened before the recording began at this city bike stand near East 30th and 1st Avenue, but many are blasting the hospital worker, a physician's assistant who NYC Health and Hospitals Bellevue say appears to work for them. The city hospital group saying they are sorry this happened and are reviewing the incident. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump tweeting, "This is unacceptable," and "She grossly tried to weaponize her tears to paint this man as a threat. This is exactly the type of behavior that has endangered so many black men in the past." No one answered at the woman's Brooklyn apartment or returned our calls for comment. This woman lives in her building.
That woman lives in this building with me?
Another neighbor who knows the woman in the video told us off camera he believes the incident is being blown out of proportion. But this neighbor says the young men could have ended up in jail or worse.
It's clearly like a Karen, a Central Park Karen.
She's referring to the Central Park incident where a woman walking her dog called 911 on a black bird watcher.
She thinks that she's viewed as a victim because she's white. And she thinks that. That's obvious in this America that we all live in.
Our thanks to Jackie Beckford with NBC New York for that story.
Yeah, an important one. And up next, a new lawsuit is now challenging the book bans in Florida. How the First Amendment is being used to fight the ongoing culture war later this hour.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Well, the world's first self-driving buses have officially hit the streets for test trials in Scotland.
Yeah, NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley traveled to Edinburgh to see how the autonomous public transportation works.
The wheels on this bus go round and round like any other. But the steering wheel seems to have a mind of its own. This bus has declared its autonomy, and today it enters into service.
Is this the first in the world? So we believe it's the most advanced in the world. There have been other autonomous buses, but we believe this is the first registered timetable service where we're making a commitment to passengers that we're going to be there on time delivering a public service.
5 of these buses will patrol a 14-mile route across Edinburgh's Forth Road Bridge. A bus every 30 minutes, reaching speeds of up to 50 miles an hour, serving as many as 10,000 passengers per week. But this is still very much an experiment.
So for now, this driverless bus does have a driver. He's here just making sure everything is safe, and there's another member of staff here taking tickets. That's 2 employees, twice as many as was needed before.
The idea is to eventually free the driver from babysitting the bus, but right now that's illegal. Stagecoach, the company running this experiment, is hoping the law will change soon.
And when the technology is completely signed off and we're allowed to take the safety driver out of the cab, they'll be able to move around the saloon, engage with passengers, check tickets, keep the service accessible, that kind of thing.
As far as drivers are concerned, autonomous buses are sophisticated and safe.
You ever had any close calls?
No, I haven't. No.
Are you worried that you could?
No, not really. The technology, I think, is brilliant. It stays in its lane, it brakes. When it senses other traffic, the only thing you've maybe got to worry about is other motorists not knowing what they're going to do.
The bus itself does most of the work, with some high-tech help.
So when you say a sensor, is that these things right here?
Yeah, so that's one of them. That's a LiDAR. That's for the closer range detection.
So if the technology has arrived, the real problem is still humans, pedestrians, drivers. By behaving unpredictably, they're the ones who are standing in the way of wider adoption of this technology.
The biggest barrier with autonomous vehicles is dealing with people, especially in urban environments, where people are making decisions of their own, sometimes stretching the rules just a little bit so that they can get by and collaborate with each other.
But the humans of Edinburgh aren't all ready to board the bus.
They say it'd be safer by reducing human error.
But then, I don't know, I've seen the movies and the robots something always happens.
And will you be happy about it?
No.
No, you're scared.
Let your life in the hand of a machine that could have faults. Yeah, so far it proved that, yes, human error exists, but it's less than machinery for the moment.
They may have a point. Accidents involving autonomous vehicles have happened.
Ain't nobody in it. This is crazy.
And in San Francisco, this driverless car sped off after it was pulled over by police. In February, American safety officials pushed Tesla to recall more than 360,000 full self-driving cars because of unsafe driving and road violations.
What do you say to people who are worried that this is unsafe? I say that we've got a vetted safety case there that has gone through millions of miles of testing, and there will always be the safety driver there ready to intervene. So if you're worried about autonomous technology, maybe think of it this way. These drivers never have a bad day. They never get distracted. And these sensors never blink.
But experiments like this one are as much about calming the public as they are about testing the tech.
We still understand that we need to ensure that the public come with us on this, and that they're convinced that this technology is safe and has benefits for everyone. So I think there's still work to be done on that side of it, but the technology is ready now.
Matt Bradley, NBC News.
And really Fascinating stuff. In other transportation news, Ford is recalling more than 310,000 of its trucks in the U.S. The company found issues with the driver's side airbag not inflating during a crash. The affected models include certain 2016 Super Duty trucks.
Yeah, Ford is saying the malfunction is caused by an electrical issue from dust buildup inside the steering wheel. The company also says it is not aware of any crashes or injuries caused by this airbag defect. Well, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle now say they were in a near catastrophic car chase with paparazzi last night. The latest details coming up next. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. That includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
Back now from Las Vegas, from Seattle, Guatemala City, from Wilmington, I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
We're back now on this Wednesday. Happy you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. Making news right now, Florida Democrats have flipped the Jacksonville mayor's office in a shocking upset. Democrat Donna Deegan won the election Tuesday night against Republican Daniel Davis. Deegan was the decided underdog in the race, facing a candidate backed by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Her unexpected victory marks a stark change to the state's recent Republican winning streak.
At least 39 people are missing after a Chinese fishing boat capsized in the middle of the Indian Ocean on Tuesday. Officials say rescue crews are conducting searches in that area. Chinese state media says the boat's crew included 17 people from China, 17 from Indonesia, and 5 from the Philippines. So far, no survivors or life rafts have been spotted.
And a Missouri high school student has been suspended for 3 days after recording a teacher using a racial slur in class. The 15-year-old sophomore recorded the video on May 9th. The student's lawyer says the suspension stems from a Glendale high school policy that prohibits students from recording faculty members without their consent. As for the teacher who used that racial slur, the school officials say they no longer work in the district and stand by how the incident was handled.
We are following breaking news involving the Duke and Duchess of Sussex.
Yeah, a spokesperson for the couple says Prince Harry and his wife Meghan Markle were involved in a car chase with paparazzi in New York City last night. The statement says the, quote, relentless pursuit lasted over 2 hours and resulted in multiple near collisions. For more on this, we're joined by NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. So, Vaughn, obviously this is disturbing also because it brings up memories of Princess Diana, Prince Harry's mom. So can you tell us just more about the incident? What do we know?
Right. Hey, guys, this incident apparently took place over the course of 2 hours, according to the spokesman for the Sussex, the Duke and the Duchess. This was an incident which we're still, frankly, trying to get details exactly about what happened, because much of this is coming directly from them. To our understanding, they left a theater in Midtown Manhattan at about 10 p.m. last night, and then in an effort to get to the residence of a friend where they were staying, they were trying to avoid the paparazzi. And that is where law enforcement sources are now telling NBC News, multiple law enforcement sources, that perhaps a chase would not be the best way to describe it, as the spokesman did, but more of an incident in which the paparazzi were following Meghan and Harry. They did not, to our understanding, want to reveal the location of where they were staying, and that is what led to 2 hours of them going through the Manhattan streets trying to avoid the paparazzi. At one point, to our understanding, they did switch vehicles, and it was chaos that was ensuing around their effort to get to the location where they were staying in Manhattan last night.
Vaughn, are you getting any indication that we might see some video from this? I mean, nothing really happens in New York City without being captured on camera in some way or another. And could there potentially be any consequences if paparazzi were indeed following them?
Right. I think that's a lot of the question marks that we're all kind of processing right now. I mean, even at 10 o'clock in Manhattan, it's still highly trafficked. You are going to run into traffic. You know, the likelihood is that that's exactly what happened. They had private security with them. I want to let you listen to a little bit of what Mayor Eric Adams said here in New York.
I think all of us, I don't think there's many of us who don't recall how his mom died, and it would be horrific to lose an innocent bystander during a chase like this, and something to have happened to them as well. So I think we have to be extremely responsible. I thought that was a bit reckless and irresponsible.
Of course, Harry was, as you heard the mayor reference, 12 years old when Princess Diana, his mother, passed away, trying to run from the paparazzi. So, of course, this is of high concern here, and one that we, and I'm sure law enforcement and the mayor's office, are trying to get a better understanding of exactly how all this unfolded. Guys?
All right, NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. Vaughn, thank you so much.
Thank you. Turning now to Florida, the largest publisher in the country, along with a group of authors and parents, are now suing a school district in the state to prevent it from banning books.
The federal lawsuit targets Escambia County School District and its school board. The plaintiffs accuse them of unconstitutionally removing books that mention race and LGBTQ+ identities. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now. So, Antonia, according to the lawsuit, these books were taken off library shelves after the schools got complaints from one teacher, right? So talk to us about these specific accusations here.
That's right. So the lawsuit outlines that, but it also looks at sort of this broader culture in Florida that we've seen, well, frankly, not just in Florida, but around the country in districts, as parents, school board members, in some cases teachers, have pushed for the removal of books. And what they're arguing or alleging in this lawsuit is that the school board at times didn't follow their own policies for review and swiftly removed books in a way that they are arguing violates people's First Amendment rights and the Equal Protection Clause. The books that they've outlined that have been removed, about 15 books in total from the school, they disproportionately target books that involve people of color and LGBTQ kids and their stories. In some cases, stories about those kinds of students having their first crushes or having relationships or going through hard times or abusive situations in their families. And what we saw in the months leading up to this is parents label those books as pornography, as inappropriate, and these authors argue that there is a whole set of community of students who want to have access to these books. Take a listen to a conversation that George M. Johnson, one of the authors of a very banned book, had on MSNBC earlier today.
My book sits at the intersection of Blackness as well as queerness, among a myriad of other topics. And my book also tells the truth, which we know that this country has an issue with. And so when you have a book that is telling a first-hand account of what it is like to grow up in this country being Black and queer and giving representation to a community that rarely gets to see themselves seen in books, seen on television, it creates an empowerment for those students.
Well, I reached out to the school district, and while the school district and their communications office is not commenting at this time, I was able to have a conversation with one of the school board members, a member named Bill Slayton, and he told me that the school board members have been under the impression that they were following state law, the desires of the DeSantis administration here, and that they were surprised that they're being sued because so many other districts in Florida are doing the same thing that they're doing.
And of course, part of a larger trend, and just days after DeSantis signed another bill doing similar work. Antonia Hilton, thank you.
Thank you. Well, Tesla and Twitter CEO Elon Musk is speaking out to CNBC anchor David Faber about the future of those two companies.
Yeah, he painted a dire picture of Twitter's finances, but doubled down on freedom of speech, saying he will still tweet what he wants, even if it costs him financially. Take a listen.
Do your tweets hurt the company? Are there Tesla owners who say, I don't agree with his political position?
There's a scene in The Princess Bride. Great movie.
Great movie.
Where he confronts the person who killed his father. And he says, offer me money. Offer me power. I don't care.
So you just don't care. You want to share what you have to say.
I'll say what I want to say, and if the consequence of that is losing money, so be it. I'm a big believer that people are more productive when they're in person. It's like really, you're going to work from home, and you're going to make everyone else who made your car come work in the factory. You're going to make the people who make your food that gets delivered that they can't work from home. The people that come fix your house, they can't work from home, but you can. Does that seem morally right? That's messed up.
You talk about enhancing humanity. I'm curious then about AI, because you've certainly been concerned. What percentage do you give the chance that it will destroy humanity?
It's very much a double-edged sword. I think there's a strong probability that it will make life much better, and that we'll have an age of abundance. And there's some chance that it goes wrong and destroys humanity. Hopefully that chance is small, but it's not zero.
He is part of that group that wanted a pause on AI development.
Yeah,
but
he's
that's
always
not happened
making
yet.
headlines. Not yet.
Right, always making headlines. Very true.
Time will tell. Well, actress Gabrielle Union is also making some financial headlines, renewing online debates about how to split finances as a couple.
Yeah, this follows an interview with Bloomberg where Union revealed she and her husband, NBA star Dwayne Wade, they split their bills 50-50. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson reports for us.
New money talk from actor Gabrielle Union, revealing she and her husband, former NBA player Dwayne Wade, split their money right down the middle.
It's weird to say I'm head of household because in this household, we split everything 50-50. But in the other households that each of us have to support, it puts there's always this like gorilla on your back that is like, you better work. You better work.
Union opening up in an interview on a Bloomberg original series called Idea Generation.
I get nervous, like, oh God, that movie didn't open. Well, what does that mean? Am I going to have enough to hold everybody up? And everyone's like, it's coming. Like, calm down.
All of it clearly hitting a nerve online. Union's comments going viral as a lot of people talk about how they handle their money and how couples handle cash.
Now, how are you living paycheck to paycheck when your husband got money?
50-50.
The back and forth over how to split the bills, nothing new for most couples.
For some reason, people just don't want to talk about their money, couples especially. And having that money talk with your partner is one of the most important things that you can do in your financial life and for financial security for both of you.
These days, about 29% of marriages are something described as egalitarian, according to a new study, which basically means that both partners contribute about half of what they make. To put that number in perspective, back in 1972, it was just 11%. The generation most likely to have separate accounts, Millennials, 69% of them report having at least some cash in separate places.
There may be couples that decide to split 50-50, but there are also couples that may say, hey, we're going to look at our household income, how much we each contributed to that number as it's combined, and then we're going to split our finances based on that.
Money can be one of the biggest flashpoints in a relationship, with 64% of couples saying they're financially incompatible with their partners. That's not the case for Alexandra Hayes Robinson and her husband.
I think we're very lucky that money has never been a touchy subject for us.
So how do they do it? She says they decided long ago to split the bills based on how much money each of them made. The one who makes more pays more. And today, they're happier for it.
We haven't officially merged our finances in the way that, like, we have one bank account and everything we both make go into one account. But we've merged our finances in, like, the, spiritual sense, I guess. We think about everything we have as one pot. There will be a lot of opportunity for us to have lots of kind of financial tension in our relationship, and there just isn't.
Hallie Jackson, NBC News.
Oh boy, that one's a talker.
Important conversations to have, like you said, even before getting married.
Yes.
And there's nothing wrong with talking about your finances. Sharon Epperson's on all the time telling us how important it is to be transparent and to have a plan. But that idea of 50-50, if one partner makes so much more, might not make sense.
Absolutely, and you got to talk not just emotional health, but also financial.
Totally. All right, straight ahead, pre-owned toys for children. That can spare your wallet, but those toys might not be the safest option. We're going to show you what to look for and which toys to invest in because they can actually grow with your kids. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Well, about half of American parents say they have used pre-owned equipment for their child, but 2/3 of parents say it's hard to tell if that pre-owned gear is actually safe.
Yeah, that's all according to a new report from C.S. Mott Children's Hospital. So should parents buy new or used gear? And how exactly do you make sure it's really safe for your little ones? Well, joining us now to talk about this is Editor-in-Chief of the Toy Insider, Marissa Silva, here to help break it all down. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, I know you've done this kind of work for a decade or so,
Yes.
and you're also a new mom.
I
am. Yes, thank you.
So how should parents think about buying toys, and when do they know the difference between, hey, I need a new one, and maybe I go used?
Yeah, I would suggest if you're ever trying to buy something related to travel or sleep, like a car seat, those are items that you might want to consider buying new and setting aside that budget for. Car seats actually expire, usually after 6 years. If they've ever been in an accident, they are no good to use anymore. So just to eliminate some of those safety concerns, that's something I would suggest buying new. But when it comes to toys and bouncy seats and high chairs and all that kind of good stuff, buying pre-owned can save you a lot of money.
Okay, well, so how do you know how to do that safely and check to make sure the item you're buying wasn't, for example, recalled by the CPSC or something else?
Yeah, so I definitely recommend checking out Buy Nothing groups on social media. They can be a great resource because you can ask the seller a lot of questions. Does it come from a smoke and pet-free home? When did you purchase it? What's the exact make and model, so that you can look up the instructions yourself and make sure that this is an appropriate item for your baby.
And I know, I'm in Buy Nothing groups. They can be a bit overwhelming. Yes. It's like, what should I buy used? What should I buy new? Do you have any recommendations for items that are good for being pre-owned, but also items that can grow with your kid? Because it can get expensive. I mean,
For sure. Absolutely. So when it comes to toys, right, you want to select items that you can use in those early newborn days, but maybe they'll grow with your kid into their toddler years. I love play gyms, right? This is the 7-in-1 Senses and Stages play gym. It can do tummy time, right? With your baby, they can look at all the beautiful things when they're small. Then it transforms into a ball pit, and it's machine washable. So you want to select items that are easy to clean and sanitize too for your home.
And they're durable. That's important because if you have more than one, you want to be able to use it again. Before you go, I want to look ahead and talk about the things like, you do end up accumulating a lot of baby gear if you've had a child or two. If you are going to try and resell, what should you put in that posting? How can you make sure that you're passing along something that's safe and that you communicate it well?
Yeah, it's really great to indicate how long you've used something, when you purchased it, the exact information for the make and model, and post the photos of the product itself, not the listing online, but what you have in front of you, so that people can take a look and see the wear and tear and make an informed decision for themselves before purchasing.
I know you mentioned car seats. Anything else we absolutely should not be using pre-owned?
That's a big one. Cribs are another consideration, just because you don't know what kind of home they're necessarily coming from. But again, if you're able to ask those questions in advance, that's a great thing to do. And if you want to invest in some of those larger pieces of gear that are a little more expensive, it's good to do so if they can grow with your kids.
Can we talk about some of the items you have here on the table? Are these some of the toys that people can grow with their kids?
Yeah, a subscription service is a great idea because you get new toys every so often for your kids. This one from Love Every I'm obsessed with, because the toys kind of call back to each other. So you can use pieces that you get from earlier kits in the more advanced kits for older kids. My daughter plays with her toys literally every day. She loves them.
What a cool gift, too, if you are giving to a new parent. I love that. Okay. Editor-in-Chief of Toy Insider, Marissa Silver, thank you so much for being with us, and congrats on your baby.
Yeah, this is so insightful. I love it. I didn't even know there were toy subscriptions.
Yes. Oh, it's a whole new world out there, Zinkley, when you're ready.
One day I'll know. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And you're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Larissa Fasthorse is making history as the first Native American woman playwright to bring a show to Broadway.
Her critically acclaimed comedy is called The Thanksgiving Play. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer spoke with Fasthorse about what this moment means to her.
So we're four white people doing a culturally sensitive first Thanksgiving play for Native American Heritage Month.
As best and simply as you can, how do you describe the plot of the Thanksgiving play?
Four people trying so hard to do everything right that they get it all wrong.
This is four white people trying to put on a Thanksgiving play.
Yes, for Native American Heritage Month, and they're trying to hit all of those things. However, they're trying to do it without any Native American people in the room. To be clear, they wanted Native American people in the room, and they really mean well, but well-meaning isn't ever enough.
Those four people are played by four well-known actors, TV stars Darcy Carden, Scott Foley, and Chris Sullivan, and two-time Tony winner Katie Finneran.
Help her recover from the false value placed on her sexuality, because I've taken that journey.
It's an understatement to say this is a satire, right?
Yeah, but you know what? I'm really clear that it's definitely a comedy within a satire. There's absolutely satire in it, but there's a lot of comedy that I put in intentionally because I call that the sugar that helps the medicine go down, right?
So I have to take a bus. Have you ever taken a bus?
I want people to feel invited into the conversation. I want people to feel, unsettled and questioning why they weren't taught a lot of the truths and the history that we learn about during the play about Thanksgiving. And I want people to ask why. Why didn't I know these things? Why haven't I thought about these things before? Why wasn't I taught these things? And then I want them to go find some answers and to start making some change. And I want them to be invited into that conversation.
This idea from some that they don't want kids to learn about hard histories because it might make them feel like there's racism out there. What do you make of that?
We have to know things about each other. I mean, how can you possibly understand another person if you don't understand who they are, where they came from, how we are both related? I mean, ignorance and hiding truth and hiding facts just isn't a way to get there.
We need to get our creative juices flowing.
I know this play has been seen in other cities around the country. How does it feel to bring it to Broadway?
It's a goal I've had since I started playwriting, is I wanted to be the first Native American woman on Broadway, and I'm very fortunate to have been here after the great Lynn Riggs, who was the first Native playwright on Broadway, but that was the beginning of the last century. So that's a little concerning that it's taken I hope it's not another century before we have another Native playwright on Broadway. I put a lot of pressure on myself just to make sure it goes well and that the door is wide open and that folks are not just able to get through the door into Broadway, Native folks, but that they're also feeling like it's a place for them.
What do you think needs to be done to make sure it's not another century, that we are telling more Native American stories on Broadway and really just in entertainment in general?
The reason I wrote this play was because of casting, because I was told that there weren't Native American actors that could be on the big stages. We need to get past that. Reservation Dogs, Rutherford Falls, a lot of great shows have showed us that there are incredible Native actors out there. And so theater needs to catch up with that and be able to hire Native folks and have them on their stages. And I think that's going to be a big thing that has to change so that more Native folks don't have to write an all-white play to be able to get on Broadway.
Joe Fryer, NBC News.
Joe, thank you. Here's what's trending right now. Two Mexican inspired fast food chains are fighting for the rights to Taco Tuesday. Taco Bell announced it has filed legal petitions to revoke a decades-long trademark on the phrase held by its competitor, Taco John's. In a statement, Taco Bell asked, how can anyone live más if they're not freely allowed to say Taco Tuesday? Taco John's also released a statement saying they invite anyone to celebrate Taco Tuesday by trying their taco.
We definitely celebrate. We observe Taco Tuesday in our home. All right, a senior citizen season of The Bachelor is coming to ABC. The network says the show, which will be called The Golden Bachelor, that's a good name, will showcase a hopeless romantic looking for a second shot at love. The cast has yet to be announced, but it will premiere this fall.
I love that.
Golden Bachelor. I love it too.
Everyone deserves a shot at love, and if you need to go on The Bachelor to do that, hey, power to you.
Age is just a number, folks. I'm Vicky Wynn.
I'm Zig Glass, and while you're watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. The news continues right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington,
I was in space in Texas,
from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Zig Glass.
I'm Vicky Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, May 17th. Oral arguments. A federal appeals court is holding a hearing next hour on the fate of a commonly used abortion pill, what it means for the case's potential path to the Supreme Court.
Royal scare. Prince Harry and Meghan say paparazzi chased them for hours last night, leading to several near collisions. We have all the details on what officials are calling a bit of a chaotic scene as the couple headed home from a charity event in New York.
Staying Connected, a $14 billion initiative that works to expand internet access for Americans, is at risk of running out of funds. I'll bring you a special report on efforts to keep the program alive.
Sensory overload. Parents these days have access to so much information. It can sometimes be overwhelming. How to recognize when your parental fatigue has morphed into actual burnout and what you can do to cope.
A lot of important stories to get to today. Thanks for being with us. This is NBC News Daily. We start with that closely watched case over the abortion pill mifepristone. A federal appeals court will hear oral arguments this afternoon that could help decide the future availability of the pill.
Yeah, you might remember the flurry of court action on mifepristone last month. Ultimately, the Supreme Court weighed in, saying the pill should remain on the market while the appeals process plays out. Well, guess what? That process is just about to begin. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor joins us now. Great to have you, Yamiche. Let's go ahead and break this down a bit for our viewers. The panel of the Court of Appeals that is considering this case, made up of 3 judges. All of those judges have histories supporting restrictions around abortion. So today in court, what will they hear, and when could they decide on this case?
It's a good way to tee it up, because today these 3 conservative judges, each with a history, as you said, of supporting restrictions on abortion, will be hearing oral arguments on whether this widely used abortion pill, mifepristone, should remain available. As viewers may remember, a group of anti-abortion activists and doctors sued to get this pill off the market. They are arguing that it is unsafe and that the FDA never should have approved it when it did more than 2 decades ago. The Justice Department is arguing on the other side, saying that taking this pill off the market would cause great harm to women, and that the FDA's approval of the pill and more recent actions like allowing it to be mailed, that all of those actions should remain in place. There's also isn't a clear deadline for when the appeals court will rule, so these judges could rule whenever they want. Vicky Chingle.
Yamiche, what exactly happens to the pill if the appeals court rules against the Biden administration? That, of course, is possible, right?
It is possible, but here's where things get really, really interesting. In the short term, access to the pill remains in place no matter what the appeals court decides, because the Supreme Court issued a stay keeping access to the pill in place until it rules. But the Supreme Court didn't immediately take up the case itself, which a lot of experts thought they might do. So no matter how the appeals court rules, one of the sides will likely and they're expected to appeal to the Supreme Court to make the ultimate decision here. At the time, the Supreme Court will have to decide whether or not to hear that case and whether or not they want to take it up. The only way the pill would be in jeopardy is if the DOJ, the Biden administration, if they lose in the Fifth Circuit of Appeals Court and then the Supreme Court opts not to hear their appeal, or the justices eventually rule in favor of these anti-abortion activists. So there's a lot of moving parts here, but the real, I guess, bottom line here is the bill will remain in place for a while all of this stuff happens through the legal system. Sinclair?
Yeah, a lot of moving parts. Time will tell where it all lands. NBC News correspondent Yamiche Alcindor, thank you.
Well, President Biden striking an optimistic tone today about reaching a deal with congressional leaders to raise the national debt limit.
Confident that we'll get the agreement on the budget, that America will not default. And every leader in the room understands the consequences if we fail to pay our bills. We're going to come together because there's no alternative. We have to do the right thing.
President Biden spoke briefly with reporters before heading to Japan to meet with G7 leaders. He's cutting the trip abroad short, though, so he can return to Washington to help negotiate an agreement. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake is tracking it all. So, Garrett, the deadline to raise the debt limit is almost 2 weeks away, and they still need time to get a deal through Congress. So how close are both sides right now to actually reaching an agreement?
Well, Ziegler, not close enough, and I think the fact that the president's going to be coming back from this foreign trip early is really the primary indicator of that. You know, there's finding a deal, and then there's passing a law. A deal in and of itself is not something you could put on the floor of either chamber of Congress. So there's a lot of work that still has to be done here. The 2 parties are at least in negotiations now. They seem to be narrowing the list of things that might be included in a bipartisan bill that could ultimately make its way to the floor. And I just spoke to Speaker McCarthy a few minutes ago for try to get his level of confidence in all this. And he told me, look, at least now the right people are in the room. They have shrunk the pool of negotiators here down to just a few people from the White House, a handful of representatives from Speaker McCarthy's office. It'll be those folks that hammer out the basis of an agreement that could eventually become the law to once again keep our streak of avoiding default alive. But as you pointed out, just a day, over 2 weeks left to go on this deadline. Very little room for error.
And Garrett, Republicans are pushing for stricter work requirements for some federal aid programs. What does that mean, and what did the president say about that today? Is he opening the door to any concessions?
Yeah, these could be potentially stricter work requirements for things like Medicaid, for food stamps, the SNAP program. There's another program called TANF that has been kicked around here. Look, the president has made it clear he's not a fan of this provision, but he has sort of closed the door like you might with a sleeping baby in the room, right? He's not like slammed the door. He hasn't latched it all the way shut, but he's got it just about closed. He wants to leave room for the negotiators to work here. It's not something he's taking off the table, but clearly not something Democrats would be thrilled about. That may be the nature of the beast here going forward. A lot of stuff that that folks on the other side aren't going to like, but that's the nature of bipartisan lawmaking.
Are you a new dad?
I was going to say,
was it the
analogy,
metaphor or the
relevant.
dark circles under my eyes that gave it away?
Definitely the metaphor. You look great.
You look great.
Congratulations. All right, NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haig, thank you with the great metaphor for us today.
And turning now to Florida, a group of authors and parents, plus the largest publisher in the United States, are suing a school district in the state.
Yeah, this federal lawsuit accuses Escambia County School District and its school board of unconstitutionally removing books that mention race and LGBTQ plus identities. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now here on set. Thanks so much, Antonia. It's good to be with you. So the lawsuit alleges these books were taken out of the school libraries after one complaint from one teacher. So walk us through what is happening right now.
The lawsuit also establishes and dives into what they call an ideological pattern happening in Florida, but also across the country, where parents, teachers, school board members, other community stakeholders have been pushing for the removal of books out of public schools, often labeling them inappropriate or pornographic. But many of these books, a disproportionate number of them, target LGBTQ people or characters in these stories and stories about people of color. And they're arguing that these removals are a violation of the First Amendment and the Equal Protection Clause. And they also, this lawsuit includes two families that are saying their students, their kids want access to these books. They want access to other points of view. The school district right now is not officially commenting, but I was able to reach one of the school board members by phone earlier today, who told me that he was surprised that this lawsuit was coming to their district because so many districts are engaged in this type of book removal process right now.
I mean, as you're talking about the trend, right, so many schools engaged in this, it's not lost on me that just 2 days ago, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis actually signed a bill that would limit diversity programs in state colleges and universities, specifically limiting state and federal funding. Have we heard from DeSantis on this?
We haven't heard from DeSantis on this lawsuit about the Escambia School District, but we have heard a lot from him on these issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion. He signed this law on Monday, and it's going to keep Florida's public universities from being able to have DEI programs. It's also going to limit the way that they can teach about race. And so this is part of the larger ideological pattern, and it's part of the culture war that has been raging in that state and elsewhere, as we've seen Republicans push for the limiting of discussions about these issues in schools, and that has come to affect books that touch on these issues or include characters whose lives are affected by them. And so, you know, often people think of this as something that's just happening in middle schools, elementary schools right now, but we're seeing it go all the way up to the university level.
Yeah. Oh, NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton, thank you so much.
Thank you. It's time now to turn and talk money, specifically the CNBC Money Minute. More young people are taking up side hustles to make ends meet. A new survey by Deloitte shows about 46% of Gen Zers have either a full or part-time gig in addition to their day job.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. So, Dom, that number is only slightly lower for millennials. So what is pushing younger Americans to seek out these different sources of income? I think I have an idea.
Yeah, I think I have an idea, too. So, Zinkley, Vicky, to your points here, according to that same Deloitte report, 38% of respondents overall cited, not shockingly, money as the top reason for having a side hustle. But that's not the only reason. A quarter of Gen Zers said that they picked it up as a side hustle and some of those other jobs that they've taken on to gain skills and also build relationships. And others said it's a way for them to actually unplug from their primary or day job. So a couple different reasons why they want to take up those side gigs. Meantime, Elon Musk says Tesla will launch ads for its electric vehicles. Speaking to shareholders at the company's annual meeting, he said, quote, "We'll try a little advertising and see how it goes." Now, in an interview with CNBC, Musk says Tesla would be interested in running ads that are informative, aesthetically pleasing, and beautiful, but didn't offer more details. The move would be a shift for Tesla, which has up until now largely avoided conventional marketing, instead relying on word of mouth and, of course, those EV tax credits as marketing. And finally, Google will start deleting accounts that have been inactive for 2 years starting in December in a bid to prevent security threats. The company might delete the account and content across all apps, including Gmail, Docs, Drive, and Calendar, as well as YouTube and Google Photos. The policy change only applies to personal accounts, and Zincle Vicky, not for those that are geared towards schools or businesses. So if you've got one of those G something accounts, you might want to use it a little bit just to keep them open.
Yeah, especially those photos. You don't want to lose those.
Exactly.
Right.
But if you haven't touched them in 2 years, maybe it is time to get rid of it.
Or print it.
Yeah.
So we don't do that anymore.
I know. What is that?
What is that? CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu. Thank you.
Chilling details emerging about that deadly shooting in New Mexico. How police say the teenage suspect acquired the guns that he used. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Police in New Mexico have released new information about the teen gunman in Monday's deadly shooting in Farmington, New Mexico. We've also learned much more about the 3 women he killed. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin has the details.
Hey there. Once the first shots were fired inside the close-knit community of Farmington, New Mexico, police say hundreds called 911. Neighbors pointed first responders in the direction of the attack. Multiple agencies answered the call, including 3 officers who responded during their lunch hour without body armor. Absent that collective effort, police say this could have been so much worse. In New Mexico, new details about America's latest teenage mass shooter.
I have eyes on the suspect. He's walking south. He's wearing all black.
Late Tuesday, police identified the suspect as Bo Wilson, an 18-year-old high school student. Seen here moments before being shot dead by police, following a murderous and apparently random shooting rampage that killed 3 elderly women and wounded at least 6, including 2 police officers.
The amount of violence and brutality that these innocent people faced is something that is unconscionable to me.
Police say Wilson opened fire on a Farmington, New Mexico neighborhood, blowing out car windows and shooting up random homes.
He was just shooting indiscriminately, houses, cars, people.
Police say first shots were fired at 10:56 in the morning. About 10 minutes later, police shot the gunman dead, having been armed with at least 3 different weapons, including an assault-style rifle. Police say he'd purchased one of the weapons legally last year. The rest belonged to a family member.
He got them from a family member. And by got them, that's a loose interpretation of the word.
All of the victims shot in their cars. Among those lost, 79-year-old Shirley Voita, a mother of 5 and retired school nurse who'd been married for 57 years.
Just pillars of the community.
97-year-old Gwendolyn Schofield died alongside her 73-year-old daughter, Melody. Family member and state representative Mark Duncan tells NBC News they were women of faith.
It's a horrible thing when tragedy hits, and I can tell you that Aunt Melody would probably be the first one that put her arms around that young man as he lost his life.
We're also learning more about the suspect's past. Police say he did have minor infractions as a juvenile, but nothing that would rise to the level of a serious crime. Court documents show his parents filed for divorce last year, and police say people who knew him had concerns for his mental health. Back to you.
Aaron McLaughlin, thank you. Well, Vicki, the Secret Service is investigating a troubling intrusion at the home of a key member of President Biden's inner circle in Washington. The intrusion happened in the middle of the night at National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan's house a few weeks ago, all while he was sleeping. Sullivan was unharmed, but the intruder was undetected by agents guarding the house. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now from Washington, D.C. So, Ryan, being the National Security Advisor is a huge job and notably also a potential target for our adversaries. So how did this happen at his home? What are we learning?
Yeah, that's the big question, Zinkley, and there aren't a lot of answers as to how something like this could have happened, especially when you consider that the man at the center of this seemed to have stumbled into the National Security Advisor's home in the middle of the night and past the Secret Service agents that were charged with guarding Sullivan 24 hours a day. In fact, it was Sullivan himself who ended up approaching the man and telling him to leave his house, which he ultimately ended up doing. In fact, the Secret Service agents still didn't know he was in there after he left the house until Sullivan went out and made them aware of that. There was no sign of forced entry. It didn't appear as though Sullivan or his family were in any danger. And there is reporting from the Washington Post that the man appeared intoxicated and actually didn't know where he was. Still, Zinkley, this is a massive security breach, one that really can't happen, especially with someone, as you rightly point out, with access to some of the nation's most important national security secrets.
Yeah, stumbling into the house, that's pretty concerning. Ryan, are there now extra security measures being added for Sullivan?
So the Secret Service is not saying much about this incident, but what they have told us is that they are evaluating the security posture at not only Jake Sullivan's house, but in all of the people that they protect right away as while they investigate this. They also said in a statement, quote, any deviation from our protective protocols is unacceptable, and if discovered, personnel will be held accountable. And so they're reviewing this incident. They agree that it was a huge mistake. Whether or not we'll learn what tangible changes are made as a result of this is pretty unlikely. They do call it the, quote, Secret Service for a reason, Zinkley.
All right, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles, thank you.
Inside the push to fund a critical program keeping lower-income Americans connected. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The world's first self-driving buses have officially hit the streets for test trials in Scotland. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley traveled to Edinburgh to see how the autonomous public transportation works.
The wheels on this bus go round and round like any other. But the steering wheel seems to have a mind of its own. This bus has declared its autonomy, and today it enters into service.
Is this the first in the world?
So we believe it's the most advanced in the world. There have been other autonomous buses, but we believe this is the first registered timetable service where we're making a commitment to passengers that we're going to be there on time delivering a public service.
5 of these buses will patrol a 14-mile route across Edinburgh's Forth Road Bridge. A bus every 30 minutes, reaching speeds of up to 50 miles an hour, serving as many as 10,000 passengers per week. But this is still very much an experiment.
So for now, this driverless bus does have a driver. He's here just making sure everything is safe, and there's another member of staff here taking tickets. That's 2 employees, twice as many as was needed before.
The idea is to eventually free the driver from babysitting the bus, but right now, that's illegal. Stagecoach, the company running this experiment, is hoping the law will change soon.
And when the technology is completely signed off and we're allowed to take the safety driver out of the cab, they'll be able to move around the saloon, engage with passengers, check tickets, keep the service accessible, that kind of thing.
As far as drivers are concerned, autonomous buses are sophisticated and safe.
You ever had any close calls?
No, I haven't. No.
Are you worried that you could?
No, not really. The technology, I think, is brilliant. It stays in its lane, it brakes. When it senses other traffic, the only thing you've maybe got to worry about is other motorists not knowing what they're going to do.
The bus itself does most of the work, with some high-tech help.
So when you say a sensor, is that these things right here?
Yeah, so that's one of them. That's a LiDAR. That's for the closer range detection.
So if the technology has arrived, the real problem is still humans, pedestrians, drivers. By behaving unpredictably, they're the ones who are standing in the way of wider adoption of this technology.
The biggest barrier with autonomous vehicles is dealing with people, especially in urban environments, where people are making decisions of their own, sometimes stretching the rules just a little bit so that they can get by and collaborate with each other.
But the humans of Edinburgh aren't all ready to board the bus.
They say it'd be safer by reducing human error.
But then, I don't know, I've seen the movies and the robots something always happens.
And will you be happy about it?
No.
No. You're scared?
Let your life in the hand of a machine that could have faults. Yeah, so far it proved that, yes, human error exists, but it's less than machinery for the moment.
They may have a point. Accidents involving autonomous vehicles have happened.
Ain't nobody in it. This is crazy.
And in San Francisco, this driverless car sped off after it was pulled over by police. In February, American safety officials pushed Tesla to recall more than 360,000 full self-driving cars because of unsafe driving and road violations.
What do you say to people who are worried that this is unsafe?
I say that we've got a vetted safety case there that has gone through millions of miles of testing, and there will always be the safety driver there ready to intervene.
So if you're worried about autonomous technology, maybe think of it this way. These drivers never have a bad day. They never get distracted. And these sensors never blink.
But experiments like this one are as much about calming the public as they are about testing the tech.
We still understand that we need to ensure that the public come with us on this, and that they're convinced that this technology is safe and has benefits for everyone. So I think there's still work to be done on that side of it, but the technology is ready now.
Matt Bradley, NBC News.
Matt, thank you. In other transportation news, Ford is recalling more than 310,000 of its trucks here in the United States. The company found issues with the driver's side airbag not inflating in a crash. The affected models include certain 2016 Super Duty trucks. Ford says the malfunction is caused by an electrical issue from dust buildup inside the steering wheel. The company also says it is not currently aware of any crashes or injuries caused by this defect. All right, well, coming up, some conflicting accounts of an incident involving Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, how law enforcement sources are now responding to the Sussexes' claims of a near catastrophic car chase. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Your news continues right after this.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Thanks for being with us. I'm Zincle Asamoah.
Good to be with you. I'm Vicki Nguyen, making news right now. In an interview with CNBC, Elon Musk says he will continue to tweet on Twitter no matter what, saying, quote, if the consequence of doing that is losing money, so be it, end quote. Musk also says Tesla could face tough times ahead due to increasing interest rates and the rising cost of manufacturing cars. He cleared up speculation, saying he would not step down, though, as Tesla CEO.
At least 8 people are dead and thousands were forced to evacuate to higher ground after heavy rain prompted major flooding in northern Italy. Emergency crews are responding to rivers of mud, and the vice president there says people are still unaccounted for. Some areas saw as much as 20 inches of rain in just 36 hours.
Memphis Grizzlies basketball star Ja Morant is apologizing after another social media video showed him flashing a firearm. In a statement, Morant says he takes, quote, full accountability, and he's committed to continuing to work on himself. Morant is currently suspended pending a league review. In March, he was suspended for 8 games for a similar incident.
Well, this afternoon, we're following breaking news surrounding the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. A spokesperson for Prince Harry says he and his wife, Meghan Markle, were involved in a car chase in New York City last night.
Yeah, the spokesperson also claims multiple paparazzi chased the couple across the city for 2 hours, calling it, quote, near catastrophic. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now from New York. So, Ron, what can you tell us about this incident and how NYPD is characterizing what happened? There seem to be some conflicting reports here.
Yeah, all the details are still coming together. And what we know is that around 10 o'clock last night, the couple were here at the Ziegfeld Theater. She was receiving an award. They were attending a charity event. It's 10 o'clock at night. They're preparing to leave, and there are paparazzi outside waiting for them to leave. From there, that's where the details get different. They're escorted out by there's a police car, they have a security detail, and they're trying to get from here to the Upper East Side of Manhattan, which is about a mile or two. And the paparazzi apparently don't know where they are staying. The NYPD puts out a statement that says in part, there were numerous photographers that made their transport challenging. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex arrived at their destination, and there were no reported collisions, summonses, injuries, or arrests in regard. Other sources make the point that this was not a chase and that it was described as a bit of a chaotic situation. But clearly it was upsetting for Harry and Meghan, and such a chilling reminder of the death of Harry's mother, Diana, back in 1997, when being chased by paparazzi after they were leaving in a hotel and a restaurant, she and her companion, her partner, Henri Paul, Dodi Al-Fayed, and the driver, Henri Paul, had this devastating crash in the Paris tunnel. That's one of the reasons that Harry has said he wants to move. He wanted to move to the U.S. to escape the intense glare of the paparazzi in Britain. So that's what is in the back of their minds, no doubt, when they put out a statement describing this as a near catastrophic car chase. Here's some of what Mayor Adams here in New York had to say about this. Take a listen.
I think all of us, I don't think there's many of us who don't recall how his mom died. And it would be horrific to lose an innocent bystander during a chase like this, and something to have happened to them as well. So I think we have to be extremely responsible. I thought that was a bit reckless and irresponsible.
So, again, something happened. It was obviously disturbing for the Sussexes, but the police are saying that it was not a chase, that it was a chaotic situation, but again, very upsetting for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, who are trying the best they can to live a peaceful, normal life away from paparazzi.
NBC News correspondent Ron Allen, thanks so much for that.
Zinkley, after nearly 6 years, police say they found a girl from Illinois who went missing when she was just 9 years old. Investigators tracked her down in North Carolina. They say the popular Netflix series Unsolved Mysteries might have helped crack this case. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa explains.
Everyone. From in-depth docuseries.
A killer on the loose in New York.
To hours-long podcasts. Gabby Petito. Investigators say America's true crime addiction has helped bring a young girl home.
Hi, this is Kayla here.
Back in 2017, police in South Elgin, Illinois say then 9-year-old Kayla Unbehaun was abducted by her mother, Heather, after a judge granted Kayla's father full custody of the child. The dad, Ryan Iskirka, speaking to our affiliate at the time.
When she canceled all that social media, that's another sign that she wasn't ever intending to come back.
Despite years of dead ends, Iskirka refused to let the case grow cold, pushing his story onto the national stage, including in early 2020 appearing on Vanished, the Missing Persons Project, a series streaming on Peacock, which is owned by our parent company, NBC Universal.
Here I am at home, wringing my hands, wondering where my daughter's at.
And again last fall on Netflix's Unsolved Mysteries. Finally, this weekend, a crucial break in the case when investigators say someone in North Carolina who saw that Netflix show recognized Kayla at a clothing store and alerted police. Because of the tip, police say Kayla, now 15, is back home with her dad, while her mother was arrested and charged with kidnapping. She was released from custody after posting a $25,000 bond. Ryan Iskirka writing in a statement, "I'm overjoyed that Kayla is home safe," adding, "We ask for privacy as we get to know each other again and navigate this new beginning."
6 years is way too long. Let's face it, 6 minutes, 6 seconds is way too long to be away from your own child.
And this is not the only case where true crime shows have made a difference. From HBO's The Jinx, which led to the murder conviction of the late real estate heir Robert Durst.
Kill them all. Of course.
To the iconic Serial podcast, which helped free Adnan Syed from prison more than 20 years after he was convicted of murdering his girlfriend. Experts say the genre can be an invaluable tool to cracking cases. Kayla's just the latest proof of that.
Do you work to get these kids' cases into these kind of true crime series to get that spotlight on them?
We do, as we saw today, that it just takes one set of eyes to be a hero.
Maggie Vespa, NBC News.
Well, Vicki, First Lady Dr. Jill Biden is in Alaska today working to expand broadband connectivity for households living on tribal lands. The Biden administration's infrastructure bill is trying to address this and more through the Affordable Connectivity Program. I stopped by a sign-up event in one Native American community.
I live in the woods and I need Wi-Fi.
Retiree Lori May is a member of Red Lake Nation in northern Minnesota. She lives on a limited income, and today she's signing up for discounted broadband internet through the Affordable Connectivity Program, or ACP, which risks running out of funding by 2024.
There is a large need for internet service here.
What is the Affordable Connectivity Program?
The Affordable Connectivity Program is the nation's largest broadband affordability effort in our history.
The $14.2 billion initiative is funded by the Biden administration's bipartisan infrastructure bill. And if Congress doesn't fund the program again or incorporate it into other budgets, it likely won't exist past 2024. ACP provides up to $30 off or $75 off on tribal lands of monthly internet services to households.
It's a program meant to help families who are struggling to get online to stay online and make sure they have the connections they need to succeed in today's age.
Families who qualify are those eligible for at least one of the following: free and reduced lunch, SNAP, WIC, Medicaid, federal housing assistance, SSI, and some veteran benefit and tribal assistance programs. For many Red Lake Nation members, ACP is a lifeline.
We deal with poverty, so this program really helps out our people.
As of May 15th, more than 18 million households have signed up, but still only 35% of eligible households are enrolled, according to the FCC. The ACP criticized by some for a complicated sign-up process, complaints I asked the FCC about. Is there a way to simplify the application process at all?
We've actually recently made some enhancements to that exact work, specifically streamlining the application once you actually interact with it, making sure those qualifying questions are earlier in the process.
Paloma Perez, the FCC press secretary, saying the benefits to internet access far outweigh the drawbacks. For Red Lake Nation, as funding for the ACP faces a potential end, the need for internet access remains far from finished.
Probably have to cut something else out of my bill in order to continue receiving Wi-Fi.
You know, I think it is important that we keep that funding going, so we do have, a bright future for our young ones and for all of our band members, our community members.
And it's worth noting that efforts to extend that funding actually does have bipartisan support, kind of rare these days in Washington. And a new survey shows that 78% of registered voters support the measure, 85% of Democrats, and 64% of Republicans.
Wi-Fi is so critical to so many services that we need. We should really make an effort to make it more widespread.
School, work, telehealth.
Absolutely.
It matters.
It is the future. All right, Zinkley, thank you so much.
Of course.
All right, well, more than half of American investors took some sort of action this year in response to high interest rates and inflation. This is according to a new bank rate survey.
And that survey also shows Gen Z and millennial investors are being more active than older investors, and they're using their stock market accounts in non-traditional ways. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson is here to explain. So, Sharon, younger investors are claiming that they're going to contribute to their stock market accounts more this year. However, the survey seems to indicate a little something different.
Yeah, they say they want to do it this year. That's great. That's a goal. But what's really happening is that they're actually taking money out of the stock market. They're selling stocks to actually pay for other things. And so we're looking at about half of Gen Z and a third of millennials that are saying that due to high inflation, rising costs of everything, they're taking money out of the stock market, selling stocks, or they're just not going to buy any more right now.
And what specifically are they using that money towards, Sharon?
Well, sometimes it's everyday expenses. Sometimes it's paying off credit card debt. It may be trying to invest in something else like real estate or investing in their own business. A lot of people trying to start a side gig and using this money to do it.
Interesting.
If someone wants to start investing now, Is it a good time? Because we're hearing about bank closures, inflation, looming recession. Yes or no?
Well, it's definitely a good time if you have a long time horizon. That's the whole point to investing in the stock market. It's not supposed to be a savings plus account. It's supposed to be a long-term investment for money that you're not going to need for 10 years or more, because there are so many fluctuations with the market. And we've seen that volatility recently. So we want to make sure that you're in there for the long haul if you are investing in the stock market.
So that's a good rule of thumb. You put your savings, you know, and an emergency fund, but then the 10 years is sort of the outlook. If you're going to put it into the stock market, give it a long runway.
Exactly. If you're going to put it into the stock market, that's why a lot of people are, when they're in this generation, in the younger generation, in the stock market, almost exclusively when you're talking about your retirement accounts or other investment accounts. But the thing is, that retirement money, when you try to take that out early, there are penalties, there are taxes that you have to pay on it if it's a regular 401k account. And we've had a down market, so that's also had an impact.
Sounds like mindset differences between the generations, too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson. Thank you so much, Sharon.
Feeling the burnout? How parents can be proactive to rise above the seemingly never-ending chaos. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
So excited about today's modern parenting. In today's world, parents are inundated with enormous amounts of information and resources on how to be a good parent. But for some of us, that's putting a lot of pressure on raising kids the right way, whatever that is.
Yeah, and let's call it the plight of the perfect parent. It can be exhausting to be on top of all things all the time. So how can you tell when you're pushing past your limits? Psychiatrist Dr. Samya Dave joins us now to talk about this. So this is so relevant, and I think everyone listening knows that feeling, exhaustion. But what's the difference between just, I'm tired, and whoa, I'm burned out?
So I think of burnout as occurring when stress is prolonged. So some signs to look out for include changes in your sleeping, changes in your appetite, having trouble focusing, feeling irritable more than usual, feeling less productive, detached, and some people even say they feel cynical or numb about their work. Some people might also feel so stressed out that they use substances like alcohol in order to cope. And people can also have physical manifestations like headaches and chronic pain, stomach disturbances as well. So in all systems, something's possible.
So those are like actual physical symptoms, things to key in on. That's just not just like mommy needs a nap. That's actually something you've got to address. What is it that's contributing to more of this parental burnout these days?
So we're in a time of intensive parenting. And by that I mean parents are feeling more pressure than ever to be very involved, very hands-on with everything their kids are doing. Kids are more scheduled than ever, so there's a lot more to do. Work hours are increasing, but work flexibility, access to parental leave, number of sick days, those things are not necessarily increasing. And of course, there's a lot more information online and on social media that can be helpful, and it can also be really overwhelming to have that information overload. So a lot of layers.
Constantly seeing it and comparing yourself to other people, which I feel like is not good.
Of course, and I think social media lends itself to that, and in parenting, it creates this new layer around that.
Yeah. I wonder, doctor, who is most at risk for burnout? Is it the same for everyone?
So parents who are working very long hours, don't have that much support, they're definitely at risk. People with perfectionist tendencies are definitely more at risk. So really, really important to also know yourself and then also know when you need that support, because those symptoms that we talked about are kind of coming in.
And it's moms and dads equally?
Moms and dads, but I will say that moms on the whole, in the research has shown that moms report more burnout. And we have to remember with the pandemic, moms were really carrying a lot of that mental and physical load at home.
So if you're a parent, you're listening to our conversation and you're like, oh no, I think this is me. What do you do about it?
So I like to divide it into two steps. The first step is awareness. Just know this is what's happening and has been going on for some time. And the second step is action. That can mean asking an extended family member or a child care provider for help with your child. It can mean talking to your employer about flexibility in the workplace. It can mean saying no to any further commitments that are going to deplete your energy. It can mean seeing a mental health provider. And of course, giving yourself grace and self-compassion, because this is a lot. And that might also include connecting with other parents as well, by the way, because you can find that grace together. But there are a lot of layers to this, so it can take time to heal.
It takes time, but at least identifying the problem and maybe taking a step away from social media and plugging from that comparison, you know, is helpful. You are a practicing psychiatrist. A parent comes in and says, you know, I feel like I'm failing.
Yes.
What do you tell them?
So I hear that a lot, and one thing I find myself saying a lot is that if you feel like this is hard, it's not because you're failing, it's because it is hard. Modern parenting is very difficult. It's okay to feel the full spectrum of emotions. We're not only supposed to feel joy and wonder and happiness in this one very important job and role, and it can be so helpful to connect with other parents who feel the way you do, so you can be vulnerable and know you're not alone and have that community.
That's so key. And I mean, there are single parent households, there are couples. If you're in a couple or maybe a friend of a single parent, how can you support them if they're navigating and going through burnout?
So I always recommend starting with open-ended, non-judgmental questions. How can I best support you? What's depleting you? What can we do about this? And then coming up with a sustainable action plan. That can include with a couples therapist or a family therapist. It can also be as simple as a check-in routinely. My husband and I do a check-in every week. We ask about how the past week went, how we want the future week to go, and just set some intentions and action steps for those things.
Oh, I like that. So you actually say, we're going to set aside some time, Sunday night, whenever, and talk to each other. How did it go?
Check-in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Same time every week, just to check in. We make it fun, have a little ritual, nice meal with it, and then just kind of actually relax while we do that and come up with the list. So
Rituals
integrating
are key.
it.
Like a post-mortem. How did we do? How can we do better?
Absolutely.
But minus any dead bodies. We're good.
I think that's a good rule.
Yes.
Dr. Soumya Dave, thank you so much. Always a pleasure to learn from you.
Thank you so much. You're watching NBC News Daily.
morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
It has been on the air for 17 seasons, and America's Got Talent has launched dozens of stars and introduced us to a lot of different talent.
Yeah, the upcoming season launching later this month aims to be bigger and better. Today Show contributor Jason Kennedy sat down with the AGT crew to discuss what it's like to be able to give performers their big break.
It is never a dull afternoon when you spend the day with Simon Cowell, Terry Crews, Howie Mandel, Heidi Klum, and Sofia Vergara. And in just a short time, it's very obvious. Beyond the incredible acts, their chemistry is the secret sauce that makes the show thrive.
In search of life, liberty, and that it factor, America's Got Talent is back.
This is how you do it!
And after 18 years, AGT is still discovering cutting-edge talent.
And I can't tell you how many times I look at my friends here across the table and on the stage, and our jaws are just dropped, going, wow.
More cuteness.
Why are you so adorable? I don't know.
More unique talent. And more emotion.
As a fan of the show, whether you're watching it or watching your social media channels, I could tell you guys really like each other.
When we say we are a family, it does actually feel that way because we like each other.
And there's no BS. Like,
No.
genuinely, everyone loves being here.
We are like a family, but a dysfunctional family. In the best way possible,
Yeah.
we dysfunction together.
These four judges and host Terry Crews have now been dysfunctioning together for 4 years.
I'm gonna make it hard for somebody else to try to take this spot.
No one's gonna do it.
I know, I'm saying, it ain't gonna happen. There is no AGT. The T stands for Terry.
I'm gonna say yes.
And the show has heart. The judges' reactions are authentic. Nothing is staged or canned.
The truth is, honestly, and people don't believe this, is that nobody has a clue who's going to be on stage or what they're going to do until they walk on.
Okay, action!
Heidi, I love your sisterhood bond with Sofia.
I love having a strong woman next to me. I feel like it makes
So do
me
I.
stronger. And we have fun together. We
do.
can laugh at one another.
I think we
laugh
have
at
very
myself.
similar personalities.
Yeah.
A lot we have in common. And I think also we're moms also.
Terry and I get our hair done together.
Look at the bookend. You notice that? We're the bookend.
Why don't you go and sit up on the face?
And just like the auditions, sometimes things don't always go as planned. Early on in the season, while you were shooting, you lost your voice.
I mean, I had to save the day. I became the interpreter.
Whose idea is it to make Sofia Vergara the interpreter? He said he wrote the act. You seem to be in it to win it. She says, Simon says, in winning it. In winning.
I should be paid double this season because I mean I can barely understand him with his English accent.
Can I just make a prediction right now? I smell Emmy.
Laughs and jokes aside, they take pride in what they do. They know the decisions they make change lives.
Particularly now, if you have a great audition, within 5 minutes, your whole life can literally change overnight.
Sometimes it hits me, many of them each season literally change their lives or their family's life. It is important, it is beautiful.
And that sentiment perhaps resonating a little more for Simon after several serious bike accidents. You went through a series of accidents, and I'm curious how your life outlook has changed after you go through something like that.
It was painful, it wasn't great. However, I was so unfit before the accident. I didn't know how unfit I was until I had to do all the stuff afterwards. And I'm like, my God. Things like that, I believe, happen for a reason.
And we can't get you off a bike. You're going to bike for the rest of your life.
I'm still going to stay on my bike. I'm obsessed with these things.
I appreciate you guys so much. Congratulations. 18 seasons.
Thank you.
Beautiful people.
Thank you.
Hey guys, I want to mention season 18 of America's Got Talent will premiere on NBC Tuesday, May 30th at 8 p.m.
Season 18,
I know.
iconic.
I know, and the judges panel. It's nice to see that they actually all get along. I think the chemistry shows on
Absolutely, and I still get chills hearing some of these performers and their songs, their talent.
I know, there's a lot of talent in this world. It's nice to see it.
Yes.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Zinklea Sonwa. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. The news continues right after this.
Back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
from Guatemala City,
from Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas, from Normandy,
From
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Sonwa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, May 17th, breaking news, royal pursuit. Prince Harry and Meghan followed by a group of photographers in New York City. The new revelations about what happened and how the NYPD is responding.
Making progress, new signs Congress and the White House may be closing in on a debt ceiling compromise. What we know about the high-stakes talks underway right now.
Book Battle, one of America's biggest publishers, is taking a school district to court over its ban on certain books. What the case could mean for students across America.
And a painful reality. The new research shows that more Americans are struggling with chronic pain. Why it's happening and the most effective ways to treat it.
Great to have you with us. It is 11 a.m. in Sacramento, 1 p.m. in Milwaukee, 2 p.m. in New York.
And that's where we begin this hour with breaking news out of New York. An incident Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's representative calls a relentless pursuit. The representative says the couple was chased by paparazzi for more than 2 hours after leaving an award show, calling it all near catastrophic.
A statement from the New York Police Department puts it differently, saying photographers made their trip challenging, but that, quote, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex arrived at their destination and there were no reported collisions, summonses, injuries, or arrests. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is in New York City for us, outside the theater where that award show was held last night. Ron, there seem to be some differences in the accounts that we're getting. What do we know about what happened?
Well, yes. We know that they were here. This happened around 10 o'clock at night. As they were leaving the theater, there was a group of photographers, we don't know how many, waiting for them to take pictures and so forth. The photographers apparently didn't know where they were staying in New York. It's somewhere on the Upper East Side. And so as they tried to leave with a police escort, with their own security, we don't know how many cars and vehicles there are, that's when whatever happened, happened. As you point out, the Sussexes, in a very upset statement, have described this as a near catastrophic car chase. NYPD is calling it a more challenging situation. Other sources are saying it was not a chase and that it was somewhat chaotic. But for Harry in particular, this no doubt harkens back to the death of his mother back in 1997, which was a horrific car crash after she was chased by paparazzi in Paris. He was just 12. She was just 36, remember. This was a huge, disastrous event. And he has said that one reason that he came to the United States was to escape the British press. And this is the sort of thing that he does not want to see happen to himself. He has said that this is among his worst nightmares, that the paparazzi would chase him and his wife and his family.
Yeah, chilling similarities there, Ron. I know Harry has raised security concerns since he stepped away from his official duties in 2020. He did lose that protection that came with being a royal. So have we heard from the palace on this at all, about what happened last night in New York?
No, not at all. And we're not sure exactly what the security arrangement was. Yes, he takes care of his own security. There was some NYPD involved here, as you would expect, because they're going through the streets of the city at 10 o'clock at night. But we don't know the extent of the security. But the bottom line is, for Harry and Meghan, this was obviously very upsetting, whatever the intensity of it or was not, because apparently it just harkened back to the death of his mother and his worst nightmare.
Yeah, Ron Allen, thank you so much for that. In Washington, real signs of progress are in the air as President Biden and congressional leaders try to stave off a debt ceiling disaster. Top leaders from both parties met for an hour Tuesday night in the Oval Office. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy now says it's possible a deal could be reached by the end of the week. Here's what President Biden said about the talks earlier today.
This negotiation is about the outlines of what the budget will look like, not about whether or not we're going to, in fact, pay our debts. The leaders have all agreed we will not default. America is not a deadbeat nation. We pay our bills. The nation has never defaulted on its debt, and it never will.
Now, President Biden is on his way to Japan for the upcoming G7 summit. Our own Mike Memoli is there ahead of his arrival. So, Mike, I hope you had safe travels. We just heard from President Biden. Here's what Speaker McCarthy said after Tuesday's meeting in the Oval Office.
The structure of how we negotiate has improved. So it now gives you a better opportunity, even though we only have a few days to get it done.
So, Mike, I understand the president is cutting his trip short in an effort to help hammer out a deal. What's being done right now?
Well, Zinkley, clearly both sides putting a much more positive spin on yesterday's meeting of the so-called Big Four congressional leadership with President Biden than the meeting that happened last week, when there were some tense words, especially between President Biden and the Speaker. One of the significant developments yesterday was that both the two key players here, the Speaker and the President, delegated some of their most trusted lieutenants to now really hunker down in these negotiations. On the side of Speaker McCarthy, you have Congressman Garrett Graves of Louisiana, one of his closest allies in the House, also the rest of the Speaker's staff. On the White House end, you have Louisa Terrell. She's the Director of Legislative Affairs. Steve Ricchetti, he is the senior counselor who's been with President Biden for more than a decade. They've been involved in just about every complicated congressional negotiation the president has had over the last 2 years. A new key player here, though, very interesting, Shalonda Young. She's the Director of Management and Budget. But she also has deep roots on Capitol Hill, working on the Appropriations Committee for the Democrat staff. But it's a role in which she really develops strong relationships with Republicans. That's what's really necessary at this point as we head to this potential default deadline. The other significant development in trying to move this conversation forward, you mentioned it, the fact that the president is cutting short what was supposed to be a more than week-long three-nation tour of Asia, a trip meant to really demonstrate the strength of the U.S. and our allies in China's backyard, now having to narrow it to just one stop. Here in Japan, the president will meet with the other leaders of the G7, the world's leading economies. the president had hoped to send this message to China by going to Papua New Guinea, an island nation just in China's backyard, and then a meeting of the so-called Quad leaders in Australia. But the president really making the decision that the threat of a default, the consequences not just to the U.S. economy, but the global economy are so severe that he really does need to get back to Washington. So the team of negotiators will be now meeting over the next few days. The White House says the president will continue to be briefed over the course of his time here in Japan, but then he will be back in Washington starting early next week to really take this process, hopefully, to the finish line to avoid what would be a historic and potentially catastrophic default.
Yeah, certainly historic. The clock is ticking. Mike Memoli, thank you.
New restrictions on abortion rights in one state are setting off alarms for people who favor abortion rights across the South and beyond. North Carolina Republicans just pushed through the state's biggest cuts to abortion access in decades. Here's what's changing and how it all went down. North Carolina is now banning most abortions after 12 weeks instead of the previous 20 weeks. The bill does include exceptions for rape and incest. It was introduced earlier this month and passed both the state House and the state Senate in just 48 hours. The state's Democratic governor did veto this bill, but because Republicans have a supermajority, they were able to override the governor's veto last night. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is in North Carolina's capital city of Raleigh. Shaq, what's actually in this new law, and when do the changes take place?
Well, changes take place on July 1st. What's in the law, you kind of tick through it there, but the biggest headline is it closes the window in which women seeking abortion can get one from 20 weeks to just 12 weeks. It does have those exceptions for rape and incest, bumping that to 20 weeks, and then for situations in which there's a life-limiting fetal anomaly. Essentially, if they don't believe the baby will make it, then a woman can get an abortion up to 24 weeks. But you have opponents saying it's much more than just that. There's so much in this legislation, including new restrictions, new regulations on abortion clinics in the state that they fear may end up in some of them closing, and new requirements on women seeking abortion, saying that they need to see a doctor for an in-person appointment 72 hours before they can receive that service. That was something that I asked directly to the Speaker of the House here in North Carolina about the medical necessity for that. Listen to what he told me.
We relied on what doctors were telling us, even some doctors who maybe didn't support the bill, because
but like doctors we've talked to said that's not a need, that they can address that care and give women that care even without the direct in-person appointment.
I think there's probably a difference of opinion among medical professionals, but I can tell you that I met personally with doctors who would consider themselves pro-choice, who felt like a lot of the safeguards that we put in this bill made sense.
He also emphasized some other provisions of the bill, including some limited paid family leave, also money to support caregivers, mothers, and those supporting adoption services.
Shaq, I want to show you a map, show everybody a map of where abortion is banned across the United States now. You can see several states in the South have fully or partially banned the procedure. Were people who sought abortions, were they traveling to North Carolina from other states? And what happens now?
Well, what happens now is more fighting. In terms of that question of whether or not people from other states were traveling to North Carolina, Planned Parenthood, their regional president, they said that the vast majority of people receiving services here in North Carolina were from North Carolina, but they did see an increase in the amount of people seeking abortion after the overturning of Roe. In terms of what happens now, it's more fighting. This is an issue where you have a lot of division. The Speaker of the House told me in that interview that they're not going to push any more abortion legislation in this state for at least the next 2 years, the remainder of this legislative session. But you can imagine this is something that will transfer not just from the legislative battlefield, but will become a major political issue when the governor's up for re-election, the Democratic governor's up for, not re-election, when his term expires and there's a gubernatorial election coming up in 2 years.
All right, Shaquille Brewster watching that for us. Shaq, thank you. Thousands of Ford trucks are being recalled, and the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile is getting a new name.
Oh, boy. Kate Rogers joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Kate.
Hey there. We'll kick it off with Elizabeth Holmes will soon be headed to prison to start her 11-year sentence after she lost a bid to remain free as she appeals her fraud conviction. The disgraced Theranos CEO was also ordered to pay over $450 million in restitution to victims of her blood testing hoax. Ford is recalling more than 300,000 trucks over an airbag issue. The recall covers trucks from the 2016 model year after reports that the airbag may not inflate. The automaker said owners will be notified by July 5th if they are eligible for a free fix. Ford said it's not aware of any crashes or injuries related to that problem. And as you mentioned, the Wienermobile is getting a rebrand from Oscar Mayer. The company said it's renaming its iconic vehicle to the Frankmobile to draw attention to a new recipe for hot dogs rolling out this summer. The company did not say if this name change would be permanent, but said the vehicle will look mostly the same as it travels around the country. Back over to you.
But will the song change?
That's what I'm saying.
I know the words. You know the words?
I don't.
Oh, I wish I were an Oscar Mayer wiener.
Oh, wait, I do know that
It's from
song.
an ad a long time ago, before you were born.
Well, it would be a shame if that sticks around, but I guess time will tell.
It doesn't have the same ring. Oscar Mayer Frank?
Yeah. Kate?
Okay.
Frankmobile, yeah. Remains to be seen.
Kate Rogers, thank you.
Coming up, the battle over book bans in school libraries that's now headed to federal court.
Plus, the new study revealing just how widespread chronic pain is and what you can do about it. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City, from Wellington, I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
For a while now, we've been reporting on a nationwide movement really playing out in local school board meetings. Conservative groups have lobbied to remove certain books from school libraries. Well, now, for the first time, a major publishing company is pushing back.
Yeah, Penguin Random House, along with several other plaintiffs, has filed a federal lawsuit against a school district in Florida, accusing them of unconstitutionally restricting and banning books.
NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton is joining us now. She's been looking into this. Antonia, what specifically is this lawsuit arguing?
Well, Kate, this lawsuit was organized by a free speech advocacy group called PEN America, and they are working with Penguin Random House, and they're working with numerous children's and young adult authors, and then also 2 parents in this school district who've come forward and joined this complaint. They're alleging that the removal of books violates the First Amendment and the Equal Protection Clause. And that's because the books disproportionately impact books and stories that deal with people of color and kids who are LGBTQ. Many of them are, finding yourself stories. Some of them involve first crushes or relationships or even family abuse issues. But they have been targeted by some people in the community, by some members of the school board, and seen as inappropriate, or one word that I've heard is pornographic. And so this has, not just been part of this one school district, Escambia, in the Panhandle, but we've seen this across Florida and across the country now, as there's been this movement to restrict conversations around race, gender, and sexuality in schools.
So what's been the district's response? I understand you've also heard from a school board member, right?
That's right. I was not able to get an official comment from the district, but I did get one of the school board members, a man named Bill Slayton, on the phone this morning. And he told me that he was actually surprised by this lawsuit because their district is doing something that he says he's seeing districts across the state of Florida do. And I think actually the plaintiffs would agree with him on that they've dug into this district here, but their hope is that they set a precedent that will change the way these book review processes happen across Florida and maybe across the country. He also said that they've tried to follow policy and that this came down from the state, the DeSantis administration.
Where does he stand in all of this? Is he a pro or against taking these books off the shelf?
He seems comfortable and pro some of the limits on books. Gotcha. But he also defended a superintendent who was fired in the district last night because some parents thought that superintendent hadn't gone far enough.
All right, definitely cases to watch all around the country. Antonia Hilton, yep. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're learning more this hour about the victims of that deadly mass shooting in northern New Mexico. New details are also emerging about the 18-year-old gunman. Police say his attack was completely random. Here's NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin.
In New Mexico, new details about America's latest teenage mass shooter.
I have eyes on the suspect. He's walking south. He's wearing all black.
Late Tuesday, police identified the suspect as Bo Wilson, an 18-year-old high school student. Seen here moments before being shot dead by police, following a murderous and apparently random shooting rampage that killed 3 elderly women and wounded at least 6, including 2 police officers.
The amount of violence and brutality that these innocent people faced is something that is unconscionable to me.
Police say Wilson opened fire on a Farmington, New Mexico neighborhood, blowing out car windows and shooting up random homes.
He was just shooting indiscriminately. Houses, cars, people.
Police say first shots were fired at 10:56 in the morning. About 10 minutes later, police shot the gunman dead, having been armed with at least 3 different weapons, including an assault-style rifle. Police say he'd purchased one of the weapons legally last year. The rest belonged to a family member.
He got them from a family member. And by got them, that's a loose interpretation of the word.
All of the victims shot in their cars. Among those lost, 79-year-old Shirley Voita, a mother of 5 and retired school nurse who'd been married for 57 years.
Just pillars of the community.
97-year-old Gwendolyn Schofield died alongside her 73-year-old daughter, Melody. Family member and state representative Mark Duncan tells NBC News they were women of faith.
It's a horrible thing when tragedy hits. And I can tell you that Aunt Melody would probably be the first one that put her arms around that young man as he lost his life.
Erin McLaughlin, NBC News.
Erin, thanks so much for that. Truly a crisis of violence in our country. Coming up, what new 3D images of the Titanic wreckage are revealing about the more than century-old disaster. You're watching NBC News Daily.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then, but following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Welcome back. First Lady Dr. Jill Biden is in Alaska today. She's working to expand broadband connectivity for households living on tribal land. It's been an effort the Biden administration has championed through the Affordable Connectivity Program. I stopped by a sign-up event in one Native American community.
I live in the woods and I need Wi-Fi.
Retiree Lori May is a member of Red Lake Nation in northern Minnesota. She lives on a limited income, and today she's signing up for discounted broadband internet through the Affordable Connectivity Program, or ACP, which risks running out of funding by 2024.
There is a large need for internet service here.
What is the Affordable Connectivity Program?
The Affordable Connectivity Program is the nation's largest broadband affordability effort in our history.
The $14.2 billion initiative is funded by the Biden administration's bipartisan infrastructure bill. And if Congress doesn't fund the program again or incorporate it into other budgets, it likely won't exist past 2024. ACP provides up to $30 off or $75 off on tribal lands of monthly internet services to households.
It's a program meant to help families who are struggling to get online to stay online and make sure they have the connections they need to succeed in today's age.
Families who qualify are those eligible for at least one of the following: free and reduced lunch, SNAP, WIC, Medicaid, federal housing assistance, SSI, and some veteran benefit and tribal assistance programs. For many Red Lake Nation members, ACP is a lifeline.
We deal with poverty, so this program really helps out our people.
As of May 15th, more than 18 million households have signed up, but still only 35% of eligible households are enrolled, according to the FCC. The ACP criticized by some for a complicated sign-up process, complaints I asked the FCC about.
Is there a way to simplify the application process at all?
We've actually recently made some enhancements to that exact work, specifically streamlining the application once you actually interact with it, making sure those qualifying questions are earlier in the process.
Paloma Perez, the FCC press secretary, saying the benefits to internet access far outweigh the drawbacks. For Red Lake Nation, as funding for the ACP faces a potential end, the need for internet access remains far from finished.
Probably have to cut something else out of my bill in order to continue receiving Wi-Fi.
You know, I think it is important that we keep that funding going, so you know, we do have, you know, a bright future for our young ones and for all of our band members, our community members.
And it's worth adding that efforts to extend that funding does have strong bipartisan support among Americans. There's a new survey showing that 78% of registered voters support the measure, 95% of Democrats, and 64% of Republicans.
Zinkley, thank you. Tech billionaire Elon Musk is making headlines once again. In a wide-ranging interview with CNBC's David Faber, Musk talked Twitter, Tesla, and defended his often controversial takes on free speech. Here's some of their discussion.
Do your tweets hurt the company? Are there Tesla owners who say, I don't agree with his political position?
There's a scene in The Princess Bride. Great movie.
Great movie.
Where he confronts the person who killed his father. And he says, offer me money, offer me power. I don't care.
So you just don't care. You want to share what you have to say.
I'll say what I want to say, and if the consequence of that is losing money, so be it. I'm a big believer that people are more productive when they're in person. It's like really, you're going to work from home, and you're going to make everyone else who made your car come work in the factory. You're going to make the people who make your food that gets delivered, that they can't work from home. The people that come fix your house, they can't work from home, but you can. Does that seem morally right? That's messed up.
You talk about enhancing humanity. I'm curious then about AI, because you've certainly been concerned. What percentage do you give the chance that it will destroy humanity?
It's very much a double-edged sword. I think there's a strong probability that it will make life much better. and that we'll have an age of abundance. And there's some chance that it goes wrong and destroys humanity. Hopefully that chance is small, but it's not zero.
It's a fascinating interview. You can see much more of it, the interview with Elon Musk, at cnbc.com.
Coming up, the racial slur caught on camera inside a high school classroom that landed a teacher off the job and a student suspended. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
NBC News has confirmed that another American has died while fighting in Ukraine. The aunt of 45-year-old Nicholas Mamer said that the 20-year-old Army veteran was killed in eastern Ukraine. In a 2022 Facebook post, Mamer said he was traveling to Ukraine hoping to save lives. He is at least the 11th American killed in the war.
The second of two inmates who escaped from a Philadelphia prison earlier this month has finally been captured. 18-year-old Amin Hurst was arrested this morning in West Philadelphia, ending a 10-day manhunt. Hurst, who's charged in the shooting deaths of 4 people, escaped from the correctional center along with another inmate by cutting a hole in the fence. You remember this story got a lot of attention because the 2 men had been gone for nearly 19 hours before officials even realized they were missing.
And take a look at this, a brand new 3D scan of the Titanic taken 2.5 miles under the Atlantic Ocean. The scan was carried out last summer by an undersea mapping company. And get this, it took more than 200 hours and 700,000 images from every angle to create the reconstruction. The hope is the digital scan will preserve the artifacts of the ship for future historians as the wreckage erodes under the sea. And as with all things Titanic, a documentary is being made about the project.
Of course it is. The rush of migrants to the U.S. last week is being felt far beyond the southern border now. Shelters are being stretched thin in cities across the country. In New York City, for example, Democratic Mayor Eric Adams is looking to house asylum seekers in school gyms. His plan to deal with the influx of migrants sparking lawsuits and protests. More than 1,000 miles away in Florida, Republican Governor Ron DeSantis says he plans to send law enforcement and National Guard members to the Texas border with Mexico. That move comes as a sweeping new immigration law is also set to take effect in Florida on July 1st. Immigration activists call the law, quote, the strongest anti-illegal immigration legislation in the country. Telemundo correspondent Lourdes Hurtado joins me now from Miami. Lourdes, according to the American Immigration Council, there are about 775,000 undocumented immigrants in Florida right now. So what happens come July 1st?
That's right, Kate. Thank you for having me. Yes, many of those immigrants are now petrified of what will happen after July 1st. Those images you were seeing are images of a community meeting in Homestead, Florida, that we were invited to. And they gave us access. They allowed us to film. You know, we had to explain to them that we weren't going to show their faces because they're truly, truly scared, because this law includes tougher penalties for transporting undocumented immigrants into the state. It invalidates licenses for those who cannot prove status. It makes hospitals collect and report their immigration status to the state, and it gives $12 million to the state to send immigrants to other states, to send them away. And of course, there's a lot of confusion because some of the initial provisions that were being discussed when this bill was promoted weren't included, but many people don't know that, and they still believe that they're a risk while they're driving, for example.
Oh, interesting. Like they think that they could get stopped or their license taken or something. You also spoke with a little girl who's fearful of this immigration law. What did she tell you, Lourdes?
Yes, Kate, that little girl is actually a U.S. citizen. Around 7% of all the children in Florida are U.S. citizens and have an undocumented family member in their household. And that's the case for Katy Camacho. She and her mother are planning on leaving the state if things get tough, if they start seeing that ICE or immigration is doing raids at work sites, or if there are checkpoints, immigration checkpoints at roads. They are not willing to risk being separated from their family. Let's take a listen to what they told me.
I do not want this to happen because I have family here that doesn't have papers, and I just want them. Okay. It's okay. And that I want them to have a better life here.
And now community organizers are reaching out and they're educating this community to let them know what is included in this new law, but also that they still have constitutional rights and that, you know, they can still go to a hospital, get medical help, go to the police and report if they're victims of crimes, because they still, you know, have constitutional rights in this country.
Right, just trying to explain to people what's in the law and what's not. Lourdes Hurtado,
Exactly.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Today, the battle over the most commonly used abortion pill is front and center in New Orleans. A federal appeals court is hearing arguments today over the future of mifepristone. It comes after a judge in Texas sided with challengers who wanted to block access to the drug last month. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor joins us now to dig into this. So, Yamiche, first, can you just remind us how we got to this point of oral arguments, and where does access to mifepristone stand right now?
Well, at this hour, we have 3 conservative judges, each with a history of supporting restrictions on abortion, hearing oral arguments right now on whether this widely used pill, mifepristone, should remain available. As viewers may remember, a group of anti-abortion activists and doctors sued to get this pill off the market. They are arguing right now that it is unsafe and that FDA should never have approved it when it did more than 2 decades ago. The Justice Department is arguing that taking this abortion medication off the market would cause great harm to women, and that the FDA's approval of the pill and more recent actions to allow it to be mailed should remain in place. An attorney for the DOJ started off just this afternoon by saying, quote, a lower court's order to pull the drug off the market was, quote, unjustified and an unprecedented attack on scientific expertise. Now, we should remind folks that order is not in place now, and there is no clear deadline right now for the 5th Circuit Court of Appeals to rule. But that being said, in the short term, access to this pill, it's going to remain remain available. Nothing has changed. The Supreme Court ruled that there's going to be a stay until it rules. And as a result, no matter what happens in the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, that whatever party loses essentially is going to then appeal to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is then going to decide whether or not it wants to hear this case. And the only way that this pill will really be in jeopardy is if the DOJ loses in the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court says they don't want to hear this case, or if the Supreme Court then goes and hears the case and sides with anti-abortion activists. So we'll definitely be keeping our eyes on this. And of course, right now, the oral arguments are going on as we speak. They're very tense. They're very heated. You can tell both sides really want to be able to win this case. Zinclair?
All right, definitely a case everyone's watching. Yamiche Alcindor, thank you.
A Missouri high school student is fighting back after she was suspended from school for 3 days for recording her geometry teacher using a racial slur in class. NBC News reporter Maya Eaglin is following this one for us. Hi, Maya.
Hi, Kate. There's been a bit of back and forth between the school and the family of the student who took this video. A warning to our viewers, some of what you're about to hear is offensive. Here's more.
Is the word not allowed to? Okay, so I'm gonna say right now, as a teacher, if you want to keep your job, this isn't the threat. I'm not calling anyone. I understand. I can say the word.
This exchange between a geometry teacher who used the N-word repeatedly and his student at Glendale High School in Springfield, Missouri, is brewing a firestorm of controversy.
Is the word not allowed to? Okay, so
the video, obtained by NBC News affiliate KYTV, was recorded by 15-year-old sophomore Mary Walton last week. Walton was then suspended for 3 days because she violated the school's policy on recording faculty members without their approval. Glendale High School principal Josh Groves said in a message to the high school community on May 9th that the teacher's comments expressed on the video were inappropriate, inexcusable, and do not meet the professional standards for Springfield Public School employees. While the Springfield Public School District released a statement justifying the decision to suspend Mary, citing the student handbook policy on electronic devices and saying the teacher who used the racial slur in class is no longer employed by the district.
I don't know if it would have happened that quickly without this video. An investigation certainly would have taken longer.
Natalie Hall is the attorney representing Mary and her family.
We've asked them to lift the suspension, let her go back to school immediately, and apologize. Mary saw something that she believed needed to be reported.
The president of the Radio Television Digital News Association defending Mary's decision to record the incident.
The issue of right to record public officials really came to fruition in the days after the tragic death of George Floyd. And bear in mind, the world would not have seen the full picture of what happened to George Floyd were it not for a 17-year-old girl who stood on the sidewalk and videotaped the entire incident.
The president of the Media Association criticizing the school's handbook that prohibits recording of faculty or staff in the classroom.
I think the handbook policy as currently written is unconstitutional. More than half the U.S. district courts of appeal have unequivocally stated that citizens have a right lawfully to record the activities of public officials.
But I'm not calling anyone.
The teacher's name has not been released by the school district. The district declined to comment to NBC News on whether it will be reevaluating its policy, expunge Mary's suspension, or apologize to her, citing student confidentiality. And as for 15-year-old Mary Walton,
she's dealing with anxiety. She doesn't really understand what she did wrong. It makes me sad because she did bring something to light that needed to be brought to light.
In a statement, Mary's mom defended her daughter, saying what any parent wants is to know that they have raised a child that has a good moral compass. My daughter demonstrated that, and I am incredibly proud of her, and so is her father and extended family. Kate?
Maya Eaglin, thank you.
We're following some new developments this hour in the Idaho murders case. The man accused of killing 4 university students last November has been indicted by a grand jury. Brian Koberger was arrested last December in connection with the slayings at a house off campus. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now. So, Steve, how does a grand jury indictment impact proceedings here, and what's next for this case that's had the country's attention?
So in a few ways, Zinclair, this essentially shifts from a public process to a behind closed doors process. That preliminary hearing that was scheduled for the end of June is no longer happening. That essentially would have been something of a mini trial before the trial. It would have meant that witnesses would have been called. It would have meant that testimony would have been heard and cross-examined. It would have meant that evidence would have been presented all in a courtroom setting. That is no longer happening. The defense essentially out of the process of discovery for a jury to for that grand jury to find timeline if it should move to an actual trial. That means, of course, that, they don't have to worry about media attention. There's not going to be rampant speculation. This also protects some of the witnesses who would have been scheduled to testify in a public setting instead of being cross-examined and put on the stand. That process no longer happens as well. And we expected those to be some of the roommates who survived the stabbing. Very traumatic, of course. This also means that Kohberger is back in court on Monday for an arraignment. He will enter a plea in this case, and then we'll see where the trial moves from there, guys. Back to you.
All right, a lot to follow. Steve Patterson, thank you.
Yep.
Coming up, how a Texas mom is getting a second chance after nearly dying of cardiac arrest. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
In today's Daily Health, there's a new study on chronic pain in America.
Yeah, it finds that more people are suffering from chronic pain and at higher rates than other common conditions. According to the CDC, 21% of adults reported living with chronic pain, which was more common than diabetes, depression, and heart disease. Here with us now to dig into this is NBC News Digital breaking health reporter Aria Bendix. Aria, thanks for being with us. So first, let's back up a second. Chronic pain, how do we define it exactly?
Right. So it is self-reported, but the CDC uses the definition of pain most days or every day in the last 3 months or so. And what we've learned from this study is that an astounding number of people in the U.S. actually do meet that criteria.
Do we know why? Do we know why the numbers are getting bigger, the numbers are rising?
So one theory is that people are just living longer. We have higher survival rates from, say, surgery or disease, but that could mean more chronic pain later in life. We also have a huge barrier in access to treatments, including affordability and insurance coverage. And we know that if people don't get treated earlier, that increases their odds of chronic pain later in life. And then finally, we have a sort of suck it up mentality in this country that prevents people from showing up to the doctor. So all of these things in combination could be making the problem worse.
And you mentioned self-reporting earlier. I wonder, are there formal mechanisms? Do doctors have ways of gauging for chronic pain, or is it just if you think you have it?
Right. I mean, this is a survey that's asking people, but, you know, really they rely on people actually showing up to the doctor's office to be able to provide treatment. And oftentimes there is sort of just the standard prescription painkillers or opioids that they prescribe and sort of send people on their way. So we need to have better processes for people to show up to the doctor and for doctors to know how to appropriately treat.
So besides painkillers you just mentioned, what are some other ways that people are treating chronic pain out there?
So the federal guidelines really recommend a multi-pronged approach. So that means there are hundreds of medications that are available to people, not always accessible. You know, combination of injections, yoga, meditation, and then researchers are also looking into better options. So one technique right now that really is showing some promise is this nerve stimulation technique with electrodes or magnets. But again, we want to make sure that doctors are aware of those treatments and that patients can actually get their hands on them.
Well, that matters because just living with that level of pain is hard.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we do know that it is associated with higher levels of depression and anxiety, and most people with chronic pain aren't going to recover right away, if at all. So definitely something that, you know, it's concerning in this country.
Yeah. Aria Bendix, thank you so much. And a Texas mom of 2 is celebrating the gift of a second chance, crediting her intuition with saving her own life.
Reporter Bianca Castro with our Dallas station has more.
With 2 young children, life is active for mom Sheena Fannin. But when she started feeling tired, out of breath, unable to focus, she chalked it up to hormones until a few days later when she suddenly fainted in her kitchen.
My heart started beating so incredibly fast that it felt like it was almost beating outside of my body.
She went to the emergency room where doctors' tests came back normal. Their diagnosis, Sheena was stressed.
I don't suffer from stress and anxiety to the level where I'm going to collapse on my kitchen floor.
So she went for a second opinion and got the same answer.
I know when something's wrong. I clearly don't feel well. You need to help me figure out what's going on. And I was just told that I'm fine.
She listened to her gut and met with an electrophysiologist, a heart doctor who specializes on the electrical wiring of the heart. He equipped her with a heart monitor that he could check remotely. 2 days later, Sheena got a call from the doctor who told her to get to the ER right away.
And I said, listen, I'm already in line to get the kids from school. Let me grab them, take them home. I'll pack a hospital bag and I'll make my way to the hospital. And he said, you don't have time for any of that. He said, you have to go now. This is serious and it's dangerous.
Sheena's heart was beating so fast and out of rhythm that she was at high risk for sudden cardiac arrest, which only 12% of people survive when it happens outside of the hospital. Doctors say she had ventricular tachycardia, or VTAC. That's an abnormal heart rhythm or arrhythmia. And doctors think it could be related to scarring from a mild heart murmur she's had since childhood.
It was terrifying. You know, I'm the mom of 2 young children. And to have someone tell you that you're high risk for sudden cardiac death, I don't think that you can fully grasp what that even means.
There's no fix for the condition. Instead, doctors implanted a defibrillator to shock her heart back to life in case it goes into VTAC again. She's also on lifelong medication. A small price to pay, though, for the chance to return to her family.
I was so happy.
And thankful for the intuition that ultimately saved her life.
A lot of times your body's telling you something's wrong. And you just have to believe it, and you have to do something about it.
Bianca Castro, NBC 5.
Wow, a mother's intuition.
Listen to the voice in your head.
We've got more news.
morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
It is graduation season and time to celebrate all the hardworking students out there.
Yeah, I know you've got one of them. And one family on Long Island is doing just that ×4. Quadruplet sisters are each earning a degree from a different university. Ida Siegel from our NBC station in New York caught up with them.
Through their entire lives, everything in the Catone home has been multiplied by 4. 4 sisters born on the same day in 2001 made this East Meadow family complete. Today, they are 22 years old, and all 4 of them are graduating from college within weeks of each other.
Johnson & Wales University, City Tech, Brew College, SUNY Old Westbury.
Victoria, Daniela, Julia, and Rosanna have 4 separate college graduations for the first time. Before now, everything for these quadruplets happened together.
We were always together all the time, classes, grades, everything, same projects, and then we kind of separated.
Now they're getting ready to say goodbye to each other as they chase down different dreams and pursue different careers.
Like when I first started college, it was really hard because it was a big adjustment, and being that all 4 of us were in different places, it was just something that I wasn't used to.
From the outside looking in, being one of 4 seems like a truly unique and special experience. But these women rightly point out that it's all they've ever known, and they have such a tight bond due to their parents fostering that over the years as they tried to figure out what to do with 4 little girls.
My biggest concern was like, how are we going to do it? How are we going to do it? And, you know, my family was our families.
Yeah, big family support. And it wasn't always easy on the girls' side either. Balancing life together.
It's kind of chaotic at times because you have 4 girls in the same house going through puberty at the same time. Very interesting. It was an interesting process.
For me,
it was being a part of the LGBTQ plus community and also experiencing having ADHD in school. And so kind of just like going through school and overcoming those challenges really just liberated me to want to do the work that I'm going to be doing.
Balancing their different personalities.
She's so annoying. You are. She sings at the top of her lungs.
And now an empty nest ×4. 2 parents with an infinite amount of pride.
Not at the end, we're at the beginning.
Like, yeah.
You're at the beginning.
The beginning.
Yeah.
Beginning of the next chapter.
And I wouldn't, if I had to do it all over again, I would be, have no problem.
In East Meadow, Ida Siegel, News 4, New York.
Love that story.
Amazing.
Well, in honor of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, we want to introduce you to a couple breaking barriers in Oregon.
They are the first Korean American winemakers in the state. Here's Kathy Park.
Oregon's Willamette Valley is home to more than 700 wineries. Domaine Drouin, Yamhill, Bjornson, and now Cho.
Initially, when we had named our winery, we weren't going to name it after ourselves. Will anyone buy a wine with the Asian American or Asian name on it? And at some point, like, we just said to ourselves, like, let's just do it. Let's just embrace it and be ourselves.
Dave and Lois Cho did make a name for themselves, becoming the first Korean-American winemakers in the state, according to the Regional Wine Association. To make their dream a reality, Dave went back to school for winemaking, and Lois left her job as a nurse practitioner to become CEO of Cho Wines. Their journey has been a family affair, with 3 kids and grandma along for the ride. Sourcing grapes from nearby vineyards until they had their own, the Chos launched their label during the pandemic, reaching customers through social media.
You know, lots happening in the cellar right now.
Nationwide, there are only a few dozen API vintners, but Asian immigrants are deeply rooted in building some of the earliest wineries along the West Coast. In the mid-1800s, Chinese laborers who had worked on the railroads also helped plant vines and excavate wine caves in California's Sonoma Valley. Nearly 2 centuries later, the Chos are breaking barriers too.
Talk to me about the challenges
of getting something like this started?
So you're looking at the whole team combined. So this is two-person operated winery.
But their budding business is growing toward a future estate.
Eventually, the goal is to have everything here from start to finish.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So we'll do our production here, we'll do our tasting room here, grow the vines here.
And they're beginning to see the fruits of their labor.
I get jazzed about this. So this is awesome.
Kathy Park, NBC News, Willamette Valley, Oregon.
I'll cheers to that one.
Yeah, we need a field trip out there.
Yes, well, I'm Sinclair Samoa.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Sinclair Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, May 17th, breaking news, royal pursuit. Prince Harry and Meghan followed by a group of photographers in New York City. The conflicting accounts about what happened and how the NYPD is responding.
Printing press, the nation's largest book publisher, fighting back against Florida's book ban. The impact the new lawsuit could have on schools across the country.
Abortion battle, a federal appeals court hearing arguments about a widely used abortion pill, what a decision could mean for the future of abortion in America.
And talking the talk, how parents feel about how their kids are learning about sex.
Welcome, everyone. We begin this hour with that breaking news, an incident Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's representative calls a relentless pursuit.
That's right. The representative says the couple was chased by paparazzi for more than 2 hours after leaving an award show, calling it all near catastrophic. A statement from the New York Police Department puts it differently, though, saying photographers made their trip challenging, but that, quote, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex arrived at their destination and there were no reported collisions, summonses, injuries, or arrests.
NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is in New York City outside the theater where that award show was held last night. Ron, there seem to be some differences in the accounts. What do we know at this point about what happened last night?
Well, the difference seems to be between words like chased or followed. What we do know is that the couple were here at the Ziegfeld Theater in New York, and they left around 10 o'clock after a charity event. Meghan Markle, was given an award. There were photographers outside waiting for them and tried to follow them as they left. They were trying to go to a residence somewhere about a mile or two from here. Then what unfolds takes about an hour or more, depending upon which account you believe. It sounds like a police car, NYPD, was leading their car through the city, trying to eliminate anybody from following them to see where they were going. That takes a while. They're driving up and down a major highway here, and eventually they end up at a police precinct. And at that point, apparently the police block off some of the streets, and the couple is able to get into a taxi. And from there, they go to the residence without incidents, the police say. But however, this was all apparently very upsetting to Harry, especially. It harkens so much back to the death of his mother, Princess Diana, back in 1997, when she was killed in a car crash after she and her companion, Dodi El-Fayed, left a restaurant, a hotel, and were chased by paparazzi through the streets of Paris. That was a high-speed chase. 70 miles at 80 miles per hour in the streets, and they crashed in a tunnel. But it's the paparazzi who were blamed for that. And Harry has said this is one thing he's tried to avoid by moving here to the United States. He has said that he is very worried about the safety and security and privacy of his family and himself, and that's why one of the big reasons they came here. So obviously, or apparently, this incident just harkens all that back to all that and was very upsetting for him as well.
And Ron, you touched on Harry's security concerns. Obviously, he lost the protection that came with being a royal when he stepped away. So have we heard anything from the palace on this?
No, not at all. They seem to be very separate from the palace these days, and no, they have not said anything, and we've not heard any further clarification of what happened from Harry's camp either. But again, whatever happened, it was obviously very upsetting to them, and the NYPD are again trying to put this in some perspective and say that it wasn't a chase, it wasn't a chaotic situation, and things were under control by their account of it.
All right, Ron Allen, thank you so much.
Real signs of progress in Washington as President Biden and congressional leaders try to stave off a debt ceiling disaster. Top leaders from both parties met for an hour Tuesday night in the Oval Office. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy now says it's possible a deal could be reached by the end of this week. Here's what President Biden said about the talks earlier today.
This negotiation is about the outlines of what the budget will look like, not about whether or not we're going to, in fact, pay our debts. The leaders have all agreed we will not default. America is not a deadbeat nation. We pay our bills. The nation has never defaulted on its debt, and it never will.
President Biden right now is on his way to Hiroshima, Japan for the upcoming G7 summit. Our Mike Memley is there ahead of his arrival. Mike, what's being done to hammer out a deal right now? It sounds like they've got it down to just a few people in the room.
Yeah, that's right, Kate. I think what we saw from the president this morning was an effort before he makes that very long journey here to Japan to leave Washington on a somewhat optimistic note, saying, as he put it, that all the leaders came to the negotiation yesterday in good faith. He said there was agreement that we're not going to default. He said in part because there's no alternative. And one of the things we also heard from Speaker Kevin McCarthy today was that the shape of these negotiations has improved. And what he means by that is both the Speaker and President Biden have really delegated and empowered a team on both sides to enter into much more substantive, detailed negotiations while the president is overseas. The Speaker appointing Representative Garrett Graves of Louisiana, one of his closest allies in that rambunctious House Republican conference, as well as his own staff, to meet across the table from Steve Ricchetti, one of the president's longest-serving chief lieutenants, Louisa Terrell, she's the director of legislative affairs, as well as Shalonda Young. She's an interesting player introduced to these negotiations at a late stage. She's the director of management and budget, but more importantly, she worked for more than a decade in the trenches on Capitol Hill as a staffer on the Appropriations Committee. She, more so than those other two Biden-appointed officials, has good relationships on the staff level with Republicans on Capitol Hill. We saw for the first 2 years of the Biden administration, it was really primarily Biden's team negotiating among Democrats. So that's really what has led both sides to say that there is an improved climate around these talks. The other significant development, of course, is the fact that the president making his way here to Asia has cut cut the trip short. What was supposed to be a more than week-long journey, 3 countries, Japan as well as Papua New Guinea and Australia, now limited just to Japan. The president will be returning to Washington on Sunday. He's going to be closely monitoring the developments from his aides. As the White House likes to say, the president is president wherever he goes, and so he'll continue to get updates from his staff while he's traveling here. One of his jobs here is also going to be reassuring our partners, our closest Democratic allies in the region, that the U.S. can be counted on, that he can be counted on to deliver on a deal. As Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, just said, that's going to be his message, is that he intends to get a deal done, and that's why he's leaving, to make sure that they get that done. Kate.
All right, Mike Memoli in Japan for us. Mike, thank you.
New restrictions on abortion rights in one state are setting off alarm bells for people who favor abortion rights across the South and beyond. North Carolina Republicans just passed through the state's biggest cuts to abortion access in decades. So here's what's changing and how it all went down. North Carolina is now banning most abortions after 12 weeks. That's instead of the previous restriction of 20 weeks. The bill does include exceptions for rape and incest. It was introduced earlier this month and passed both in the State House and Senate in just 48 hours. The state's Democratic governor did veto it, but because Republicans have a supermajority, they overrode the veto just last night. Here's NBC's Stephanie Gosk.
Overnight, U.S. abortion access facing another major shift as one of the remaining southern states to allow abortions tightens restrictions. Late protests in the North Carolina Capitol after the state banned the procedure after 12 weeks. The Democratic Governor Roy Cooper vetoed the new ban and went on the road trying to persuade others to join his side. But a united Republican Party voted to override him.
The people of the state are just family values, conservative people.
Supporters say the bill's a compromise, since according to the CDC, over 90% of abortions take place before 20 weeks. And it allows for cases of rape, incest, and health of the mother. But it includes more restrictions for those seeking abortions, like mandated doctor's visits and more regulations for clinics.
With all the restrictions, it's going to really limit access to abortion at all.
Governor Cooper saying overnight, quote, several Republican lawmakers broke their promises to protect women's reproductive freedom. It's all part of the changing landscape for abortion access across the country since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade last year, as many southern and some Midwestern states have banned abortions entirely, or under 6 weeks. North Carolina was one of the only southern states with lighter restrictions. After the Roe decision, the state had an increase in the number of abortions provided, suggesting that women from surrounding states may have traveled there, according to a nonprofit that supports abortion access.
This is about making sure that politicians stay out of my family decisions, out of my doctor's offices.
And it comes as 2 other states are considering changing access this week. South Carolina is locked in a fierce fight over banning abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy. And overnight, Republicans in Nebraska moved a 12-week abortion ban forward.
Stephanie Gosk reporting there. Some dramatic images coming out of northern Italy, where heavy rain and flooding killed at least eight people. Thousands, including Americans, have been evacuated during the severe storms. You can see people being rescued from their roofs here via helicopter. Wow. One top official in Italy says some areas in northern Italy received half of their annual rainfall in just 36 hours.
Just incredible. Hope people there stay safe. Turning now to some financial news. Google is clearing out inactive accounts, and Tesla is set to run its first ever advertisements.
Morgan Brennan joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Morgan.
Hi, Kate and Sinclair. Well, your inactive Google account may go away as soon as the company looks to prevent security threats, so it may go away soon. The tech giant said it will start deleting any accounts that have not been used or signed into for at least 2 years, and the house cleaning effort will begin in December. Just got a few months to figure it out. Deleted accounts will also lose their access to Google Docs, Google Photos, even YouTube. Tesla CEO Elon Musk, meanwhile, said the company will begin running advertisements for the first time. Musk was asked about the ads during Tesla's annual shareholder meeting and said the electric vehicle maker may try a little advertising. And then in an interview with CNBC after the meeting, he said he was unsure what the ads would look like, but it was something that he is willing to pursue. And Kraft Heinz is unveiling a new customizable sauce dispenser with more than 200 condiment combos. The new machines, which are called the Heinz Remix, will live in restaurants and give customers the ability to make a customized sauce with whatever spice or sweetness level they want. Think mango ketchup or jalapeno ranch or I don't know if you guys are familiar with a Coca-Cola Freestyle machine, but this is kind of like the condiment.
But honestly, I'm here for it. I can use it at my desk. Some barbecue sauce. Yeah.
My husband fills our refrigerator with condiments. It's like a thing.
So it could help, right, Morgan?
This is just for him.
So maybe this will ultimately, if they bring this to homes, maybe this it becomes a little counter thing, and you have more space in your fridge, which I would love too.
Oh no, I really hope Chris is not watching right now. Morgan, thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, the battle over book bans in school libraries that is now headed to federal court.
Plus, the new charges just announced in connection to the Idaho College murders. You're watching NBC News Daily.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Welcome back. For a while now, we've been reporting on a nationwide movement playing out in local school board meetings across the country. Conservative groups have lobbied to remove certain books from school libraries.
Well, now, for the first time, a major publishing company is pushing back on that. Penguin Random House, along with several other plaintiffs, has filed a federal lawsuit against a school district in Florida, accusing them of unconstitutionally restricting and banning books. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now.
So, Antonia, first off, what specifically is the lawsuit arguing here?
The lawsuit is arguing that this school district, Escambria County Schools, has violated the First Amendment and the 14th Amendment, the Equal Protection Clause. They allege that this district has at times removed books without following their own policies, and that they've targeted books that involve the stories of people of color and LGBTQ children. And so what they're asking for is that this school district and similar school districts, their hope, across Florida or maybe around the country, will put some of these books back onto the shelves. Some of the authors have been speaking out, saying that they specifically wrote these books to give kids of different racial, family backgrounds a sense of, who they are on the bookshelves in the classrooms that they have access to. And, part of the argument, of course, is that as a public school, it should have access to things that reflect what the public looks like. The school board is not commenting on this lawsuit that was filed this morning, but I was able to reach one of the school board members by phone, and he told me that he was surprised that this is happening to his school district because this kind of book removal process is happening all over Florida right now, and that they've gotten the message that this is what the state, the DeSantis administration, wants them to do.
What is the argument on that side from the people who are looking, and I sort of know the answer because I've done some reporting on this too, but there's a vocal group in Florida in particular who really strongly believe that certain books are not appropriate.
Absolutely, and it's not just coming from, administrators and school board members. It's coming from parents at times who are coming to their administrators and demanding that these books get taken off the shelves. They often use words like inappropriate. Pornography is something that comes up a lot, particularly when they're describing stories that deal with, say, LGBTQ characters' first crushes in school, or experiences with abuse, or sad things that might be happening in the family at home. And what the authors and other family members have pushed, or other community members have pushed back, is that we talk about these subjects when it's a straight couple or a nuclear family. Why is it not okay to talk about them if the characters look or sound a little different? And so these are the issues we're going to see play out in this lawsuit, but it will have implications for all the districts in Florida.
Briefly, have we heard from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis? This is coming just 2 days after he signed a bill pertaining to diversity programs in colleges.
We have not yet heard about his thoughts on this lawsuit, but we know his position on these matters, which is that he has aggressively backed families who have pushed for these kinds of removals and passed policies that are similar.
All right, definitely one to follow. Antonia Hilton, thank you.
We're learning more this hour about the victims of the deadly mass shooting in northern New Mexico. New details also emerging about the 18-year-old gunman. Police say his attack was completely random. Here's NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin.
In New Mexico, new details about America's latest teenage mass shooter.
I have eyes on the suspect. He's walking south. He's wearing all black.
Late Tuesday, police identified the suspect as Bo Wilson, an 18-year-old high school student. Seen here moments before being shot dead by police, following a murderous and apparently random shooting rampage that killed 3 elderly women and wounded at least 6, including 2 police officers.
The amount of violence and brutality that these innocent people faced is something that is unconscionable to me.
Police say Wilson opened fire on a Farmington, New Mexico neighborhood, blowing out car windows and shooting up random homes.
He was just shooting indiscriminately. Houses, cars, people.
Police say first shots were fired at 10:56 in the morning. About 10 minutes later, police shot the gunman dead, having been armed with at least 3 different weapons, including an assault-style rifle. Police say he'd purchased one of the weapons legally last year. The rest belonged to a family member.
He got them from a family member. And by got them, that's a loose interpretation of the word.
All of the victims shot in their cars. Among those lost, 79-year-old Shirley Voita, a mother of 5 and retired school nurse who'd been married for 57 years.
Just pillars of the community.
97-year-old Gwendolyn Schofield died alongside her 73-year-old daughter, Melody. Family member and state representative Mark Duncan tells NBC News they were women of faith.
It's a horrible thing when tragedy hits. And I can tell you that Aunt Melody would probably be the first one that put her arms around that young man as he lost his life.
Erin McLaughlin, NBC News.
Coming up, how rescuers managed to track down a group of missing hikers lost in the California mountains. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. When it comes to planning for their financial future, many people buy stocks as an investment.
Younger investors are also putting money into their 401ks at their companies, but what they actually do with those investments long-term appears to be a little different than previous generations.
CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson is looking into this for us.
This new study, looks at investment, right, Sharon?
Yes.
Among the younger generation,
Yes.
We're talking Gen Z, millennials
Yes,
here?
yes.
What did they find?
And it compares it to Gen X and baby boomers as well. And what it found was that a lot of younger investors, Gen Z and millennials, are saying, yes, we want to put more money in the stock market this year than last year. But the reality of what they're doing is a little bit different. They're actually selling stocks right now because of elevated inflation. About 50%, almost 50% of Gen Z are saying they're taking money out of the stock market or selling their stocks or not buying more because of inflation. Others are saying it's because of higher rates that they're getting on safer investments like CDs, like savings accounts, and government bonds.
So Sharon, these are supposed to be long-term investments, right? So what are the risks in sort of buying and selling in this way? And is it a mindset shift different between generations?
I think it's just a lack of awareness of, what you're supposed to do with a stock investment, which is that it is for the long term. This is money that you don't want to have to use for the next 10 years or so. So that's really important.
Right?
Don't touch it. And when you're going into your retirement accounts, it's important to also understand that if you miss a payment, if you take out a 401k loan and you miss a payment, then it becomes a distribution, and then that's taxed, and you pay a 10% penalty if you're younger than 59 and a half. So there are a lot of different implications for taking this money out, even if you're taking a loan and paying yourself back.
Gotcha, right, because you think it's your own money, right? But is there any evidence as to what they're spending the money on? Like, why are people...
Well, financial advisors are telling me that a lot of folks are seeing this as their savings account plus, and they're using it to pay everyday expenses in some cases, pay off credit card debt in other cases, and then sometimes they want to invest in something else, maybe real estate, or invest in their own business, their side gig or business that they have ongoing. So there are a lot of different reasons that they're using this money, but then it should actually be in a high-yield savings account or something else, not in their 401k or in a stock investment.
Right, so much of it goes back to financial literacy, financial education.
Absolutely.
Sharon.
Sure. Go ahead.
We're so excited to say hi and bye.
Thank you. If you're headed to the airport this summer, you might be facing something new in the TSA line. New facial recognition cameras have been implemented at a handful of airports across the U.S. Oscar Margain from our Boston station has details on the potential benefits as well as the risks.
For me, I think it's just a part of how we're evolving with technology.
Burke Taz is one of 2.4 million travelers the Transportation Security Administration screens daily at airports. The agency now placing face recognition cameras at 16 airports, including Logan, to help TSA officers identify those travelers quicker and more accurately when moving through their checkpoints. Passengers consenting to the pilot program will insert and scan their ID and wait for their photo to be taken when walking up to an officer.
Then once all that photograph is taken and the match is made, your ID scan as well as your live photo is deleted upon match.
The TSA says that information doesn't stay stored, but some data privacy advocates say that is a policy that could change when the program is fully adopted.
There should be some rules in place in terms of the deletion of that data immediately after the identification verification has been made.
Jeremy Scott from the Electronic Privacy Information Center says this type of technology has been inaccurate in the past and shown biased against minorities by failing to recognize certain faces, leading to unfair scrutiny and delays. But Suzanne Miller doesn't mind that.
I think that it helps to see your face on there and to know that they're doing extra security to make sure that everyone is who they say they are.
And although Burke is used to the scrutiny, he believes technology should be used to improve other parts of the checkpoint process.
Scanning is not the problem, right? It's getting bags through the x-rays and stuff like that.
So many new technologies.
Yeah, we were sitting here looking at each other like, do you have clear? Do you have TSA pre-check? How do you get through fast?
Yeah, I don't mind the facial recognition if it gets us through faster.
A little bit quicker.
Yeah. Well, coming up, the striking new images of the Titanic like you've never seen it before. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live, including all those names you see on the screen. The news continues after this.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
NBC News has confirmed that another American has died while fighting in Ukraine. The aunt of 45-year-old Nicholas Mamer said that the 20-year Army veteran was killed in eastern Ukraine. In a 2022 Facebook post, Mamer said he was traveling to Ukraine hoping to save lives. He is at least the 11th American killed in the war.
A group of teens lost on a trail in Southern California in a canyon were rescued with the help of an emergency iPhone feature. 10 teens were stranded for hours in Los Padres National Forest. They were able to reach emergency officials using Apple's SOS feature, which allows users to call or text local emergency services without having cell or Wi-Fi service. A rescue team eventually found the missing teens on what's known as the Last Chance Trail.
Wow. And President Biden awarded 9 first responders with Medals of Valor. Among those recognized, 2 New York police officers who were ambushed and killed after responding to a 911 call, as well as the rookie cop who took down a gunman. The Medal of Valor is the nation's highest honor for a public safety officer. During the ceremony, President Biden said they all represent the best of who we are as Americans.
The rush of migrants to the U.S. last week is being felt far beyond the southern border now. Shelters are being stretched thin in cities across the country. In New York City, for example, Democratic Mayor Eric Adams is looking to house asylum seekers in school gyms. His plan to deal with the influx of migrants sparking lawsuits and protests. More than 1,000 miles away in Florida, Republican Governor Ron DeSantis says he plans to send law enforcement and National Guard members to the Texas border with Mexico. That move move comes as a sweeping new immigration law is also set to take effect in Florida on July 1st. Immigration activists call the law, quote, the strongest anti-illegal immigration legislation in the country. Telemundo correspondent Lourdes Hurtado joins me now from Miami. Lourdes, according to the American Immigration Council, there are about 775,000 undocumented immigrants in Florida right now. So what happens come July 1st?
That's right, Kate. Thank you for having me. Yes, many of those immigrants are now petrified of what will happen after July 1st. Those images you were seeing are images of a community meeting in Homestead, Florida, that we were invited to. And they gave us access. They allowed us to film. You know, we had to explain to them that we weren't going to show their faces because they're truly, truly scared, because this law includes tougher penalties for transporting undocumented immigrants into the state. It invalidates licenses for those who cannot prove status. It makes hospitals collect and report their immigration status to the state, and it gives $12 million to the state to send immigrants to other states to send them away. And of course, there's a lot of confusion because some of the initial provisions that were being discussed when this bill was promoted weren't included, but many people don't know that, and they still believe that they're a risk while they're driving, for example.
Oh, interesting. Like they think that they could get stopped or their license taken or something. You also spoke with a little girl who's fearful of this immigration law. What did she tell you, Lourdes?
Yes, Kate, that little girl is actually a U.S. citizen. Around 7% of all the children in Florida are U.S. citizens and have an undocumented family member in their household. And that's the case for Katy Camacho. She and her mother are planning on leaving the state if things get tough, if they start seeing that ICE or immigration is doing raids at work sites, or if there are checkpoints, immigration checkpoints at roads. They are not willing to risk being separated from their family. Let's take a listen to what they told me.
I do not want this to happen because I have family here that doesn't have papers, and I just want them. Okay. It's okay. And that I want them to have a better life here.
And now community organizers are reaching out and they're educating this community to let them know what is included in this new law, but also that they still have constitutional rights and that, you know, they can still go to a hospital, get medical help, go to the police and report if they're victims of crimes, because they still, you know, have constitutional rights in this country.
Right, just trying to explain to people what's in the law and what's not. Lourdes Hurtado, exactly. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
The battle over the most commonly used abortion pill is front and center in New Orleans today. A federal appeals court is hearing arguments over the future of mifepristone. It comes after a judge in Texas sided with challengers who wanted to block access to the drug last month. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor joins us now. So, Yamiche, can you remind us how we got to this point of oral arguments, and where does access to the pill stand right now?
Well, Ziegler, at this hour, these three conservative judges, each with a history of supporting restrictions on abortion, are hearing oral arguments on whether this widely used abortion pill, mifepristone, should remain available. The arguments have been tense this afternoon, and it seems that these judges, all appointed by Republican presidents, will likely side with anti-abortion activists who brought this case. One judge, James Ho, has referred in the past to abortion as a, quote, moral tragedy. As viewers may remember, an anti-abortion group and advocates and doctors sued to get this pill off the market. They are arguing that it is unsafe and that the FDA should never have approved it when it did some 2 decades ago. The Justice Department, though, is arguing that taking this abortion medication off the market would cause great harm to women, and that the FDA's approval of the pill and more recent actions, like allowing it to be mailed, should remain in place. An attorney for the DOJ started off this afternoon by saying, quote, a lower district court's order to pull this drug off the market was unjustified and unprecedented and an attack on scientific scientific expertise of that order. Of course, we should remind folks that that order is not in place right now. Meanwhile, there isn't a clear deadline on when the appeals court will rule, so these judges could rule whenever they want to. In the short term, though, which is important, access to the pill remains in place no matter what the appeals court decides, because the Supreme Court issued a stay keeping access to this pill in place until it rules. So no matter how this appeal court rules today or this afternoon or whenever they get around to ruling, one of these sides will then be appealing it to the Supreme Court to make the ultimate decision here. At that time, the Supreme Court will decide whether to hear the case at that time. And we should also remind people the only way that this pill will be in jeopardy is if the DOJ loses in the Fifth Circuit and then the Supreme Court chooses not to hear their appeal, or the Supreme Court eventually rules in favor of these anti-abortion activists. So a lot of legal arguments going on this afternoon, and the arguments are still going right now. So they've gone past an hour and a half. Zincle?
All eyes on this one. Yamiche Alcindor, thank you so much.
New developments this hour in the case of 4 murdered university students in Idaho. The man accused of killing them last November has now been indicted by a grand jury. Brian Kohberger was arrested last December in connection with the killings at an off-campus house. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now. He's been following this for months. Steve, what specifics have we learned about the indictment?
Yeah, prosecutors deciding to impanel a grand jury, which means that accused killer Brian Kohberger has been indicted on those 5 original counts, 4 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of burglary to commit a crime. So what does this mean? It means a few things. One, that date that we all had circled on our calendar at the end of June for a preliminary hearing, that has been foregone. That is no longer happening, which would have accompanied essentially almost like a week-long mini trial before the actual trial to determine probable cause to see if a trial was necessary. That would have meant witnesses and cross-examination and testimony and evidence presented all in court. None of that is happening anymore. This is all sort of, I wouldn't call it secret, but private. That details will be presented for a jury and a judge to see if this case continues on to a trial. That means a few things otherwise. It means that we won't see sort of the strategic machinations of both the defense and the prosecution, the defense really having no part of this behind closed doors process. It means that witnesses that would have been called in court will no longer be called. So we know, obviously, that there were 2 surviving roommates. We know it's probably one of them would have been called to testify. That person won't have to do that in front of the court. They will do that in this private session. And it, of course, means that the media won't be involved. So there won't be weeks of speculation and a circus outside of the courtroom. All of this probable to the calculus of why this has happened. And so now what we have is a Monday court date. Brian Kohberger scheduled for an arraignment where he will enter a plea, and we'll actually see him in court, and then we'll see what happens next, Kate.
So I was going to ask, so this Monday is when we expect to see him in court?
This Monday, absolutely. He'll be there.
Steve Patterson, thank you.
In Dallas, police are looking for people involved in a deadly shootout. A mother of 3 was caught in the crossfire while she was helping her daughter get ready for prom. NBC News reporter Maya Eaglin is following this story for us. Maya, what do we know?
Hey, Zincle, 39-year-old Ana Moreno was a wife, sister, and mother of 3 kids. This all went down last Saturday. Moreno was taking her daughter Amy to get her hair done and pick up her dress for prom later that night. Officers then responded to a shooting just after 4 p.m. that same day. 2 cars headed eastbound were shooting at each other. You can see them on a neighbor's surveillance camera as they pass by. One of those bullets entered Moreno's car, and her daughter was in the passenger seat. Moreno's youngest daughter, Michelle Rodriguez, recalled her mother's excitement over the day, followed by what her sister saw. Take a listen.
She was like, oh, like, we finally get to see her get ready. And she didn't even get to see it happen. All she heard was gunshots. And she just said that my mom just like made like a signal that she couldn't breathe. And then, well, she just leaned on Amy's shoulder, and then that's when they crashed. And then that's when Amy was saying that she called the ambulance.
A man driving with his wife nearby stopped to help, but he says there was nothing much he could do at that point. Ana Moreno was taken to the hospital, but she died just hours before Mother's Day. On Sunday afternoon, friends and loved ones, including her daughter Amy, who witnessed her mother's final moments, all showed up to the crash site to honor the mother whose life was so senselessly taken. And police have obtained surveillance video from the area they're reviewing as part of their investigation. They also say 3 men who were also injured in the shooting are in critical condition. We do know that the family has set up a GoFundMe that's raised over $12,000 for funeral expenses. Clay.
Just a devastating story. Maya Eaglin, thank you so much.
Coming up, we are talking about the talk, how parents feel about how their kids are learning about sex.
But first, it's time for today's Daily Snapshot. We mentioned the G7 summit is set to get underway in Japan. Well, these heads of state have plenty to say about it.
A group of protesters in London donning these oversized heads of world leaders. They're just masks, don't worry, including President Biden, you see there. They're protesting what they call inaction toward fighting hunger in East Africa. It is a photo. More NBC News Daily right after this. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. In today's Modern Parenting, we're taking a closer look at sex education.
Today, the website Parents is out with a new survey that finds 64% of parents think sex education should be mandatory in schools. Here with us now, Grace Bastidas. She's the editor-in-chief of the parenting website Parents. Great to see you again. 64% seems pretty high. There's some other figures, I think, in this survey that show that parents, this generation of parents like myself, seem to be a little more willing to talk than maybe, or easier to talk than maybe it was for the generation before. Am I right about that?
Yes. Thank you for having me. And yes, for starters, that is very true. We are more open to talk about sex than previous generations. Through our survey, we found that almost half of the 1,500 parents we surveyed said that sex when they were growing up was a taboo, somewhat taboo, or very taboo topic in their households. And 1 in 3 said they didn't get enough information about sex growing up. So today's parents really want to do better by their kids, and 70% feel more comfortable talking to their kids about sex than their parents did with them, and actually see it vital to their well-being.
And sex education doesn't just happen between parents, but also from schools. Obviously, it varies from state to state, but generally, what does sex education look like in the country?
It depends on where you live. Sex education is only mandatory in 38 states. So it really shifts, right? And in our survey, we found a stark difference between what parents think should be covered and what is actually taught in schools. And many schools fall behind on practically every category. When you look at that state-by-state level, it really varies, with safe sex, abstinence, and HIV as the main topics covered. But parents want more comprehensive sex education for their kids, and they want schools to really go beyond the basics.
The majority of parents want that. Because it's interesting, because this stuff can get controversial, right? In some states, we just talked about book banning a little earlier in the show, that some people are upset about books that mention sexuality. So what changes are possible, do you think, or what would parents like to see?
So while they want to see conversations about consent and body image and relationships, the number one topic that they want schools to cover are sexual harassment, abuse, and assault, which makes a lot of sense. Especially, we're seeing so many reports talking about the well-being, concerns about the well-being of kids and teens, especially young girls, right? And on the heels of the Me Too movement, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, no, it's so critical. Knowledge is power in cases like those. Grace, I wonder, what about sex education around the LGBTQ plus experience? What did polling indicate there?
So we're seeing half of parents want their kids to learn about gender expression and identity. And that number is not surprising. Like I said before, we're seeing this cultural change. And we're in a society where we're starting to see a shift to a more gender equal and gender neutral world, right? So by having these meaningful conversations with kids, you're setting them up to live in an America that is more and more diverse.
What about the role of social media in all this? And a lot of kids live on social media and might be getting information from social media. What do parents say about that?
We're getting misinformation from social media, which is 69% of parents are concerned about this misinformation related to sex. And I think it was 67% who said that their kids are getting too much sexual content online, specifically in social media. We've seen schools already suing social media giants, citing the harm that's inflicted on students. And parents feel similarly. It's the second source of sex information for their kids.
So a big question, what age do you start having these sex ed conversations?
Early and often. The good news is 67% of our respondents did say they've already initiated these conversations, but 1 in 2 actually, of those that haven't plan to do so when their kids are 13 or older. But experts really recommend early. And if you don't know where to start, talk to your child's pediatrician. Often they can provide talking points, suggest books that help you navigate those conversations.
Yeah, do you take your cue from the kids? You know, like I remember when they were little, it was like, whatever they ask, answer that. Don't go further than what they ask.
Well, either you're being proactive or your kid is coming to you with a question. Use age-appropriate language. Be positive so that there's not this stigma or any shame around sex.
Yeah.
And be honest.
That's critical. Grace Bastidas, thank you so much.
There's more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We are getting a new look at stunning images of the Titanic.
Yeah, analysts have created the first ever full-size digital scan of the shipwreck, allowing us to see the massive sunken ship as if it weren't 2 miles underwater. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now to talk about this. So, Josh, what was the process like here to create these new images of this very old ship?
Yeah, this is so cool, Zinclay. It obviously was not easy. They had to take submersible vehicles that can take photos, send them down below the ocean, 2.5 miles below the surface, controlled by specialists who were on ships on the surface of the water. And then those submersibles took 700,000 images of various parts of the Titanic, and then they were all combined together to create this 3D model of the Titanic, the first time they've ever been able to do that.
And tell us about why these new images are so significant for scientists. Like, how do they differ from the previous images and video we've had?
Well, in the past, they've been able to take photos and video of parts of the shipwreck, but they've never been able to take one that shows the full scope of the shipwreck. So, for example, to have one photograph that shows both of these two parts that broke apart when the ship sunk into the water, and also to be able to see the specific detail. For example, they've been able to see in these images shoes left behind by some of the 1,500 people that perished, as well as unopened champagne bottles from people who hoped to be celebrating on that Titanic voyage.
I mean, Josh, just the detail on those images is remarkable. This must be the most well-studied ship in history. So what more are researchers hoping to learn?
The most well-studied in history, but it's interesting to learn that there is actually not consensus about what happened to the Titanic. The common assumption has always been that it hit the iceberg on the starboard side, which is basically the right part of the ship, but nobody really knows. And these images may give researchers more material, more evidence and data to look at to see whether that was the case, or whether the initial theory from 1912 that it may actually have run aground over a submerged part of the the iceberg, may have been what eventually brought the Titanic down.
Wow, fascinating stuff. That ship just continues to be a source of mystery. Josh Letterman, thank you.
Yeah, when they talk about the shoes, you realize, I mean, again, these are people's lives that were lost. Let's take a look at some more fun, trending stories right now.
That's right. The Bachelor franchise is expanding to start a new show called The Golden Bachelor. I love this one. This new concept will feature a man and a group of women 60 years old or older looking for love. Former Bachelor and current host Jesse Palmer said he hopes the show proves it's never too late to fall in love, which I think we both believe, yeah?
I do. Is the guy going to be over 62?
Oh, he better. The show will air on ABC this fall.
Just ask him. The ping pong balls have spoken. The San Antonio Spurs won last night's lottery. They secured the #1 pick in the NBA draft. They are widely expected to draft 7'4".
Say that again?
7'4" French superstar Victor Wembanyama. We're all going to have to learn his name. The 19-year-old has been called one of the best prospects since LeBron James. That's saying a lot. The draft takes place on June 22nd.
I mean, at 7 foot anything, I'm sure you're impressive. Well, after winning a gold medal in figure skating at the 2022 Olympics, Sarah Hughes has her eye on a new prize. She has filed to run for Congress in New York. Hughes was just 16 when she won gold at the Salt Lake City Olympics. She later earned an undergraduate degree from Yale and a law degree from the University of Pennsylvania. Definitely a high achiever there.
Right?
And it was all before working in a corporate law firm.
And now she's running for Congress.
You know, some people just can't stop.
Well, yeah. I mean, I totally remember watching her at the Olympics. She's something else. Wow. The 76th Annual Cannes Film Festival returning a record number, featuring a record number of African films this year. This year, 10 of them will be played, with 2 films in the competition But critics point out Cannes' selection is mostly from French-speaking countries, which is not representative of the film industry across the entire continent. But still, good that they're going to feature those.
Yeah, good to see more inclusion in that space. And speaking of that, playwright Larissa Fast Horse is making history as the first Native American woman to have a show on Broadway, Kate. Her show, The Thanksgiving Play, opened last month. The only other Native American playwright to appear on Broadway was a man named Lynn Riggs, who debuted in 1927. It's a comedy about 4 white people putting on a Thanksgiving play, so maybe we'll go see it.
Joe Fryer says we should.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
If it's Wednesday, debt limit dysfunction at home and perils America standing abroad. The president embarks on a key trip to Asia that has been cut short as he tries to rally U.S. partners in the region and counter China's growing global influence. Plus, upsets, winners, losers, and lessons. What last night's election results out of Kentucky, Florida, and Pennsylvania tell us about the biggest political races of 2023, as well as some hints on the biggest race of all, the White House in 2024. And battleground abortion brawls and bans. North Carolina Republicans override their Democratic governor's veto and enact a 12-week abortion ban, becoming the latest state in the South to roll back access in post-Roe America. Happy Wednesday and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd reporting in Washington, where for the first time talks on the debt ceiling seem to be heading in the right direction ahead of the looming June 1st deadline, at least if you believe Wall Street and watch the stock market today. But policy progress at home has come with a cost for the U.S. abroad. Let me explain. With Washington scrambling to avert a potentially catastrophic government default, top congressional leaders are finally hinting at some progress following yesterday's White House meeting with the president. Last night, the newly designated White House negotiators met with Speaker McCarthy's team in an effort to hammer out a deal. It is just those two entities talking right now. No more input from the senators, the two Senate leaders, or Hakeem Jeffries. This is Biden and McCarthy. Speaking to reporters before departing for a previously scheduled trip to Japan, President Biden struck an optimistic tone about the state of the talks.
I'm confident that we'll get the agreement on the budget, that America will not default. To be clear, this negotiation is about the outlines of what the budget will look like, not about whether or not we're going to, in fact, pay our debts. The leaders have all agreed we will not default. Every leader has said that.
Biden also signaled he may be open to some concessions, saying that he would not accept work requirements that will impact people's medical needs. But he was very specific with that. It is possible there could be other work requirements. House Speaker McCarthy, meanwhile, is criticizing Biden for being out of the country during these crucial negotiations, even after the White House decided to cut the trip short, canceling stops in Papua New Guinea and Australia.
Mr. President, stop hiding. Stop traveling somewhere else. America wants an American president focused on American problems, finding American solutions. We have them here for you.
But on this point, the Republicans are not united. People like Senator Lindsey Graham actually say Biden was right to make this trip. China matters here, folks. Those canceled stops I mentioned come at a time when the administration is trying desperately to revive America's pivot to Asia. China continues its own diplomacy in the region, and it contests America's influence in the Pacific. It grows increasingly combative with the West, so cutting this trip short appears to be both a missed opportunity for the U.S. and a diplomatic setback that Beijing will likely embrace. In Papua New Guinea, expectations were so high for this trip. It would have been the first visit by a sitting U.S. president to any Pacific Island nation. The country had declared a public holiday in anticipation for this historic visit. And we weren't there to just sort of say hi. This is about China and basing. You know what this is about. And in Australia, local media is calling the cancellation an 11th hour snub. Now, these clashing foreign and domestic priorities can seemingly be traced back to an assumption made by the Biden White House, which at the time seemed like the right one, that Speaker McCarthy would not be able to get his own caucus in order on its debt limit demands, and the administration could force a clean debt ceiling increase. Instead, Biden's bluff was called by McCarthy, who pulled off what many people thought was not possible. And he's forced Biden to the negotiating table. So, yes, he heads overseas on shaky ground, with some allies raising questions about America's resolve and staying power. So joining me now is our chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker. She is in Hiroshima, Japan, where President Biden is attending the G7. And also with me is Ali Vitale on Capitol Hill. So, Kristen, let me start with you. Look, I think the big reason why many of us in this town and many people see that there's light at the end of this debt ceiling tunnel is the inclusion of Steve Ricchetti in these talks. He is the White House aide that every Republican in Capitol Hill likes to deal with. His inclusion does feel like this means a deal is imminent.
Chuck, you're absolutely right. Think about it as the heavy hitters coming in, the closers. Steve Ricchetti, one of President Biden's longest serving aides and allies, and someone who does have those relationships on Capitol Hill. And Shalonda Young, who's, of course, the OMB director, someone who has been engaged in these types of talks going back years. She has a long history on Capitol Hill as well. And so you're absolutely right. The fact that these two engaged, along with Larissa Terrell, who's, of course, the Legislative Affairs Director, is a sign that progress is being made. The question becomes, where is that common ground? We know that areas of potential common ground, clawing back COVID relief funds that have been unspent, dealing with some other unspent funds. But the fact that President Biden cracked the door open just a tiny bit today, Chuck, to the possibility of some type of compromise on the thorny issue of work requirements was significant as well. You're right. He said, we're not going to deal with health care, but the possibility of SNAP, food assistance, housing assistance, for example. So there could be some compromise around those very thorny issues. Now, obviously, a key challenge for the president is going to be to stay engaged in the talks back at home once he arrives here in Japan, and then to also reassure, as you said, allies here, Chuck, that not only is the U.S. economy stable, not only will this crisis at home be resolved, but that there is a commitment to doing what they set out to do, countering China, for one, Chuck, and dealing with Ukraine as well.
Kristen, I want to look. I had talked to somebody pretty close to this West Wing who admitted, look, they said basically we made a bet that McCarthy couldn't unite his caucus he united his caucus. We're stuck with having to negotiate. That it was that black and white. Is there any regret on how they handled this, or at the end of the day, that was a bet worth making?
Well, I think they believe at the time it was the most realistic bet to make. But there is no doubt, Chuck, that they were caught off guard when House Speaker Kevin McCarthy was able to raise the debt limit. And so you're absolutely right. This has changed the dynamics of the game. And now there are just 15 days left to get something done. And so with that looming deadline, the pressure's on all sides. That's part of why the president canceled his trip. He also canceled his trip, Chuck, because remember, when he was in Ukraine and Poland last time, you had that crisis in East Palestine. So that's in the backdrop as well of his decision to cancel part of this trip, even though it is creating diplomatic ripple effects here across the globe.
Well, we shall see. Very quickly, Kristen, I know there's usually an APEC trip, the Asian Pacific Economic Conference, that happens later in the year. Could we see a reschedule of Papua New Guinea for then and Australia?
Look, absolutely. I think the White House has put the possibility on the table that they want to reschedule these stops for all of the reasons that you laid out. So that is certainly a time frame when we could potentially see those stops added. And again, just to underscore this point, Chuck, China looms so large over all of these issues, the mounting aggression, not only when it comes to issues like Taiwan, but the way in which they're dealing with Russia's war in Ukraine and the economy. So look for some strong language this week about China, Chuck.
I'm sure. Kristen Welker traveling with the president, actually ahead of the president. He's in the air right now in Hiroshima. Kristen, thank you. Let me move over to Capitol Hill and the Speaker McCarthy side of things. And Allie, I find this interesting, the public stance Speaker McCarthy is taking. He downplays the optimism. Feels like he doesn't want to make it seem as if they're close. Is this all about how he's trying to sell this to his more recalcitrant members? Is this a public posture he has to have in order to reluctantly agree to whatever they end up agreeing to?
Yeah, I think that's right, Chuck. At least the way that I'm reading it and my sources are reading it is that regardless of the state of these negotiations, McCarthy has to make this seem palatable to his conference and also somehow make it seem like a win, like Republicans were leading the way on this. I think you and Kristen are both right that I've heard from sources here who said that the White House was caught flat-footed when McCarthy was able to pass that through his conference. And look, we watched him cajole member by member trying to get the votes that he needed in order to pass that because he knew it would give him more leverage in these negotiations. Again, the White House now having to deal in that reality. But I think that when we think about how the House Freedom Caucus, for example, might be reacting to some of these negotiations, McCarthy is in regular conversations with them. But more important than that, the man who he's deputized to lead the conversations with the White House now, Congressman Garrett Graves, who has become a really close member of McCarthy's inner circle. I was just talking to someone about the role that he could play here. And this is a man who has been leading the so-called meeting of the 5 families here on Capitol Hill for months already. He's built goodwill. And what one person said to me, one member was like, he's just a good straight shooter. He has no hidden agenda. That could be exactly the kind of broker that McCarthy needs, both in the room with the White House, but especially in the room with his members to make sure that everybody stays on board.
You know, it's fascinating that he's from the same state as Scalise. We know McCarthy and Scalise are not tight. Maybe they're not always at odds, but they're not tight. And I think Garrett Graves has had to deal with the far right at times, too, correct? So he really is sort of, he does seem to have experience being different flavors of the Republican conference, shall we say.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And he has goodwill with them, too. I mean, I talked to Congressman Scott Perry, one of the usually more vocal members of the Freedom Caucus the other day, and I said, do you feel comfortable just letting McCarthy continue to lead the way on this? And he completely dismissed the notion that he would feel any other way out of hand. He said, yep, we're regularly being briefed, we're regularly in conversation. So the regular agitators are kind of not agitating right now, Chuck. But what we're watching from McCarthy, and I think is striking, is Biden has always said he's optimistic. McCarthy, though, has continued to throw cold water until this morning, until yesterday after the meeting, when he at least admitted that the talks were at least productive, even though he's still partisan posturing.
Very quickly, because we saw Ron DeSantis didn't know how to declare victory on Disney, and he ended up creating a defeat even after he won a fight. Does McCarthy, I mean, he's won here a lot already. Does his conference get that, or does he have to is he going to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat if he's not careful?
Look, that's always an option around here, and I certainly never say never for either party when they're in a position of looking like they could win and then immediately scoring an own goal. So we'll see if that ultimately ends up happening. I will say, to the extent that it feels like the Freedom Caucus can take a dose of reality, they seem to have taken a dose of reality on this, realizing that they have gone as far to the right in these negotiations as they're going to be able to get, and now they're just letting the process play out.
All right, Ali Vitale on Capitol Hill for us. Ali, terrific reporting. Thank you. Let's dive deeper into what all this means and the sort of the relationship between these debt ceiling talks and really the issue of China and the increasingly combative China. Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy is a Democrat from Illinois. He's the ranking member on the House China Select Committee. It's a rare solo appearance. Normally he and the chairman there, Mike Gallagher, do try to stick together on these things, but I know you guys can't be everywhere at the same time. Congressman, thanks for coming on.
Hey, thanks so much, Chuck.
And I know you have a primetime, your second primetime hearing tonight on the issue of that dovetails with the G7's focus, which is this economic coercion is what the G7 is calling it. I know you guys are talking about it. But let me start with the impact of the debt ceiling talks and the fact that we're canceling a trip to Australia and canceling a trip to Papua New Guinea. This, how much of a setback do you see it when it comes to our, both visits were about China?
It's not much of a setback. As the Australian Prime Minister mentioned, many of these players were going to be at the G7 anyway, and so would be able to have these discussions regardless of whether he visits Australia or not. That being said, I think that these visits will get rescheduled for later in the year, and so it's going to be important to have those visits because at the end of the day, our alliances, our partnerships, our friendships in the region are extremely important with regard to our strategic competition with the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party.
Do you think, I'm going to put up an op-ed here three of your Democratic colleagues wrote in The Hill today. And it was about the debt. It was about this debt limit and its impact with our relationship vis-a-vis China. It's Andy Kim, Jake Auchincloss, and Brendan Boyle, and they write this. Nothing would be more devastating to the United States' global leadership or more helpful to China's ambitions than unleashing an economic catastrophe by defaulting on the Treasury's debt. January 6, 2021 was Xi Jinping's best day in office. Make no mistake, he's now watching how we handle our economy with similar bated breath. Is that alarmist or is that accurate?
I think it's accurate. I think that Xi Jinping and others are rooting for a default on America's debt because at the end of the day, they want to undermine the U.S. dollar. They want people to go toward using perhaps the renminbi or some other currency. Now, the problem for the Chinese and the Chinese Communist Party is that there's no real rule of law governing the use of their currency. And so it's very unlikely that foreign investors are going to place any bets on the RMB. However, all that being said, we should never, ever be in a situation where the full faith and credit of the dollar is questioned. And therefore, it's vital that we not default on our debt, we pay all of our obligations, and we move forward.
Tonight's hearing, you're focusing, like I said, on sort of the economic relationships that we have or shouldn't have with China. You're going to have former President Trump's top trade official, Ambassador Lighthizer, Google CEO Eric Schmidt, former Google CEO, and Roger Robinson, a former chair of the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission. Let me ask it this way. Do you think are we headed to a place where we are going to discourage most economic ties to China?
No, I don't think so. I think what we're headed is we're going to be de-risking supply chains that are overly dependent, perhaps, on items that come from the PRC. I think that we're also going to have to invest in our own economic competitiveness and up our game. That means making sure that our workforce is prepared to innovate and lead in technologies of the future, that we attract the best talent from around the world to help maintain our leadership, and also that we are ready for being able to compete in artificial intelligence, quantum computing, robotics, and other areas where the Chinese Communist Party seeks to lead. And so I think we're going to have to do all of those things in addition to de-risking some of our supply chains and, of course, protecting our interests abroad.
Look, one of the things they've been highly successful at building allies is the Belt and Road Initiative. G7 is going to refer to that basically as economic coercion. Some of the terms are not the greatest terms for these countries with their loans and stuff. What could the G7 and the West do alternatively to compete with China's Belt and Road? I mean, you know, if you're a country in South America that hasn't gotten a lot of attention from the U.S. or in Africa that hasn't gotten a lot of attention from the West, and here's China going, hey, I got some venture capital for you. Here are the terms. You understand why they want to take it. How can the West counter this?
Well, unfortunately, you know, the Chinese Communist Party has become a kind of a predator-creditor in the sense that what these other countries around the world are finding is that the terms often end up being very onerous.
Like going to a check cashing store? Like going to one of those check cashing stores, you end up with 18% interest on the VIG or whatever?
Exactly, and then you have to turn over the bridge or the port or the piece of infrastructure to the bank, in this case, the Chinese Communist Party. All that being said, Chuck, you're absolutely right. We have to offer an alternative. We have to make sure that these countries with very real needs are able to finance infrastructure projects using assistance from us. So working with our allies, with our friends, using the Development Finance Corporation, along with other authorities that Congress may need to provide to the executive branch and the president, we should be in a position where, you know, we can also offer, for instance, financing for a telecommunications network that doesn't rely on Huawei, for instance, or being able to help a country develop its roads and bridges without necessarily, you know, giving it over to the Chinese Communist Party when they can't comply with the onerous
Congressman, this used to be what we did. Why did we lose our way? I mean, I don't mean to, you know, everything we're describing, I mean, this is the Marshall Plan. You know, this is what we did. This is how America built its power. A soft power, this is what we did. We really have let this lag this century, have we not?
That's exactly right. In fact, you know, without boring all your viewers to tears, at one point we decided that we wanted to get out of the kind of loan assistance business because we feared that by offering too many loans to people that we would saddle them with debt. And then, as you might recall, you know, 25 years ago, we decided that we would instead convert our assistance to grant assistance. The problem is that the grant assistance that we provided was fairly minimal in comparison to the needs, and certainly in comparison to what the Chinese Communist Party was offering. So at this point, we have to come up with a different model. Maybe it's not the loans that we were offering before, but maybe it's not the minimal equity or the grant assistance that we're offering right now. Maybe it's some public-private partnership concept, and also working with our allies and partners and friends.
Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy, Democrat from Illinois, the vice chair of the China Select Committee, along with Mike Gallagher. Appreciate you coming on, sharing your perspective with us. Thank you, sir. We'll be looking. We'll be watching tonight.
Yes,
Coming up, about last night, Trump's pick wins in Kentucky. DeSantis's pick somehow comes in third. What it says about the political mojo and missteps of the two presidential contenders, plus a rare resignation. A Massachusetts U.S. attorney who's going to step down and could face criminal charges after a Justice Department investigation found she used her position to try and sway an election, basically pretend that somebody was going to be under investigation before an election. Then she lied under oath about it. That story ahead. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Go ahead. This is it.
I missed that. Welcome back. We are awfully fond of saying if it's Tuesday, someone's voting somewhere, which means if it's Wednesday, we've got election results. A whole bunch of them for this Wednesday, actually. But we're going to start with the results out of Kentucky's Republican gubernatorial primary because November's governor's race is shaping up to be the most consequential election of 2023. And last night's primary also had the added bonus of being turned into a last-minute proxy battle between Donald Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Kentucky Attorney General Daniel Cameron won last night's Republican primary to take on a popular incumbent Democratic governor, Andy Beshear. That'll happen in November. The victorious Cameron was backed by Donald Trump, a rare instance of him and Mitch McConnell being on the same page, while Florida Governor Ron DeSantis somehow decided to weigh in at the last minute to endorse Kelly Craft, who ended up coming in a distant third. And adding insult to political injury for Governor DeSantis, a Republican with his political backing also lost the mayoral race in his political home base of Jacksonville last night as well, giving Florida Democrats their first substantial victory since the red wave of last November. Dasha Burns has been on the ground in Kentucky for us. She's in Lexington with more on those races in Kentucky. And what's fascinating here, Dasha, is it wasn't really close, and yet there was so much money thrown into this Republican primary here. And Cameron was the front runner when this race started arguably 3.5 years ago, and he's the nominee today.
Yeah, a lot of money thrown into this race, and mostly by Cameron's opponents, and he absolutely ran away with it. Look, there were a lot of questions that we were coming into this race with from a national perspective as well as for the state of Kentucky. This is so consequential because it really is a bellwether race, Chuck, in 2023, looking ahead to 2024 about really what wins out with voters here, what wins out for Republican voters, and what wins out in this general election. Initially, we were coming in wondering, is it the Trump endorsement that's going to win, or is it Trumpism? Because Kelly Craft, while not endorsed by the former president, was certainly touting her ties. She was the UN ambassador during his administration and was kind of doing the Trump style of campaigning, really leaning into the culture war stuff. But in the end, she did end up snagging that endorsement from Governor Ron DeSantis. That came in very last minute in the 11th hour, coming in on Monday night, and an odd decision for him to do that. I mean, look, she did kind of play in his style as well with the, the sort of wokeism terminology that she was using a lot, but kind of an odd choice. If you want to be a kingmaker, if you want to show the power of your endorsement, to hit your wagon to that horse, not the right choice there. And last night, Cameron did kind of take a little bit of a dig at Governor DeSantis in his victory speech. Take a listen.
Of course, a big thank you to President Donald J. Trump for his support and his endorsement of this campaign. Let me just say, the Trump culture of winning is alive and well in Kentucky.
Of course, not mentioning DeSantis by name, but that line, culture of winning, a reference to a line that DeSantis has been using during his speeches lately, saying that Republicans need to move away from a culture of losing, referencing Donald Trump, of course, not by name, but implicitly with that line, Chuck.
Well, it is worth noting that the person who ran the Trumpiest campaign didn't win, and the Secretary of State, the incumbent Republican, knocked off a couple of election deniers in the primary, too. So of interesting decisions by the Republican electorate in Kentucky last night. Dasha Burns in Lexington for us. Dasha, thank you. So for more on all of this, let me bring in today's panel. Meredith McGraw is a national political correspondent for Politico. And we have a couple former members of Congress, former Alabama Democratic Senator Doug Jones and former Florida Republican Congressman Carlos Curbelo, who's, of course, an NBC News political analyst. Meredith, I'm going to put up something here. I'm obsessed with Kentucky governor because look at this track record in the 21st century. the party that wins Kentucky governor seems to foreshadow the party that wins the presidency. It's been 100% accurate this century. We've got a nice little graphic here to prove this, starting in 2003. And each time it has been a fascinating barometer, sort of in the reverse of the Virginia post-presidential streak. I think it's 8 of the last 9 down there. And I find Andy Beshear, he ran against a Trump-like figure 4 years ago, ran the Biden campaign. Biden sort of, there is some synergy here.
Yeah, and you know, he might be the one to break the mold. He continues to be popular in the state of Kentucky, even though Donald Trump won the state by 26 points. It's a ruby red state, and I know a lot of Republicans are salivating over that governor's seat, and will be closely watching this race with Daniel Cameron, who's seen as a rising star in the party, who got Trump's endorsement, and, you know, like you said, has the rare quality of being backed by both McConnell and Trump.
Carlos, I would assume, as a Republican who's sort of more in the center of the Republican Party rather than, you know, you've got to be pleased with what the Kentucky Republican electorate. This felt like very normal Republicans that won, with normal Republican messaging.
Sure,
Trump messaging.
It was a good night for Trump, but I think it was an even better night for Mitch McConnell. And we know that Mitch McConnell's kind of the last guy standing when you're talking about the Republican establishment.
Yeah.
So not only did his candidate for governor win, which Trump also endorsed, but the Secretary of State, which fought off the election deniers, which we know is a big issue for McConnell, that too. So, you know, it does give people a little bit of hope that perhaps there's a course correction going on in the party here, much needed.
Yeah. Doug Jones, what's your, you and Andy Beshear, I mean, you've sort of done this race. You've won a race like this, you've lost a race like this.
Yeah.
How do you win it, and how do you
look, I think Andy Beshear has done an incredible job as governor of Kentucky, and people are going to recognize that. You know, folks in the South, there is a partisanship, there is that tribalism that goes on, but at the same time, they want somebody that's on the ground working for them, and that is somebody that they have seen. I think the Attorney General, Mr. Cameron, is going to have a very difficult time as a prosecutor explaining the endorsement of somebody who is under indictment and under investigation. I think there's a long way to go in this race, but I felt really good about where Andy Beshear is in the race.
Well, I'll just tell you, I mean, Beshear Cameron, I think this is going to be a marquee race, no matter what.
For sure.
This would have been a marquee if it was in an even-numbered year. Meredith, I want to talk about the DeSantis-Trump back and forth here, but I want to do it because there's been an interesting back and forth on abortion. I want to play something that DeSantis said about Trump on where he stands on abortion. Let me play it.
I think that as a Florida resident, you know, he didn't give an answer about would you have signed the heartbeat bill that Florida did. They had all the exceptions that people talk about. The legislature put it in. I signed the bill. I was proud to do it. He won't answer whether he would sign it or not.
I find this fascinating for a number of reasons. It signals where he wants to go in this primary. Now, Donald Trump responded on his personal social media site, Truth Social, and he said this: I was able to kill Roe v. Wade, much to the shock of everyone, and for the first time put the pro-life movement in a strong negotiating position. Without me, there would be no 6 weeks, 10 weeks, 15 weeks, or whatever is finally agreed to. Without me, the pro-life movement would have just kept losing. I find it, Trump's trying to moderate himself, and DeSantis, I guess he's borrowing the Ted Cruz strategy, trying to run to his right. It didn't work for Cruz 8 years ago. I don't know if it works now.
Well, he's, you know, certainly putting his foot down that he's going to stand behind the 6 weeks bill.
He's going to own this.
He's going to own this. And that's something that initially people were questioning when he signed it. It was kind of done in a quiet way, whether or not he was really going to campaign on this. Meanwhile, Trump has been a little bit all over the map when it comes to abortion, you know, claiming that he's the king of the pro-life movement. He's responsible for the toppling
Isn't
of
he right, though?
He
I mean, isn't this an interesting retort? Like, he still didn't take a position.
And yet he's saying he can also take credit for, like you said, 6 weeks, 15 weeks, wherever a state or a candidate might fall, he can take credit for some of that.
I mean, Trump's ability not to take a position sometimes is an asset, and this it might be.
Well, Chuck, what's happening is fascinating. Ron DeSantis is running in the Republican primary. Donald Trump is running in the general election.
He's already thinking about the
general. He is looking past the primary, and for someone who has so many issues, God knows if he even makes it that far, right? Because he's got a bunch of legal challenges that he's going to have to clear before that. But he is so confident that he's got this Republican nomination under his belt that he could ignore Ron DeSantis and say things like, I'm willing to negotiate on abortion. And by the way, I don't think DeSantis is going to be able to convince the Republican electorate that Trump wasn't good on abortion because he does have that Trump card, which is the Roe v. Wade decision.
A year ago, Doug, would you have thought DeSantis was going to be a harder matchup than Trump for Biden? Would you have assumed that? And do you still assume that?
Yeah, no, I probably still assume that.
But this 6-week abortion ban feels like an I just can't imagine any nominee successfully pulling this off with that, and that it just is surprising.
No, I agree with that. I think a year ago I would have certainly said that. Today, less or so, because I think we've seen DeSantis running so far to the right. And he is running away from middle America. He is running away from those independents and those moderate Republicans to some extent. You don't pick a fight with Tinkerbell the way he did, and the culture war and the cancel culture that he's engaged in. That's not where I think people are. So I think he'd still be tough to win. It's going to be a rough election.
Meredith, a lot of people pointed out this odd Kelly Craft endorsement at the last minute. That DeSantis and Kelly Craft share a political consultant in common who works for the super PAC. Kelly Craft's husband is extraordinarily wealthy and writes a lot of 7- and 8-figure checks. It's about the only explanation you can come up with.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk of this is going to be this Trump versus DeSantis endorsement proxy battle. I really didn't see it that way at all. DeSantis came in really at the last minute and in such an odd way. It was a robocall that at first some of the reporters who were forwarded this robocall, we were questioning if it was legitimate or not.
Sure.
Yeah,
and in the age of AI, we're all like,
right. And the Kraft
alert.
campaign, you know, they confirmed it. But as you said, it was very last minute. It came in the form of a robocall just a few days before. And, you know, it was sort of similar to, it was very last minute. And it's important to point out that they do share consultants.
Yeah, Carlos Cabello, is this, what I can't figure out is he getting bad advice or does he have bad instincts? And I thought this was a guy who had really good instincts.
Look, he is trying to professionalize his campaign. He has not been taking advice for a long time. It seems like that is going to start changing. And, you know, this issue that Doug brought up about electability in a general, I think is a real concern. Duval County, DeSantis.
How big of a deal do you think the Jacksonville mayor's race is?
Well, it's a deal. I don't know if it's a huge deal, but that's DeSantis' home turf.
It isn't a nothing burger.
I mean, DeSantis romped there in November. But since then, you know, all these new policies, well, the fight with Disney, you know, 6-week abortion ban, open carry. You can imagine that had an impact with some swing voters in Jacksonville.
And Duval is nothing but swing voters.
Right, exactly.
It is one of these interesting, almost suburban-like cities.
In a way, it's the new battleground. You know, it used to be the I-4 corridor. Now it's the Northeast.
Joe Biden and how he's going about this. Does the messaging change if DeSantis is the opponent rather than Trump?
I don't think so. I don't think it should. First of all, you know, back to this proxy issue real quick. I think DeSantis has to understand he may have some popularity. He doesn't have a following. And that's a big difference when you're starting endorsements around the country. He just doesn't have that yet. But I don't think the messaging changes at all. Joe Biden's message is success. His experience and success over the last 2 years. And what is going to be interesting is that more people are going to be feeling that success over the next year and a half. They're going to be feeling the $35 insulin cost and watching the bridges go up, watching the roads being prepared.
One of our pollsters reminded us of a quote Bob Dole said about his 1980 presidential campaign. He goes, he ran because he thought voters wanted a younger Reagan. And he said, it turns out they just wanted Reagan. and DeSantis is, you know, got this theory. They want a Trump with no drama. And it's like, they might just want Trump.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of people like the drama.
Yeah. And Meredith, thank you all. Before we go to break, I wanted to note the results from another election last night we didn't get to in Philadelphia, where Sherelle Parker is now likely on her way to be the city's first ever female mayor after winning the Democratic primary last night. The former city council member and state representative was part of a very crowded primary field that included former city council member Helen Jim, who was endorsed by progressive lawmakers like Senator Bernie Sanders, Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. And like we've seen in other big city mayoral contests, including New York and Chicago, crime was a key issue in this race. Parker ran on a more tough-on-crime platform, even signaling support for stop-and-frisk rules. Philadelphia is a Democratic Party stronghold, so Parker's primary victory last night means she is now poised to become the city's 100th mayor when the general election is held in November. Basically, if you're trying to say which side of the mayoral aisle is she on, she's probably closer to an Eric Adams than she is to a Karen Bass or a Brandon Johnson of Chicago. Up next, we're going to go live to North Carolina, the latest state to roll back access to abortion, despite the governor's efforts to veto it. The fallout next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. North Carolina Republicans took advantage of their veto-proof majority last night, overriding a veto by the state's Democratic governor to enact a 12-week abortion ban. Both the Senate and House voted along party lines, including now Republican State Representative Tricia Cotham, who switched her party affiliation last month, and that's what gave the supermajority to the GOP to allow this to happen. The new law bans abortion after 12 weeks. There's a 20-week exception for rape and incest and a 24-week exception for life-limiting fetal abnormalities. The law also requires a person seeking an abortion in that first 12 weeks to have an in-person visit with a doctor at least 72 hours before undergoing the procedure. So even within that 12-week period, it's some strict provisions to it. Some of the provisions of this new law, including that 12-week ban, are set to take effect as soon as July 1st. Now, the move in North Carolina comes as the debate over access to the abortion pill, mifepristone, is also back in court today. The panel of Republican-appointed judges on the Fifth Circuit heard arguments in the case this afternoon. Their ruling on the nationwide availability of the pill could come down at any time. But honestly, regardless of how this court rules, the case is likely to be appealed to the Supreme Court, unless for some reason this Fifth Circuit rules in the same way that Washington State's that district court judge from Washington State ruled. But that is unlikely. Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Raleigh, North Carolina. And Shaq, this is happening, and it feels like it's basically the beginning of the 2024 campaign in the Tar Heel state, because everything is on the ballot in 2024. The governor, the state legislature, the presidency, you name it.
That's exactly right, Chuck, and that kind of gives you a sense of why Governor Cooper was so aggressive and after vetoing this legislation, going to the districts of Republican legislators, trying to convince them to flip their vote. Because although he knew they likely wouldn't change their vote, he knows that this is going to be a on the political battleground from this point forward. North Carolina now shifting to that 12-week ban, but if you talk to opponents, that number is just is a little bit misleading because of the other provisions of the legislation that really change how abortions are done throughout the state. Chuck, I spoke to the Speaker of the House, the Republican Speaker of the North Carolina House of Representatives, about the changes in this law. Just listen to a little bit of our conversations, because it doesn't only reflect on what has been done so far, but it gives you a hint of what will happen in the future.
There were certainly a lot on my side of the aisle who felt like a 6-week bill, like it's being debated in South Carolina and other states, would be more appropriate. And then, of course, there's some that wanted more weeks than 12. And so the compromise came down to 12 weeks, but also made sure that we had those exceptions in there as well. So that's the bill that we passed.
You call this a compromise. Do you think that there's any future legislation to come here? Do you think that it can be restricted even more than 12 weeks?
So what I will say is that for this legislative session, meaning this calendar year and next calendar year, this will be all the legislation that we adopt on this topic.
Do you know what happens at the end of next calendar year? Well, that is when there will be a new governor elected in this state, perhaps leading to the idea that if there is a Republican who's elected as governor, then the supermajority is no longer a factor, and that means you could have some more restrictions similar to what you're seeing South Carolina try to debate right now with the six-week abortion ban. So more is potentially to come once the actual veto goes away.
And we also have the fact that I believe they're going to be redrawing the map, potentially, right? There could be a new map for all, not just congressional boundaries, but for the state legislature too, which could also, look, there's going to be some Republicans who voted for this who are going to be vulnerable, and I would assume the map drawers are trying to figure that out as well. I mean, this is what makes it feel like quite the convergence of sort of political fire here.
Absolutely. And, you know, one thing with the new maps, I mean, I talked to the speaker about this. The governor doesn't necessarily have a veto with that. I mean, just if you step back, the idea that this is a state with a Democratic governor, but a supermajority in the legislature, that just shows you the imbalance of power there, how the maps really work out and what that looks like electorally. I will say also, in terms of the supermajority that Republicans now have in this state, Democrats are pointing out that this may just be the beginning, that there are other issues that will come up while redistricting is not one of them. Things like transgender rights, education reform, those are things that can come before this legislature and now be enacted despite the governor issuing his veto.
Well, North Carolina is one of those strange, evenly divided states. There's not many swing voters. There's just a very evenly divided red and blue at times, and it is a small, tiny slice of voters that can tip the scales one way or the other. Anyway, Shaquille Brewster on the ground for us in North Carolina. Shaq, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. After the break, we have the latest on a scandal facing the Massachusetts U.S. Attorney's Office. It is evidence of an attempt to politicize that U.S. Attorney's Office. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Welcome back. We're now going to turn to a shakeup inside the Justice Department amid reports of misconduct and attempts to meddle in an election. The U.S. Attorney in Massachusetts, Rachel Rollins, announced her resignation after the Justice Department's Inspector General issued a scathing report today saying she used her position to try to help a candidate in the race for district attorney and then lied about it when confronted by investigators. At the same time, a separate government office, which is the Office of Special Counsel, released its own report that accused Rollins of breaking the law by leaking sensitive Justice Department information. Our own Justice Department correspondent, Ken Delaney, joins me now to break down the findings. I mean, the most alarming thing when I was reading this report, Ken, so basically this U.S. attorney got meddled in a primary for the DA, hinting that maybe there might be a federal investigation of one of the candidates. I mean, that is the weaponization of that office.
100%. Look, U.S. attorneys are some of the most powerful federal officials in the government, and you rarely see a scandal involving a U.S. attorney. This one's a doozy. These are some of the most scathing reports I've ever seen from these offices, the Inspector General on the one hand, and then the Office of Special Counsel, which investigates Hatch Act violations. They both looked at the same conduct, and they found that she abused her office, as you said, to try to plant a story, essentially, in the press, suggesting that the Justice Department was investigating, essentially, her political enemy. And then there are other things, too. I mean, she's accused of, and they found that she attended a Democratic fundraiser featuring Jill Biden, the First Lady, even though her ethics officers told her she can't do it because it's a violation of the Hatch Act.
Wow.
And she accepted some free tickets to a Boston Celtics game and some other stuff. The Office of Special Counsel said it was some of the most egregious violations of the Hatch Act he had ever seen.
How well known were these ethical violations before today? Like, did folks in did she have a reputation inside the Justice Department?
She did. She had a reputation in law enforcement circles, but what was most known about, because it was reported, was the attendance at the Biden fundraiser, at the Democratic fundraiser. But she tweeted at the time that she had permission to do it. That wasn't true. And then when they started looking, they learned people clearly made complaints from inside the office.
I was just going to say, this has all the, assistant U.S. attorneys are the career people, right? They call AUSAs.
That's right.
Right? Most of them are sort of what I call, they're the true believers, right? Meaning they're going to get justice wherever it takes them. They're the real true believers. The U.S. attorney is always the political head, right?
Exactly. And she was the former DA in Boston. She's a politician, but many U.S. attorneys are politicians.
Many of them are.
But they are vetted by the Senate, and who are usually very careful about who they put in these jobs. And in this case, obviously, people may have made a mistake.
Very quickly, while I have you here, the Durham report, do we think we're going to hear from Durham himself before he testifies on the Hill? I mean, does he speak to media? I mean, he's keeping a pretty low profile.
He has historically not spoken to media. Boy, I sure would love to hear from him and hear his thoughts on this remarkable report. I
have a few programs he could appear on.
There you go. I hope he takes you up on it. I mean, the general consensus among people who've been following this is that report was a bit of a dud, that he didn't even go as far as he had in other settings in arguing that the FBI shouldn't have opened that Russia investigation.
Right. But there is a larger problem here, the perception of the FBI. I mean, this was an FBI that, got overly involved. Comey got overly involved in both cases. That, to me, is the real takeaway here. This was Comey, and in his own bizarre way, maybe was trying to balance things out.
And the result is that half the country is very suspicious of the FBI, and that's a problem.
I think the whole country is now.
It's a problem for FBI agents going into court on bank robberies, for example.
100%. Ken Delaney, thank you, sir. Still to come, AI, space exploration, and The Princess Bride. Who, by chance, could I be talking about? We're going to break down one of the most intriguing interviews you'll ever see when billionaire Tesla founder and outgoing Twitter CEO Elon Musk sat down for an exclusive interview with CNBC's David Faber. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Welcome back. It has now been nearly 7 months since Elon Musk officially bought Twitter, and less than a week since he named a successor as CEO. But the founder of Tesla and SpaceX does not appear to be shying away from controversies surrounding his tweets and various public comments. In a wide-ranging interview with CNBC's David Faber, Musk defended his remarks and opinions and says he will continue to be outspoken regardless of the toll it takes on his businesses.
Do your tweets hurt the company? Are there Tesla owners who say, I don't agree with his political position because, and I know it because he shares so much of it?
You know, I'm reminded of the scene in The Princess Bride. Great movie.
Great movie.
Where he confronts the person who killed his father. And he says, offer me money. Offer me power. I don't care.
So you just don't care. You want to share what you have to say.
I'll say what I want to say, and if the consequence of that is losing money, so be it.
And David Faber joins me now. David, I'm sensitive. I'm never crazy about being asked to characterize interviews I conduct, and I'm sensitive to that here, David. But I'm curious, have you interviewed him before? Have you interviewed him before?
Never. No,
okay.
No,
so this is your first interaction with him. You know, to me, it's not surprising when somebody as successful and wealthy as he is saying, I don't care, right? They have, I think in their mind, they have the bank account to say, well, I don't care. Do you think that's true, or do you think he's just saying it?
I don't know, to be honest. You know, he's so influential. He's so important in the business world. I mean, there's no getting around that. I find it hard to imagine he can't understand the impact that so many of these tweets have, because he typically does latch on to things that are sometimes distasteful, sometimes just wrong. It's behavior, though, that he doesn't want to stop. You know, he says he's a free speech absolutist, and he seems to mean it, at least when it comes to what he has to say.
You know, it's interesting. How does he have the time? He's extraordinarily online. I just sit here, you know, there's certain senators, and I always sit there and you're like, oh, man, this is their full-time job, is to be online. And yet, Elon Musk is also designing rockets and designing cars, and I really, you know, there's no doubt if he's not in the room, stuff doesn't get done. I'm just surprised at how much this is not a distraction.
I agree with you. I don't know exactly. Obviously, you know, I asked him. He works 7 days a week.
Yeah.
Took 3 days off last year. Does sleep 6 hours a night, more than I thought he might.
Yeah.
But he does spend a lot of time on that phone, on Twitter.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. He sees it as communication platform, clearly. He's obviously very able to get his views across or anything else he wants. But you're right. This is the most consequential businessman on the planet. You know, launching rockets into space, the largest EV maker by far, and yet he does dedicate his most important resource, his time, to this.
Very quickly, is there another CEO in history you would compare him to? Or is he unlike anybody else we've ever seen in the business world?
You know, there's nobody that close. I mean, Jobs was certainly interesting, incredibly influential, but this guy is unique. And no handlers, no PR people, nothing, Todd, just him.
So I've heard, which is why booking him, fantastic. That to me is the win, David. I am jealous, and I am not afraid to admit it. David Faber, great stuff. It was quite the interview. I digested the entire thing. Thanks for being with us this hour. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Tom Costello, who's sitting in for Hallie Jackson, and it begins right now.
Top of the hour, and we are coming on the air with an abortion showdown just wrapping up in federal court with sharp questions from the judges about a widely used pill. Taking it off the market could cut off access to abortion care for millions, as 2 southern states are putting up new barriers. Where is access headed? We're asking that question. Also, a car chase controversy. Prince Harry and Meghan say they got into a, quote, near catastrophic wreck. The police say not so fast. The eerie parallels to the death of Harry's mother, Diana. Plus, in this breakdown, we're looking at eggs going the way of Humpty Dumpty, having a great fall in prices, their lowest levels in nearly 2 years. Is it a sign of broader cost cuts at the grocery store for you and for me? And never before seen images of the Titanic. You got to see this. The first full-size scan of the sunken ship, giving us new insight into how it may have gone under. And then Netflix is courting advertisers for the first time ever, and we are learning more about new struggles for its lower-cost subscription. Those details later in the show. Good day, I'm Tom Costello, in for Hallie, and we begin with the newest battle over abortion access in this country. Mifepristone, the most commonly used abortion pill, is at the center of a court case that will likely land at the Supreme Court and could remove this pill from U.S. markets completely. A panel of 3 conservative appeals court judges in Louisiana heard oral arguments in the closely watched case that wrapped up in just the last hour. The judges hit the lawyer trying to keep access open with some tough questions and skepticism about the FDA's decades-long approval of the pill. Take a listen.
I think FDA is charged with determining what is relevant for safety and efficacy, and it's certainly not up to lawyers and judges to come in and say, well,
if the FDA didn't consider an important part of the problem, it is our role, correct, to go behind the FDA and determine whether what they did was arbitrary and capricious.
All right. Well, remember, we've been talking a lot about the future of access to this abortion pill recently. And then the Supreme Court just last month temporarily blocked that lower court ruling that would have tightened up the restrictions. Now, the pill has been approved since the year 2000, to provide abortions and manage miscarriages. And now it's all but certain whether these judges, what they decide and when they would decide it, whether it will now go all the way up to the Supreme Court. All of this as lawmakers in South Carolina look at that they're about to pass a 6-week ban on most abortions. 6 weeks. The latest state to scale back abortion access across the country. NBC Shaq Brewster is monitoring all of this in South Carolina, but we now begin with our senior legal correspondent, Laura Jarrett. Laura, this appeals court is stacked with conservative Donald Trump appointees. Walk us through what we're hearing from some of them today, and where could this case go?
Yeah, 2 of those appointees from the former president hearing this case today, another one appointed by George W. Bush. We don't know exactly how they will rule, when they will federal rule. They don't have a deadline. But if I were a lawyer for the Biden administration tonight, I would be advising the president that they appear unlikely to allow this to go forward. They appeared, I think, deeply skeptical. Skeptical will probably be putting it mildly, Tom. They really took DOJ and the pill manufacturer to task, especially on this issue of whether the groups that sued to begin with, the anti-abortion groups and doctors, whether those doctors have standing. The Biden administration has maintained all along that they don't have standing. Remember, these are doctors that don't want to actually prescribe this drug. They're morally opposed to the drug. And this court has said, this three-judge panel essentially saying that they do have standing, at least through their questioning, suggesting that they do, which would be a big step. But of course, remember, all of this may not really matter that much in the short term because the Supreme Court's going to hear this case either way you cut it.
And what they decide there could have a national implication, right? So make it clear for us now, what will this mean for people trying to have access to this abortion pill, not just in South Carolina, but nationwide?
Right. So remember, this all dates back to this judge's order from last month, this federal judge in Texas that invalidated the FDA's approval nationwide, which would rip the pill off the market for everybody nationwide. That's what the Biden administration is fighting. That's what's up on appeal in the Fifth Circuit. So if the Fifth Circuit decides that that judge was right, then the Biden administration will go back up to the Supreme Court to try to get that stopped, to try to get that blocked. No telling exactly, of course, how the Supreme Court would rule on this. Just because they agreed to put in that temporary pause to maintain access to the pill doesn't mean that they would do so on the merits. That was just in sort of an emergency order type situation. So it's unclear how they would actually treat this. But it would have enormous implications given that this is the #1 way that people terminate their pregnancies nowadays, Tom.
I said South Carolina. I meant Louisiana. But, Laura, thank you very much. Laura Jarrett. All right, now let's bring in NBC's Shaq Brewster. And, Shaq, lawmakers in South Carolina look like they're getting closer to passing a bill that would ban most abortions at 6 weeks. So walk us through what this would do and what could it mean for access to abortion in South Carolina and broadly across the South.
Well, Tom, you could be looking at potentially dramatic changes. South Carolina now debating a bill that would put it further and take it further than even what we saw here in North Carolina just yesterday. Is South Carolina debating a 6-week abortion ban? There are some exceptions in that law that would allow for rape. If there is a case of rape and incest, that would push that limit to about 12 weeks. But this would represent a dramatic shift. And, you know, normally we talk about debates between Democrats and Republicans, and that definitely exists in South Carolina. But really what the holdup is and has been in that state is a debate within Republicans. House Republicans have been calling for a near total ban, but the state Senate is saying all they can get right now is that 6-week ban. Meanwhile, you have Democrats in the state just saying all of this is politics and it's about controlling women. Listen to what we heard from a Democratic lawmaker.
They have left them to die. I say it's time out with playing with the lives of South Carolinians and especially women in this state.
What you're seeing right now in South Carolina is Democrats, they've flooded the procedures with amendments, hundreds and hundreds of amendments that have to be voted on by the entire chamber. This is the second special session that they've had to consider this legislation after previous legislation was struck down by the state Supreme Court. So a lot of movement back and forth. But bottom line, it looks like South Carolina is on the verge of passing that 6-week abortion ban. Tom.
All of this coming after the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade, leaving it up to the states to decide. Shaq, thanks very much. Shaq Brewster. All right, we are now getting some mixed messages about whether an incident involving the paparazzi and Prince Harry and Meghan really was or wasn't serious. A spokesperson for the couple says that they were in a, quote, near catastrophic car chase in New York City, while law enforcement sources tell us it wasn't really a chase necessarily. It happened after an awards ceremony in Manhattan. You're seeing pictures from inside the Women of Vision Awards that Meghan and Harry attended last night, and you see them right before this all went down. Two senior law enforcement sources tell us Harry and Meghan left the Ziegfeld Ballroom where the event was being held at about 9:50 to 10 p.m. And then you see the couple leaving the event. Police say what happened next was, quote, a chaotic scene. A lot of paparazzi around the Duke and the Duchess of Sussex apparently trying to follow them. And if the chaos sounds familiar, it is, because there are some parallels to how Harry's mom, Diana, Princess Diana, died. A high-speed car chase in Paris, and then she was being followed, of course, by the high-speed paparazzi. No comment from Buckingham Palace, Kensington Palace, about this matter today, but NBC's Ron Allen is following it from New York City, and Keir Simmons is outside of Buckingham Palace. We start with Ron. Ron, police have a preliminary timeline of how this all went down. What else do they know about what happened?
Well, they describe it again as a challenging situation, not potentially catastrophic. But Harry and Meghan released a statement that clearly shows that they were very, very upset by what happened. And given what happened to his mother, and given the fact that he moved his family from the UK in part to escape the British tabloids and British paparazzi, you can perhaps understand why this is a very, very sensitive thing for them. As we understand it, after they left the Ziegfeld Theater behind me, they went down some city streets, 57th Street it is, heading towards the west side, the FDR, about a half mile in that direction to get to a highway. Then this whole process where they are either followed or chased, depending upon which interpretation you want to believe, lasts about an hour and 15 minutes to 2 hours or so. They end up at a police precinct where the police facilitate them getting into a taxi. The taxi pulls off for a little while, 15, 20 minutes, gets blocked by a garbage truck, if you can believe that. They go back to the precinct and get into another vehicle and go back home. During this whole time, it appears that they're in a car with a security guard, and there's a NYPD police car that's leading them through the city. Again, the police say that this was challenging, that there were no collisions, no summonses, no injuries, no arrests, and the Sussex say it was near catastrophic. Highly aggressive paparazzi, relentless pursuit, multiple near collisions. And again, you can understand why they would say things like that, given just the history here. And there are very eerie parallels to what happened in Paris.
Yeah, I was living in London at the time, and actually Princess Diana's cortege, her funeral procession, went past my house back then. So it rings very seriously to me. And I'm just wondering, there are parallels, as you discussed, between what happened today, or this week, I should say, and also what happened back in 1997, right? But three senior law enforcement sources are kind of downplaying it ever so slightly here in the States.
Yeah, I was there too. I remember seeing you there. And I spent 3 months in Paris covering this after it happened, after the Diana crash. And to be clear, this was not that. But again, we're in a major city where there was some sort of a chase or being followed. We have heard, interestingly, from the taxi driver who they encountered along the way at some point. Here's how he described what happened when they got in his car and they had to stop somewhere. Take a listen.
People just came out of nowhere with cameras and started snapping pictures. It was just like a strobe light show. I don't know what happened previous in the day, right? With me, it was chaotic, but not crazy.
So again, yeah, we don't know exactly what the whole process was through the entire evening as they were on the move through the city. And again, this lasted anywhere from an hour to perhaps a longer period of time. But they got to where they were going. I believe it's a private residence somewhere in the city, safe and sound. About a mile or two from here was their ultimate destination. But again, the Sussex released this statement because they were angry, because they were scared, perhaps, because they were upset. The taxi driver said that they appeared nervous when they got in the car. So how can you have to look at it in both ways. And but again, the NYPD are playing down any suggestion that this was a potentially catastrophic situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Ron, thank you very much. Ron Allen in New York. Let's bring in Keir Simmons from London. And Keir, it certainly seems as if what happened to his mom was scarring to him. It has left him deeply traumatized. And now we've had, a similar pursuit, if you will, according to them, in New York City. This has got to be of concern to the royals, even though perhaps, it is strained, the relationship strained right now.
Of course, the relationship is strained. I can imagine that the king, who's in Buckingham Palace right now,
will be concerned. It's a mark, isn't it, of the age we live in, that it's descending quite quickly into kind of polarized opinions about what exactly happened. I think Ron had it exactly right. Where they followed, where they chased, you end up with trying to negotiate through those linguistics, if you like. I think to make some points about the comparison with Princess Diana, his mom. Princess Diana was trying to escape the paparazzi. She tried to evade the unwanted cameras most of her adult life when she crashed in Paris, and it looks like Prince Harry, Meghan and her mum were trying to escape the paparazzi, so there's a kind of parallel there. And another point, I think, Princess Diana had lost her security, her royal security, if you like, and she was being guarded by freelance private bodyguards, and again, it looks like the Sussexes are being guarded by their own private security. And I think one of the questions here will be, how on earth did they end up getting into a taxi? I mean, that just sounds, chaotic is the right word to describe the kind of protection that they appear to have been received. And I mean, in the end, you know, it is the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. You can understand why they and her mum, his mother-in-law, might be frightened in that situation. That being said, Tom, as well, the other part of this is that Prince Harry has been waging this war with the British tabloid press in particular and against the paparazzi, and that's another piece of the puzzle, another piece of why they would issue a statement like this, I think.
Keir, I know that you have met Prince Harry before, you've interviewed him before, and I'm just wondering, do you think that this event might cause he and his wife to retreat further from public view?
I don't think they're going to retreat further from public view, but I do think what it tells us is that this battle, this crusade almost that Prince Harry believes he's on, he isn't stopping. I mean, there's an interesting quote at the beginning of his book, his autobiography, that goes along somewhere along the lines of, the past isn't the past. Well, clearly for Prince Harry, the past is definitely not the past. He's still living that same battle, if you like. And you have to wonder, just for him, for them, you know, how long does this continue? Because there are those who would argue that fighting with the media just gets you nowhere. I mean, it's just endless. You know, there are parts of the media that might almost enjoy it. I would make another point, and I think it's an important one too, though, is that here in the UK, the royals have put out statements about paparazzi in the past. What they're trying to do when they do that is to prevent the pictures from being sold, because they believe that if they can interrupt that kind of economic advantage, that will actually slow the paparazzi down and perhaps stop them from doing what they're doing. And perhaps the Sussexes were trying to do that here, but with this language, the question is whether they're going to just end up being criticised for not depicting what happened in an accurate way.
All right. Thank you very much, Keir Simmons, who remains in London on the story for us. Now to Idaho, where a grand jury has indicted the man accused of fatally stabbing 4 University of Idaho students last year. Brian Koberger is expected to be arraigned on murder charges and enter a plea during a court appearance on Monday. The 28-year-old criminology student is accused of stabbing and killing the students last November at their house near campus. Koberger was arrested at his family's home in Pennsylvania last December, suspected of 4 counts of first-degree murder and burglary. The grand jury's indictment lets the state avoid a preliminary hearing. Neither prosecutors nor Koberger's public defender could be immediately released for comment. NBC's Steve Patterson on the story for us. Steve, how does a grand jury indictment impact proceedings, and what's the legal strategy here on the part of the DA?
Well, the impact all has to center around the fact that, as you mentioned, there is no preliminary hearing. It is more involved than people think it is. You're talking about a week-long, essentially, trial before the trial, where evidence is presented, where testimony is exhibited in court, where there's cross-examination to that testimony. None of that is going to happen in a courtroom setting. So you have now a prosecution that is just dealing with that grand jury and a judge. So if you're talking about strategic considerations, they don't have to show their hand. They're not, none of the witnesses that they would call to that situation are going to be exposed to the defense. So the defense won't know how, for instance, maybe one of those witnesses would fold or not under pressure of cross-examination. That, of course, could be part of the strategic calculus. Another thing is, for these witnesses that would be called, we know that some of them were inside that house. They are survivors of this incident. They are people that live there. They don't have to relive this on the stand in front of a public setting. That is sort of one consideration. Another might be the fact that, now there's going to be no media around that attention, no media circus, no weeks of speculation, possibly contaminating or affecting the outcome of the case. All of that part of this now, that it is now essentially a private consideration. The next thing that will happen is on Monday, Kohberger expected in for an arraignment where he will enter a plea in this case. Tom?
Steve, neither the police nor the DA have described a motive in these killings. Do we have any idea of what the evidence is? Some of it we became aware of with the arrest, but do we have any more idea of what the evidence is here?
No more, other than, obviously what was said at the time, the knife sheath that was found in the home containing DNA matched to familial DNA at Kohberger's home, matched to his father. There's also the cell phone records. There were pings before and after in the area. And of course, relating to what we were talking about, the witness testimony that is expected, those witnesses say they saw a silhouette of a person inside the home, maybe matching the build of Kohberger. All that part of this. But as you also said, we haven't been in touch with the prosecution or defense, so we don't know what more exactly they have, Tom.
Yeah, and the DA had said at the time of the arrest that they would really keep a lid on it. So maybe we wait for the trial. Steve, thanks very much. Steve Patterson. So in the next couple of hours, President Biden will be landing in Anchorage, the first leg of a 5-day journey to Asia, cut short by the high-stakes talks to try to avert a global economic disaster. Here's what's on the schedule for the president at the G7. He'll meet with the Japanese Prime Minister tomorrow in Hiroshima. Friday, he and the other G7 leaders will visit the Hiroshima Memorial Museum, the site of the nuclear bombing during World War II. Saturday, he will talk about infrastructure. And we will hear from him Sunday in a press conference before he heads back to D.C. And that's where he will put his focus back on the debt ceiling. Before leaving today, the president sounded hopeful about the talks.
I'm confident that we'll get the agreement on the budget, that America will not default. We're going to come together because there's no alternative to do the right thing for the country.
NBC's Mike Memoli joins me now from Hiroshima, Japan, ahead of the president. Mike's been up all night. It's now daylight tomorrow in Japan. Mike, it's a thin tightrope that the president is walking here. He wants to stay close to allies, but his mind will clearly be on these high-stakes talks back here in D.C. Where do the talks stand at this hour between House Republicans and the president?
Well, happy Thursday morning here from Hiroshima, Tom. And the president clearly, before beginning that very long journey here to Japan, thought it was important to lay down a bit of a marker back home in Washington to set an optimistic tone for where he thinks talks are at the moment. And it was clear that the second meeting between Biden and that group of 4 legislators, the top Democrats and Republicans from the House and Senate, yesterday in the Oval Office went far better than the first meeting. And the president really underscored one reason why, which is the team of negotiators that have now been empowered by the 2 key players, himself and Speaker McCarthy, to really get into the weeds and the thorny negotiations over the next few days. That includes Congressman Garrett Graves on the Republican side, who's been quietly an important ally for Speaker McCarthy with that rambunctious Republican conference. And then on the Biden side, we have Louisa Terrell. She's the Director of Legislative Affairs. Of course, she's going to be involved in these talks. Steve Ricchetti, a top Biden lieutenant, member of his inner circle for more than a decade. The key player to watch really here is the director of the Office of Management and Budget, Shalonda Young. She's been in that role for 2 years. It's what she did before that that is really driving, I think, some of the optimism here. She was in the trenches as a staffer on the Appropriations Committee in the House for more than a decade. And so she has built relationships with Republican staffers in a way that I think is going to bear real fruit potentially here to the extent that these negotiations are successful. And now the president, the other job he's going to have, of course, Tom, when he is here, he'll be getting briefed regularly on where those talks are back home, but he's going to have to reassure our allies. The G7 is, of course, the world's biggest economies, and as the president has warned about the economic fallout of a default in the U.S., we know that the ripple effects globally will also be significant. That's why Jake Sullivan said the president's, yes, going to be reassuring our allies that we will avoid default, but that he's leaving, cutting this trip short so that he can go home and make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, to put a fine point on it, the dollar is the global currency and the G7 is the big gathering. All right, let's talk a little bit more about the G7 summit. Ukraine likely to be a big focus. Talking war in a city like Hiroshima, whose very name evokes war, that'll be, I would think, poignant. But also China, both in its economic expansion and also the threats to Taiwan. And the president also floating this idea that he may try to talk to China's leader sometime soon as well, right?
Yeah, that's right, Tom. I mean, you're right that Ukraine is going to be the early focus here. The G7, obviously an economically focused alliance, but the president very proud of the fact that it's not just Europe that's stepping up to the plate. The host, Japan, has been a key part of it as well. The larger trip, though, is really meant to send a signal of strength on the part of Biden and other democracies, our allies here in Asia, in China's backyard. That's why cutting the trip short was seen as potentially a win for China, evidence of what President Xi Jinping has told President Biden, which he doesn't think democracies can function. Our colleague Monica Alba asked the president about that earlier today, and let's take a listen to his response.
With President Xi soon, sir?
That's my word, sooner now. We will be.
Has it upstairs.
So it is possible that we will hear of a meeting between President Biden and President Xi. White House officials are downplaying that at the moment. We've seen a ramp up of diplomatic engagements between top-level U.S. and Chinese officials of late, Tom.
Mike Memoli, time for a fish breakfast there in Japan. Thanks very much, Mike. Traveling with the president. The ongoing culture war on book bans in Florida is at the center of a new lawsuit against a school district in that state. Penguin, Random House, authors, Florida parents, and an advocacy group are all getting in on this suit after the Escambia County School District and its school board banned 10 books related to race and the LGBTQ community. Now, the first lawsuit argues that removing books on these topics is part of a, quote, clear agenda. Since late May, the district and the board have removed or indefinitely restricted access to 5 books by the author plaintiffs, the ones you see here on your screen. They include Uncle Bobby's Wedding, Two Boys Kissing, and other books. NBC's Antonia Hilton joins me now. Antonia, the lawsuit cites the First and the 14th Amendments here, right? So talk us through that.
That's right, Tom. This lawsuit was filed this morning, and this coalition of parents in the district, of authors, of free speech advocates, and a publisher, they're arguing that the removal of these books poses a threat to people's First Amendment rights and to the Equal Protection Clause in the 14th Amendment. And that's because they're pointing out that the disproportionate number of the books focus on LGBTQ people and racial minorities. And what they want to see happen is this school district and other school districts in the state of Florida that have been engaged in similar practices bring these books back into the fold. The parents involved in this lawsuit, for example, they've argued that their kids have the right to have access to unique stories, to perspectives, to types of families that look different than theirs. Take a listen to a conversation that one of the authors of one of the most banned books in the country had on MSNBC earlier today.
When you have a book that is telling a first-hand account of what it is like to grow up in this country being Black and queer and giving representation to a community that rarely gets to see themselves seen in books, seen on television, it creates an empowerment for those students.
Many of the parents and administrators that have pushed to remove books in this district and elsewhere have labeled some of these themes inappropriate. Pornographic is a word that comes up often. I reached out to the school district to see what their response was to this lawsuit. They said they couldn't comment in an official capacity, but I did talk to one of the school board members who told me that he was surprised not by the contents of this lawsuit, Tom, but by the fact that their district was chosen because this is happening in so many parts of Florida right now. And he said that their impression is that they are following what the state, what current leadership under DeSantis wants schools to do.
You know, I'm just curious here, and I don't mean to blindside you if you don't know the answer here, but so they're taking this action in the school district. Are they also taking this action in the community libraries? And how does this fit into the broader political landscape in Florida and across the country?
Well, you're absolutely right that there is a broader context here. So there are the public school districts and the fights there. Usually there are review processes that have long been in place where parents could always come forward. They could raise concerns about a book. They could have their child opt out of a certain lesson in class. And if district leaders had questions, they could go through it in a committee. But we're seeing this now happen in higher education, too. In fact, on Monday, Governor DeSantis signed a bill that is going to keep public universities and colleges from being able to have diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. So you're right that there's a longer lens here, and this is all part of a culture war that is certainly, spreading in Florida, but is elsewhere too.
Well, Florida is right in the middle of it. Antonia, thank you very much for your reporting. Confirmation today that another American has died fighting in Ukraine. It comes from the family of 45-year-old Army veteran Nicholas Mamer. After this video was posted on Telegram showing the chief of Russia's mercenary group, the Wagner Group, standing over what he says is a dead American soldier in Bakhmut, where fighting has intensified. Mamer's uncle confirmed to the Idaho Statesman that the body is, in fact, that of his nephews. The State Department says it is aware of the reports, but has not been able to confirm Mamer's death independently. Our NBC affiliate in Boise, KIVI, reports that Mamer retired from the Army back in 2018 and then went to Ukraine last spring to begin training civilian volunteers stationed alongside Ukraine's border. Mamer's death marks at least the 10th American killed since the Russian invasion started last year. Joining me now from Kyiv, NBC's Molly Hunter. Molly, what more do we know about this American veteran who was killed on the battlefield in Ukraine?
And Tom, your intro right there really kind of demonstrated to our audience how complicated it is to confirm when we see and when we get reports like this or when we see videos like that from the Wagner chief, Yevgeny Prigozhin. I do just want to add that NBC News spoke with Sherry Mamery, which is Nicholas's aunt, who also confirmed his death to us. What's interesting, though, he was one of thousands of Americans and foreign fighters who came over, Tom, at the beginning of the war to join the fight. And, of course, he was a Green Beret. He was a 20-year U.S. veteran. And he said he felt like his skills could really be of use. Now, just a couple of months ago, a couple of months before his death, our colleague Raf Sanchez was actually covering the training of volunteer Ukrainian soldiers who were civilians training up to be soldiers. And he actually met Nicholas. Take a listen to what he had to say.
In kind of recent history, this is one of the most clear-cut violations of human rights and national sovereignty that we've seen. With my background, I knew I was compelled to come help.
Tom, Raf had asked him how he arrived in Ukraine, why he showed up, and you just heard that answer. He also asked him, had you been east yet? This was just in February. He said, I haven't been east yet, but I was prepared to go. And as we learn details about the circumstances of his death, it does sound and it does appear, if those videos that we saw from the Wagner Group were accurate, that he did die in the very fierce fighting in Bakhmut, which is in the east, Tom.
Absolutely. That's been in the headlines for months now in eastern Ukraine, and we've been watching that city really just get absolutely pummeled. But we've also seen these aerial attacks. They came yesterday, and the strategy seemed to be to try to take out, as I understand it, some of the Patriot missile batteries defending Kyiv. Now, the Russians claim that they took out a Patriot missile battery. The Ukrainians have denied it. What is your best sense on the ground? Were those defense systems taken out?
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, these are a key and very strategic, very important part of Ukraine's air defenses. Tom, we talked to the Ukrainian air defense yesterday, touted their success, really saying that they shot down every single missile, that there wasn't any damage. Well, that does not appear to be the case. So you did just say the Russian claim that they have taken out not only radars, but also launchers of the U.S.-made Patriot air defense systems. Well, tonight, 2 U.S. officials tell NBC News that a Patriot system incurred damage on Tuesday, but is still operational. And when we pressed Ukrainian officials today about that, their top line, Tom, was that they're still operational. There is nothing to look at, nothing to worry about here.
All right, good information there. Molly Hunter in Kyiv, thank you very much. Coming up from us, a dire warning from scientists, a grim climate change milestone that they say we are rapidly approaching. And new tech means you'll no longer have to choose between your favorite condiments, how you can have it all. All of it. Coming up later in 5 Things. Okay, we're back. Does the news get you down? Well, a new study finds good news might make negative stuff feel better. We all need that, right? It's coming up in the 5 things. But first from us, some bad news. Today, the World Meteorological Organization is sounding the alarm with a new report, and it says the Earth is likely to break a key global warming threshold for the first time ever. The organization says at least once between this year and 2027, there is a 66% chance that yearly temps will climb higher than 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. Also, between now and 2027, a 98% chance that we will see the warmest year ever recorded. The WMO says this is not only bad news for the environment, but also for our health, our food, our security, and other issues like water management. We want to bring in meteorologist Angie Lastman now for more on this, I should say. And Angie, what other red flags does this report raise?
Yeah, the report has so many facets to it, Tom, a lot of red flags. The most important one, what you just mentioned right off the bat, was that 1.5 degree threshold, that we are more likely than not, for the first time ever, to reach that 1.5 degree threshold. That doesn't mean that it is a long-term threshold, that we have reached that globally and it will be permanent. It means that temporarily we could see some years over the next 5 years where we reach that threshold. It has a multitude of effects, even if it's just for a short term, and it gives us kind of a signal that we could be seeing this more frequently, and then eventually permanently, something that of course will have catastrophic damage across the globe. A couple of other things to note: the last 8 years have been the hottest years on record, but as you just noted, there is a very good chance, a 98% chance, that we could beat that 2016 record of the hottest temperature across the globe, and that could happen in the next 5 years. So giving us, again, more signals that if we don't change what we're doing when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions, et cetera, that we could be on this path that we no longer can stop, Tom.
Okay, alert everybody, stand by. We'll have good news in a minute, but let's focus on this for a second. First of all, El Nino is a contributing factor, right? So explain what that is and what it will mean for temperatures globally.
Yeah, so basically El Nino is a climate pattern. We look at the tropical Pacific and we see how the sea surface temperatures there change over time. And when it gets warmer there, it gets warmer globally as well. And we can see that happening here over the short term, Tom. And that means that those global temperatures, they have a big impact. And then we'll likely see that El Nino impacting us here, and continuing to see those temperatures warming up for us, causing some problems. And the El Nino, of course, something that we'll have to monitor. That strong El Nino happened just after 2016 as well. So again, another signal that we could be headed that way.
It's a beautiful day outside here today in D.C. Angie, thank you very much. All right, let's get you over now to the 5 things our team thinks that you should know about tonight. Number 1, the Virginia man accused of attacking 2 staffers in Congressman Jerry Connolly's office with that metal baseball bat. He's now facing a federal assault charge. He was already facing multiple local charges. The 49-year-old man refused to show up for his arraignment yesterday. Police are still trying to understand his motive. Number 2, the share of people who are working from home tripled during the pandemic. That according to new data from the Census Bureau. In 2019, just 5.7% of all workers in the U.S. were home-based. That ballooned to 18% in 2021. As you might expect, areas like management, business, science, art, sales, they saw the biggest increase in working from home. Not firefighters, not cooks. Number 3, the San Antonio Spurs are the winner of the first overall pick in one of the most anticipated NBA draft lotteries of all time. And if you have been following basketball, you know who they're going after. 19-year-old French basketball phenom Victor Wembanyama. The 7'3" power forward being called the most exciting prospect since LeBron James. He's already putting up incredible stats in France's professional basketball league. 7'3". Number 4, a new study says that good news, here we go, good news may buffer the effects of negative stories like climate change. Researchers found that people who saw stories about things like terror attacks were then shown stories about human kindness, dogs. They felt fewer negative emotions compared to people who only saw bad news. Number 5, the latest advancement in condiment technology is here. Yes, there is such a thing. Kraft Heinz is unveiling a new Heinz Remix Sauce dispenser. It's a futuristic digital machine. It can mix up any combo of 4 base sauces: ketchup, 57 sauce, ranch, barbecue, whatever you like, along with what it calls enhancers: jalapeno, smoky chipotle, buffalo, and mango. May I please add mayonnaise with that for my Belgian wife's fries? It's good. You ought to try it. Mayonnaise and fries. When we come back, scrambled, over easy, hard-boiled, however you like your eggs, buying them is finally starting to get easier on your wallet. See what we did there? Over easy? We'll tell you why when we come back.
Back now from Las Vegas,
from Seattle, Guatemala City,
from Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas, from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Attention, America, check your grocery bill. Have you noticed the price of eggs? It may not be the sticker shock that you were expecting. It might be relief, because right now, the price of a dozen eggs on the wholesale market is down to its lowest level in nearly 2 years. Take a look at this chart here. You're going to see wholesale prices hovering around $1 starting back in January of 22. It then shoots all the way up to more than $4.50 just 6 months ago. And then look at that, a ski slope, now just 50 cents. And that, of course, means we are paying less as well. NBC's Brian Chung is going to break it down for us.
After an eye-popping rise in egg prices earlier in the year, Humpty Dumpty is now having a great fall. The average nationwide retail price for a dozen eggs now at $3.27. That's down from an all-time peak of $4.82 back in January. Why? Supply and demand now tilting in the favor of consumers.
Part of the reason why we got to such high prices had to do with high-path avian influenza.
That's right, the deadly bird flu, now starting to get under control. Sick birds led to low supply in December, the time of year when demand for eggs is highest. In the winter, the U.S. had about 308 million hens laying eggs, 20 million less than a year before. Cal-Maine Foods, the country's largest egg producer, commanding 20% of the retail egg market, sharply raised prices. Its profits grew more than 700% in the last quarter. Those profits ruffled feathers on Capitol Hill, with Democrats like Senator Elizabeth Warren and Congresswoman Katie Porter accusing them of price gouging. Cal-Maine's response, it does not directly set retail egg prices. But the worst of the bird flu appears to be over. The hen population is growing again, moving back up to 314 million in March. so supplies back in order. All while demand wanes.
We're almost a week after Mother's Day, moving into Memorial Day, which, then comes into your grilling season.
With the holidays over and school about to break, the peak time for baking and eating breakfast at home is fading, which could all lead to deals at the grocery store.
My guess is see it another several percentage points down, maybe closer to a $2.99 or $2.75 situation, depending on what kind of promotions we see throughout the retail channels.
All right, Brian Chung joins us now for more. All right, Brian, I'm going to pick up on your puns. Things got a little scrambled during the whole bird flu scare. Even Dollar Tree just stopped selling eggs because they got so expensive. And now we're seeing this relief. I know you follow this stuff. Is this a sign of other food prices that might start to come down?
Yeah, that was an excellent pun, Tom. I got to hand it to you. But look, when we talk about what's happening in eggs, we have to remember that the bird flu obviously is idiosyncratic and unique to the egg industry. It's not like lettuce or other things that also got more expensive. We're experiencing the same thing. So broadly speaking, the trend that you're seeing in eggs isn't necessarily going to be translatable to other types of food products. But look, broadly speaking, we're seeing food at home, at least in terms of as measured by the Consumer Price Index, fall between the months of March and April, as according to the most recent release. But that doesn't necessarily mean that all food's getting cheaper. Food away from home did get more expensive, so dining out does remain quite expensive. But look, I found in Brooklyn very recently $1 for a dozen eggs, so that extra money is allowing me to buy an extra chocolate bar on the way out, so it's still welcome news no matter what.
Brian, you don't even eat chocolate. I know you don't. You're so thin. Love that guy. Brian, thank you very much. Brian Chung. Coming up, folks in Michigan are calling one of their police officers there a hero. What he did to save a 4-month-old baby. We're going to have the story later in the local. And it's been over 100 years since the Titanic sank in the waters off of the North Atlantic, rather. How new technology is putting a fresh set of eyes on the wreckage. This is a super cool story. That's coming up next.
Podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
All right, brand new images of the Titanic are showing us the ship's wreckage like we've never seen it before, thanks to deep sea mapping technology. Researchers now have the first full-sized digital scan of that doomed ship sitting 2.5 miles under the Atlantic Ocean. These are these remarkable images. Take a look at this. You see here the bow of the ship, the front. And as the scan swoops around, they've located where the grand staircase was, made famous in that blockbuster Hollywood movie. Researchers found the stern of the ship. and the radio room. And the pictures look as if the water has just been drained away. Investigators say these images will help us all understand what really happened to that ship in 1912. Take a listen.
You can literally move around this vast wreck and find any detail that you want to. And that'll allow us eventually to understand how the wreck fell apart when it sank. Because we can literally take parts of the models and put them back together again.
NBC's Josh Letterman is joining us now from London. Josh, I thought we knew how the Titanic sank, but apparently we don't know everything, right?
That's right, Tom. And the big mystery about the Titanic has always been, how did this ship that was said to be unsinkable actually sink? And while the predominant theory for many decades has been that it hit that iceberg on the starboard side, essentially the right side of the ship, there hasn't always been a consensus about that. In fact, there was an early theory that it may have actually hit a submerged part of the iceberg on basically the bottom of the ship. And so now researchers hope this new data, this new first of its kind, a digital twin of the ship, will allow them to learn much more, not only about what happened when it hit that iceberg, but how it actually broke apart as it fell to the bottom of the ocean floor.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time looking at these images today because they're fascinating and they're important because they really help preserve the scene of this horrific tragedy that claimed 1,500 lives. But the wreckage itself is rusting away. It's not going to be there forever, right?
That's exactly right, Tom. As you know from your reporting, it sits 2.5 miles at the bottom of the ocean. It's very dark down there. And while there's not a whole lot of fish that deep down in the ocean, there is bacteria, which is eating away at the wreckage from that ship. There is all kinds of deterioration from the water around it. And so this is really a race against the clock to be able to document the remains of the ship before it further deteriorates. And that's why scientists and researchers are so excited about the opportunity to study these unprecedented images, really the first full digital copy of this ship where you can see what each little piece looked like. Those shoes on the bottom of the ocean floor, that really got to me. The remainder of some of those 1,500 victims who died in that unopened champagne bottles, part of the debris field, which will help scientists learn exactly what happened on that tragic day, Tom.
Importantly, I did ask the question, and there are no human remains, but we are looking at the remains, of course, of their bottles of champagne, as you said, shoes and brooches and jewelry. It's very poignant. Josh, thank you. Josh Letterman reporting from London for us. NBC covers hundreds of stories each day. You know, you can't possibly read, watch, listen to everything. So our bureau teams have broken it all down for us. This is what they say is happening in their regions. The segment is called The Local. From our Midwest Bureau, quick warning, this video may be disturbing to some viewers. Body cam footage capturing a Michigan police officer saving a baby's life. Police say they got a call. A 2-month-old had stopped breathing. No pulse. Sheriff's deputies performed CPR until the infant was able to breathe on his or her own. The baby is now resting and recovering thanks to them. From our Southern Bureau, bad news for anybody who's excited to see Georgia peaches in the stores this summer. Farmers across the state say a series of freezes in the peach state over the past few months have decimated the crop. Some farms are even reporting they've lost 90 to 95% of their peaches. And out of our Western Bureau, Alaska Airlines has unveiled a new design by a Native American artist. The plane features a salmon, but this time from an indigenous perspective. Look at that, kind of cool. The first for the airline. The artist says she has dreamed of having her artwork displayed on an aircraft for years. It's kind of cool, right? Still to come, Netflix with its struggling ad-supported subscription, making a big presentation today. The company plans to get things back on track. Will you pay? That's next.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Well, the world's largest streaming service is getting into the fight for ad dollars in its first ever upfront presentation today. Just in the last hour, Netflix reportedly said that 25% of all new signups choose their ad-supported tier, and it's looking to expand that number. With the Wall Street Journal tweeting that co-CEO Greg Peters kicked off the show by saying, "We are new to the ads business, and that's why we want to work with you to build something bigger and better than what exists today." Netflix has the biggest subscriber base of all the streaming platforms worldwide, but it reportedly has one of the smallest pools of customers paying for their ad version compared to other big streamers. Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver joins us now. Caleb, Netflix is generally not seen as an underdog, but it got into the ad game a little late. So how much is hanging on what comes out of this presentation today?
Well, I think a lot of investors and a lot of people that watch Netflix, the company, expected a lot of this. Netflix adding about 937,000 paid subscribers to that $7, $6.99 a month plan. That was a little less than I think people had been hoping for, but it's only a couple of months old. The fact that 25% of new subscribers are choosing that option, a decent start. But Netflix has said they're new to this. They want to crawl, walk, and eventually run. But don't forget, Netflix has some 74 million subscribers here in North America alone. So adding less than a million, not a really big number.
All right, full disclosure, NBC owns Peacock that you saw on the screen there. What about the writer's strike? How big of a deal is that now for all of these streamers?
It's a big deal. We're talking about over 11,000 writers on strike right now. Netflix had already reduced its content spend this quarter by $1 billion. So the fact that they don't have writers right now to work on these programs might be helpful in terms of saving money, but they're not going to be putting a lot of new shows out. They have some new shows coming up. Of course, Stranger Things Season 5, that might be delayed because of this strike right now. Emily in Paris, that might be delayed because of the strike right now. So it's affecting all of the content providers, all of the streaming services. Netflix not alone with that, and it also wants to grow this ad-supported program, so not great timing either.
Yeah, I was just going to say, the timing is terrible, right? Because so many people are cutting the cable right now. And so if they're cutting the cable, or in some cases cutting the stream, and at the meantime, there's nothing to entice them, to keep them if the writers are on strike.
Yeah, and that's what all the streaming platforms are facing right now, because if they can't put out new programming, it's hard to get new subscribers to join their networks. And you also have to ask yourself, how many more people are out there that don't already have a subscription here? So it's battling with all these other companies to get these eyeballs and these paid eyeballs on this ad-supported network.
All right, so quickly now, the ad market has been soft for months now. Is Netflix where advertisers want to put their money? At least you know you got customers there.
Yeah, well, they know that, but they only have this paid rollout now for about 1 million or so, less than 1 million subscribers. So advertisers want to be able to target their users. They want to know when they're watching and how much they're watching. Very difficult in a streaming world, but Netflix does partner with Microsoft on this, and they have pretty good technology to be able to do that.
We are all news here. We don't need entertainment writers. We are facts all the time. You can watch us 24/7. Caleb,